just being honest, I got you here. You just ride the wave till you disappear. Unrequited love, I can't take it. Kill me more than once, leave a trail of tears. Do this often, I think we lost it. I need a break. You're the monster inside my closet, scare me away. Everybody goes through it, we don't ever come out the same. Cause you never change. You my little psycho, kiss me in the night glow. Easy to imagine when you always have your eyes closed. We'll be going crazy if you know what I know. Where did all the happy memories go? My little psycho. can't breathe. You and me, were we
And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that, so what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
This feels a little too perfect how we are now. You think I throw a little caution, but I don't want this to change. Been waiting too long for a moment like this. Said that you won't leave, better off with me. The kind of feeling I can't explain. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight. Like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds with our own plight. A push towards the peace in the hearts. If it rains down all on us, drown out the noise, and I'll trust the mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall? Broken up in pieces. Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please if these broken memories Each day I'm moving along with what fits best for taking me forward and back. Yet all I know still leads right through to the start of the end, where the past can't chase us. You should stay for a while, disregard all the miles. If it's you and I, will be okay. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight, like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds with our own plight, a push towards the peace in the hearts. If it rains down all on us, drown out the noise, and I'll trust the mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Will it fix us? Mirror, mirror on the wall, is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Mirror, mirror on the wall, is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? too much. So long, but don't start to rush. Take your time, clear your mind. You're worrying enough. Don't make it too tough. We made it. We made it. Yeah. We made it. We made it. We made it. We made it. Yeah. We made it. We made it. Play with my emotions like it's all just a game to you. It's a game to you. Roll the dice again, and I can promise this time you lose. It's your turn to lose. Hold on, it's getting too much. So long, but don't start to rush. Take your time, clear your mind. You're worrying enough. Don't make it too tough. We made it. We made it. Yeah. We made it. We made it. We made it. We made it. Yeah. We made it. We made it.
Yeah, it hurts sometimes. It's all I got to say. Sick and tired of all the games that my head wants to play. Yeah, it hurts sometimes. Waking up this way. My mind is slipping away, now looking for an escape. Yeah. But the way that you look at me, I'm so lost that it's all I see. And those eyes are my therapy, takes me right out of the rain. And when life wants to fuck with me, yeah, there's no place I'd rather be. Cause your face is my remedy, makes me forget all the pain. When I can't see straight. When I can't see straight. And I can't see straight. And I can't see straight. Yeah, it's hard sometimes. It's all I got to say. Yeah, I feel like I'm suffocating. I never know what to say. Yeah, the memories have gotta go. I'm not over it and get yours. Feel like I'm about to break. Never know what to say. But the way that you look at me, I'm so lost that it's all I see. And those eyes are my therapy. Takes me right out of the rain. Takes me right out of the rain. Life wants to fuck with me. Yeah, there's no place I'd rather be. Cause your face is my remedy. Makes me forget all the pain. When I can't see straight. When I can't see straight. I can't see straight. I can't see straight. Ooh, I don't know, but it's something on the fire, giving me something that I behind. Ooh, I don't know, but it's something.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Complexity Worlds Warm-Up number 3 presented by GameSir. My name is Mikowski. Joined alongside me on the mic is my handsome aura stuffed duo, Eli the Ninja. You are looking absolutely fantastic. Love the background there as well. How we feeling as we dive into the last ever Halo Infinite online tournament? This is it.
Yeah, this is going to be a doozy. This is all of the teams that we expect to see in Worlds competing online beforehand. So this is kind of a tone-setting tournament we've seen in the past, dating back to 2022 and 2023. The winner of this tournament went on to win Worlds, as you pointed out to me in the pre-show. Last year didn't quite happen. My bad. I'm just out here stealing thunder off the rip. But
that was my intel.
It's a pool play structure, but they've been mixed up a bit so that the teams aren't playing the same teams they would play in pools during Worlds.
Yep, we're hopping on board here with FaZe versus Envy. A little bit of a brewing rivalry, it feels like, here in the HCS. Speaking of FaZe, as you mentioned, Eli, Luce with a nice frag toss there for the double. FaZe has won both the first and second Worlds warm-up tournament. The first one being the second and third. Yeah, excuse me. The second one being the weekend where they then went on to win the Halo World Championship. So this has been quite the warm-up for them, as the tournament title is appropriately named. Lucid warming up himself with the snipe, starting off 5-0. He's not missing.
I tell you, this is called the warm-up tournament. I think Lucid warmed up before the warm-up tournament. This guy is ready to hit these shots. Probably been shooting bots for some time now. Unfortunately, it's Envy maybe just waking up, need to get the coffee in the bloodstream so they can compete with the likes of FaZe. FaZe on fire.
FaZe is absolutely ripping domes right now. In particular, Lucid, who is more than halfway on his way to a frenzy. Now working his way into the ice. Jackson slides through. He lands the body shot, no scope, cleans up with the headshot, still stays alive in the long haul, and he's going to have a really good chance here to get 3 more for the frenzy. What a way to start the day.
I mean, FaZe is doing everything they want to do. Lucid's 8-0. Snakebite doesn't have a kill, but he's got 4 assists. This is the most FaZe game I've ever witnessed in my entire life. It feels like they're doing exactly what they want, controlling the spawns. This is a really important part of the map, so it's huge for Jackson to come up with the back smack and then finally shuts down the spree that FaZe was putting on. And despite a strong start from FaZe, they don't close the first hill out, so Envy have a chance to steal it.
Yeah, Jackson had been plotting his revenge on Lucid after he had gone down to the no-scope headshot cleanup after Lucid, starting off 8-0, dies twice in the last 15 seconds. So there's an opportunity here for Envy, and they've started to make the most out of it. And like you said, a little surprising to see FaZe not already have one on the board. That might come back to bite him in the end. Envy have all the momentum, but the numbers advantage is in FaZe's favor. 3 go down for Envy, so we should see FaZe Clan get right back in the hill, but having a little bit of a trouble doing that. Snakebite finally cleans up on Piggy, and this should be the final 10 seconds they need to secure the lead.
Especially after Lucid finds his kill on a precision, they can start thinking about the next hill, start rotating through this left side here. They're going to also send a couple players through that A side just to have kind of a pinch aggressive option here as they advance forward on the map. But a nice sneaky corner play from Jackson with the repulse is going to shut down Penguin, and all of a sudden Envy look to have the better position for hill number 2.
How you start, it's how you finish. As Envy, like you said, Eli, still looks like they're trying to get warmed up. 3 go down once again. We've seen that in droves in favor of FaZe. Now Descendant called out, last player alive, dies staggered as well. As soon as Descendant goes down, the rest of his teammates are coming back up and they're going right back down. Trippy now doing his best Lucid impersonation. They both have 10 together collectively. That is absolutely incredible. The slaying advantage is stark for FaZe.
Look at this route from Trippy too. He watches that left side of blue for a moment. Nobody shows up, so he decides to take this quick route through the bottom center of the map. Finds an unsuspecting Piggy, but at the same time, he does go down, and the rest of FaZe were kind of left by themselves. Envy take advantage. They cleared out, but this is looking just like hill number 1. They're going to need to have a ton of hill time here. They want to get their first point on the board.
Yeah, about 50% to 15% here for Envy, but they do have map control. Not in the hill just yet. They've exited to try and pick up a few more slays before getting right back in it, but the pressure hasn't been that strong for FaZe. So Envy do get back into the hill. Descendant lining up the shot with the snipe. I think he may have landed that.
Gonna have to back all the way up though. I like this play with the sniper. You don't want to be in the same spot you were last called out, and just like that finds an unsuspecting Snakebite to find the body shot, but nobody's there to clean it up, and Descendant gets a little bit antsy, wants to follow up on the damage since no teammate was able to, and he's going to be punished for that impatience.
Snakebite had the scouting report, knew that Descendant, a player that likes to play fast, loose, and aggressive, anticipated the slide in and took him down with a checkmate grenade. Great play there from Snakebite, and he's got the sniper in his possession now because of it. 2 shots left, 3 uses of the repulsor if he'd like to, as he looks to rotate a flank here on the ice block. Piggy behind the pillar. He'll go down rather easily. The support is there from A. Now Snakebite in a 1v1 with Yaxon, pulls out the snipe, finishes up on Descendant. Still has a chance to take down Yaxon, but he's got no ammunition. He's got no hope. No sniper, no bandit. He'll go down because of it.
Yeah, that was a very awkward situation. Realistically, should have died much sooner with no bullets in either gun, but either way, finally does get taken down. Envy need to stay alive here, but Snakebite won't allow it. Must have spawned close. It's right back into the mix. And FaZe totally content to capture this hill with as much time that's burned off the clock as it has, because now with just 2 minutes in regulation, they have a great chance to win this game.
FaZe pacing for a time win here. They don't need to reach the 4 cap amount. They could do it here just by slaying out and dwindling down the neutral clock. Trippy gonna help that cause with the double kill. Now clambering his way back up on top, getting into the base, looking for another victim to slay out on, but they're all across the map.
All across the map, indeed. FaZe are 2 dead. Descendants, no shields. Yaxon finds a beatdown onto Trippy, so Descendant, with his shields refreshed, opts to advance forward. And this is the best control that Envy have had all game long. And if they can get this sniper and a quick rotation, I could absolutely see a world where they tie things up here.
Yeah, this is doable. Envy looking like FaZe the first 2 caps. We saw 50% to 10%. And now that 50% has gotten all the way to 99. And they have not needed much time to do so. Just 10 seconds, actually 9 to be exact. Just 9 seconds off of neutral clock to score and make it a 1-point game. That was massive, because with less than 2 to go, if Envy were a little bit slower to cap these zones, it could have come down to time. Now they're absolutely on pace to tie things up. 90 seconds left.
That was a huge 1v1 perfect kill bottom center from Descendant. That's going to just make it so Envy can possibly feel comfortable to sit in one of the hills it's most difficult to be comfortable, but Descendant is going to apply some extra pressure into FaZe Clan here on this red side of the map. Now probably going to opt for a flank, has 1 repulsor shot, expecting a rotation, but no one's coming. Oh, never mind. Snakebite eventually does rotate out. He somehow checks the corner with that just veteran understanding. How does Snakebite know he's there?
Deductive reasoning. That's how. Oh my God, Yaxon deducts a player off the map. Nasty no scope, lining up another one here onto Trippy. Here on the Zordown, now pushing out 75% to just 2% here for Envy. They are on a roll, and Yaxon helping out the cause with the snipe, lining up another one on a Penguin. Did he hit that? He did.
I thought you were going to say deducting his face from his body, which he very much did. I mean, disgusting plays out of Yaxon. Finally, he gets shut down. But look how close this hill is. They only need a few more seconds. Piggy's in trouble. gonna somehow dodge that grenade. Precision's there to help to clean up the kill. And Piggy can get back in the hill. I think this is gonna be another point, and Envy will tie things up.
Piggy stays alive and ties up the game at 2. How did he stay alive after that checkmate grenade? Looked like a heat-seeking missile. Worked his way out to the right and made the right play. Called for help, got it, and scored 2 to tie things up with less than 1 minute left.
Lucid trying to turn the tides here. Snakebite fell early. Trippy advances around the corner while Lucid awaits his shields. Piggy now last player on this side of the map and does a great job with some grenades, and Descendant shows up to help out as well. And Envy could definitely win this. We're in a situation with just 30 seconds in regulation. It should be next hill wins.
Yeah, absolutely. Might as well have Jeff Steitzer announce sudden death overtime, because this should be it, as Piggy picks up the sleigh onto Snakebite, rotating his way around the catwalk. Has Trippy out to his right, Lucid out to his left. Lucid is weak, and he goes down in the melee. Trippy weak as well, but he has help. No, he actually cleaned it up himself. I do believe he still had 1 extra shot from his teammate. Now throwing a grenade that should have been from the grave, but he's not dead yet. The triple kill. Now looking for the over, but it's a team wipe nonetheless. Close spawns. Fortunate for Envy that they spawn right inside of blue, but the trap is coming through. Snakebite knows exactly where Piggy is, despite what could have been a little bit of a surprise spawn.
Yeah, they were very aware of that spawn, and that just goes to show how much work they've been putting in. I feel like when this map first dropped, that spawn would have caught most teams off guard. But now, FaZe understand exactly how it works. They've got the sniper too. This is the sniper that spawned several minutes ago. Finally got picked up off of that top bridge area. And FaZe are taking their time with this. They're in the hill, but I think they're gonna guarantee they stay alive if they have to.
Precision. Oh my God, was causing some troubles for Lucid, but Lucid patiently waits for him to re-peek once again, takes his face, now lining up what could be the defensive effort to turn it into offense, and he lands another headshot that could be for the win. Right as the clock eclipses 0, it looks like FaZe should secure to the end, but they have 1 more player to take down Piggy as everybody else chases into the hill. They're not going to get there in time, and FaZe, Trippy with the triple, secures the win. Wait,
Trippy had... Wait, they're in the hill.
They're in the hill.
It's at 0-0 on the clock. Okay, they finally killed him, but Trippy had 2 or 3 triples that game. I mean, just waking up, ready to play. That's what you like to see.
Big game Trip, one of the nicknames we've come to know him by. Maybe Triple Trippy is another appropriate nickname for him, because like you said, it felt like he had 2 or 3 in that one, picking up slays and handfuls there as FaZe scored the first 2. Envy came back to score the next 2 and tied up at 2, but FaZe ultimately regained the control that we saw from them in the beginning. And Trippy, a big reason for it. We saw Lucid start out with a near frenzy. He only quote unquote ended up +3, but my God, Trippy +12, 3 team wipes in accession to his name. My God, Trippy, pop off.
14.7 KDA, by the way. Like, come on, man. I'd love to see the damage. Yeah, it looks like he had about 7k damage there as well. As we take a look at the replays, this is how Lucid started. Perfectly placed grenade, knows exactly where Descendant's hiding. And this part of the map, in my opinion, the most important part of the map to control during hill on this mode, because of this spot right here that Lucid is controlling as he's hitting beautiful shots. But you can oversee a majority of the spawn points and routes that teams want to go for most of the hills. I mean, for maybe 1 or 2 hills, it's not the greatest spot, but for everything else, it's most important part of the map.
Double kill.
Still early in the morning here, so if you're just tuning in, let's set the stage for the day. This is the Complexity Warm-Up World Championship Tournament number 3, presented by GameSir. Huge shout out to them. I know a lot of players in the scene rely on the GameSir to reach epic heights in both competition and content. But take a look here at your pools. Not the exact mirrors of what we'll see next weekend. That's because we don't want to give too much away, I guess. So we've swapped the pools around, but the game types and game modes are exactly copy-pasted from what we'll see next weekend. So game 1 of this pool play matchup is exactly what it'll be next Friday. You've also got all 16 teams that'll be competing next weekend here, warming up for the World Championship as well. So just an absolutely epic format that Complexity has put together here year after year, giving these teams the best possible form of competition outside of maybe getting to Seattle a little early and scrimming on LAN. This is the best you can get 1 week before the tournament. We get a pretty good look at what next weekend should look like.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, once this is over, I think most of the players are getting ready to board their planes, head to Seattle, start doing their media, taking their pictures so they can look nice and beautiful on the broadcast for you guys. It's going to be such a good time in Seattle. I'm not going to lie. I've been so excited about it. I've been thinking about it every day. It's the last one we got. So anybody in chat going to be there? If you guys are, make sure you come say what's up to the LVT crew. We are more than happy to talk to the community, and it's going to be a good time.
Let's talk about some risers here in HCS competition as we get ready for the most pinnacle important tournament of the year. FaZe, they've been a riser. They've actually, Eli, made it to 2 out of the 4 grand finals here this year. So I don't think you can count out FaZe. They haven't looked as strong in the grand finals. They seem to have met their match each time they get to that grand stage. But they have found their way to the grand final. It's not easy to do. And then other risers across the HCS are both international. Akavi and Mindfreak, both we've witnessing their first ever top 8 finishes on LAN. Akavi has actually been a team that's known to give FaZe a lot of trouble. Before they finished top 8, they were routinely taking games off of FaZe, so it's going to be very exciting to see how these teams do just 1 week before the Halo World Championship as we kick things off. Game number 2, Streets Slayer.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm really excited to see the Mind Freak boys. They've been improving so impressively all year. I think we're gonna watch one of their pool play matches here shortly as well. So just a little preview for you, but here we go. Street Slayer. This is an interesting one. I feel like this game mode has evolved the most across the different game modes, mostly because the sandbox has changed so much since year 1, but it just feels so different. Now we have a lot of standoff situations, at least on LAN. I don't expect to see that in early pool play matches, but this map can slow down despite being the smallest one that we play.
Penguin picks up the camo. He's got it on the bench, looking to activate that and get things rolling. He's got 2 players weak on the cafe. Jackson supporting. He's got a few more shields than his teammates. Descendant and Piggy. They are dead to rights there, trapped, but they buy themselves enough time to regain their shields, but not long enough to stay alive. Ultimately, FaZe clear the cafe and go up by 3.
Great start here. FaZe have been very icy on this mode. They've won multiple game 5s. They actually won game 7. This matchup occurred on LAN at the LVT Pro League Finals, and it ended with FaZe winning 49-48 game 7 in one of the most insane matches you'll ever see. So Envy, I feel like anytime they load into this game mode against FaZe, they have to be thinking about that. It's got to be in the back of their head. They've watched that film. Can they correct on the mistakes they made then? Come out on top today.
Penguin felt like he spawned in with the camo and was never visible once again. Still had the camo at the end of that spree where he starts off the game 7-3-2, accounting for more than half of the slays, almost all of them if you include his assists. So Penguin doing exactly what you want with that camo, getting maximum value out of it. FaZe extend on their lead, now up by 4, and that'll stick.
Yeah, 3 dead. Descendant recognizing the writing on the wall. His whole team has fallen. Trying to just take a sneaky spot that maybe FaZe don't check. I feel like FaZe have been very good at checking their corners in situations like this. They're so good at keeping track of, hey, there's one player missing. Where's Descendant? And when he's missing, they'll go through and check it. But a huge triple kill out of Precision with some help from Jackson, and that might set them up to get this next camera.
Unfortunately, not able to roll the numbers downhill, but they do use the slays to grab the camo, but it does not look like it was activated. Precision picks up the remains of it. Oh, huge slay. He had help there from Descendant, and that's going to allow Envy the chance that Penguin had to start off this game. Can you reach the same value that Penguin had? No. He goes down, immediately does Precision, and the lead grows. An opportunity for Envy to bring it back. Falls well short.
Precision wasn't even shooting. He's just literally dancing around, hoping his camo reprocs and his opponent starts missing their shots. But FaZe don't miss shots very often, if we're being real, and he will go down. But I like the play from Envy there. They actually grabbed the camo and kind of delivered it to their teammates so they could guarantee that pickup. FaZe still lead by actually 7 now, as they have gone even further into the lead after that play.
Yeah, Eli, there's always a moment in the match you look back on and say that was probably it, or it could have been it, and that might be it there. Precision not able to get anything going there with the camo. Not necessarily his fault. FaZe just absolutely hounded him with it, never let him get off the board. 31-21 now. FaZe have opened up a double-digit advantage So the strength that we saw in game 1 has carried over to game 2.
I need to know Trippy's warm-up routine, man. This is the second game of the day, and this guy just is not missing. It's so impressive. After dropping 28 in the game prior, it just feels like he is so locked in right now. And you have to be early in pools, especially at World. So this is a good habit to go ahead and get going before he gets to Seattle.
Oof, Lucid, great use of the tech. The grenade toss out on the B stairs, then repulses his opponent away to keep him alive, allows Snakebite to clean it up. 38-24. The lead's grown to 14. This one might be all but over.
Oh my god, look at the perfectly timed push from FaZe as well. They don't even care that they traded, by the way, because they're already up by 14. That just means they're closer to 50. But did you see them flanking through the back of the subway at the same time landing the pizza jump? FaZe are vibing together right now.
Yeah, perfect timing, perfect execution of the play calls from their coach, or IGL's. 41-28 now as Snakebite in the PD location, but he's locked up Envy throughout the entire game. 16, 7, and 7 for Penguin. He's having a monster game too.
Yeah, this guy is not one that people think of as a main Slayer, but that's because he does not care what his stats look like. He plays to win, but he is absolutely capable of putting up insane numbers as he is displaying right now. Snakebite, by the way, 7 and 6 with 10 assists. Talk about somebody that doesn't care about his stats and is just playing to win. Snakebite might just be the definition.
And this is supremely impressive right here for FaZe Clan, because Envy in the latter part of season 4 has kind of come on as the antithesis or the comp for FaZe Clan. They have not looked like that here so far in a best of 5. They're going to go down 0-2 and got to get something going, and that'll do it. One final backs back for Snakebite, secures the dub, and a 2-0 lead, nearly a stake at that.
Impressive stuff from FaZe. Yeah, you kind of alluded to it just there, but like the general power rankings, as I understand them right now, it's like Shopify seemed to have overtaken that #1 spot after winning the last now 3 LANs in a row, if you count the LVT Pro League finals. And then Optic, of course, not far behind. And then I think FaZe has really been improving and solidified themselves as a 3rd place seed. They did upset Optic at the most recent LAN, and I feel like even since then, in online tournaments and scrimmages, they've looked even more precise, which is very scary for the rest of the competition. Envy, in my eyes, pretty clearly around 5 or 6. This feels like this matchup has gotten more difficult for them as FaZe have been improving.
Agreed. And just look at the damage. No hope for Envy. Nobody above 3,000. Even 2,900 would be their high mark there with Yaxon. That'd be the low mark for anyone on FaZe. The lowest amount of damage was Lucid with 3,100. 300 more damage than the highest performing player there for Envy. And sometimes it does just come down to numbers and stats. Just too much damage to deal with there for Envy as they fall 50-33.
Yeah, impressive. This was close really until that play that it felt like Envy actually made a good play where they used the Shroud to grab the camo to deliver it to the rest of the team. Yaxon was the one that grabbed it, and he rightfully did not proc it so that one of his teammates could proc it. Precision does, but FaZe were just so aggressive off of the damage they got in their prior engagement that Envy couldn't do anything. They just got surrounded immediately and can't get any value out of the camo. That's what FaZe is so good at. Even when you do get the items, they make it so it's incredibly difficult for you to find any value with it.
Well, this runaway freight train isn't going to slow down anytime soon, because we're heading to Stronghold live fire. This is one of the fast tracks that we have here in the HCS. So a little worried for Envy's chances here when push has come to shove and they've needed to play fast to match the intensity of FaZe. That's kind of where the difference has been in this series so far. So here on Strongholds, they're going to need to wrap around the map, try to find ways to earn trip caps A, B, and C, stagger out the spawns, trap the spawns. There's a lot on the docket for Envy to accomplish here if they want to get back in this series and make it 2-1.
Ascendant takes the top tower instantly, and Yaxon takes Penguin's face in the first opening seconds here. Trippy should fall as well. No, he's actually gonna get... What? Okay, I thought Trippy got a double for a second. He had help from Snakebite. That was still insane for him to survive whatsoever when Envy should be rolling here.
That was massive because it looked like Yaxon with the snipe after the no-scope, pinning Penguin to the wall, was about to go on a run that could get Envy back in this one, but Snipe goes right back into the hands of Snakebite, and he's clouded with the camo, and this might make things even more difficult. He's going to get off at least one free shot, try to stay alive. Still has plenty of time left with the camo, but that gets shut down. Sniper down at A.
Great grenade there from Precision. Will slow down the momentum of FaZe. I do like this game mode for Envy. It is a very good map for FaZe, but it's one that a team that's aggressive and gets into control can just take over with the other team in the blender. I fear that's Envy in this case, though, as FaZe momentum continues to surge.
That no-scope looked pretty to start, but it has not led to points. 52 and rolling ×2 with control of A, B, and C. FaZe Clan looking like more of the same here in game number 3. Envy go 3 down. It might just be all 4 if Yaxon takes another 50 cal to the face. Trippy pushing in aggressively as if he had a shotgun, but Yaxon takes him down with the fist. And this is their chance to get back on board. Really curious to see how many shots are left in that snipe. 4 shots. So here we go. Yaxon, second chance. He started off the snipe, started off the game with the snipe. Did really well to earn that no scope, and gonna go down shortly after. So despite having sniper possession, Eli, Envy haven't done really anything with it.
Yeah, honestly, I think Yaxon got surprised there because FaZe spawned behind them in A instead of spawning at tower. No members of either team were at tower, so it is a little strange that FaZe did not spawn there. But either way, they take advantage of their good fortune and capture C right away. Trippy also gets the sniper back into his possession. Lucid with the grenade pickup on some damage, but as Trippy takes the face of one player, Envy does capture B. Doesn't feel like it might be for very long though, as FaZe are looking to clean things up.
FaZe swarm onto B and take down all 4 for Envy. A fortunate spawn for Precision, again spawning close to that hill point, but Trippy's still gonna secure it. Chase grenade goes out, he cleans up via Penguin, and Trippy and the rest of FaZe are back on their trip cap. 117 and rolling with 2 ticking for every second. Envy, the game isn't over soon, but it might just be if they don't get something going.
Trippy being so tricky with this quantum translocator, gets the melee, knows there's another player with a line of sight to him, so instantly teleports out. This guy is just so in tune with exactly how long he should be revealed at certain angles, and Envy do come off spawn to capture A, as Penguin was the first to die in that prior engagement. Trippy can find a kill here. FaZe might get back in control.
Trippy with another spree, but he'll fall shortly after that. Envy holding on to the split cap here with A and C. Penguin though pushing into the C cap point. He does have a flanker behind him. He's got another player right behind him, Yaxon, flanking as well. Penguin seems to be aware of it though, as he backs up, retreats, wants to stay alive with the snipe. It's still got 7 shots left, so a great play there by Penguin, playing a little passive, but he's doing so to stay alive with the snipe. Now he can get back on the aggressive.
Okay. Has 7 bullets to work with still. First one misses, second one finds its mark. He lucky to escape with his head, as Penguin a little bit off target. A couple of those shots, but FaZe still over 100 points in the lead. Penguin just trying to hold off the next group of players that are likely to collapse on A.
Penguin calmly, patiently standing like a turret, top mid, just waiting for that head to peek. He knows Yaxon's there based on the UI indicator. A is trickling blue. Now Penguin though, the last player alive, and he's been called out, so they should know where he is, wrapping around to the cuts to try to make his positioning a little bit more unpredictable, and he's done a great job of that. Descendant did not know he was there.
Yeah, Descendant a little not careful enough looking out there, did not expect Penguin's location, as he also picks up on Piggy. Descendant spawns close though, spawns behind the tower. It feels like Penguin's aware of it. And actually just saw the slight trickle of the C Stronghold to know that somebody had passed through, but Descendant's already way at B.
Lucid trying to stay alive. Numbers advantage right now for Envy, and they've got to strike right now. 3 down now for FaZe. Make it all 4. So the first team wipe for Envy finally comes through in the first 5 minutes, and not a second too soon or late, as Envy, we talked about in the pregame, their keys to victory were to secure trip caps. After 2 trip caps for FaZe, they absolutely need to hold one here for at least 60 seconds. They'd be right back in it if that was the case.
Jackson was able to get away with the camo. This is good news, but Trippy is so aware. Just knows exactly where he is somehow. Trippy is, I'm gonna say it, he's one of the best like camo player hunters that we have in the game. His camo eyes are insane. He's also extremely good at just predicting what route the camo player will be. He puts himself in the mind of that camo player, says, if I was Jackson, where would I go with that camo? And just predicted exactly where he would be and won the fight.
That was insane. Right as Envy was about to start securing the trip caps that they needed to get back in it, Rippy 1v1s camo and wins it. Envy, though, still doing a great job. Continuing with that numbers advantage. We saw the team wipe at the 5-minute mark, so 60 seconds later, they still have the numbers advantage. Piggy needs to earn this outright, though. Cannot go down and trade out. Descendant has his help, and Envy are right back on the board, down by less than 100 seconds. The score might look a little wide open, but I'd actually make a case that Envy are right where they need to be.
Especially with this BC hold, I really like Descendant's positioning all the way back green. He can get these shots on the player sandbags as he does get the kill onto Snakebite. UT is up as well, so he can utilize that to his advantage. Piggy is aggressively rotating through the tunnel.
Okay.
And it looks like is somebody hiding back A here? They are. Snakebite with the sneaky spot predicts and plays perfectly against that. Wow.
He's taking the fight to him. He's taking the fight to Descendant, one of the most aggressive players in the HCS, and he gets taken down via the reversal. Snakebite, how are you thriving?
Bruh. This guy is going crazy right now, and Precision finally cuts him down, but all the while, FaZe are like, yeah, sure, you can have that. We'll just take B and C. He's so good at exerting pressure at the right times to maintain control of the map. Descendant spawns close, but he gets taken down. FaZe are able to answer to that, and it's Envy still in a position they have to break.
Eli, how strong in a team game like Halo, where it is hard to play hero ball, how strong has the individual performances been? Trippy in Pivs, Snakebite in Pivs, routinely turning 1v2s and 3s into 2 or 3 slays. I have been so impressed by the individual performances here. And what happens when they do get a little bit more online as it relates to playing your angles and playing the teamwork game? That they haven't needed to, though. They have just been individually dominant so far.
A lot of it's from like just reading and predicting what Envy are going for and countering it perfectly, though. It's just they're kind of getting big brained and outskilled at the same time. Whew. Speaking of outskilled, that was a clean couple kills and assists from Descendant exactly when they need it before FaZe run away with it. And yeah, we keep talking about how good FaZe is doing, but Envy are technically not out of this. They could still come back and win this. This is a team that when they catch fire, they can sometimes ride it all the way to a victory.
Down by a little more than a minute. I think they need to go for the trip cap here. Unfortunately for them, though, A has been where they've been losing those pips. Trippy popped off at A. Snakebite popped off at A. Descendant trying to stay alive there on the cuts. Precision cleaning up on the remains of FaZe. 3 go down, and there's the trip cap we called for.
It's right before them, and I love this. As soon as Jackson captures A, QT's out, knew there was a player weak at pillars, and knew his portal was close enough. Outputs a lot of damage, but is anyone there to follow up on it? Yes, Descendant flies out and kills that Nest player, and this trip cap is continuing to roll. This could become an Envy lead very quickly.
Envy's brought it back. Envy's brought it back. And with the trip cap, they get to within 30 seconds, the closest this game has ever been, and we're in the end game. Descendant trying to stay alive here on the box. Push anticipated by Snakebite from the cuts. Great shots out onto that. Calls for his teammate to potentially clean it up. That's Precision. He's going to go out as the tip in the spear. Snakebite still weak on the cuts, but Precision is 2. He drops. 3 go down for FaZe. Penguin lucky to make sure he stays alive. It's a sticky from the grave from Snakebite. How routinely does he come up with those?
Definitely one of the better players at it. Penguin gets the sniper, but he's facing so much pressure, he can't really do anything. Envy have taken the lead. Piggy keeps Penguin 1 shot, which means it's another 5 seconds. Penguin can't comfortably enter the fight. Now with his shields back, needs to get a line of sight on someone because his whole team is dying. And now with that missed shot, I think Envy could win this game.
From the grave to the dance floor, Envy have come back in this one. They're up by 30 seconds. They were just down by 30 and now only need 5 seconds left to secure the win. Penguin's got to scoot. He forces and extends his way into C, but he's got players all over the sides and behind him. There's the flank. He gets it with the no-scope. FaZe still alive.
Okay, they're capturing A though. Our Envy 2v2 situation on the map. And FaZe have opted to rotate to B. A war is breaking out here. Kills are being traded. There's another member of FaZe there to capture it. Piggy uses the repulse to kill the player in B. That was so clean from Piggy. Did you see that?
Oh my God, yes, that was amazing. Did a great job using the repulsor and the geometry as we get a great look at IRL live fire and IRL players here. Can we get a replay of that? That was so strong by Piggy. And a lot of times the repulsor can be used to reach spots on the map where you afford yourself an extra 1 to 2 seconds in the sky, and he had the support come through from the garage door. Perfect execution from Envy. Break it down.
Yeah, right here. So Lucid is pillars, right? Piggy he gets shot by him once, but Piggy also knows there's a player about to capture B. So he takes to the sky so he can kill that one-shot player on the right side of B outside of Lucid's line of sight. But look at this. This player is weak, and Piggy knows it. It's Penguin trying to stay alive, so he leaves Lucid to just shoot another target. He kills that player, resets B, and that wins the game. Huge play.
I remember the distraction medal from Halo 5. We need to go into MS Paint real quick and throw it on the broadcast, because that was the distraction of all distractions there. And you might be asking yourself, can pigs fly? Yes, they can.
They absolutely can. We got ourselves a serious chat as first two games felt very comfortably in FaZe's favor, but I like the way the rest of this series looks for Envy's chances. They can absolutely bring this back.
I was just thinking the same thing, Eli, and I was, for Envy's sake, not biased, but just for the sake of a game 5, was kind of hoping we'd see an oddball for them in game 3, an opportunity to take 20 minutes to get to where they need to be in the series, but somehow miraculously come back on that live fire game 3 Strongholds, and now they get the oddball to settle in, to figure out what's wrong and continue with what's right. Envy down 2-1 in the series, but this couldn't be any closer.
Okay, so it'd be an interesting one. I feel like both of these teams very comfortable on recharge, as any competitive team should be at this point. I mean, they've been playing this map mode combination since day 1 of the game's release, so it's going to be really important for them to start strong. I think the team that wins the first round of Oddball is going to kind of set the pace and tone for the rest of the game. Which team's going to do it?
Here we go. Envy with life. We expected a barn burner of a series. These two teams, when they match up routinely, whether it be online or on LAN, they go to a best of 5, and it's a toss-up in that game 5 as to who's going to win. Envy, though, still with a little bit of meat left on the bone, gotta win this recharge oddball. But again, I think this could not set up any better for a reverse sweep potential here. Envy needing one more to tie up the series. They're back from the dead.
Back from the dead, indeed. As we descend onto recharge, this opening strat going to be very telling, I think. The precision going to take to bottom trip stacks to contest the camo. FaZe very patient with their approach to this. Trippy's just going to try to hold them back so they can't grab it. Meanwhile, Snakebite somehow gets an assassination onto Yaxon, I think in pipes. No, Snakebite was bottom center, so he found a sneaky spot that Yaxon didn't predict. They get a clean 4 dead. I think Camo was at least burned in the process, but a great start for FaZe Clan.
Flawless execution off the start gives FaZe control of the oddball, and they're taking it to gold. Penguin extending that line of scrimmage out. He's pushing all the way into C, and for good reason. He's going to get 2. 1 via the slay, 1 via the assist, as FaZe Clan continue to roll. Already at 15 seconds, this would be another team wipe. Yeah, Trippy's going to get that rather easily. Precision heads back to the respawn screen, and that should give FaZe Clan at least another 10 seconds, and that's the checkpoint you want to reach here in oddball. 30 seconds should go to FaZe's name off the rip.
I could see this being even more, to be honest. They've got a lot of map control. Trippy somehow living a long time, but melees the wall instead of his target. That's going to open the door for Envy to press on through. Ball will be played off the map as both teams look to reset.
And you're right, FaZe do get a little bit extra there on top of the 30 that we assumed they would. 37-0 here as Envy have gotten back in the series, Eli, but they routinely had to play from behind. It is so difficult to create advantage state out of thin air, and that's kind of the game Envy's been playing so far, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's because of FaZe's game plans are so impressive. I mean, you're talking about a team full of players that might work harder than anybody. I'm not trying to disparage any of the other competitors, but when I think of the members of FaZe Clan, I think of a team that practices and reviews film maybe more than anyone else in the league. Maybe Complexity, when Ryan there, could do more, but these guys have been working on their opening strats, and it's showing. They have routinely started every single game with a huge edge, and in stage 4 or year 4 of Halo Infinite, that's a big deal.
Just look at the efficiency. 59 seconds off the clock in regulation, 70 seconds to FaZe's name. So they could not have come out and played a stronger version of Oddball here on Recharge, as they are in full control. And now Envy forced to chase a little bit.
Forced to chase indeed. I mean, this round is already kind of over, to be honest. It's still possible for Envy to come back. It's going to be very difficult, though. And at this point, FaZe are just kind of keeping the ball away from Envy as they try to win these fights. You know, with such a strong lead, you don't have to stress to hold the ball the entire time. You can opt to drop it, win the fight, and pick it back up and just slowly win this round. They might just 100-0 him here.
Man, what a way to, in the proverbial Halo tug of war, what a way to pull back and regain all that momentum until Envy. You may have gotten one, but you're not getting the second one. That is an unbelievable performance we're witnessing right now. It is near impossible to 100-0 another team of your skill level, and it looks like FaZe are about to do that. Yeah, book it.
This is perfect spawn control and manipulation from FaZe. I mean, they were standing exactly. He's just vibing.
He's drinking coffee. He's taking a bite of his cheesy eggs. I mean, Snakebite had a chance to put down the controller and still win. Huh.
Oh man, but it's just their level of proficiency controlling and understanding spawns on this map in particular is so impressive. Might be one of the best teams at it.
This would be the first step, I'd say, for Envy. Win the opening break, because the opening break is where things rolled out of control. They are able to get the first second on the board. Consequential enough as they do start to gather a little bit more time. Piggy trying to stay alive at the stacks, but he'll go down. Precision will clean up on that with the double kill. Now putting good shots into Snakebite, who's also weak. Snakebite drops. Where Precision knows he's coming.
Apparently they know that he's using that jump to try to stay alive, because 100 grenades come in and clean him out. And look at this. They get 4 dead, and the ball didn't get played. Which means FaZe should comfortably get at least 25 seconds here. If Envy don't make a perfect break, this could be 40, 50 seconds.
Oh, the butterfly effect as the wings get torn and shredded off the body of Envy. That was an opportunity there, Eli, to go 4 down, but when you reset, you'd likely get an A spawn, maybe even at gold, and you're right back on the oddball. No reset there. Might be the undoing for Envy.
You force the play ball fairly quickly. Not out of it yet, but definitely feels bad. Feels like a missed opportunity. Huge grenade coming out from Piggy, though. Starting to see why he has 8 assists. He's been outputting a ton of damage. Needs to catch up in the kills department, though. Killing Trippy would be a good start, but Trippy's just too clean with it. This guy's movement in gunfights is crazy, and to also have perfect accuracy while doing that is so difficult.
Look how confident FaZe are holding on to the oddball with the fight occurring inside a gold. Trippy and FaZe, that is as confident of an oddball hold as you'll ever see. Trippy just tosses a chase grenade out and then says, hey, you guys can probably handle the push, right? As they've done a good job of that. Piggy now starting to chip into the control that FaZe Clan have at the back of gold, and they finally take down 3, but they've lost 3 in the process.
Trippy is 16-4 with 7 assists and 45 seconds of oddball time. This guy is unlocked. I mean, talk about a guy that wants to rewrite the history of Halo Infinite at the last World Championship. I feel like he has been having a hell of a year.
Hey, you could probably gas Penguin up just as much. He's been the jack of all trades for FaZe Clan. Double-digit kills, double-digit assists, 13, the high mark in this lobby. By far, nearly double, if not even triple, everybody else. And he's only died 5 times, 17 seconds to his name, and he's got right back on the oddball. FaZe are looking really strong here.
Yeah, this is tough, man. I feel like Envy aren't even playing bad. It does feel like some of their pushes have been maybe a little bit too early, or FaZe is just playing tricky so they don't know where someone is waiting for them to rotate through, and FaZe gets the first shot. They're not missing. I mean, this looks so difficult to play against. If you're Envy, there's nothing you can do to surprise FaZe at this point. They're so aware of your positioning and what routes you want to make. I mean, look at Precision trying to make a hero play because nothing else is working.
On that previous play, we really got a chance to see how strong the game sense and comms are right now for FaZe Clan as Trippy Tarzan's his way into another double. 1 kill, 1 assist, but what I saw there was Jackson. Unbelievable. Trippy's not missing. He gets the double kill. That does it. Series over. It should be at least, but again, Jackson drops out the shroud screen and Lucid and the rest of FaZe knew he was going to use the shroud screen to advance forward. They threw grenades and bandit bullet fire at the front of it, and that shroud screen was an absolute moot point as Envy will lose the series 3-1 with a little bit of a jerk of the chain. It felt like we thought Envy was going to potentially send us to a game 5. FaZe said no chance.
That was just disgusting out of Trippy. I mean, that kill was like,
oh, dude.
Double kill.
Okay, like can you actually rewind that and play like the play just before it and then that part? Because I want to like highlight something that's happening in the back of Trippy's mind here that like really highlights what I think makes a professional Halo player a professional Halo player. Is like they have the ball in A, right? I think most players in your diamond lobbies, they're going to try to control gold and let the other team spawn at C. That's what they did to start. But then they
It's
decide
right here
to,
though, Eli.
yes,
That can you slow that down a little bit?
I don't know what
Run
you're
that
talking
back.
about here, but
Yeah, this is huge because this is the break that Envy were looking for. They have even split 2v2. Jackson drops out the shroud screen, and FaZe anticipate that his forward momentum is going to carry through the front of the shroud screen. He gets through the shroud screen, which is supposed to be like a power-up, and eats a grenade and a bandit to the face. Absolutely dominant game sense and comms there by FaZe.
Yeah, perfectly predicted there. And then here, they're getting more kills, right? They know that a couple members of Envy are at the gold side. They hear the grapple. They cut him out of the equation. They continue into C here, knowing there's another player that spawned. And then Trippy completely cuts off the opposite angle, so Descendant has nowhere to go. And then because this fight takes so long, in the back of his head, he knows there's spawners at gold, turns the corner, already pre-aiming the next player because he's so hyper-aware of exactly where the enemy spawned during the previous fight. So his brain is literally multitasking. It's not only paying attention to what's happening in front of him to win that fight, but also perfectly positioning himself for the next engagement.
Wow.
Amazing.
And Trippy with the clamber there onto the stacks had the reticle already lined up. So he's going through the animation delay, and before he can even pull the trigger, he's got the reticle lined up. So warmed up at the World Championship warm-up presented by Complexity, our FaZe right now. We're going to send it to a quick break, but first, a few words from our sponsors, GameSir.
Monday morning, it starts to rain.
Double kill.
And I'm thinking about what we've been through.
Double kill.
It's getting cold, the light starts to fade. And I'm feeling worried about where this leads to. See you with me. I slowly start to admit that you're the one that I'm missing. I don't know what I should do, 'cause you're ignoring my texts. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses? 'Cause now I'm losing my mind.
Triple kill.
Keep on running till I find a way to ease my mind.
places.
The hill. Double kill.
Sitting under moonlight, checking your physique. I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody. I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my sense just floats away. You got me in that dilemma. Oh, oh, oh. 'Cause boy, you a fine looking fella, and you know, no, the grass here is green. I like what you see, thinking of how you could get with me. Oh, baby, we don't have to tell her. Hey, I'm in that dilemma.
Triple kill. Snipe.
I'm in a dilemma. Because I want you, but I don't do wrong. I'm in a dilemma. You've been looking over here for far too long, yeah. The more I look in your wicked eyes, the more you're leaving me hypnotized. No, I'm in a
Triple kill. Triple kill. Double kill.
Sitting under moonlight, checking your physique. I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody. I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my sense just floats away. You got me in that dilemma. Oh, oh, oh. 'Cause boy, you a fine looking fella, and you know, no, the grass here is green. I like what you see, thinking of how you could get with me. Yeah. Oh, baby, we don't have to tell her.
Red gen, Stella. Oh god, dude.
Enemy team took the hill. Double kill.
I place some mirrors in my mind. Thought that I could theorize, but I could only see in black and white. And I got so terrified. I looked for all the silver lines to determine what is what. It left me open, undefined. I feel myself deconstruct.
Double kill.
Operating from my ego, but I'm trying to disconnect. I wonder where do we go? The unknown is side effect. I've tried to fix my overthinking. Why do I overanalyze?
Triple kill.
For the time being, I hate these mirrors in my mind.
Snipe. Snipe. Triple kill. Triple kill.
Now I'm sifting through the fake inside. Tell myself that it's enough, but I know these feelings won't align with everything I think I want. And just burning through the days, uncovering decay. I'm trying to feel some way that's different than before. Operating from my ego, but I'm trying to disconnect. And I wonder where do we go? The another side effect. I've tried to fix my overthinking. Will I finally realize? And for the time being, I'll keep these mirrors in my mind.
Double kill. Double kill.
How much you look at me? You're amazing, motherfucker. That's what everyone sees. Ain't it funny how you wanna be the best, but you can't even get up and get close. Wasted, face it. You're never gonna make it. Rockstar, you won't get far. I know you're confused. People tell you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Damn, what a lie. What a time to be alive. Now I survive. That's the battlefield. 1974.
Killing spree.
I think I'm going insane. Feeling crazy. Can't get it out of my head. Oh no, if the devil inside takes hold, then I just might wind up dead. Wasted, you can be anything you wanna be, a king or a queen, as long as you got a dream. They just wanna take your life, try to tell you it's a battlefield. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Damn, what a lie, what a time to be alive. How have I survived? That's the battlefield, 1974.
Enemy team incoming. Triple kill. Triple kill.
I still think of you. I still think of you.
Double kill.
Looking back, I see young, dumb, and naive. But those feels we had, they were ours, some didn't come free. I've been calling these skies a rock shaped by the rain. And when you look at the stars, you never say my name. I still think of you, stuck on me like an old tattoo.
Double kill.
I still think of you. Those days are gone. I wonder if you still think of me too. I still think of you. I still think of you.
Double kill.
Roller coaster feeling, seasons change and go. I forget the reason, baby, did we ever know?
Double kill.
Been calling these skies a rock shaped by the rain. And when you look at the stars, do you ever say my name?
Double kill. Killing.
I still think of you, stuck on me like an old tattoo.
Double
I still think of you. Those days are gone. I wonder if you still think of me too. I still
snipe. Killing spree.
I still think of you.
Double kill. Double kill.
I still think of you. Stuck on me like an old
Double kill.
I still think of you.
Milk for you guys. One's P2, one's P2. P2 weak, P2 weak. Two. There's two movement. Car 3 Julian, weak. Car 3 Julian, weak, blue. Blue car 3. Blue window, cage, just down. Window cage, just down. Blue 5K. B2. 2B2, 2B2. 2B2, guys, 2B2. I don't see bottom mid. P1 absolute K, P1 absolute K, and Sab's out somewhere. I have no idea where he killed me from.
Another one down.
Bottom gym weak. P2, P2.
Active camo inbound. Active camo available.
I'm done.
Shooting, Spartan.
There's 3 front base, 3 front base, 3 front base. One shot, top P2, P2-1. There's 2 on me.
Halfway to
P1,
victory.
P1. It's like hella there, Lee. Car 2, car 2, car 2. Car 3 and blue flag. Blue P jump, one shot, blue P jump, one shot, blue P jump, one shot. Blue. P1 was one shot, K. He went bottom mid, he went bottom mid, he went bottom mid. Car 3. Car 3. Don't see fire. He went back to P2, back to P2, Dylan. P2. P2 weak, stab. 2P2, 2P2. Both one shot. 2.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Car 1, Julie. 2 car 1, 2 car 1. Walking at me, 2 car 1 walking at me.
Active camo available.
Top mid on camo, they got camo. He's P1 with camo. Absolute. That was one shot with camo. Sheep living, camo somewhere. Camo right here on me, camo right on me. Front red. Front red, camo. He's right car jump camo. Front blue. Yeah. There are 4 on me. Red, I'm dead. 3 shots down, front red P. P2, one shot K. P2K.
Defeat.
Lost in you.
Double kill.
Lost in you.
Lost in you.
Triple kill.
Traditional potentiometer sticks are no strangers to gamers. They rely on carbon film resistors. When you move the stick, the resistor slides. Over time, this physical contact leads to wear and tear and inevitably causes stick drift. Then came Hall effect sticks, eliminating friction altogether. Instead of relying on physical contact, they detect changes and record electrical signals in a magnetic field. This gives them a naturally longer lifespan and makes them far less prone to drift. But for pro gamers, zero drift isn't enough. To meet the demands of the pro gamers, craving better linearity and higher resolution, TMR sticks were born. Built on the foundation of Hall tech, TMR sticks use tunneling magnetoresistance to detect both magnetic strength and polarity, offering true two-dimensional sensing and ultra-accurate stick positioning. Take the GameSir G7 Pro, the first Xbox licensed controller with TMR sticks. In FPS games, it offers 4,096 levels of stick resolution, 4 times higher than mainstream Hall sticks, translating to near-perfect central accuracy in high-stakes competitive play. Paired with GameSir's advanced stick algorithms, it offers insane customization for stick curves, anti-dead zones, and trajectory response, letting you nail precision shots at the physical level. On top of that, TMR sticks consume less than 600 microamperes, about 70% less than mainstream Hall sticks. The algorithm also syncs stick sampling with MCU sampling perfectly, ensuring a more stable pulling rate. This means it captures every subtle hand movement, breaking down the final barrier between your input and the game. This is more than an upgrade. It's a redefinition of what elite stick performance should be.
Like a summer sunset, doing things that I shouldn't, but it helps me reset. I'm fucked up, but it's fine, yeah. Anything to forget that it's all in my head. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head, my head. Get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head don't feel like it used to. I miss my homies, yeah. The thing we had discontinued, but I'm not lonely yet. I don't wanna talk about it anymore. Yeah, I'm drinking cause I'm bored, down by behind locked doors, yo. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head, my head. Get out of my head, get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head, my head. Took a little longer this time to finally open the blinds. Every time I look at the sky, reminds me it's 2,000 miles between us. us, and it sucks. The distances are worse than I thought. Is this what I want? Everything's changed without you. Even breathing feels different now that I'm on a plane heading back to LA. Everything's changed without. Everything's changed without. Everything's changed without. Everything's changed without you. Thought that when I left I'd be fine, but damn, it really has to say goodbye. 'Cause growing up is getting tough. My vision is blurry. I'm sick of these 2,000 miles between us, and it sucks. The distances are worse than I thought. Is this what I want? Everything's changed without you. Even breathing feels different now that I'm on a plane heading back to LA. Everything's changed without. Everything's changed without. Everything's changed without. Everything's changed without you.
I can't stand the distance. You're over there contemplating existence. Wish I could be of greater assistance. You're putting up this wall of resistance. Yeah, you can call me persistent, but why do we feel so socially distant? My brain needs to know this instance. Is it the system making us inconsistent? It's easy to blame the external. Is our love temporary? Is it eternal? I'm always looking internal. Tossing and turning at night, I'm nocturnal. I need to know, can we win this war? Or will we be soldiers left on the floor? I'm not sure. Feel like I'm winning, but I haven't kept score. And I just need to know what I'm fighting for.
These nights they last forever. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, can't get no sleep, I'm restless. Lose right is wrong, lose right is wrong. These nights they last forever. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, can't get no sleep, I'm restless. Lose right is wrong, lose right is wrong.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Complexity World Championship warm-up presented by GameSir. We just witnessed FaZe come out on fire to start the day. Up next, we got another rivalry between SSG and the very own Complexity. I saw, was that a GameSir you just threw up there, Elon?
That is a GameSir. GameSir is my controller of choice. I've actually been using this thing for like 2-3 years now. Great controllers. Make sure you guys pick one up. Shout out to them for sponsoring this tournament.
Love that. Love to see all the support Halo's getting, especially here at the end run. Suppressed, routinely picking up the snipe off the start for SSG. He's pretty nasty with it, not landing the shot onto King Nick just yet. King Nick plotting in the corner, so Suppressed not going to wait for him to make his move. He's going to reposition, try to play defensively towards the OS, but his timing was just a bit off.
Yeah, unfortunate situation there for Suppressed. The meta for this game type has really just continued to revolve around the snipers, but it's gotten to the point where snipers recognize how important it is to stay alive. Unfortunately, it looks like for Space Station that they will be falling, and Mental has the sniper for Complexity. And if he can keep them trapped in their base. Cherish has his flag to the tunnel, and he's using the overshield. This one's probably home.
This looked like a really good start here for Complexity. Both of these two teams, I'd reckon, have high ceilings, but low floors. Where will they fall in 1 week in Seattle? This is going to be a true test of that, as Cherish just had the final glimmer of overshield deplete, but not before scoring first. All it took was 1 minute, in Complexity are up 1-0.
Yeah, both these teams actually kind of have a similar story arc, right? Like they're pretty good, but have been struggling as of late. Like you said, have a high ceiling, but also a low floor. I feel like either one of them could kind of put the pieces together and make a run, but it just feels like they've been overshadowed by, the top three teams, really. Optic, Shopify, and FaZe really started to steal the show, but stealing the show are Complexity. They might make this a 2-0 lead.
And stealing the flag is Ryan. Have you ever seen an old man move that fast? 2, 3 G slides and one more for good measure. Ryan with about as efficient and clean of a run as you'll see. And after just 2 minutes, it's already 2-0 Complexity. Noticing similar feelings at the start of both of these two series, where one team just looks like they've been warming up all morning. The other team looks like they're just waking up. SSG, they're going to have another 10 seconds to snooze. You got to wake up at the alarm. This could be it. This could be a quick 3-0 in 3 minutes.
I'm starting to feel like this game mode needs to go to 5 flags. We've seen so many fast matches. Looks like for now, though, Space Station have slowed it, but with Suppressed, the last player alive, he's forced to rotate through. King Nick still has some overshield left to deal with the next round of spawners. And as long as Complexity are in the right positions to push these players back, this is over.
God. Suppressed. One final stand, one final hope. The grenade goes out, looking to gather a little bit more damage to prevent the push from coming through, but he's been spotted out, called out, taking a lot of damage, and oh my God! The initial grenade that he looked to execute with finally comes through for him. Hail Mary, but will it be the goal line stand? No, it will not. Space Station needed much more than a prayer in that one. 3-0 Complexity in just 3 minutes.
Wow. Did Falcated get a kill? I didn't know
he did not.
He oh no.
No, he got one. Okay, literally
get one.
final pixel of the match. He got one, but died 8 times. My God, that is not what we're used to seeing from one of the top 5 Slayers in Halo.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if we've ever seen Falcated Goose or even Breadstick. That's a very rare sight to see. It's definitely gonna happen in this game mode more than any other in year 4. This has to be the mode with the most games that finish in under 2 minutes these days. It's starting to make me think maybe we should be playing this map to 5 caps. What do you think, Hunter?
Well, based on historical precedents, yeah, I think you could definitely make a case for 5, because it's just so weird though, because if you just look at from a square footage standpoint, this should be a 3 cap, but with how quickly teams have figured out Forbidden CTF, maybe it should go to 5, but we're not even going to have a chance to really discuss that, as these two teams want to get right back into game 2. I think especially SSG, they just want to rip that from the memory banks and bookmark that for VOD review later. For now though, just forget it, because there was nothing good to take away from game 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what happens if you don't get any overshields or sniper and you miss your snipe shots. We saw Suppressed kind of struggling with the snipe off the rip. Those missed shots lead to a 3-0. I mean, it really is that much of a difference these days, as Ryan with the beautiful starting strat. Perfect grenades. Can he make 3? Unfortunately, the headshot doesn't come through. And is that Mama LVT with 10 gifted? Thank you, Mama LVT. Let's go.
And with the 42-month Mama coming in hot with the 10 gifted. That was pretty good Freddie Mercury impersonation. And Mama LVT, what an absolute stronghold in the Halo community. Always showing support for her family and the community. Love to see it. Mama, thank you for the 11 total subs as we get right back into the action. Despite Ryan's great start with the double kill, nade shot off the start. It's still just a 2-kill game, so Space Station do still have hope, do still have life, but King Nick working with the power up here in the form of the camo, but Eco knows he's there, gets the trade. Well played.
King Nick guaranteeing the trade there. Mental with a disgusting no-scope headshot for the double kill. Looks to rotate back to this long haul side. He's going to catch multiple members of SSG, at least give the intel, but a great defensive stance from Space Station in a situation that's should have been their death. They land some good grenades and clean themselves up.
Locking down the long haul. We're Space Station there previously, but it's still not afforded them a lead in this game. Only down by 2 though, as King Nick takes on Falcated. Falcated, knowing that his death was imminent, tosses out the martyrdom stick and executes with it. Still close though. 3-kill lead for Complexity is cherished. Looking to rotate once again to the long haul. They've had success here, and it looks like it'll continue for him. Eco goes down, so too does Falcated. Suppressed and Stellar combining for a double kill in the feed, but Suppressed weak after that previous engagement goes down as well. Now the lead has grown. What looked like an opportunity for Space Station to strike and tie it up has now grown to the biggest lead for Complexity.
They've got to stop the bleeding quickly. I mean, it's carried over from game number 1 where they couldn't get any momentum at all. They've been getting some slays, but a 5-kill deficit is pretty big early. This doesn't feel like they're quite able to work together as we know they're capable of, but right now, Complexity playing in a way that kind of isolates them one by one. They're holding on to that lead.
Holding on indeed. You could argue the same for Space Station, as it looks like this game is ready to get out of control, but they've kept it about the 4 or 5 kill mark. Stellar, back a C, 1 HP. He's going to get chased out by King Nick as that lead sticks at 4. The camo is up now. It's a battle between Complexity and
Double kill.
Suppressed for it, but he'll go down. Excuse me, maintains his positioning at the tower, but not able to encroach on the camo, and Complexity go 2 for 2 with it.
Yeah, Mental just kind of sacrificed himself as a distraction to guarantee that Cherish got away with this camo. I like plays like that, especially when you have the lead.
Oh, I didn't like the approach up top. They knew that Complexity was up top, and I would have liked to see him go low there, but easier said than done. Hindsight's always clearer than present vision.
Yeah, Eco with just great predictionary grenade, just trying to use it as zone denial most likely, but it lands a kill on the camo player. But the lead has grown once again. It's now an 8-kill lead after Mental finds one on the Falcated. Brian's out in the open with this shock rifle, but his teammates are holding the pressure on anyone that might shoot at him. So he's feeling just comfortable right now. Complexity are kind of rolling at the moment.
Yes, they are, and continuing to roll into the grave is Falcated. He only had 1 kill in the previous game, went 1-8 in total. And he's continuing about the same type of gameplay as if we saw game 1 go more than 3 minutes. This one in Slayer game 2 has. Falcated just 7-3-12. That's going to be a key factor for SSG to get back in this one. You got to get Falcated back up online, and in the same regard, Suppressed.
Got to shut down King Nick as well. King Nick 12-3, by the way. Make it 13 as he's going to pick that one up as well. Seems like he's in the perfect time. Or in the perfect place at the perfect time. 14 now to his name, and this is a 8-kill lead. So the longer the games go on, the greater Complexity are winning by.
+3 net outcome in the previous sequence there for SSG, though, has cut this lead to within 2 team wipes. Now just down by 6, back to 7, as Cherish cleans up on that. Camo up once again. Complexity have gotten the first 2, and I think for SSG, they got to get the 3rd.
Absolutely. Mental looks like he's got comms of a player lurking. Finds Eco, who gets cut down by King Nick as well. Nick all the way here at C. Looks like they're doing a bit of a buddy system. They've got 2 duos on opposite corners of the map. With camo coming up, they look to get a kill here so they can secure it.
I love the play there from King Nick. Now he does go down, but I like the idea of playing patient there at the back of C. Wait for your teammates to spawn up with you. Camo's coming up soon, and despite King Nick going down on the long haul, that was all distractionary bait. Complexity 3 for 3 with the camo. Only up by 5. You could definitely see a situation where Space Station could have brought it back had they gotten this camo. Complexity not able to do much with it, but they're still up by 5.
Ryan and Stellar just stick each other. Like, are we playing catch or Halo? Like, come on, guys. funny play there, but still down by 5 are Space Station, and these trades totally fine with complexity here. They've only got 8 to go. Feels like Space Station are often kind of isolated. There's not a lot of team shooting going on compared to complexity, where these guys are just never alone. There's always an extra body there to clean up. Even if they do lose a piv, there's always someone there to follow up on the damage. So far, I think that's been the difference maker.
42-39. Space Station have brought it back, but they cannot play for those trades we've been seeing them play for. You got to throw in a jab strafe or a step jump, kind of anticipate like you're going for the trade and then back up and get the slate cleanly. They're doing it. 43-43. Space Station have come back from the dead. We're tied.
Okay, and that's a sigh of relief that you're hearing from the team. They say, okay, we're not completely out of this. Game 1 was over in an instant. Game 2, we started far behind, but they have fought back and maybe starting to believe in themselves here, but to come all the way back and lose would be a heartbreak. Space Station need to close this out. Stellar
has to get this one on Rhino. Rhino makes it tricky. Throws out the chase grenade, takes Stellar down to about 2 shots. 45 all here. Eco in a 1v1 with King Nick. He gets help, though. I didn't see help in the tower, but he gets it across the map. 47-45. Space Station are coming on strong.
Press is looking confident. He got the body shot, so he knows there's a player that was weak over here, but maybe overextended. Ryan catches him off guard, but with the help available, is able to finally clean up on Ryanoob, and this is 1 kill to go. Can Eco get it from the grave? No. 48-49.
Can Complexity force a slowdown here? Space Station could continue to roll. Stellar goes down to 1 HP. Stellar goes down 49 all. Ryanoob slings in like Tarzan with the grapple hook. 2 players on A, 2 players in the tower, 3 players in the tower for Complexity. This is where they could collapse if you're suppressed in the rest of SSG. Ryanoob trying to get the hell out of dodge. Camo's up, but that's bait. The only way they could go for it is with the grapple. Ryanoob secures it. They're going to slow things down and let Ryanoob try to formulate a plan here.
What do you do here, though? Okay, stickies are not up. He's going to wait on the stickies, but Space Station are opting to make a move here. I don't know if they got one of those players weak and they try to follow up on the damage, but Ryan, look at this. Oh my God. Because Falcon gets a kill before Eco dies. That was a crazy end game. Can you imagine if Eco doesn't drop there and Ryan just sticks him for free? Like that happened in at least one parallel reality.
And this looked doable for SSG, and then it looked doable for Complexity after Cherish flew in. Great job not trading out there. He had full shield, so he could play for the melee and know that he was still going to maintain his life. But gotta commend the push from Space Station. They were down by, I want to say, 10 at about the 21-31 mark. It looked like Complexity was going to run away with a 2-0, and then Complexity again probably tilt favor in there on their team, especially after grabbing the camo, but they were not able to get Ryan out in space with it. Eco, fortunate to drop there and stay alive. I don't think he knew Ryanoob was there. He just sensed it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think if he had stayed up on that ledge, that sticky also wouldn't have landed because it hit the side of the bridge. So that was just unfortunate timing for Eco there in the end game. They tie up the series 1-1 nonetheless, though, as Falcated is able to pick up the pieces. And we head to Aquarius Bomb.
Space Station looked asleep at the wheel, but now they're driving with confidence after coming back in game number 2, tying up the series at 1. We'll head to Aquarius Neutral Bomb next for a series splitting game 3.
And this is a mode very different from game number 1. Both modes are 3-score game modes, but this one seems almost impossible to get to 3. Very rare that we see it. Don't expect to see it between these two teams as they look to be playing very close with each other so far. But it is a early massive advantage for Complexity. They got camo, but the bomb is only now getting picked up, so Space Station should at least be able to defend off spawn.
4 dead for SSG previously, as Ryanoob picks up where he left off in the end game of game number 2 with the camo. Didn't do much with it. Now looking to rewrite his wrong. Suppressed knows he's there in the corner. Ryanoob does have help, though. He can turn this into a 2v1. Great job by Suppressed, though, to trade out and take down the camo.
Takes him out indeed, but Complexity still applying pressure. Cherished and King Nick rotating through the util side. At this point, they're just trying to hold Space Station at bay while the rest of Complexity comes off spawn, grabs that bomb, and moves it forward. Bomb gets reset though, so that's going to slow them down just a little bit. And SSG still trying to play out of their base.
More pressure on the side of Complexity in the first minute of this one, but Space Station have been up to the task, playing well defensively, and now what feels like for the first time pushing out of their base.
And Suppress with some good timing and some clean shots. Now it's Complexity trapped in their base. Space Station have somehow got this bomb all the way in while we were focused on the other side of the map. It looks like all hell has broken loose. 3 dead for Complexity, and the bomb is in the zone.
Cherish, does he have an angle? Does he have a frag that he could toss out and weaken the shields up? Suppressed, allows teammate to clean it up. No grenade reach. Had it. You probably would have stopped that bomb from getting armed, but instead, Space Station strike first.
Punched him in the ankles with the bomb too. That's going to leave a mark. Now they're blocking the east side of the map. Stellar knows he spawned a couple players in the util. Makes a quick route over here to try to take them out. Falcated dies with the bomb, so Stellar's going to have to pick up as the bomb carrier here. Looks like he has opted to slow down and wait for another round of Slay.
Content to wait for another round of Slay. Is already up 1-0, but it looks like it could quickly go to 2 as Stellar turns to delayed Slay on the mental there. The bomb sits precariously at the bottom of the stairs. Stellar actually throws it back out towards the middle of the map. But no worse for the wear are Space Station. They've got all the pressure in Complexity's base.
Do you feel like Stellar could have grabbed that bomb and moved it towards the zone? I mean, their team stayed in strong control for a while there. Maybe he was expecting his teammate to grab it. A little bit of communication breakdown, but pressure is still on Complexity here. Falcated has the camo, wants to stay alive with it. Eco trying to take on the front line. Now 3 members of Space Station here, and if they get a couple of kills, this is going to be another arm.
Oh, Complexity are trapped. That's the coffin corner. Would not be surprised if both of those players go down. King Nick, though, does stay alive, but not for long. That's a cap. 2-0 SSG.
Wow, Falcated read the spawn perfectly as well, and with that kill, secures the arm. Space Station up to a quick 2-0. I might have to eat my words if this game ends as quickly as game 1 did.
Yeah, this is not to be expected here. A quick 2-0 lead in just 3 minutes for SSG. 3 to go down, but it's on both sides. RyanNoob and Stellar, the last 2 players alive, as RyanNoob looks to extend and push out that line of scrimmage. He'll fall and go back to the respawn screen. It's been all Space Station in game 3.
Stellar trying to be sneaky here. His location is unknown. Cherish is going to catch some shots to the back of the head. RyanNoob finds him as well, but some beautiful, perfect shots, and also stays alive with help from the team. SSG might end this game quickly. They still need another round of Slays here, but look at this. Eco's all the way in the back of the base. He's guaranteeing that nobody spawns here. They've just got to hold off the pressure.
Space Station pushing into the gen to block the spawns and force them at fridge, but it looks like players are falling on both sides. That's a big Slay there on mental. That should stop the push for now. It absolutely does. This 4-fall bomb in the base for Complexity, but they'll get it back in their hands and back towards the 50.
Okay, Complexity have life. Successfully holding on. I feel like SSG probably could have played that in a way to guarantee the win. It didn't feel like they had enough pressure on the spawners immediately. They kind of let the spawners move. Maybe needed an extra body top center for that one to go in. Either way, Complexity fine to elongate this game, to control the map. Mental's going to get shut down though. It was suppressed behind enemy lines. Complexity are going to have extra pressure.
Objective incoming.
Bomb resets after not being touched for 30 seconds. A collective 30 seconds on the respawn screen here for Complexity, as Cherish was the only one to survive that gunfight. Suppressed now, flanking the fridge spawns. It has been a continuous string of spawns at the fridge for Complexity. Feels like Space Station have done a great job manipulating the map to force that 75% on the board as Complexity take the sneaky jump, but that will not fall for them. They do get the bomb down though, and no one's in position to score it, despite 4 being down for Complexity. Space Station might have a tough time. No, they will ultimately. Wow, the Stellar ran all the way from the 50-yard line to cap that. That's how strong their control was. 3-0 SSG. My God.
Ryan had thrown a perfect sticky grenade from top center to get a double kill to stop the arm, but unfortunately his entire team died, so it just took Stellar to run back in and finish the job. But wow, I mean, talk about a bounce back. The beginning of this series was like, where is Space Station? The beginning of game 2 was, where is Space Station? They announced their presence, come back with a clutch win, and now have fully flipped the script of this series on its head with a emphatic Game 3 victory.
what was looking like a 2-0 series lead for Complexity is, in the blink of an eye, turned into a 2-1 match point advantage for Space Station, as Game 4 could be the finishing blow. I thought I was going to be asking you after this one, what does Space Station need to do to get back in this, Eli? But I'm going to ask you the same for Complexity instead. It felt like the spawn trap was on strong. They didn't really have much space to move. What else did you see?
I mean, it just really felt like Space Station doing things correctly throughout that game. They did not move the bomb when it wasn't safe to do. Complexity, despite having a decent start to that game, just ever since they relinquished control, SSG never gave it up. So here on Stronghold's Lattice, I think this is a more even playing field. SSG have not always been great at Lattice. Maybe their practice has been a bit better the last couple of weeks, but I think Complexity probably more comfortable on this mode than SSG.
All right, well, Complexity are going to need it if they want to force that crucial game number 5. We're in pool play right now, day number 1 of the Halo World Championship warm-up. Complexity and GameSir joining forces to bring one final practice run. The best players in the world, and arguably the best controller in the world at that. Handsome-looking, clean, sleek controller there. As we get into game number 4, Eco off the start, eyeing a slay on the King Nick. As he gets the first couple of shots and finishes them up, gets the double kill as well. SSG continue to roll. It's another team wipe. We saw a lot of that in game 3. Starting off game 4, just right.
They got the entire map. They can do whatever they want. Suppressed as sniper in the hill, and will elect to just kind of chill here for now. He's expecting the push, but doesn't see anyone yet. Now he's got a tricky angle at the bottom of the tower. Can he find a headshot?
Crest wasn't able to lock in with the snipe in game number 1. That was how Complexity got out to a quick win. We've seen a lot of quick wins in this series. As he looks to get back on track with the snipe. 4 shots left, but again, content to let that clock continue to roll. But now he's pushing into C, going for the trip cap. King Nick gets 1 shot into his shoulder, but it's not enough to take him down.
I am gonna be honest, I am not a fan of that push from Suppress. You've got A, B in your possession. You know they're spawning C. You've got a sniper. Why are we holding forward? I mean, I respect the confidence, but it feels like a mistake that could lead to Complexity flipping the script and getting into scoring position. Suppress does come off spawn and is trying to right the wrongs of his previous engagements, and just like that, they do get Complexity 4 dead. Won't be punished for the overextension and might even get a trip cap.
Yeah. Space Station do not seem content with control of A and B. They have made routine pushes into C to try and secure the trip cap. It hasn't been their undoing, though. We haven't seen a topsy-turvy split spawn occur or some type of unfavorable advantage with map control as Space Station continues to hold on. Complexity finally with their first glimmer of hope, as A is about 90% complete. There we go. Complexity finally get on the board, but it took 2 minutes.
This is interesting to me. We're seeing like that play that I called out Suppressed for, where he kind of overextends. It does exemplify the Space Station strategy. When I talk to these guys, they think the meta of Halo Infinite is to constantly spawn enemies away from each other. That means you have to be very aggressive on the first spawner so that his teammates can't spawn with them. I don't know if that works very well on this map always, because just the way the spawns are laid out. I don't know if this map will work for their preferred strategy as Complexity begin to come back.
3 go down for SSG, and Complexity with a chance to roll on their first cap of the game. Will they turn it into a trip cap? Mental trying to help the odds there as he stays alive on the ice. Down here on the A stairs. Paris should trade out with Suppressed. 2 down for SSG, just 1 for Complexity. This might be the 3rd right here. Yeah, Stellar should absolutely fall. He did take out Ryan Noob in the process, but not enough to get them back in scoring control, as they do spawn at A. Have a good look at it, but Mental's there ready to defend the throne, but he'll fall. King Nick does as well, so SSG should be able to turn this, but no! Wow, they said Cherish there. The 3rd time's the charm.
Yeah, I mean, just continually send bodies. Eventually, he'll come out on top of the fight. Exactly what the strategy was there for Complexity. Now it's Cherish left the fight. Eco doesn't have any grenades, but doesn't need it. You can see he was looking down to try to line up a grenade bounce, but look at this. The kills trade out. Complexity in the trip cap, and all of a sudden they're soaring into the lead.
Stellar now with the snipe. Suppressed again, grabbed control of the opening snipe, but wasn't able to do much with it. And you look back on that, that was an opportunity for Space Station to maintain control. Instead, they've relinquished it. It's a double-up advantage for Complexity now, and they're in strong control of a trip cap. They don't seem to want to let this go.
What is the move from Space Station here? It looks like they are opting to not even try to capture A. Instead, trying to take out Cherish. They know this is an important player on the map, but okay. The third or fourth spawner is suppressed. He's going to be the one to flip A. On the same time, they are able to capture C, but how quickly will Complexity get back into scoring position? Just like that, Ryan captures A. But this is just an all-out war right now. I think Space Station will end with the scoring position after the end of it.
Space Station set numbers towards A and B, and look at the synchronization. A and B both getting capped near simultaneously, and that'll get SSG back on the board with a trip cap of their own.
Eco uses the trick jump to go up top, uses the QT to get to safety as well. And look at this, right back up top. Can't land the headshot though. Cherish still alive. That could be a problem. Still Cherish not falling. Eco needs to land these headshots.
Great use of the melee QT portal activation, and he turns it into 2 and stays alive. Doesn't trade out because of the QT. This is one of the most efficient uses of the QT you'll see all day.
This is just standard Eco big brain plays. They do get the trip cap back on board, at least for a moment. Suppress is going to be able to kill Cherish, and looks like Complexity have recaptured C. But this is just an all-out war in the center of the map for now. And now Space Station might be able to tie things up.
Cherish working his way into A, but Eco with a great grenade turns the tide and maintains control of it. 132 to 122 here, so we are close. We've seen strings of phenomenal gameplay from both of these two teams. That's about how we got to this point in the match. 6 minutes gone by and we're tied.
Couple grenades in the pocket of King Nick. Some long range shots is what he'll have to use onto Stellar. Really just pushes Stellar back. Get some amazing shots there. Sees Falcated hiding. Falcated somehow doing a good job to play his life, but can't avoid the sticky grenade. King Nick is on fire.
The bounce pass sticky grenade lands on the foot of Falcated, and he also takes down Stellar as well. That'll get Complexity back on top by 20 and rolling now as King Nick won't stay alive much longer. Eco takes him down, now working towards a double, gets it on a Rhino, turning his attention towards the ice. The QT actually, there's Mental, but he's got help on his left. Stellar actually has Eco's help. This game has been so fast-paced.
It's honestly hard to cast. These teams are so back and forth. It's like I can't even keep track of who's actually winning these fights. It's gone back and forth so many times. Is a momentary A-B hold for Space Station, but Complexity are flipping B. And with that kill, should also be able to flip A. We might see another trip cap.
Mental seconds away from securing it. A couple extra shots would help do that, but Falcated, great use of the geometry there. Stays alive, but not long enough. He'll get cleaned up. Rhino jumps towards Stellar. QT's back to safety. And if the Rhino made the play to backsmack there, that would have been incredible. It was Cherish instead. Still a phenomenal play for Complexity nonetheless as they take down 2. Suppressed down to 1 shot. That would be the 3rd. But it's 3 caps on the board that are catching my eye here as Complexity soar into the 200s, up by more than a minute.
Look at this. They're trying to blend the spawns as well. Rotated through, but he got the call that those players were already dead. They know they've spawned Space Station into blue. All 4 members of SSG spawn in the blue side of the map, and Complexity are in the perfect spots to deny access to the rest of the map, and that is GG. As we are going to a game 5, honey.
Game 5 between Complexity and SSG is up next. We saw SSG seemingly rolling on the momentum. They started and ended the previous game with a team wipe, but weren't able to do much more with that after that. Complexity did a great job, got themselves up off the mat. We saw an incredible play from Eco with the QT as well. Thought that might have advanced their lead, but Complexity just took all the punches they could and countered every single one of them. Game 5, Live Fire Slayer up next.
What a series this has been already. Forbidden ended instantly. It felt like, how long was that game? 4 minutes. Recharge was as much as an 8-kill lead at least from Complexity at one point, but then Space Station bounced back, win by 1. Game 3 was somehow a very fast Aquarius bomb, probably the fastest we've ever seen. I mean, most of the time I'm expecting an overtime when we load into Aquarius bomb, but this has just gone back and forth. I don't even know how to predict how game 5 goes here.
It's way too hard to predict. Gotta give some credit to Suppressed and Falcated not showing their typical slaying prowess, but they've done much better than the one and just a handful of slays that we saw throughout the series up to this point. And going into a game 5 where the objective is you, and to get as more slays than deaths, I think it's going to come down to Suppressed and Falcated. This is why you pick these guys up, originally with FaZe, but now with SSG. They were marked as a duo because of their standing in the top 5 slayers of the HCS. Imagine on one team, you got half of the best slayers. This is why you pick them up for game 5 wins like this. Let's see what happens.
They really haven't been themselves so far this series, if I'm being honest. And it's been, I mean, interestingly about these two teams, Space Station notoriously bad online and level up significantly on LAN. Complexity kind of the opposite. Recently they've been much better online and then have struggled on LAN. So in this online matchup, you kind of give Complexity the edge in game 5, especially when Suppressed and Falcated are not looking like themselves. And with Stellar, I mean, Stellar going double negative this game. When was the last time we've seen that?
Wow. Yeah.
But it is live fire Slayer. The snipers haven't really been hitting for SSG so far this series either. But who knows? These are the type of players that when backs are against the wall, they level up and their backs are against the wall.
Game number 5. It did not take long in the day to see the ultimate pinnacle conclusion to a series. As, like Eli said, it has been way too hard to tell. All of these games have been blowouts, let's be honest, outside of the game 2, which was a blowout momentarily. A 10-kill lead for Complexity evaporated into thin air like water on a sidewalk on a hot summer Texas day. As because of the series layout and because of what we've seen so far, I don't know how to... sure, Space Station won the previous Slayer, but only by 1. Yeah. And all the other games have been blowouts. So we're supposed to kind of lean and lead you guys into which direction this one should go. But chat, I don't think we have any clue. Mark this one down as 50-50.
It literally does feel like a coin flip, and it might just come down to how the beginning of this game goes. In year 4 of Halo Infinite, the beginning of the game has never been more important. All these teams know how to ride their momentum once it's on their side. Who's going to start with it, though? That's the question.
Ooh. Love this, using the B-roll from Charlotte's Media Day as Mental, the rest of Complexity, SSG, eyeing their strategy here on Live Fire. They get a chance to do it live in real time here as we get set for a Live Fire Slayer game number 5. It's going to come down to the snipe off the start. That's going to be an absolutely critical component. Who's going to gain control of the snipe tower? We've seen better camo control from Complexity in this series. Will they carry that through? Here we go. Game 5. Hopping on board here with Suppressed.
Suppressed takes to the tower. First couple of kills going towards the favor of Space Station. Who got away with the sniper, though? It's Falcated. We said he hasn't been himself. Can he start to step up now?
Space Stations have routinely grabbed the opening snipe, but they have not done much with it. Now it's Falcated's turn. Change that narrative as he doesn't get the assist. Okay, he does get the assist. That was a long delayed assist, but King Nick ultimately goes down, so Falcated starting to earn a couple of slays. 2-6 off the start, so just simple snipe control at that has boded well for Space Stations. They're already up by a team wipe.
Well, I got the camo as well. Somehow snuck all the way behind them. I don't think Complexity have any idea where he is. Now they do after he's revealed himself. The sticky is perfectly placed onto King Nick. And just like that, it is a 4-kill lead for SSG. At least Complexity killed the camo player.
Woo! Falcated. I don't think we saw a single slay with the snipe, but he was able to earn at least 3 or 4 assists. So it doesn't matter how you get it done. It can be ugly. Just make sure it's effective. And that's exactly what we've seen from Space Station off the start, doubling up on the lead as Stellar works his way to Ryanu's kneecaps and bust him out like he's a member of the Mafia.
Beautiful double kill from Mental after that beautiful metaphor from Mikowski. Also, hello to Bravo, Andy Bravo in chat. Got to shout out the legend. Looking forward to see you in Seattle here shortly, and looking forward to seeing some insane Halo. All these teams are going to be playing the lights out.
Stellar, pretty lights out, especially compared to what we saw in game number 4. He was the worst performer, I want to say, in the lobby. Now doing himself a lot of favors. 4-2, holding down B here. Unfortunate timing with the reload. As soon as Mental pressed him, he went down.
It was a great start to this game for SSG, but We've seen these kind of leads slip away from SSG before. Will it happen again? Right now, Suppressed looking much better than he has the rest of the series. 7 kills already, just 4 deaths. Has the QT as well. But unfortunately, he's kind of out of the play. It looks like Complexity have a numbers advantage on the opposite side of the map in their engagement. And they might be able to take advantage of that as they are able to get this camo.
Suppressed positioning himself with an angle on the snipe tower towards the camo, but he was just a second too late. That affords Ryan the opportunity to pick it up. Suppressed still located there at the back of the snipe tower. Ryan content to not involve himself at all in that gunfight. He's going to make his way towards the back of a couple opponents. You can see Space Station starting to filter out towards the snipe tower. Suppressed on the camo. That's already been grabbed. Back smack easily earned for Ryan.
You know what's funny? I think Space Station didn't expect Ryan to still be on this part of the map. Like, he picked up, they knew he has camo somewhere, but they're like, hey, there's no way he's still around here, right? No, wrong. Ryan thinking one step ahead. This guy is a chess grandmaster level strategist. They might have just brought Complexity back into this game.
You bring up a great point. There's no doubt Suppressed thought Ryan had already trickled out maybe towards A sandbags with the camo, but he stayed pretty close to home. Got the back smack because of it and got right back in this game, only down by 3.
Stellar now with the snipe. I feel like he has not been able to snipe so far that much this series. Seen Suppressed have it a few times, Falcated as well, but this is the guy that made his name with this weapon. Can he secure the series for his team? Eco with a beautiful frag grenade sticky, and Falcated gets a double there. I'm not sure if there was a team kill involved, but Space Station now up by 6, and Stellar still has this snipe.
What a phenomenal collapse on the rat tunnel there. You don't have much space to work with, and Space Station made sure that Complexity had none of it. Stellar patiently lined up at the back of snipes, sends Mental back to the respawn screen with the tummy shot, as he might be content to just hang out here the rest of the match. Up by 5, not necessarily a massive margin, but enough to, again, allow Stellar to play his game. This is it.
This is kind of tilting for me. If I'm the sniper player on the tower and I see my teammates taking angles that I cannot help them from, it's like, guys, I still have the sniper on tower, and hopefully they aren't punished for this. But that's 2 deaths in a row from Falcated. When Stellar has sniper tower, I don't know why we're leaving the line of sight of our MVP here, and they will be able to clean it up with some clutch kills like that double from Suppressed. But you got to wonder if those mistakes will come back to bite Space Station.
Snipe tower looking more like a burial site, as we saw 6 or 7 players go down there at S1. Now Falcated has the sniper back in his hands, moving rather aggressively with it. I think you can slant yourself towards an aggressive playstyle here. Only 2 shots, so even if you gave it up to Complexity, you're not giving them much to work with. Still up by 6, now 7.
Cherished has the back of Falcated, but can't get that kill because he's got some help. They will secure the camo. Snipe is out of ammo. 6 kill lead for SSG. Camo falls. Complexity momentary numbers advantage. Can they predict the next set of spawns and collapse on them before Space Station get their foot?
Keller should go down. He does to the shots from King Nick, but King Nick cleaned up on by Falcated. Trades will benefit SSG in this situation, and Eli, we put the call out for Suppressed going into this game 5, and he has answered the bell. 14, 3, and 7. That's the slaying performance we expect from the HES best slayer.
Absolutely. 5 kill deficit, make it 6. Space Station looking poised to close out this series. Complexity have to have this sniper. They have to get a couple of kills and secure the sniper if they're going to have a path back into this game. But it's Space Station that snag it and run away.
Falcated looking to retreat, find enough time and space, but as he retreats, he opens up some space on the map for Complexity to take, and take they will. 2 go down for SSG. Ooh. But Falcated, Cherish just practically jumped into his reticle.
Yeah, he was definitely not expecting to get that kill, but he'll take it nonetheless. The opportunist is Mikey Falcated. He's going to rotate through here and see if anyone walks into his reticle again, and Ryan says, hey, here's my face, buddy. And that might just be it.
Bait and switch. Oh, bait and switch could have been executed with a +2 net outcome, but instead it's SSG shutting the door on Complexity. They come back and take game 5.
Wow, what a bounce back. If you just watched game 1 and the first half of game 2, you might have just turned off the the stream for a bit and be like, okay, Complexity's gonna win, SSG's not doing it, but SSG hold on and come back and win this series. These guys look like they're ready to play this weekend.
Sure, this is online, right? But this is the week before the Halo World Championship. This is the Halo World Championship warm-up presented by Complexity and GameSir. So you certainly want to take your licks. You certainly want to take any bit of momentum and positive film script that you can into this next week. So while losing the tournament or not placing as high as you want may not be the end of the world, but it does set the stage. And based on historical precedents, we've seen teams take this tournament and then take the Halo World Championship. So despite it being an online tournament, you absolutely want to show up. It has a little bit more weight to it than even a typical HCS Open.
Got to agree. A lot of momentum going to be built here today for several teams. Some teams will have a bit of negative momentum and maybe are feeling a little bit concerned going into next week. But for now, SSG feeling good. This is still just pools, by the way, guys. This is a 2-day tournament. The pools have been shuffled so that nobody has teams from their Worlds pool in their pool today. So nice little mix up there. But they are playing the same game modes that will be played at Worlds. So it's a great warm up.
All right, after 2 incredible series, we will take a step back, take a quick break. But first, a few words from our sponsor, GameSir.
Traditional potentiometer sticks are no strangers to gamers. They rely on carbon film resistors. When you move the stick, the resistor slides. Over time, this physical contact leads to wear and tear and inevitably causes stick drift. Then came Hall effect sticks, eliminating friction altogether. Instead of relying on physical contact, they detect changes and record electrical signals in a magnetic field. This gives them a naturally longer lifespan and makes them far less prone to drift. But for pro gamers, zero drift isn't enough. To meet the demands of the pro gamers, craving better linearity and higher resolution, TMR sticks were born. Built on the foundation of Hall tech, TMR sticks use tunneling magnetoresistance to detect both magnetic strength and polarity, offering true two-dimensional sensing and ultra-accurate stick positioning. Take the GameSir G7 Pro, the first Xbox licensed controller with TMR sticks. In FPS games, it offers 4,096 levels of stick resolution, 4 times higher than mainstream Hall sticks, translating to near-perfect central accuracy in high-stakes competitive play. Paired with GameSir's advanced stick algorithms, it offers insane customization for stick curves, anti-dead zones, and trajectory response, letting you nail precision shots at the physical level. On top of that, TMR sticks consume less than 600 microamperes, about 70% less than mainstream Hall sticks. The algorithm also syncs stick sampling with MCU sampling perfectly, ensuring a more stable polling rate. This means it captures every subtle hand movement, breaking down the final barrier between your input and the game. This is more than an upgrade. It's a redefinition of what elite stick performance should be.
Double kill. Double kill.
So let me fly. Take a chance, give it a try. So let me fly. Chase it like it's do or die.
No one white wall, no one white wall shot at me. Facing me. I don't see A. They're jail hiding on me, guys. Went rat to key right now. Rat to key, one shot.
Good shooting, Spartan.
3 bags. And big, one shot. Concrete weak, guys, concrete weak. I got sniped by dummies. Bottom in one shot. Bottom one shot. We didn't kill the bottom mid guys. No pillars. Pillars right now. Two pillars. Two pillars. Very big door in a second.
Active camo inbound.
Bags, drift, a shot down.
Active camo available.
I don't see a plat. One rat. They're small. 3 key, dude. One small. One small. One spawn C. One spawn C.
In my sights.
One spawn C. C. Top tower Lee. Top tower weak. Top tower one shot. Top tower one shot Lee.
S7 sniper available.
I died to drift. Cuts maybe? No, he's camo. Top mid. They're in A. Don't by himself. Alright, on 7. Just you, bro. Just you. They're gonna come clear me. Their name. Name B. 3 pillars in a second. Yeah, they're gonna come out B.
Target spotted.
Absolute. Just keep living. Keep living in A. Last guy in A. They spawn there. Live. They spawn there. Do not run into their spawn, please.
Quantum translocator available.
Enemy halfway to victory.
One shot. Back to you.
Shooting, Spartan.
Punch. One shot.
We've lost a teammate.
Top tower. He got out.
Active camo inbound.
Key or something. Key out too. No one. One shot.
Old-fashioned takedown.
Keep living. There's top tower sniping. Top tower was sniping.
Stay mobile.
They have camo. Back on me. Magico. Camo's there also. Camo's bags. Nice. We killed camo. 3 dead. Last guy. There's my mud.
You make those bullets sing, Spartan.
Enemy Spartan.
One's A bags.
Spike obtained.
There's one on OS and 1 bags. Oh, this is absolute.
Enemy shields down.
Power items incoming. A good old-fashioned.
Window. A plot weak. A plot one.
Power items available.
Enemy team nearing victory.
And A on me also. They spawned OS. They spawned OS too. Push my window. Already in window. Two back B.
Defeat.
We're gonna continuously have hard times on these Slayers when we keep chasing people into their spawn pits over and over again.
In the hills, I ain't got no service. In a white hood, I don't fuck with the Ku Klux. Old girl got mad and she switched up. So I went ahead, got me a new one. Down bad, so I had to move up. 01 like, hey, what you doing? CA plates in different states. Okay, she like how I'm moving. Step to a bag, better get with the movement. When I move, you move like that. Do more, get more, say less. So fall, no, don't miss no stairs. Speed up, now catch your breath. Good vibe, good drink, no stress. Out of town, no GPS. In the hills, can't call, can't tag. In the hills, I ain't got no service. Too high up, I don't think I heard you. Head high where the birds be chirping. Going full speed in the freeway, swerving.
Double kill.
In the hills, I ain't got no service. Too high up, I don't think I heard you. Head high where the birds be chirping. Going full speed in the freeway, swerving. Swerving. But I can't pick up. Locked in, my mind's encrypted. I secure the bag like lockbox. In my zone, I can't hear much. I'm flex, I just finesse. Make more wanna come around last. Out the way where I'm too next. Out of time, can't call, can't tag. In the hills, I ain't got no service. Too high up, I don't think I heard you. Head high where the birds be chirping. Going full speed in the freeway, swerving.
Triple kill.
Too high up, I don't think I heard you. Head high where the birds be chirping. Going full speed in the freeway, swerving.
Double kill.
Swerving.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Complexity Halo World Championship warm-up presented by GameSir. Kowski on the mic. Joined alongside me is Eli the Ninja once again. And Eli, we're watching Complexity after falling in Game 5 versus a Mind Freak who just finished with a historic top 8 finish. Dominated Optic Gaming in pool play back at HCS Charlotte just a couple weeks ago. I think everybody's excited to watch how they've come along since then.
Absolutely. Both these teams have something in common. They both lost a Game 5 to SSG today. So both playing similarly, you could argue. But right now it's Complexity with a strong start here on Recharge King of the Hill. I would say Mind Freak, good and comfortable on this mode. And Scoopmeister winning that fight when he absolutely had no business doing so. Somehow turns it into a double. Might just be the momentum Mind Freak needed for this hill.
Tough start for them, though. Already down 2-0 to Complexity. They're not going to have to deal with the latency that they would if they were competing in ANZ in New Zealand, as they are stateside at the Clutch Academy compound, getting some good warm-up practice in. As Barcode has the shot, lands one, but does not able to clean up on it. King Nick, he'll take the shock rifle to his name. Still 5 shots left in it, so watch out. And I love the little OG Xbox Duke charm here on the weapon. That brings me back.
Yeah, King Nick, an aficionado in not just Halo Infinite, but just about every Halo title. And he's starting to show you that his aim is pretty clean as well. He's been having a great day so far. Was absolutely monumental in a lot of the wins earlier. Great remote detonation there from Mental as well. But at the end of it all, Mindfreak will maintain possession of the hill and the elevator spawns and look best poised to earn this point.
Yeah, still plenty of time left for Mindfreak as they are in control of hill number 3. 3:14 left on the clock, so making it a 1-point game with that much time left means they are right there in it, despite what looks like a big advantage for Complexity in the moment. Mental sliding on top of the camo. It's not up just yet. Cherish will fall, so too will Scoop Meister as they trade out. Camo's not up for about another 20 seconds, so you could all but secure hill number 3 and then drop your way down to the camo if you're Mindfreak. The execution is going to have to be pretty on point, though.
Good shots from Sway's not good enough, though, in a 2v1 situation. Rice needed to land that plasma pistol shot, but maybe he didn't, as he's able to just land some clean shots onto King Nick shortly thereafter. Really need this hill, though, if they want to stay competitive, but it's another remote detonation. Seen a lot of those on Recharge today.
3 remote detonations in 60 seconds. You might go an entire match without seeing one, and we've already seen 3 as we join this one in progress. Mindfreak seconds away, but oh my god, Rice is now the only player left standing. This will get Complexity to the 90+ percentile themselves. It's going to come down to a thriller of a finish on hill 3.
It's Mindfreak don't have any options but to literally hold forward. I wouldn't normally advise this, but since they're down by 2, they kind of have to. Look at the stronghold from Complexity so far.
Oh, they wipe them! Mindfreak! Oh my god, I thought we were about to stare at a 3-0 deficit. Instead, they're only down by 1.
They had to rush, and they did so beautifully, cleaning up kills one by one. Got a 4 dead, and also have some solid positioning leading into the next hill. Scoopmeister already on the silo means that he can play defense to the oncoming members of Complexity. And look at the beautiful shots. Mouse and keyboard aficionado. Finally, Complexity shut it down.
Enemy team took the hit.
Mindfreak are in the hill, but Complexity are behind them in the form of Mental. Gonna wrap through the long haul, but the white hall, but that's stuffed with 3 members of Mindfreak. They'll take advantage of their numbers to take down Mental, and the rest of Complexity is all 4 will fall. Mindfreak coming on strong since we joined this.
Meister 16 and 12 was the person to get the last couple kills there, but now runs into the entire team of Complexity, who were quickly taking positioning top class. Sways with a clutch double kill, though, will keep themselves alive in this hill. He knows Cherish's 1 shot in Whirlpool, and now elects to back up and stay alive. Staying alive is so important for this hill because it's so hard to push into it. You do not want to relinquish this space to the other team if you can control it.
Complexity back on the board and with closest positioning to score points on hill number 4. King Nick with a grenade, able to clean up onto Scoopmeister with the elbow. Hill still lit up in neutral colors. Complexity want a couple more slays. They've already got a stark numbers advantage. All 4 up for them, only 2 for Mindfreak, but the hill's still lit up in gray.
Yeah, I mean, this is a point in the game where when you have the lead, you're totally content to just burn time off the clock, especially for this particular hill. It is so dangerous to stand in this hill. It is highly visible to many parts of the map. So,
oh my
Complexity
god,
already playing time. And look at this, Ryan just waiting in the corner. But fortunately, Rice is there to clean things up. He will get this camo. Might be able to get into this hill. This is a good use of the camo, I would say. If you can sit in this hill with this camo, that's great.
Yeah, that was a big win there for Mindfreak because Ryanoob had the reel dropped in the pond as bait, as he looked like he was about to take down 1. Did. Then Barcode swung in and helped out. Sways picked up the camo, but does not make much out of it. Cherished and Complexity take down 3 of Mindfreak. Barcode would be the 4th in a tough fight with Ryanoob, but despite the low ground, wins it, but gets cleaned up shortly after. And I think you're right, Eli. I don't think we'll see Complexity step foot in this hill once again. They're looking to play out the rest of the time.
Look at this. I mean, why would you? You've got a full setup around the sneaky, around back silo. You've even got Mental top bat ledge to clean up any kills to try to scurry away to the rest of the map. Mental had the camo, but nice clutch kill there from Barcode. Cut him out of the equation. But the problem is there's only 25 seconds left in regulation. Member of Mindfreak has to get into the hill.
One team playing Team Slayer, that's Complexity. The other still playing King of the Hill, that's Mind Freak. Down by 1 with just 15 seconds left. The clock is dwindling, so too are their hopes. Here in game number 1 is Rynoob. Cross-map shots into Scoopmeister. Scoopmeister forced to overextend, and Rynoob, seeing the situation clearly, knew that he was going to present himself again at the doorway, and that will do it. Complexity, take game 1.
Wow, they made the call to play time so early as well. I want to say there was like 2.5 minutes on the clock. I mean, maybe they had the option to go for hill time in the early stages of that, but after just some hard-fought battles and recognizing it's dwindling, they flip the script and say, you know what, let's just not even go for it. And it pays off. Well-earned victory there from Complexity.
I think Complexity's series layout benefits them in games 1 and 3, but game 2 is a Slayer that Mind Freak routinely took on LAN at HCS Charlotte on their way to a historic top 8 finish for ANZ. They're going to have another opportunity here to take a Slayer and tie up the series at 1. Complexity in the previous series against SSG was up big in game number 2 after taking game number 1, like we see in this series right here. So I'd like to see Complexity not relinquish control of a lead if they get there once again. They're going to have to use some pretty recent memory to try to right the wrongs of that comeback they allowed for SSG. You don't want to let Mind Freak back in game 2, and you certainly don't want to let him back in the series.
Mind Freak, you cannot sleep on this team. I feel like ever since Barcode joined this team, they have leveled up immensely. I mean, they were already on the upward trajectory, and Barcode just sent them into the stratosphere. This guy just brings incredible amounts of value to whatever team he's on. Not only is he individually one of the most skilled players to ever come out of Australia, but he's also just a great leader, great vibes. I mean, is it even possible to not have fun with Barcode around? I feel like this guy just brings immaculate vibes, and this squad is always feeling good. Yeah, come rain or shine, the Mind Freak boys routinely have a big smile on their face, and I think that lends itself to competition. You gotta have fun in the fray and chaos of competition, and Mind Freak certainly do a good job at that. As we take a look at the GameSir G7 decked out in a lovely skin, as you can pick one up yourself. We have a command in chat. We do. Command GameSir. Visit their website, and if you want to play like the pros do, go pick yourself up a G7 Pro. I mean, to be completely honest, a lot of pros are using that exact controller, and it's not that expensive either. It's only like $80. That's awesome. Very high pulling rate, 1,000 hertz. I mean, you're talking about, you look at some of the other controllers on the market, you might be paying 200 plus for a controller that's for a controller that's slower than this one. So cannot express enough how much this GameSir is worth it. Make sure you guys do support. Yeah, more bang for your buck, undoubtedly, with the GameSir. You're easily spending $250 or so, sometimes even $3 or $4 if you go full decked out with the customization with other controllers, call it that. The GameSir, affordable at $80, and arguably, just based on pure stats, no opinions, the best controller that you could use in Halo. So go ahead, check out the GameSir G7 Pro. That's what a lot of the competitors are using here today, and for good reason. You got to have the best equipment to play at your best. Yeah, Timmy makes a great point in chat. The reason I prefer it, I play Claw, and there's a lot of controllers that are just too bulky, and I play for too long, it hurts my hands to hold. GameSir, it's very comfortably in my hands. I can claw all day long. Ergonomics are strong as we get going into game number 2 here. Menzel picks off Scoobmeister, but Rynoob has help from the form of King Nick, and it's going to be Rynoob off the start for Complexity with the snipe. Maybe not the player you expect to grab it, but he's deadly with it. Yeah, you can't, just because he's maybe one of the oldest in the lobby, if not the oldest, doesn't mean he can't use this weapon to perfection. Cherish had the rockets and was able to burn them out. That's a strong early lead for Complexity, 7-2, and they should still have a lot of snipe ammo. Yeah, great job by Cherish there, recognizing that the splash damage from the rocket launcher would net him another slay as Complexity 7-2 off suit. Not the hand you want to be dealt if you're Mind Freak already down 1-0. Rynoob trying to stay alive with it. Gets the pickup onto Rice and reloads, but he's got a lot of members of Mind Freak coming after him. Somehow gets his shields back and is still fighting. Can he get out of this with another kill? That's insane. How is he not dead yet? This guy is unreal right now. Everyone from Mind Freak outside of Rice, who's on the other side of the map, had their sights set on Rynoob and taking him down. He did not allow it. A couple of pop shots with the S7.
lended itself to body shot, DPS damage, took those opponents down to one shot, and his teammates cleaned up. Ryan with the last shot in the snipe, not able to connect with it, but you can see Mindfreaker trapped. Oh, but Rice, who was on the other side of the map previously, gets behind Ryan, but that's the flank they needed to collapse.
Yeah, it was interesting. Complexity were so hard focused on this base, didn't even consider the possibility of someone coming up behind them. Rice takes advantage. A quick route to get behind enemy lines and turns on Cherished. The mouse and keyboard sensitivity is crazy. Cherished should have never lost that fight.
Yeah, that's the advantage of mouse and keyboard. Usually you take a couple of pop shots towards the back of an opponent. In Halo, you see that slow turn, crink in the neck. Not the case for Rice, and anyone on mouse and keyboard instantaneously snapped on his opponent. And Mindfreak have bounced right back in this one. They're only down by 1.
Huge bounce back in a situation you really don't want to go down 2-0 to Complexity. Would really love to come out on top in this one. Keep in mind, this is the map and mode combination that Mindfreak upset Optic in Game 5 at HCS Charlotte not too long ago, so they're gotta be feeling confident on this map.
Up by 2. Mindfreak, 2 rockets over the right shoulder of Barcode. As he Barcode. Yeah, as he puts those to work. Only able to land 1 though, so he's gonna give those rockets back up to Complexity. And wow, what looked like a chance for Mindfreak to bust the lead to 4. They've actually lost the lead. Complexity now up by 1, but still with 1 rocket left. And wow, Scoopmeister stays alive. He's got to be 1 shot though. He is. Big Nick cleans it up.
I mean, the fact that he didn't die immediately to the rocket kind of forced him to progress forward, which led to his death. Though ultimately that plays out to Mindfreak's favor. They're now still up by 2. Have the new sniper. Aggressive movements here from Sways. Wants to make sure he can help his teammates with this fight. I don't know if they know about that 3rd Complexity player. Okay, he has been engaged with Ryan Noob, and Ryan finds a kill before falling once again. He's done that multiple times this game, and that might be the difference for them to stay competitive in this fight.
In what's been a back and forth slugfest, both of these 2 teams holding on to 2-kill leads, rating it, feels like. It's now Mindfreak up by more than a team wipe. 5. Sway stays on the map, clambers to safety and glory as he stays alive despite looking like an error in judgment and positioning off the map.
That was so slick. I'm pretty sure Complexity wrote him off as falling off the map, but the clamber saves him. And look how far Mindfreak have swung the map into their favor. Like I said, this team just beat Optic in this mode, and they're starting to show why they're so good at Slayers. This is an underrated Slayer team. Even before Barcode joined, this team was taking Slayers off of teams like TSM, so you cannot count them out.
Yeah, Mindfreak have been doing their study and doing the research. They have routinely played the back of snipe angles and spots on the map that we didn't even know you could use to your advantage, but Mindfreak have done just that. And we put out the alert. Watch out for Mindfreak in game number 2. They are one of the best Slayer teams in Halo, despite routinely placing about an average of top 12 to top 16. You could definitely make a case that they're top 8 team Slayer squad.
Oh, for sure. How did they get top 8? They won a lot of game 5s. It means you're pretty good at Slayer. They are still up by 5. A couple of kills have traded out. Complexity have brought things a little bit closer than they were previously, but you get closer and closer to that 50 kill mark, you got less and less time to make it happen. Ryan gets a kill without trading though. Now Sways is under heavy pressure. New rockets are up. These should be in the hands of Ryan Noob. He survived.
Gonna be crucial as we approach the 40s to keep it within 1 possession, 1 team wipe, keep it within 4. That way with 1 fell swoop, you could come back and tie up the match. But Mindfreak has done a good job holding on to a 4-kill lead. Oh my God, Ryan Noob, I assume he got comms there to just sling that rocket around the shoulder. Did not connect though, but hey, Complexity only down by 2.
You could tell Ryan just really wanted to guarantee that he didn't die with the rocket, but I don't know if that's a real ninja or not. Regardless, it's one that they are happy to see as Mindfreak go 3 dead. Complexity have tied it up at 41 all. I believe the new sniper's about to be up as well.
It is up in 2. As looks like Complexity have the positioning on the snipe tower. Mindfreak still trying to break out of the base, so Complexity have the advantage in the micro, and they turn it into a lead here in the end game. King Nick afforded a free back smack onto Rice. Barcode still stuck on the elbows. He'll go down as well. 44-43. It felt like it could have been a little bit larger lead though for Complexity. Instead, Mindfreak have tied it up.
They don't have great positioning, though. I definitely favor Complexity's positioning. They're able to work together here in this moment, keep each other alive. Member of Mindfreak, though, sneaks through and doesn't get meleeed, so he still has a lot of shields for the next fight. Finds a double. 48-47.
48-47. It all comes down to this as King Nick has a couple of opponents weak around the corner. He's going to clean up on Scoopmeister. Sways down to 1 or 2 shots, but Barcode has his back. That will not be enough. Complexity come back from the dead. So we talked about how Complexity relinquished a comfortable lead in game 2 to SSG. They flipped that on its head. They're the ones coming back in game number 2 to take that 2-0 lead in the series.
Wow, impressive bounce back from Complexity in that game. They were down by 8 or 9 at one point. We're talking about how good of a Slayer team Mindfreak is, but Complexity just really took advantage. It really came down to the plays around Rockets and Sniper towards the mid to latter half of the game. Complexity had better setups when it came to those and secured some clutch kills.
Clutch indeed. King Nick, not only clutch with his slays weren't only impactful, but he got them in volume. 17. Impressive
Also,
to see Rice on the other side with 18, but what are you seeing as well, Eli?
Oh, Ryan not only has 12 assists, but if you think back, how many times did he had like 2 or 3 members of Mindfreak looking at him while one shot just navigating flawlessly through the situation to get his shields back or find 1 kill, sometimes even 2 kills before going down in a situation where he should have been dead to rights. I mean, those kind of clutch plays, if he hadn't made those, this, like, Mindfreak wins the game. So, I mean, you could argue Ryan, with those multiple clutch plays and 12 assists, really carried this team.
I see Frag Blue making the right call. Says, BRB, I'm buying a GameSir. So, love to see that. Love to see the support for those that support Halo. And usually you'd ask for a discount code, Eli, but I'd say the GameSir's already at a heavy discount at just $80. That is one affordable way to get on top with the GameSir. GameSir recently forming a partnership with Complexity. Love to see that. Congrats to, I'm sure, all the people behind the scenes. And look at that. There's controllers for as little as $17. What is this, 2005? I'm buying a controller S?
I know there's somebody in chat earlier that said only $80. LOL. Hello, have you bought a controller in the last 5 years? They're all $200 or more these days. You want? I'm not even going to name the other companies. Just Google controllers. They are expensive, but GameSir provides an extremely high quality product for a low price.
Low cost and low likelihood to experience stick drift. That's a winning condition there for GameSir. As we get things set to kick off here, game number 3, an Oddball on live fire. And Eli, this is troubling for Mindfreak because we said games 1 and 3 likely lend itself to the Complexity's play style, liking to slow things down, play methodical. But off the start, it's a better start for Mindfreak, as Cherish, the only player alive. Mindfreak, though, gonna have to take him down if they want to get on the ball. There we go. Cherish finally falls, a little staggered out at that. Camo's up soon, as no team has been content to grab the Oddball. 3 push for Complexity on Camo. They're gonna grab it.
Until it gets it, and that's exactly what they needed when Mindfreak were starting to build some momentum. Nope, the ball hasn't been touched by either team, playing a bit of a glorified team slayer. Now finally, ball in hand of Complexity. And King Nick with some beautiful shots and grenades. And he's still chowing. Okay.
Ooh.
He almost had a
that could have been sick.
There. Yeah.
That could have been sick. What a methodical dismantling of his opponents in the rat tunnel with the use of his weaponry and his equipment in the form of the repulsor. Despite that, though, it's Mindfreak who get back on the ball, so it feels like it's been a better start for Complexity. I mean, yeah, just look at the numbers advantage. It's actually about even at this point after Ryu falls, but a great start for King Nick. Hasn't led to much ball time. It's still 1-1 off the start.
Enemy has the ball.
1-1 off the start. Now Complexity with the ball in hand once again. We've seen a lot of teams now in year 4, interestingly, start holding it here in the garage more than we had seen it in years prior, but it is very easy to hold a setup. Problem is, when you get broken like this, you've given the setup to the opposition. Mindfreak say we will also hold the ball here in the garage, as Barcode wants to cover one side, teammates should cover the rest.
And a slow crawl at the start of game number 3, but finally Mindfreak have gathered the lead, up by only 2 seconds though, as Rhino looking to break up the positioning at B, and they will absolutely do that. And No need to reset the oddball with only one player up for sways. Complexity look content to control this for at least the next 10 seconds.
It's the next 10 seconds indeed. 10 seconds until the camo comes up. It looks like Complexity able to multitask here. So while the attention has shifted to the camo for the most part, Complexity have gotten out here, got the slays. At the same time, they got a lot of ball time. I don't know how the ball was forced to be played. I think Ryan actually had the repulse, dropped it, repulsed his target. Didn't realize he could have just held on to it. But regardless, playing safe are Complexity, and they're rewarded with the early lead.
Yeah, the first run of time goes to Complexity. We saw 1-1 off the start, then 10-10, but after a 10-12 lead for Mindfreak, it's been all Complexity ever since, putting 30 seconds and then some on the board as King Nick positioned at the camo. Should be an easy slay onto Sways. Scoobmeister in the back of A after recently taking down Cherish. He's going to face a perpendicular grenade toss from King Nick. I wanted to see that land, but he took him down a little preemptive with the headshot. Nice play.
I mean, he just forced him out of his hidey hole with that grenade, right? Because Scoob knows if I sit here, I'm dead. He's forced out King Nick with the checkmate. Oh, Barcode with some clutch shots there. Somehow gets the kill despite not having first shot.
And checkmate leads to a check out potential there as Barcode somehow turned on his opponent. Now it's Rynoob with the snipe in his hands. 2v2 for now. Oddball back at the reset point. And Rynoob gonna rotate around the map so that Mindfreak don't know his exact positioning.
Whoa.
And he is executed on that. That was perfectly played. Sways had no idea he was coming.
That was a quick reaction from oldest guy in the lobby. Not looking like it when you watch his POV. Repulses back top center, stays alive, but he's out of snipe ammo and runs into a grenade, which pops him up into the ceiling. It looks like the rest of Complexity have already fallen. King Nick just trying to get out with at least one kill, but will be denied. Complexity coming off spawn, have to make something happen.
All right, Complexity were able to secure 62 seconds after a nice hold from them, but it looks like Mindfreak are set up to answer, cutting this lead to within half as Rice makes his way along the back of B. His teammate Sways picks up on Cherished. Even 3v3 for now. It's like the attention in the fight is on the other side of the map. Still a lot of focus there on green, and the ball gets reset from the tower. King Nick's gonna pick it up cleanly.
Yeah, he looks totally fine with this situation. Mindfreak were still at B, able to get some time, but the fight is occurring all around him. Might elect to drop it here shortly in case members of Mindfreak show up, but he doesn't even have to yet. Teammates are getting most of the kills, and they're crossing the 80-point threshold here already.
And that is crucial. Just as it looked like Mindfreak were about to bounce back, potentially tie it, maybe even regain control of the lead. Cherished and the rest of Complexity have shut down all hopes of that. As again, all the attention on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, Oddball being held passively and confidently in the hands of King Nick. There's going to be no chance for Mindfreak to extend on the map. Complexity take round one.
Round one. Complexity already up 2-0 in the series. Mindfreak really would love to take this one. Both these teams, by the way, already have a free win in their pool because Legion unfortunately decided to forfeit. So this will be their last pool play match. Both these teams also have already lost to SSG. So this will determine who gets the much better bracket placement at the end of this series.
Yep. And I do not believe that the fourth place finisher gets eliminated from the tournament. I think they go to lower round one. So that would be the destination for whoever loses this series. Right now, Complexity in the driver's seat.
No, because Legion, since they forfeited, they're going to be the ones they finish fourth in the pool.
Right. Yeah. A little update for you guys. Legion, after playing one match, just didn't feel like it was their day. Yeah. Sad story in Halo, as it looked like they were the talk of town. Now it seems like they might just be bowing out.
Really unfortunate. Gotta feel for the Zuzi twins, but it is what it is. Rice with this camo trying to change the storyline for this series in front of us, but this has just been kind of a masterclass from Complexity so far this series. They've been playing so disciplined, and Mindfreak have not been able to take advantage of any opportunity.
Rice anticipating the chase, clean up his one-shot teammate, and he does a great job playing bodyguard there. Cloaked with the camo and advance through the middle of the map unabated. King Nick, though, does spot him out. Might anticipate a push to the right side. It looks like they're angling towards that. Yeah, King Nick is absolutely searching for Rice on the right, but he goes behind him instead, but it's still not enough. Despite seemingly putting the slipping on him with the camo, King Nick had it called out.
By the way, King Nick has the most oddball time, most kills, least deaths, almost the most assists. This guy's having crazy games statistically so far. Mental trying to catch up to him here in the kill department. Ryan is going to be the lone bodyguard remaining for this Oddball. And all you got to do is push that player back. Doesn't even need to get that kill. That player now has to rethink his life as he regains his shields. Complexity looking to close the series in a hurry.
Case grenade goes out for Ryan. He'll earn himself a trade because of it. Takes Sways down to one shot, but Sways with the timing affords himself full molar armor, but King Nick quickly depletes that and might just deplete their chances of coming back as Mind Freak already down by 50 seconds in a round 2 they gotta have.
Great shots from Rice. Had to have it, like you said. New camo, I think, just went into the suit of Sways. And so a lot of things trending in the favor of Mind Freak. They just got several kills without dying, and now with this camo, should be able to hold the ball. They need a long hold here.
I like the idea here from Mind Freak to rotate this ball out of A. If the pressure comes on strong from Complexity, they could reset that, not allow them to just instantly pick up the oddball like we saw from Mind Freak. Bank toss goes out from Sways. Ooh, and now with a few seconds left with the camo, he's got the snipe, but he's the only player alive. Fortunate for him, though, he shouldn't be called out. How does he want to play this, though? Any shots taken here will alert Complexity to his location. He's playing it patient.
Even the zoom kind of gives away your location, but yeah, he has played it perfect. He gets 2 body shots. That spooks Complexity to go ahead and play the ball, expecting a quick push. And Sway still has a ton of snipe to work with. He knows how important his life is here. He's the only way to keep his team alive in the series.
Ooh, Ryan Noob catches a shot to the left shoulder as Sways rotating and repositioning his sights. Another body shot, but again, he's the last player alive for Mind Freak. Can't do much with this 1v4. Makes the smart play to drop the snipe off into the drink, but it really needed that.
Yeah, I said it felt like it was on Sways to bring Mind Freak alive in the series, but might have been on the rest of the team to stay alive so Sways could even do his thing. I mean, when he's the last player, can't expect him to do much with the item. And just like that, Complexity on the brink of a 3-0 here. Not many expected that. Mind Freak, yeah, I think historically have been a top 12 team, but since they've been on the rise, they've been at least taking games from just about everyone.
Yeah, this has been a surprising result so far. I was expecting a little bit better fight from Mind Freak, but hey, like we talked about, Complexity low floor, but a very high ceiling, top 6 at that. So they're showing it here. But Barcode showing a strong resolve, gets the double kill. Opportunity for Mind Freak, but at 80-35, can't afford Complexity another hold.
Barcode trying to find a way into this fight from sneaky positioning, but finds multiple players wisely, just gets a couple shots, backs up. That damage is followed up on. He's still alive here, has help from multiple teammates, so this is exactly what you need if you're Mind Freak. Down 2-0 in the series, down 1-0 in this round, but all of a sudden going on a crazy run, and you have to imagine they're feeling it right now. The adrenaline has to start flowing.
Mind Freak pushing out the spawns at A are going to force B spawns for Complexity, and it looks like one is taking the route to the back of Mud, back of Snipe Tower, and King Nick regains control of it. That's a crucial point on the map. Mind Freak have brought it back to within less than 20 seconds, but after falling 3 down, this could be it for Complexity.
And they really started to roll, but yeah, this is one last break opportunity. They know exactly where Rice is coming from. He's met with some grenades. And look at this, the perfect rotation of the ball. Mind Freak have to change their routing, but it's not going to matter, I don't think. Wait, Mental. I don't think he intended to repulse the ball away from himself there. It's just 2 seconds to go. This should be the end of it.
Yeah, no matter. As Mind Freak will fall 3-0 after surprising everyone in the HCS, really the talk of the town alongside Akavi. Just did not come with quite the, I don't know, intensity. I don't know. What was it about Mind Freak? Because I don't think anybody was expecting a 3-0 here, Eli.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Complexity just playing great. They look to be in form, maybe taking some momentum. Well, actually, no. They lost their previous series to SSG, as did Mind Freak. I mean, you just got to chalk it up to Complexity playing great. We saw a lot of good plays. I think King Nick especially has been playing well today. He's been leading in the stats department for several games. And if he continues at this pace, I think Complexity can make a deep run in this bracket.
I think Complexity came into this series looking at the series layout. They had a game plan. They are the boa constrictor of the HCS. They will take any bit of control that you give them and then squeeze every bit of it out. So with a game one King of the Hill where they can take a lead and then step out of the hill and play the rest of it as a team slayer. That's what they did in game number one. And then a lot of keep away. It looked like they're in game number three. So the boa constrictor slithered long and strong for Complexity as they played it perfectly and were able to come out on top in a game two that lended itself to Mindfreak, and also saw Mindfreak up with a big advantage. So Complexity played this series to perfection.
Yeah, I hate to call him out, one of my favorite guys in the scene, but Scoobmeister, I don't think had the game he was looking for here. By far the lowest damage, by far the lowest shots hit. Just unable to really get going and kind of get his mojo that we're used to seeing from him. So I think he's going to hop into his aimbots map that he created, warm back up, and be ready for the bracket.
It looks like, rather than going to a break, I do believe that we will roll right into our next series. Oh, you'll love to see that. We're going right into Akavi versus C9. C9 already up 1-0 in the series and up 1 in an endgame game 2.
Collect has a rocket. Everything on his shoulders here. Already having a +5 game as we check in here. There finds a kill though to tie up the series and collects the clutch rocket. Does take down Leor, but it's traded out. Neither team can find any level of separation.
Magico with a little bit of endgame magic here in game number 2 gets the double, and Akavi go up by 2, now 3. Cloud9 in a spot where they're going to be on the respawn. Predictable spawns inside of the base, but Boo Boo Doobu gives them a chance. Not much. He does take down the sniper, but Magico cleans it up once again, 44-48, in what's been a really close game up until this point.
Yeah, it's good shots from Boo Boo, but he kind of left himself exposed for a bit too long after that kill. And after he falls, the cavalry will arrive. And Akavi just need one more to close this out. I mean, they got 7 kills in a row there from Cloud9. Cloud9 could not buy a kill after that one that Boo Boo got. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, that was huge. I really thought when Boo Boo got that slay on the snipe, okay, here we go. That's going to afford Cloud9 the chance to push out of their base, maybe grab back control of the sniper. But Magico saw him with the clutch double kill on the elbow, and then he rotated all the way over to the snipe, cleaned up on Boo Boo Doobu, who looked ready to cause some chaos for Akavi, but it was not to be had as Magico only 12 and 10. But you could argue the +2 were the 2 most important slays that gave them the edge in the endgame.
And by the way, just to keep you guys updated, I believe this is the last pool play match occurring. Optic and Unreal Nightmare might be playing right now as well, but Optic already up 2-0. Akavi previously beat Unreal Nightmare in this pool as well. And Optic Gaming has beat both of them. So this is for second place in this pool. Pretty big match. It will determine who gets the much better placement into the bracket.
Oh, well, hey, look at this. We talked about how with the GameSir being so affordable, you might not need a code to take that price down a little bit, but it looks like there is one. Shout out to the Streamlabs Autobot. I don't know if there's a command for that, but get a GameSir. 8% off. Coupon code Complexity01, and we've got a link to purchase it right there from Amazon. So big ups to GameSir, not only providing us with this tournament this weekend, but a code to grab the best controller a little bit lower cost.
Yeah, shout out to GameSir, doing big things here in the scene for us. I'm sure Complexity very much appreciates the support as well. So yeah, makes it even cheaper.
Yeah, $73, like Timmy says. That's essentially the same cost of a default controller, which we know this is much better than. All right, as these teams get set to load into their next game, game number 3 coming up. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere though. The series will resume here momentarily.
the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball out of bounds. Ball incoming. Ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
All right, here we go. Back into the sweet of it as we are into a game 3. Cloud9 versus Akavi, tied 1-1 in the series. Both teams able to secure some time off the start, but it's Mind Freak, the double of advantage, trying to reset it, and they do.
Incoming.
You mean Cloud9? Welcome back, by the way.
Enemy has the ball.
4 dead for Akavi. You said Mind Freak. Still dreaming about barcode. Can't blame you.
I know. I wish my boys from A and Z were able to do a little bit better. So yeah, I'm still thinking about it. But yes, Cloud9, Akavi, tied 1-1. And now virtually tied here in this game number 3. Cloud9, after it looked like Akavi, after the reset, had a chance to win it off the start. Cloud9 doing a great job to earn the ball off the re and collect, adds to it with a double kill. Time will continue. They're about to double up on a lead that was once Akavi's.
Yeah, Cloud9 have been kind of finding their groove recently. Keep in mind, they just finished, I want to say, 3rd in the Cloud9 5K not too long ago, just last weekend. So feeling a little bit more confident after some shaky performances on LAN the past couple tournaments. But might be able to regain form and kind of peak when they need to most going into the World Championship. Right now, though, Leor with the camo. Gonna see if he can change the storyline. Boobadooboo just awaiting for the call to play this oddball. Might not even have to.
A double up, now triple up advantage as Cloud9 are starting to sprint their way to a round 1 victory. Ball does get reset right as the push comes through for Akavi, but Cloud9, like they had done previously, you're going to win another reset.
Another reset, but look at this. Tab is going to grab the ball, take it right to the tower. Drifts kind of on an island here fighting against Collect. But Collect has the QT, so he's able to rotate out. Does look like Acid was able to get away with the sniper. I tell you what, earlier today, Acid was putting up some crazy numbers. I'd love to see him do it again here with this snipe.
Acid and Magico clamping down on the oddball. That's why it gets reset. They anticipated the pressure. Acid still with 8 shots to work with in this snipe. Could angle that reticle towards the oddball, prevent Cloud9 grabbing it as Avicii gets struck down on the cuts. Flank coming for Acid. Does he anticipate it? Yes, he does. Wow, great comms and or game sense. I was not expecting that to get picked up.
Yeah, well, Collect had just killed his teammate back there, so I'm sure Collect was getting yelled about somewhere in the comms. And Acid's been very patient. Sometimes it's frustrating if you have the sniper and you just literally don't see any targets on your screen for a long time, but Acid does wait patiently, but cannot find the headshot on the flying Avicii. Avicii falling from the heavens. And might just secure 2 here if he can land the quick scope. No, Leor will shut him down, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, it did feel like Acid got a little iced out there with the snipe. Wasn't really afforded many opportunities to take advantage of it. Now it's Drift. Great shot. Speaking pops onto Collect, but Collect still able to win that gunfight. Despite that, QT's out. QT's back. Goes back to the respawn screen. Avicii trying to fill the space that Collect had left for him, and he does. Great frag toss there. Checkmate.
Camo in 30 seconds. Both teams certainly going to be contesting that. Interesting trade out here from Avicii and Magico. And Boo Boo, another remote detonation. We've seen so many of those today.
Yeah.
Feels like the players are really adding that to the repertoire in like tight situations where the nade's on the ground from a dead body or just off of the spawn. These guys are finding creative ways to find kills in year 4.
Thought Avicii was going to turn 2 on a play where he had very little chance. Does do enough damage though to allow his teammate to Collect to clean up on it, and that will do it for round number 1. Saw at least 40 seconds for Akavi, but it felt like a rather easy win for Cloud9 nonetheless.
Yeah, Cloud9 just kind of controlled that very well. Boo Boo with 84 of the 100 seconds. I feel like this guy is a mastermind with the oddball, a bit of a quarterback, if you will, guiding the troops around him as he makes plays with that ball. And off the start of round 2, he's down to no shields. His location is known, and he's unable to get away from that grenade. Leor will set up with the sniper top tower.
Deadly setup and power weapon control for Akavi here, but with the camo up, that's actually going to pull Leor off the snipe. Free chance to grab it, and he does. Avicii, that's bait. Lucky to only get a pop shot there to the shoulder, but he does get cleaned up shortly after. And with control of the snipe and the camo, and the map, Akavi will grab onto the oddball once again. Nasty double no-scope for Leor, as Akavi should pass the 10-second threshold.
Ooh, another nice body shot. A lot of people had questions about Leor because he's the one that replaced tapping buttons, if you'll recall, and has some big shoes to fill as tapping one of the most decorated, if not the most decorated player to ever come out of LATAM. But you're starting to see why the young gun has been believed in. Some nice shots there, keeping Akavi competitive in this game, but it is Cloud9 with the ball hold for now.
Only 1 shot left in the snipe for Collect. He's going to drain it into the dirt. Sends Acid back to the dirt as well, and still get cleaned up. Rift now, back of B. Goes down to 1 HP, but does a great job to trade out there with Boo Boo Doo. All the while, the distraction again on the B side of the map, but the ball's being held to Snipe Tower. Here comes the push, but Collect's a little bit below it. Great execution of the skill jump. That gets him up top a little bit quicker, but Leor with perfect timing lays the ball.
Incoming.
A good discipline there from Leor. Understands he's on an island, has to do that. Cloud9, though, don't hesitate to grab the new oddball. Tab comfortably playing through the tower side, but Magico gets the opening break slay. This means the rest of Akavi very likely to push aggressive forwardly. And with 2 dead, Sab just going to try to milk as much as he can before play ball.
Nice shots there from Collect, but he'll get taken down as well. Oddball reset once again. It's been a game of resets, it feels like, and usually the winner of the resets wins the round. We saw that from Cloud9 in the first round. Leor, oh my God! Takes the fight to him for the over. No, Acid! You're not supposed to steal that.
Come on, man. Gotta get the highlight clip for Twitter.
Brother.
Overkill on Cloud9, that's gotta be up
with
there.
With the QT aggressive like that? I mean, that was sick.
Ball dropped.
Oh man, it is what it is. Vamos, Akavi. They are coming to life here in round number 2. All the unofficial overkill. Acid's got the camo as well. New sniper is about to be up. And Acid, with some T-Rex arms there, cleans it up afterwards, but until he's eyeing that sniper as well.
Boo Doo looked like he got clotheslined by the shot there from Acid. Acid with a hell of a life right now. I'm surprised we haven't seen the killing spree come up from him. He's been alive for what feels like 2 minutes. This might be for the spree as he takes Boo Doo down to 1 HP. Sab in the cuts, but he takes him down.
Okay, sniper back in the hands of Akavi. Magico rotating through the back of the tower. They've got the oddball in hand. Now doubled up on the lead. Would love to see a couple headshots come through, but a perfectly placed grenade from Avicii and a perfectly timed push from Collect, and somehow it's a 4 dead for Akavi. Beautiful push from Cloud9. Akavi got a couple kills in the process, but Cloud9 don't care. They're going to grab this ball.
Ball drop. Enemy has the ball. Ball drop. Enemy has the ball. Ball drop.
Okay, Sab with the ball on the cuts, takes down Leor. Bit of a trade situation. They are about to be back into this if they can hold on to it for longer, but the pressure continues. Sab has to run back and grab the ball he just dropped. Will be able to do so. This is an opportunity for Cloud9 to get into the lead.
Boo Doo back at the snipe tower and back on control with the oddball. As Cloud9 eclipsed the lead 50-50 previously, but now up by 4 and rolling. Boo still with control of the oddball. He's got his bodyguard there in the form of Sab, but you can see that QT approaching. Ass is going to take it right back to its starting point.
So now advancing with QT, has a plasma pistol as well. I don't think Boo is expecting this. Able to play the ball nonetheless. Does he use the QT to go back to green here? No, he opts to stay here at the tower. He wants to hold this positioning before it rotates. Sab, last player alive, bottom center, and his location is no.
Oof, Acid. Wait, and you will be rewarded as Sab pulses instantly to his death. 2 go down after the double kill. Light numbers advantage for Akavi, but no longer as the camo's down right in front of the stump. What do you want to play for here, the ball or the camo? It looks like both teams vying for the camo instead.
Now that it's activated for 45 seconds, you just cannot ignore it. I feel like before there was some arguments for certain situations that you don't go for camo. Those situations have kind of disappeared now that it is so powerful. These teams really need to prioritize it if they want any chance to win these games. New snipers up in 15 seconds. Boo Boo might be able to use his camo to grab it, but they might just win the oddball rounds before that even matter.
Boo Doo with the camo. That's his strong suit. That's what he's known for. And this could lock up game number 3. Lore pushing in, not knowing that Boo Doo was waiting around the corner, not only with camo and a teammate. But it's tricky for now. Up by 32 seconds. Cloud9 content to just drop the oddball, play for some more slays, but it looks like Akavi are going to sneak away with it. Yes, Saps are taking down Avicii. They should have a clear route to take it to B, but no, Sab and Avicii are there. Boo Doo cleans up with the triple kill, and it looked like an escape route for Akavi, but it might just be the end of game number 3.
That's why they call him the best camo player. Did you see the way he rotated out of that situation with the camo while one shot re-engages with perfect timing, hits the triple, and wins the game? I mean, crazy play out of Boo Doo. His kills did not stand out in the stat sheet, but he's got 117. This guy is literally John Spartan with the ball time. Huge plays out of Boo Boo.
Wow, that was an impressive way to call game. And you can't let Boo Doo grab the camo. And look at the series layout, Eli. The next 3 games, including that live fire, all have camo on it. 4 out of the 5 in this series, which definitely benefits Cloud9. Especially Boo Doo, arguably the best player we've ever seen with the camo. You think he was hooting and hollering when he saw the buff of 45 seconds? I bet he was licking his chops.
Huge plays out of Collect as well. Plus 10, 13 assists. Boo Boo had 13 assists as well. On the other side, Magico dropped 16 assists. Saw basically an overkill, an unofficial overkill from Leor. He was having himself a game, but just a bit better on the rotation and strategy department when it comes to Cloud9. This team was just proven to be the better team in that game.
Absolutely. The end results tell it as well. 200 to just a collective 93 for Akavi. They'll wipe their memory clean, heading into a game number 4, Aqua CTF. No power weapons, but there is that crucial power up at the top middle of the map. Who's going to earn that off the start? I bet Boo's going to be going for it.
I don't know if anyone's making a World Championship bingo card, but I want somebody to put a break GA on there. Is someone going to pick up the heat wave? It's the last tournament, man. Like, can you imagine the situation? So. I don't think anyone will, but it would be funny to think about, because you don't want to be ostracized from team opportunities in the future for doing something like that. But there's not much time left, man. The heat wave's not that good. Let's just pick it up.
I mean, 49-49, Aqua Slayer, game 7 of the grand finals.
You're playing for
maybe, yeah. I mean,
it would be so controversial. Can you imagine how much people would talk about that if it happened? It would kind of be amazing.
Oh man, that would take great restraint to not pick it up off the map. I remember when the shotgun was GA'd. I know that was a big talking point going into any streets matches at the World Championship, I want to say in Season 2. Nobody did end up breaking the GA, but I think he got close. I think we even saw a couple players pick up things like the Disruptor or even the shotgun, but nobody ended up using it.
Yeah, I wonder about that too. It's like, can you pick it up so you have a secondary weapon so you can like YY and like use some other tech, or it's just... None of these guys even pick it up off the wall. It's so taboo at this point. I even see people in matchmaking like, brother, we're not playing in a tournament. It's okay to pick it up. Come on, guys.
Aqua CTF is up next. It's been a close series. Outside of that game number 3, Recharge came down to 1. Origin, it was a pretty exciting one. All the way up to the finish. It took a double kill from Magico to extend that lead to 6. It was a lot closer than that. It was about 46-44 at the time. So in Livefire Game 3, it just got away from Akavi. But they're not down yet. They're not dead yet. They still have an opportunity here. 2 games left, but they've got to take Game 4. As it looks like we'll have one of the players, Cloud9, Avis, reset that PC.
Yeah, as we wait here, I will say this mode probably favors Cloud9. And it's got a lot of experience, historically very good at CTF, but never count out Akavi. Someone in chat also asked if tapping was dropped or retired. I don't know if he was dropped or left, but he's not retired because he's still playing on another team. He's on SWAT LATAM.
Yeah, he's still at the World Championship
tournament. Yeah, he's still going to be there. The other, I guess, number 1 and 2 of the LATAM teams seem to be closer together in skill now, and both of them qualified for Worlds. So we'll see them there.
Yeah, I remember having that conversation at Charlotte just a couple of weeks ago. Will both teams regret the team swap? And a year where we've seen both of those 2 teams make pool play, they still end up with the same results, different rosters, and maybe after all said and done, better rosters than what we saw before. As we take a look at the GameSir G7 Pro, you can pick this up right now on Amazon using code Complexity01 for just $70. That's the cost of a default controller. This ain't no default.
I guarantee you there's a couple of chatters that need a new controller and they've spent more than $70 on DoorDash in the last 2 weeks. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Can you DoorDash a GameSir? That's my question.
I mean, Amazon's basically DoorDash. Like, I'm pretty sure they sell these things on... I don't know if you can get the discount code on Amazon, though, so you probably want to use the discount code on the GameSir website. Follow the link there. And looks like Avisy's back in the lobby.
Avisy is back, and so are we. Descending into a game number 4, 2-1 series edge for Cloud9. And what we would anticipate to be a really, really good matchup on lane in a week. This would probably be for top 8 if we were in the champ bracket on a late afternoon on a Saturday, live from Seattle. Oh my God, I cannot wait. Eli, we're gonna grab a lobster sandwich together.
Man, I've been thinking about that lobster roll for months.
Me too.
There's one right out front of Pike Market. I don't know if you guys in chat, if you're going to Worlds for the first time, it is mandatory that you go to the Pike. Is it called Pike Place Market, or is it Pike Marketplace?
Yeah, even just for like the scenes, it's just a beautiful, beautiful spot.
Just walk through there, man. There's like 100 little hole-in-the-wall restaurants and gift shops and stuff. It's a great time. We're definitely gonna find a lobster roll there.
I mean, you step out of your house these days, you're spending $100. So to pick up the GameSir for roughly 70 seems like a dub in my eyes. As Boo Doo Boo off the start, Not able to grab that camo, but he does maintain his life, earning an assist and a slay, but he gets taken down shortly after by Acid.
Someone says, nah, go to the gum wall. The gum wall is literally at the place I'm talking about. Pike Marketplace is where the gum wall is. Do not lick it, though. I don't advise that. Who knows what diseases you'll get from that.
When we went, you told me to lick it.
Yeah, that's because I'm trying to make you die early. I mean, it was for good luck. It's for good luck.
Yeah, lick it for the supreme Halo skills you always wanted in your life. That's why Eli made me do it. As Lure, top car, looking out across to the blue base. Now looking back, it's sensing Avasy's in there, trying to get a pull. Akavi get a pull, but they got to worry about Avasy. Yeah, good switch there from Callus. This is the player to watch.
Avasy trying to hold the line, but he is quickly spotted out and taken down. Cloud9 flag still car 1. Collect with some clutch shots on the Leor. Make it a double. Can he get more and get this flag returned? Looks like Akavi have elected to back off. They know this is a dead flag.
Yep. Both flags going to get reset as we're back to square one. Still 0-0. As Magico picks up the headshot. Lands an elbow into the chest of Collect. Takes him down to one shot, but I don't think anyone's within reach to clean that up. So Collect regains his shields. Working in tandem here with Sab. Where is Collect on the screen? He's actually gone down. So Sab is left to his own devices. That's why we're seeing him retreat.
Excellent retreat from him, by the way. I mean, somehow also gets around this corner. Had multiple players hunting for him, but able to get his shields back, which means he can re-enter with good timing with his squad. And Avasy yet to get on the board with Slays, but he's got the flag out.
Just a preemptive toss, giving Akavi something else to think about. Avasy is actually going to work his way from the opponent's base all the way to the 50-yard line here at the car. So Cloud9 are setting up something. It seems like they're just setting up defensively despite going on the offense with the run. There's too many players for Akavi in the blue base. That's why we've seen Avasy work his way all the way from one wall to the other.
I actually really love the way Avasy's playing this. I mean, you're talking about one of the youngest guys in the scene right now, but getting better and better, making some veteran level plays there to just guarantee that Akavi cannot comfortably run the flag. And he's also not like over committing to a play he doesn't need to do. But Collect has the camo. Cloud9 should get this flag out.
Collect dropping down from the sky. Earns the back smack and the opportunity to get this flag on the run. It's already past the midway mark as Avasy's got it back in his hands. Collect set up for another back smack. Oh, but the G-slide makes it a little bit more difficult. Prioritization of opponents is masterful as he turns 2 on one-shot opponents and then sticks his closest threat for the triple kill. That should secure it. Unbelievable play. They do still need a reset, though.
Leor did as much as he humanly could to slow them down, and he did delay this capture by quite a bit, but that triple kill from Collect basically guaranteed it. And if he can make more plays like that, this series might just end here as Akavi trailing by 1.
I am so impressed by that slay from Collect. The first prioritization isn't always the player that's closest to you. You have to consider who's got the highest likelihood to do damage on me, who's got the highest likelihood to be taken down by just one shot. And so Collect able to deduct that all within a second and take down 3. That's what earned Cloud9 their first score of the game. They're up 1.
Collect has been playing insane. Even at HCS Charlotte had some of the most impressive stat lines we saw for this team at the very least. And he looks to be the one to pull this flag as well. We got dueling flag runs on both sides. We got dueling kills traded out as well. The winner of this next fight likely to cap.
Avasy having himself a game. And I glanced at his score or his stat sheet. Nothing too crazy, but his plays have been the most impactful outside of Collect's triple kill. And Avasy doing a great job. He's been the flag starter and not the one putting it through. That's been all Boo Doo Boo. He's got 2. But Avasy, man, there's just not a player you can't commend right now for Cloud9. Haven't really talked about Sab much, but he's sitting at 9-5-4, so have yourself a game C9.
I feel like Sab is the guy that you can almost always count on having a big game. This guy has been so consistent as of late. But I've been really impressed by the kind of veteran understanding of his importance on the map from Avasy. He did lock down this car side for quite some time to give Akavi more to think about, but now that he's been taken down, this is Akavi's chance to aggress forward and maybe get a flag out of their own.
Akavi earn what feels like their first team wipe of the game, but off of spawn, Cloud9 are making them pay. 3 go down, and Cloud9 will instantaneously reset.
Do finally take down Avicii on the car side. Bubu's in a rough spot. Only 2 players alive on his team, and he's out in the open, which means he will fall. Acid with the pickup on the camo and the delayed proc, they might be able to put this into a flagpole opportunity, especially when they take down Avicii. That's 3 deaths in a row from Avicii when we were just talking about how good he's playing. Akavi have answered.
Wow. Clean shots, but not enough. Just gets that flag about 5 meters off the starting point. Thought we were seeing something start to cook there with the double kill. 2 perfect shots, 2 perfects in the feet. I don't know. We don't see that very often.
Somehow the flag doesn't go anywhere, though. Good defensive effort from Cloud9. Still kind of trapped in their base. Still getting kills as well. Now, after a couple slays, should be able to advance forward and stop this flag, but Ave not out of the woods yet.
Boo-boo. Good shots towards the bottom middle of the map. He's sent Acid back. Flag gets reset as well. So, despite what looked like a strong potential to bring this back to within 1, Akavi has to go right back to the drawing board.
Nice double from Acid there. And the rest of Cloud9 answer. Magico gets another kill, and the flag is out. I don't know if the positioning is good for Cloud9 to stop this, but Drift does fumble. Will that come back to bite him? That now in best position to stop this flag, but with how quickly Drift was moving, almost got around the corner. I think Drift, if he had just elected to continue, probably could have had this flag much further. But regardless, him stopping to kill Sab leads to this flag cap.
Oh, hold the phones. Hold your breath.
No
Lore still got a little bit of work left to do. No shield's gonna wait to reset. All right. Yep. Ultimately a cap. And that was huge because it looked like Cloud9 might have countered and made it 3-0, but after the score from Akavi, it's just a 1-pull game now.
Akavi really holding on very well. Cloud9 has their flag out and a couple slays. Might get the counter cap. Boo with the awkward melee situation, but fortunately Avicii is there at the right time. One of them's gonna have to run this flag though.
4:20 left on the clock. 2-1 lead for Cloud9 as Boo patiently waits for the push, and maybe too patient as Acid. Oh no, Acid. Okay, sorry. I thought he was pulling his own flag. I am all out of sorts. As Lure and Akavi now make their way into the blue base. Avicii was anticipating it though with the nade shot, takes him down. And Akavi have got a little bit of momentum brewing here in the last 60 to 120 seconds, but isn't enough to tie things up. Cloud9 still seem to be in good control. Uh-oh, but Magico has the camo. They're on the run. He's got to stay alive. He goes down. He earns the assist, but I do believe that should stop the run for now.
Huge couple of shutdowns here from Cloud9. Not only did they kill the camo player, but the next player that was looking to return this flag's still on the move. Not that many of Cloud9 members alive, but they're just playing around each other perfectly. Oh, perfect grenades from Avicii, I think from the back of the base. I don't even know where he threw that from, but that's a huge 2 flag cap lead at this stage of the game.
Not the traditional quick counter cap you usually see here in Aqua CTF, but it's a counter back nonetheless, and Cloud9 have regained their 2-score lead with just 3:13 left on the clock.
There's a situation where it's easy to start feeling desperate. I mean, you need 2 caps before the clock hits 0, but realistically, 1 flag cap and a flag pull before the clock hits 0 would be enough. This is a great start to the comeback. Yeah, this is
they gotta press back. This should be good for Akavi. They should bring it back to within 1. Still got a little bit of space left to chomp up, but they look to be in prime control. But oh my god, the grenades prevent the push from coming through, and Collected Avicii have penetrated into the base. They're on the re.
Oh, Avicii tried to just get as much of that return as possible. Look at the pull from Collect. It's so clean. It's going to buy them a little bit of extra time. Do they have enough bodies, though? They move the flag all the way to bottom center. Avicii and Boo coming off spawn. They've got a lot of ground to cover before they can get to it. Not pre-nading the flag, and this looks like a tie, or this flag cap will finally go in. And it's a 3-2 game. Akavi have a chance.
All right, we're in the end game. Just 2 minutes left in this one. 3-2 lead for Cloud9 as Lure looks to get back on his high horse, work his way through the map. Back to the middle. Who's going to grab the camo? The camo is going to be a key point on the map to control, but it looks like Akavi are going to pick this up rather freely. They do.
Huge pickup here from Leor. Also able to get his shields back and find a kill, but he's been spotted. Boo with a clutch shutdown. That could have gotten a lot worse. Needs to find two and does somehow. It's that melee without trading. Acid will find it though.
Acid goes down the courtyard. 3 go down for Akavi, so this is going to make the push very difficult. You're going to see Cloud9 filter through and regain control of the mid-map. Akavi still coming off of respawn with just less than 90 seconds left. Got to get the opening strike here. Got to get first blood.
Look at this sneaky route from Collect. He had previously been looking to just go bottom center, but responds to the ping call out of 2 enemy players trying to sneak through on that B side, and perfectly routes back in a way that Akavi could not predict. Akavi with a clutch 1v1, but loses it to Drift. Drift keeping his team alive.
Collect goes down. 2 down in total for Cloud9, so the numbers advantage is there for Akavi, but the time is dwindling. Just 50 seconds left. Drift, cross-map shots, but Akavi clutches up. He might just do it twice. That grenade is going to take his opponent down to half shields, but Lure still able to clean up on it, but he goes down ultimately, and it looks like Akavi one final run up the map, or this series is over.
Collect had some huge grenades there. Just knew that Akavi was going to be feeling desperate and try to round that corner. Drift now, last chance to make something happen. 20 seconds is plenty of time, believe it or not, but they need to get these kills.
15 seconds left. Drift can't stay here for much longer. He's got to go. Forced into an overextension. Great nade shot there on Akavi. Yeah, he might actually want to stay there because he's got teammates in the base ready to run it. They've already got it to the mid map, and with 2 seconds left, sudden death.
They knew where Collect was. Collect routes through P2 and gets the kill on the flag carrier though. Collect so clutch, hasn't died either. He was one shot when Drift was trying to chase him down. He got sudden death activated, but no one's pulling the flag, and oh man, clutch play from Collect. That was insane.
Man, 2 or 3 chances in that game. We saw Akavi seem to put it together and not put it on the board though. So great job by Collect and Cloud9. Collect seemingly a defensive superstar in this one. He made a ton of big
look
plays.
At this. So Collect's getting chased by Drift, cuts the line of sight so he can get shots on the flag carrier, kills the flag and stays alive, and they can't hunt him down. I mean, had Collect died there, this is definitely an overtime right now, but he just clutches up and then they kill the rest of the team. Impressive stuff.
Wow. Impressive indeed. Collect. Can we look at my POV, please? Hey, trust me, boo. We were watching, man. You were popping off. Hopefully, we didn't miss much. That triple kill definitely sticks out in my mind.
Yeah, he's calling out Callus like that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see it from third person. Okay, don't worry. We could put the pieces together.
Collect popping off in that closeout game number 4. 25 slays, the most in the match, and 7,000 damage, the most in the match as well. Collect had himself a hell of a game.
3-1, and I believe that finishes pool play for us. We should be entering the bracket here momentarily. Let me take a look at the bracket. Yeah, so bracket is populating. While we get the next set of matches set up, we will go to a quick break. So don't go anywhere. Here's a word from GameSir.
Traditional potentiometer sticks are no strangers to gamers. They rely on carbon film resistors. When you move the stick, the resistor slides. Over time, this physical contact leads to wear and tear and inevitably causes stick drift. Then came Hall effect sticks, eliminating friction altogether. Instead of relying on physical contact, they detect changes and record electrical signals in a magnetic field. This gives them a naturally longer lifespan and makes them far less prone to drift. But for pro gamers, zero drift isn't enough. To meet the demands of the pro gamers, craving better linearity and higher resolution, TMR sticks were born. Built on the foundation of Hall tech, TMR sticks use tunneling magnetoresistance to detect both magnetic strength and polarity, offering true two-dimensional sensing and ultra-accurate stick positioning. Take the GameSir G7 Pro, the first Xbox licensed controller with TMR sticks. In FPS games, it offers 4,096 levels of stick resolution, 4 times higher than mainstream Hall sticks, translating to near-perfect central accuracy in high-stakes competitive play. Paired with GameSir's advanced stick algorithms, it offers insane customization for stick curves, anti-dead zones, and trajectory response, letting you nail precision shots at the physical level. On top of that, TMR sticks consume less than 600 microamperes, about 70% less than mainstream Hall sticks. The algorithm also syncs stick sampling with MCU sampling perfectly, ensuring a more stable polling rate. This means it captures every subtle hand movement, breaking down the final barrier between your input and the game. This is more than an upgrade. It's a redefinition of what elite stick performance should be.
I wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain, but I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you change. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe it, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure out a way out of. Try but can't seem to slow down. I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm
Stars like ladders in the sky keep burning, burning. It's crazy how the storms keep raging. And I'm here trying to keep my heart from aching. But here we
noise in my mind.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Halo World Championship warm-up presented by Complexity and GameSir. Eli, we are all the way through pool play, now getting right into the champ bracket. What should our expectations be as we take a look at the bracket?
Well, so far the top 4 seeds in the world finished top 4 in the pools. Space Station, FaZe, Optic, Shopify still proving to be ahead of the curve, and we've got some interesting international lineups here that are about to go at it. We've got EU's best versus Latin America's best, Luminon versus Akavi. We got Mindfreak going up against TSM, who I believe they lost to at Charlotte and probably looking for some revenge, but TSM are up 1-0.
All right, here we go, getting right into it. Champ bracket is now live. We're going to be kicking things off with an international affair between Latin America's best, Akavi, and EU's best in Luminon, who have routinely finished top 6 throughout the year. Fell a little short at Charlotte, but they're having a great start here. Snipe drone, Octagon snipe, back to the respawn screen.
Oh my God, look at the confidence on this man, pushing forward aggressively and for good reason. They have scored in the first minute of the game. Luminon, yeah, they finished top 12, but they've also been practicing at the Shopify Rebellion facility. They've been getting excellent LAN practice against the world's best, and it is showing. Akavi cannot get out of their spawn. This is insane.
Dude, they've had a flag in their hands the entirety of this match, and it's only been a minute and a half already. 2-0 Luminon, in large part due to the spree from Snipe Drone. 6-0 off the start. Now he's on the run.
Yeah, he might end this game with a perfection, if you will. They just need to take down Acid, and I think this flag is home.
Perfection usually needs 15 slays to proc, but yeah, give him an honorary one if he does finish the match. But no, he's going to end up ultimately dropping. But it doesn't look like Luminon will. Glory's right back on the flag. That'll do it. A 2-minute match. 3 caps, 2 minutes. What?
Luminon have historically always been insane at CTF. The EU region in general know how to be aggressive, control spawns, run flags perfectly, and they put that on display here against Akavi. I mean, that is making a statement in winners round 1 of the bracket.
I mean, 3 minutes is the theoretical max limit to winning a CTF. They just did it in 2. And like I said, playing 3v4 ultimately the entirety of that game because someone had a flag in their hand the entirety of game number 1. So unbelievable. I mean, I don't even know if there's much to talk about if you're a Akavi. They just got wiped.
Triple breadstick? Is this Olive Garden? That's so many breadsticks. I've never seen that many in the same lobby. Acid had 8 shots hit. Hold on, go to the shots hit. It was 8. This man landed 8 bullets.
That's insane.
That's crazy.
That is absolutely nuts. Yeah, what kind of soup do you like with your breadstick, Eli? You a broccoli and cheese kind of guy? Tortilla soup? What are we rocking with?
I like a good tomato basil soup, like a tomato bisque with some basil in it. Dip that grilled cheese in that thing. I mean, obviously you're not getting grilled cheese at Olive Garden, but you know, dip whatever you want in it. Bread, grilled cheese. That soup is amazing.
Well, it was a full helping of breadsticks at the table for Akavi. 3 players getting just 1 kill, and like you said, we saw one with just 8 shots hit. So no hope, no chance for Akavi in game number 1. Doing a little bit better here off the start, up by 1, now 2. So good to see that for Akavi. You know, that's the type of momentum rock that could roll out of control, and it seems like they've stopped it for now.
Yeah, sometimes the good news about losing that early is just like, well, they got overshot in snipes. Like, we'll do better next time. Maybe a bit easier to shrug it off than like a close loss going into game number 2. And this game mode, very much about controlling the center of the map, that you can have eyes on the spawners in the bases, but you also have to be aggressive and push into the base. You can't just let them run away and get their shields back for free. You're gonna need a good balance of both positions.
Balanced approach indeed so far off the start for Akavi. Is they've done a good job to grow to a 4-kill lead now, so they're back in the series. Despite what looked like a runaway freight train, trades occur, so that'll continue that 4-kill lead on. They're actually growing on it now. They've doubled up on it. 12-6 there momentarily. But Luminon was able to pick up another one. Another trade goes through. A 5-kill lead for Akavi off the start, showing us they're not dead yet.
It does feel like these fights for Luminon have not involved two players alive fighting the same target. Like, yeah, they have some assists, but that's because somebody showed up after their teammate already died to finish the kill. Need to see some better teamwork come together for Luminon like they had in that last game.
Yeah, big difference I'm seeing between games 1 and 2. Snipe Drone 6-0 to start game 1, 0-5 to start game number 2. So it's been the exact antithesis of what we saw in game number 1, and the results flipped as well, as Akavi are now up with their biggest lead of the game, up by 6.
Snipe Drone has snipe in his name, so maybe that's part of the reason. That's why he started the last game 6-0. No sniper to be found on this map, but typically doesn't need it. Somehow almost turns that fight, but Acid finally lands that last headshot to clean things up. Huge early start lead here for Akavi. Woot him on the mouse and keyboard to make you dizzy. Stay on this POV. Finally lands the headshot for the trade onto Acid, but Luminon need to do a lot more work than that to stay competitive in this game.
Speaking of competitive, we've seen nothing but domination so far through the first game and a half. It was all Luminon in game 1, a 2-minute CTF forbidden win, and then in game number 2, a 12-kill lead for Akavi. So all out of sorts. It's really hard to tell which way this series is going to go. If it just ultimately comes back to 1-1, it's like replaying the series at 0-0 in a best of 3, which is where it feels like we're heading.
Snipe Drone finally on the board, like you said. Started the last game 7-0. I think he finished 7-1. Now he's 1-7, complete reversal. But it's mostly been this guy on your screen, Acid, making the difference. 13-4 is he so far, and in the series he's played the rest of the day, he has been an absolute monster in these Slayers. He's got to be their standout performer, keeping them alive.
I mean, how many fridge spawns have Luminon gotten trapped at? As Lure lines up the triple kill, SLG going to shut that down for now, but not shut down any of the momentum or lead advantage that Akavi has built in this one. They're the first to reach the 30s, up by 12 still.
Got the information on Acid's next spawn as well, being triangulated by both SLG and Wootum. Looks like Acid was taken down, so Acid has been really slowed down. He's died 3 times in a row now. Caster cursed him, did I, when I called him out at 13-3. And now Luminon showing signs of life. Leor stepping up as his team needs it, though.
Magico makes his way to the top side of pink. He's got his teammate drift across the map. Nobody to pinch or collapse on. Everybody spawning at yellow, it looks like, for Luminon as they trickle their way out towards car 2. They've now spotted that out with the ping. Woodham trades out, but trades are not going to be what you want to play for here. Maybe you can afford yourself one more this entire match, but you got to start finding some +2s, 3s, and even 4s.
Oh, looked like a good start, but the death nade, was that his death nade, or did a teammate kill him there?
I'm not sure. That looked weird.
It was a very strange kill there, but Magico totally content with that one. And yeah, this has gone from bad to worse. It's now a 12-kill deficit for Luminon. They might already be out of this.
Luminon
Nearing victory.
looking like Akavi did in game number 1. So again, there hasn't really been much competition through the first 2 games. It's been dominant performances. Trading blows was Akavi in game 1. Now, Akavi taking the blow in game 1, and now Luminon taking it in game number 2 is Acid. Oh my God, turns on Snipe Drone. Snipe Drone seemingly had him dead to rights at 1 HP, but takes him down instead.
Magico also gets the camo. You have to imagine that was one of the ways Luminon would find themselves back into this game. But as he grabs it, 3 do go down for Akavi. The problem is Luminon need 20 in the time that Akavi needs 6. This feels like a bit too great of an uphill battle to climb, as they will just kind of guarantee it. They can kind of just hold forward from this point on to close this game.
Yeah, it's an insurmountable task at this point for Luminon. I guess you could say the best they could do is avoid the stake, which they are able to with 2 more slays to their name, but it's only 3 needed for Akavi to secure a rather easy game number 2. As Acid looks out towards Snipe Drone, takes him down to 1 shot. Snipe Drone down by so much, he decides to reach out. He'll go down though.
Luminon really need to clean up their Slayers going into Worlds. This has kind of been the bane of their existence the last couple tournaments, I would say. don't want to be a weak Slayer team when very frequently there's 2 Slayers in a series. I feel like Envy is kind of in the same position, right? Like if these 2 teams, if they just figure out Slayers, they could potentially at least top 4. Like it's really that big of a difference.
Slayer goes to Akavi 50-39. And speaking of Slayers, Eli, it's a game type that's kind of forgotten. It feels like at some point, like teams sometimes will just skip it in scrims.
Yeah.
But we talked to some of the coaches for some of the top teams. I remember when TSM made their run to top 3, I talked to Trey, their coach, and I asked him, did you guys skip Slayers and scrims? He said, absolutely not. It was probably our focal point. And it makes sense just from a pure mathematical standpoint. 2 out of 5 and 3 out of 7 game types are Slayer in these series. So a little surprising to not see more emphasis put on these. And maybe teams will start to figure it out, though, as they take some really, really tough bruising losses in these Slayers. You can't have that happen on lane. You cannot win unless you sweep the opponent. You cannot win without taking a Slayer. So we're really seeing the importance of that as Luminon get right back in a series that it looked like was theirs to lose.
Yeah, Optic have figured that out as well. They've been scrimming Slayers in their recent scrims, so definitely teams recognizing its importance. I will say that online Slayers in scrims don't typically play out the same way they do on the stage. I mean, like, I don't think I've ever seen a Slayer timeout in a scrim, but you see Slayers timeout fairly regularly when the stakes are high. So I don't know. I can kind of see both sides of the argument.
Yeah.
But at this point, there's no excuse for not being at least proficient at Slayers.
Yeah, it's really difficult to duplicate the sense of urgency that comes from LAN versus online. It's, all right, just like we saw Sniper on there, I'll chow this, even though it's not a good chow. I'll just take it anyways. We see a lot of that in online tournaments and scrims. As we take a look at your pool results, SSG impressing me, not only with the 3-0, but it's the 3-2-3-2 that they clutched up. And again, aligned with that conversation around Slayers, Space Station making the most out of it. That's how they got number 1.
Yeah, SSG not looking bad today. Let's see how they fare in the bracket. Very likely to run into one of the other top 4 teams in the winter semifinals. But for now, we're going to focus on this series before us. It's now tied up. And is this right? Are we going to... Oh, we're going to Complexity Omit on Forbidden CTF. Okay. So this is actually game 1 of the other series that's happening right now as well.
And it should be Fortress. Yeah, there we go. Fortress. It's going to be a mirror matchup to what we just saw in that previous game 1 where Luminon sped run to a 2-minute CTF victory. Here we go. Complexity versus Omit. Storylines that I'd like to put on the table for the Halo community is that of Ryanoob going up against not only one arch nemesis and Sparty, but Lethal as well. So the rivalries are thick in this one.
Yeah, I think every member of this lobby has teamed with somebody on the other team at least once. So a lot of former teammates. I don't know if you could say they're still bad blood. Maybe they've gotten over it at this point, but these are definitely teams that want to beat each other very badly.
Wow.
And Complexity with a 45-second cap, while Omit are still alive, by the way.
Quick caps have become a theme here on Forbidden CTF. And this would have been this kind of a grindy map before they made the adjustments with the overshield, especially bottom mid. I don't even know if Complexity needed the OS to take a quick 1-0 lead on the opposition. Like you said, they were able to run that in despite Omit having some numbers up on the map.
Mental's still alive here. Hasn't died yet. Caster Curse, of course. Sparty's going to find the perfect shots from behind. It's the flag out as well, but cannot comfortably just run it. Knows there's a few players coming off spawn that he'd like to deal with first.
Both flags out. The Cherished has entered the back of Omit's base. And great angle there. Takes Sparty down to 1 shot. And Sparty's going to go down because of the great angle there. As Lethal takes positioning at the top of the snipe tower. Can look out across the map, both directions, left and right. Has eyes on both flags, but it's a little bit of a stalemate for now.
The mate indeed. Lethal with some cross range plasma grenade shots off the spawn point. Won't amount to anything. And flag will get on the move after Complexity wait for their shields. Cherish going to stay here in the base, just apply a little bit of extra pressure. Flag guy does have to drop it though, as Omit are getting some slays.
Complexity have maintained routine positioning in the back of Omit's base. That's made it tough for Omit, despite getting some flags out. They finally take chairs down, so that does clear out the base, but both flags will ultimately get reset. Lethal, with a little bit of overshield left, could throw himself into a gunfight, afford to take the first shot, and still have an advantage, but I think that's going to deplete by the time he gets into that situation.
No one even looking at him. Isn't able to get extra value out of the OS, but who cares? He's in the right spot. They have 3 dead. Should be able to start moving this flag, but spawners quickly get some good shots on him. He's forced to retreat to get his shields back. They can land a couple more slays, though. Mid could answer with a flag cap of their own.
Net even in the slays so far, so more objective efficiency on the side of Complexity. I feel like the run really spoke to that as they were able to score, despite not having the slays you would normally expect needed to put it in. As Lethal rotates from one side of his base to the other, grabs the snipe in his hands, flag out there just before him. Mental on the other side off a spawn, takes a pop shot, crack shot into him, but it does not connect. Lethal, anticipating the chase, is going to preemptively throw this snipe off. What do you think of that, Eli?
I like it. He's behind enemy lines. He had stayed here for the sole purpose of grabbing the sniper. If he doesn't do anything with it, then he's just wasted his time. So I like that. He could see the writing on the wall. His life was probably going to fall, and now it's Ryan with the only sniper on the map.
Ryan with the snipe, but most importantly, the flag back in his hands. He has the repulsor here. Watch him potentially try to repulse it up to the base, but taking shots from the back is only able to use that repulsor to try and stay alive a little bit longer, but 3 will ultimately go down for Complexity. Expect this one to get reset for Omit.
Overshield is going to be critical here. If Omit can secure it, should have no problem securing this flag return as well. It looks like the touch is in for Ryan, but he gets taken down immediately. Now Skeptify looking to reroute. This is being difficult. Our Complexity, they might be able to get another flag touch.
Skeptify with good use of the OS in the sense that he's utilized it to maintain full shields. Loses the OS ultimately, but he's able to turn it into a reset. So not the prowess you expect from the OS, but Omit using it defensively does a great job, and now they might turn that defense into offense.
That's all they really needed from that overshield, to be honest. So they weren't in a position to run a flag, but to return their own has just as much value, if you ask me. Ryan with the sniper has 1 bullet left, expecting a player to spawn elbow and immediately push the tower, but his timing's a little bit off. Does wait, picks off us, and right here to pull the flag. Might be able to get this on the move.
Difficult shots. TJ is making that really tough for Ryan. Skeptify not able to spot Ryan out immediately, but he does ultimately clean up on him, take him down, but he did face a couple extra shots from Ryan because of it. Gonna stay alive though in the staircase, looking out towards a flag that he needs to reset just a few meters ahead of him, but he's gonna reset that to time.
Flag does ultimately go home. Skeptify looking for some more slays, and after a couple, the men are going to look to pull this flag. They're in best position to run it.
Skeptify trying to maintain his positioning here on the slant tower. He's going to get a trade, but it does still result in a +1. So, oh man, I think Lethal had the right idea. Numbers advantage was there, but it seemed like Ryan had the angle instead, and Ryan turns that angle into a push, and he's already in Omet's base.
Ryan, that player one shot. New overshield is coming up. I think Ryan's primary objective is to make sure that his team can get this, and look at this, they're going to pull the flag at the same time Ryan is rocking the OS. This has a great opportunity to go home.
I love Ryan's decision here. I was wondering, are they going to try to force the objective into his hands? But no, they're going to use him as the tip of the spear. A lot of what you see with the camo, allow that player to push out the line of scrimmage. Complexity still got a little bit of work left to do. The flag is left dormant there, just right near the middle of the map, and Ryan still has 50% left on this OS. He's going to push the envelope because of it.
Yeah, this is interesting. I guess the other flag runner, I think it was Cherished, died pretty early. So this, what felt like an almost assured cap, I think if Ryan ran with him, ultimately gets returned. Ryan's just going to try to maintain presence over here. He's okay if this flag doesn't cap as long as his own flag doesn't get pulled. And now he's just going to be a thorn in the side of Omit.
But now he's been called out, but there's no one left to look for him. Flag gets reset. Ryan should go back on the run. Still 3 down for Omit, but look at that. Lethal spawns right below him. Ryan the press of the back button, knows that Omit is back up off respawn. That's why he's reset his attention towards earning more slays, and he's doing just that, earning the double kill on his former teammate Sparty, but he eventually goes down, but not before King Nick gets it across the line. His body does, but the flag does not.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. Flag sitting on that side of the archways means it's a bit precarious for Complexity to grab. Lethal sees a window of opportunity to maybe get this return. And honestly, this feels like back-to-back situations where Complexity had a way to capture the flag, but just weren't able to execute. Omit playing some good defense.
1-0 lead here for Complexity. Approaching the end game. Just 4 minutes left in the map. Us 1v1 with Cherished. Drops down, takes a shot from, I believe, Cherished again. I thought somebody might have had an angle on him, but he's doing a good job using the underneath route to escape into the base, stay alive all the while. Spartan on the other side grabs the overshield, but my God, it gets absolutely melted.
Did you see the way Mental was playing that? Just moving in and out of melee range to bait Marty to go for melees and miss them time after time. I mean, that was well executed. Overshield burn there from Complexity. Now Ryanoob, let's see what he can do here in the base. Finds 1 kill, but needs the cavalry to arrive if he can comfortably grab this flag.
Feels like Complexity are starting to play a little bit more defensive, but they're not giving up the chance to pull again. As Cherished gets that flag out, gives Omit something else to think about. 2 down on each side. The assist comes through, so another 2 down for Omit. As Huss comes back up off of respawn, but he's facing immediate damage. He goes down almost as quickly as he came up.
Nick angling towards a potential flag grab, but he's been spotted. Jukes out Sparty though. Sparty does not predict that King Nick would have came back under the base, and he ends up killing Sparty. What a smart play from King Nick. Now keep in mind, King Nick has teamed with Sparty quite a bit. Maybe he just read his man there and knew that he would not expect that.
Flag goes in, and that is a huge cushion that Complexity have afforded themselves. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left in the map, but they have now taken a 2-0 lead. Omit hasn't gotten on the board just yet. So this is where I do expect Complexity to start to clamp down a little bit. Oh, I'm actually very impressed. They could have played much stronger defensive positioning and posturing, but they have just continued to use offense as the best form of defense. We routinely see Complexity in the base of Omit. They're suffocating him off of spawn. Look at this once again.
I mean, this is just correct strategy on this map, in my opinion. You stay behind them. How are they ever going to capture your flag? It's very easy to shoot them in the back off spawn. You can force them to one half of the map and just funnel them into your crosshairs. You've done that beautifully. Whether it's Ryanoob or Mental, it doesn't matter. There's always somebody here.
Mental on the run once again. What's new? Uh-oh, and Ryanoob has the OS. He could bully his way through the middle of the map. He would be dead at this point if not for the OS. And up 2-0. He is content to drop that flag out into the courtyard, pull Omit in with the invisible hand, and earn the trade. Does just that. Mental should be able to secure this one for Complexity as they take game 1. 3-0.
Maybe a little bit of trolling there at the very end, but impressive nonetheless. Omit continuing to struggle, and it just, I'm not gonna lie, this Omit team is kind of confusing. When you look at the lineup and how much talent is from top to bottom, it doesn't make sense for the level they've been struggling. I do think they've been making some progress as of late, but they need to make a lot of progress, and there's only a week left to prepare for Worlds. So far this game, though, it was the Mental and Ryanoob show. They were both popping off.
Yeah, look at the grouping too, really, for both teams. Everybody within 4 slays of each other, but more slays, more volume, more Complexity afforded them the time and space to continuously push into Omit's base. And how often did we see guys like Huss and Septify and others for Omit just trying to make their way 10 feet off of the spawn point, and they weren't able to.
That's what happens. You control the enemy's snipe elbow side of their base. Very difficult to play, but let's check in with Akavi Luminon in game 3. Akavi on the brink of closing this out. This is historically one of EU's best modes ever. I mean, they kind of wrote the book on how to play recharge strongholds. They might be dropping here.
The script might get flipped here. Now, Luminon, though, this is dangerous. You only have 5 seconds, so you really can't let Akavi cap another one. But at the 185 mark and a trip cap brewing, this could absolutely get them back in the mix. But they got to ice up here. They got to reclaim A. Do they need to push for a trip cap here, Eli?
I don't think so, especially they only need to hold this for about a minute, 60 seconds, 60 points behind. AB significantly stronghold, and to aggress into C would change the spawn situation entirely. Now that the ore breaks through, the game plan has changed. Luminon need to capture C now. But no, never mind. SLG's here.
Oh my god, and SLG gets the double kill. 3 go down for Akavi. Magico's the only player alive. Oh, but he's got the camo. Sneaks the cap into B, but they don't have C. C's actually going to turn red. Luminon have a chance to come back.
Have a chance indeed. Magico would love to get at least 1 kill with this camo in an awkward situation around the shroud screen. Glory is going to be jumping right into the batteries. Trusting Drift to clean that up. Also finds the kill on the snipe drone.
Oh,
he needs to clear A though.
SLG does not make it into A, but Woodham does have the time to secure it. The clock stops, and oh my god, that stick takes down 1. Magico, though, is able to reclaim, regroup, get back into A, and I think that should do it.
Yeah, those are perfect grenades onto Glory, or maybe it was Snipe Drone. I think it was Snipe Drone, yeah, trying to push in, but just met by grenades. Well played by Akavi. They go up 2-1 as we set our sights into game 2. Omit versus Complexity.
Comeback was not enough there for Luminon as they fall. 2-1 edge for Akavi, 1-0 edge for Complexity in this series against Omit. Omit, though, does have the lead here in game 2, the early goings, up by 1.
Close game so far. Mental, unfortunately can't land the 3rd shot before the beatdown comes in from Hus. But they've got the sights on the next set of spawners. Both teams vying for up mid control. Far earned by Complexity. But Sparty not going to back down. Has some help from Hus, and Septify spawns close. So this is looking good for Omit.
13-15 here. Omit clinging to a 2-kill lead, but they've got 2 down on the respawn screen. Sparty forcing some squad spawns here on the fridge. Lethal spawns up right next to him. His other 2 teammates, I imagine, split on the other side of the map. Anticipating a push. There we go. Yeah, two teammates on the other side. Anticipating the push here from Omit, or excuse me, from Complexity, and they're gonna allow them to take space on the map. They give them the 50. You gotta have something cooking here. Numbers in droves. Too many players there at P2 for Complexity, and I don't know how I like that decision to play so passive.
Very peculiar, to be honest, and I've been wondering what's wrong with Omit in general, and it just feels like hesitation is like the primary issue. That was just an entire play. When camo is coming up, they're hesitating to make the move. They don't think it's the right time to go yet. Sometimes you just got to take a risk. There's a lot of risk and reward plays made in Halo, and yeah, sometimes the risk doesn't pay off. But if you never take the risk, you never get the prize.
Very, very surprised. Not too worse for the wear though. Omit still tied now, up by 1 in this one. But yeah, I was very shocked to see them just give mid map up. Not only mid map, but mid map with camo coming up. Now 3 have fallen for Omit. Septify would be a staggered 4th down, but his teammates have spawned back up, wrapping around his initial damage on Ryan Noob. Should be able to clean that up via the assist. 22-24 as Omit still up by 1.
Despite the seemingly bad choices, I guess, in the previous play, they're still keeping it competitive, tied at the halfway mark.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Not another minute, or it is another minute until the next camo comes up, so just going to be all bandits on the map for now. Omit do go several dead, and Complexity take the lead by 1.
28-27 as Cherished has support over his right shoulder. Spotting Sparty inside a carbine. Great nades though from Sparty, and the headshot cleanup. That's one hell of a nade shot. That gets Omit back up on top. Can they cling to it though? No.
Oh, Sparty trying to be tricky with the movement. Thought that Mental might slide in. He could get the trade. But Mental plays that well to get the kill cleanly. Now, trying to stay alive. Getting tricky with the movement. Cancels the clamber. But Septify has help. Lethal shows up.
Omit starting to break away a little bit. Still a close game though. Only up by 2. Should be the 3rd though. As Lethal, easy 5 shots going to Ryanu. Spawns occurring on the fridge. Lethal doesn't have the timing to get the back of his opponents now. Taking on Cherish 1v1. Mid-range gunfight. Cherish will drop. Lethal maintains his positioning up at the top. Now Sparty works his way up to P2, and they get the camo this time. And this could be what gets them back in the series, ties things up at 1, but they've got to find value out of this. Sparty just looking to find an opponent first.
Sparty waiting for the intel being fed from the team. Should be able to clean up on mental. Yes, I like that. You don't have to slow walk the whole time with camo. Sometimes you need a little bit extra momentum, so he does that. 2-kill lead here, but Sparty kind of in a no man's land for a lot of this camo, and we're already about halfway out.
A close game. There we go. That's the back smack that Sparty was brewing. As Omit now earned themselves a 3-kill lead. Still with at least 10 seconds left of camo. So how does Sparty want to play this? He is out in the open. He has to be careful because this is going to deplete. There it goes. There goes your camo right out in the open at courtyard. Sparty stuck between a rock and a hard place. Gets back up on top, though. Great job turning lemons into lemonade. I thought Sparty was for sure going to go down. Instead, not only earns a trade, but he earns it outright. Eventually trades out, but Omit are still up by 3. Complexity, though, do have 3 down. So here's their chance to cycle on those spawns that are occurring in the util.
It was a weird life for Sparty. Barely saw any targets on his screen, but did get enough value out to maintain the lead. I think Nick, kind of isolated from the rest of the team here, might decide to bait. This is a spot, part of the base that they typically don't check, but Skeptify does check it and finds the trade. A pretty big trade in that moment. Had he just walked around the corner without checking, could have been bad.
You can really see the dichotomy of strategies here. Complexity, even down by 3, are willing to push out aggressively, and they're doing it with numbers. That should bode well for them. So despite Omit being up by 2, I'm a little weary about their game state and their decision-making and their passive nature of play.
It's so strange. I feel like they're aggressive players, but aren't playing aggressive. At times, they're playing a little bit too careful. Now it's tied up. Complexity brought it back.
And then by the time you do want to get aggressive, your numbers have dropped. So they're playing aggressive when they're not, when they shouldn't, and they're playing passive when they should be aggressive. It's been all out of sorts for Omit, and just like we expected, the lead has now fallen. It's now Complexity up by 1, and again, swarming with numbers. This is why I didn't feel like Omit had a chance, even though they're up by 3 when we were talking about it. Now Complexity are up by 4.
Oh, this is pain for Omit. It just feels like everything's been going wrong for them in these big moments. Of course, this is just winners round 1, but losing here means you fall to the lower bracket and your tournament is exponentially more difficult. And it just looks like Complexity have never had a chance to lose.
Defeat.
Wow. Unbelievable that Omit. I mean, it's like a stranger at the door and you just open it up and they come right in, man. We're having dinner. I mean, who does that? That's kind of what it looked like, though.
Yeah. And in the middle of that game, I don't know why this just came to my mind, but there's a lot of historical significance between the players in this lobby on opposite teams. Ryan and Lethal, if I'm not mistaken, they were on the same team when they first exploded on the scene at the same time, like Halo Reach era, end of Halo 3.
Combine kids.
Yeah, didn't they win the Combine together? It was like both of their first breakouts onto the scene. Now they face off against one another many years later. So cool to see these guys that are still doing it and still doing it well.
Yeah, Eli, we talk about this a lot, and it sounds kind of like another patented, fated statement from me, but this is why I always make the case. I'd rather make the wrong decision quickly in a split second than make the right decision that takes too long. Eventually, that comes back to bite you. So despite Omit holding on to a lead into the 40s, they fall because of that passive style of play. As we switch gears here, Akavi up 2-1 over Luminon and 1-0 in Game 4.
Okay, game number 4, Akavi with the lead, not only in this series, but in the game as well. We're able to capture the first hill. Still plenty of time here in game number 4 for Luminon to come back. And looks like they've got a very strong hold on the tower, so much so that Akavi are really playing this slow in their advancement towards it.
Acid as the snipe, but Luminon have possession of the hill. Great shot to descope Acid, makes it a really tough push for him as he'll fall and drop the snipe. Woodham now dropping S1, trying to take down Lure. Oh, Woodham typically very strong on mouse and keyboard in those close counters, but there he falls. Leaves Lure down to 1 HP though, and he has not regained his shields. Here comes the frags, here comes the push, and they finally trade out.
I think Woodham would have won that fight if it wasn't for another member of Akavi pushing up the nest, adding some extra damage to that fight. Akavi working very well together off of the push. They've successfully taken over the tower, but Luminon looked to be taking it right back. And Luminon looking very strong to capture this hill. Akavi looked to rotate to the next.
Yeah, Luminon have the quintessential setup here on the sniper hill. They've got the sniper. Ooh. They've got the snipe tower, and they've got the ear hole of Lore. You can barely see his head. It still got taken.
Lore, those guys that we need to see pop off and play his best if this Luminon team wants to make waves at Worlds. And looking to be playing good right now. Has 3 bullets left in the sniper. Pitches Magico off guard. Elects to pull out the bandit, and he gets taken down.
Yeah, when Twitter glory shows up in competition, watch out, because my God, just peruse through the videos tab on his Twitter, and you'll see some nasty, nasty overkills. Able to get his team back in it, tied up at 1, but he eventually goes down with control of the snipe, and that opens the door for Akavi to take the lead on Hill 3.
As Luminon approach this, camo coming up, kind of a dual dilemma here. You want to get them out of the hill, but you also want to secure the camo. They've successfully done both. Snipe drone taking the front line. Has some help from Glory, and with pretty much everything going right for them here, I favor Luminon to take the lead in this hill.
Virtually tied on hill number 3. We are literally tied in this game. Snipe drone, though, with control of the hill. That'll flip the lead in his team's favor. Sniper up the next 25 seconds. Camo in the possession currently of SLG. He's got the commando out. That's more of an opener, almost as if it were a plasma weapon, right? You try to get a little bit of that commando damage out, allow your teammate to clean up with the bandit. But now SLG pushing on strong, but he's got to worry about his back. He's going to re-proc the camo. Still got about 10-15 seconds left with it. Got to make a play.
Going to use it to get in the hill momentarily. Gets out to give himself better positioning for this fight. Too many targets and all of his teammates left, unfortunately. Maybe SLG thought he was going to have a bit more help for longer. They are all sitting side by side at the Shopify facility, so should be able to screen watch in their death cams. Whew. And look at the shot from Leor, though, cutting Woodham out of the equation. That's going to make their life a lot more difficult to capture.
Yeah, it doesn't feel too good when you die, Eli, and then you look, glance at Woodham's screen to your left, and you see him get his wig peeled back with the snipe. Leor not able to ultimately stay alive much longer with it, but it was still an impressive headshot that opens up the opportunity for Akavi to get back in the hill just momentarily, though. As Luminon do have a slight edge, call it about 85 to 65% with 2 minutes left.
Oh my God.
Still a little bit of time left, but this hill is crucial, and Snipe Drone's the only one left for Luminon. Akavi can steal it right here. They might.
Ooh. I expect both teams to just keep holding forward. I don't know if they have the timing any longer, though. SLG gonna try to stop this, but I don't think he can. Woodham, though, with the clutch kill. No, It's not going to be enough to stop the hill. And just like that, not only do they capture this, but might be able to rotate for next.
Oof. Famous voice line from Jeff Steitzer. Flag taken. There it was, hill taken by Akavi, as they absolutely stole that one from under the nose of Luminon. Now have a 2-1 lead with less than 2 to go.
Drone. Great grenade there. Has got nowhere to go. New camo. Has come up. Looks like Drift may have just procced it. Yes, he did. But Luminon already 70% of the way done with this hill. I mean, they might just close this out while Akavi were worried about camo.
Very impressed by this play here from Luminon. It seemed like they were throwing all of their resources at potentially scoring that last hill. Glory with another Twitter glory moment. That was nuts. Takes down 3 for Akavi, but look at this. Despite not necessarily giving up that previous hill and rotating early for next, it feels like they did. They should absolutely tie things up at 2.
That was a disgusting kill from Glory. The Gandhi hop has returned. It's been a while since we've seen it, but somehow has re-entered the meta in Halo Infinite. And with the jumping crouches, takes down his opponent with less shields. Woodham trying to get control of this tower side, so crucial. Where this top center hill, he's done so. And might be able to get Acid out of the hill as well.
Acid tries to escape to safety. Accomplishes that task. It somehow stays alive. Calls for help. Gets it. How did Woodham not secure it? It looked free.
Oh, that's got to be feels bad. But I mean, talk about the perfect timing from Acid throughout. He knew when he was likely to be targeted or when the player was going to be stuck in a grenade throwing animation, and just plays his timing perfectly around each engagement. Would have got to feel silly after that one.
Man. And it's looking like Luminon are about to send us to a game 5. Potentially. It's still got a lot of time left in this one. That was a big swing there for Akavi, and then a big swing answer back for Luminon as they're able to wipe Akavi, get back in the hill. Most importantly, though, Eli, as you know, they got control of the snipe at the snipe tower. Glory's got to make a play here, and he's starting to do just that. Headshot onto Luor. Gives them the best opportunity they have to regain the lead.
That was a lovely ragdoll backflip from Leor, courtesy of Glory, hitting a beautiful shot. But look at this, they've got each other's back so well. Somehow Akavi have hung on
Double kill.
barely, and Leor finds a double.
Enemy team took
Bro,
the kill.
the help on the side of Akavi has been absolutely masterful, like saving a human being hanging off the rail of an apartment, pulling him back up on top, and Woodham earns the no-scope. Could be a double kill here onto Drift. They are just seconds away from taking the lead, and despite what looked like the help coming through for Akavi, it's Luminon who get an assist in the form of a score instead. 1 minute left, and a 1-score lead for Luminon.
Woodham knows that all he has to do is hold this tower side. Yes, the hill is way over there, but you want to hold the spawns on this half of the map to make their approach angle to this hill a bit easier. Minute left in regulation, and Luminon have the lead.
Oh, wow. And this series started about a game after our Akavi versus Luminon series, and it might end even sooner than this one. Oh, my God. Woodham with the quickly!
Double headshot quickly. I didn't even see it. I looked at the other screen for a second. I need to see that again.
Yeah, we need a replay of that, maybe even in real time. Sometimes Louis answers that. But yeah, I was looking at the impending demise of Omit, but Woodham, quickly, that's rare.
We get like maybe one of those per tournament, it feels like, if even that, maybe one every 2 or 3 tournaments. But it is a huge opportunity for Luminon to take this game. Right now, Akavi in the hill, though, with a chance to tie things up. Luminon can play this kind of slow. They want to just get a couple slays. They don't need to press this too quickly.
A little surprised with less than 1 minute left to see Luminon playing for the cap and not the time. I believe they went for it, though, because they had 4 down at the moment, and they do have 3 down once again. So I do expect them to play for the cap, despite the score being, or see the clock being at 47 seconds.
Honestly, this just isn't a hill you play for time. It's too easy for the other team to hop in and contest. And they will secure it 4-2. I hope we have a replay of that Wiggly, if we can. But it looks like both games ended at the same time. Who won in the picture-in-picture? I was too focused on trying to see what happened with this Quigley.
Yeah,
here we go.
Complexity.
Oh, they're both.
Oh my God! No.
Oh,
no.
Disgusting. Look at this.
Flying out. Why-wying.
They line.
How does this line up? Oh, Acid takes a step back. That's not the step you wanted to take. Oh my God! Quick scope too. Oh,
I mean,
man! Look at them both fall.
The observer doesn't capture it perfectly, but you know that was disgusting. Maybe Woodham will have it from his first-person perspective, but I mean, that was a huge game changer in the moment too. It's not just a cool thing that happens, but it was like that guaranteed Luminon to take a massive lead in the hill that they ultimately captured.
Here we go. In a day that has had no shortings of game number 5s. Get another one on the docket, why not? As these two teams, Akavi versus Luminon, vying for international glory. Who's the #1 international team? This might be a prelude to what we see in Worlds in just a couple of days. Streets Slayer is the arena for game 5.
It's a good point. These international teams don't really get to play each other very often. It's like they all compete domestically, win their region, and then they go to the tournament and face off against NA's best. But
yeah,
it's pretty rare that they actually end up against one another. I don't know if that'll make a difference here, as they're not as familiar with each other's play styles. But either way, both teams coming out swinging as we find ourselves in a game 5.
Oh, that's awesome. And speaking of Mama LVT, all the support she's shown, LVT, Woodham's mom was in the chat to witness that. I'm sure she's standing up with the Woodham foam finger on all the way across the pond at home, cheering for her son. Putting on, like you said, not only a montage moment, but that was game-changing at that. So, Woodham stepping up strong, got his mom supporting the chat. Love to see it.
I know Chilltacular also from Finland. Shout out to him. The Finnish crowd rooting on their boy. We take a quick glance at the bracket. Mind Freak was able to win the Game 5 versus TSM. That's impressive. That's a team. I'm pretty sure TSM 3-0'd them in winners round 1 at Charlotte. So that's a huge bounce back. Mind Freak got to be feeling good about that. And Complexity, of course, finished the 3-0 against Omit. And their reward, facing off against Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about Mind Freak when they were on the broadcast. Their path to upsets in the bracket and in pool play this weekend and next at the Halo World Championship is through those Slayers. And whether it's a Game 2 or a Game 5, I'd actually be really curious. Did Mind Freak win both of those series? And that's impressive in the sense that they're winning those Slayers online against one of the most practiced online Team Slayer teams in TSM. We know that they do not skip Slayers and scrims, and they were still able to take that Game 5 off of them. So, wow.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Mind Freak. I felt like they had a slow start to the day. Like we said, they got 3-0'd by Complexity. We didn't expect them to, go down without a single win. But I mean, who cares if you start out the bracket with a win in round 1? Then that erases any mistake that you made in the pool section of the tournament. Winners round 1 dubs are incredible.
Yeah, you get you right back to where you wanted to be if you were to take first seed in the pool. So, man, wow. We're already seeing some electric matches and even some upsets, you could argue. This one feels pretty even, though, and it is in the series as well. 2-2, Akavi, Latin America's best, going up against Luminon, EU's best. Who's going to take that global heavyweight belt, though, at least as it pertains to this series? It looks like Glory is just moments away from swapping onto Cobra and getting right into the action.
Yeah, interestingly, both Akavi and Mind Freak definitely on the upswing as far as their tournament results over the course of the year, whereas Luminon, the previous #1 international team, has kind of been falling off. But we did get to talk to SLG. He mentioned that they didn't really get a lot of good practice going into Charlotte, but now at the Shopify facility are getting some of the best practice they've got all year. So I think we're going to see a resurgence of Luminon here at LAN at Worlds.
Yeah, Luminon, top 6, top 6, top 6. They look like a consistent top 6 team. And then all the top 12 at Charlotte. That's concerning in the sense that Charlotte, it's the playoffs, and it's just weeks before the Halo World Championship. But if that was the case, if they weren't able to get that good of practice, I could see why maybe they had that poor performance. But, I mean, there's always a bright side to every rainy day, right, Eli? I mean, you take a top 12 finish at Charlotte, maybe there's a little bit more for the boys to review in VOD review with their coach because of it. So, always trying to see the bright side.
Yeah, also just shout out to Shopify Rebellion as an org to take a team that really needed the help to say, hey, we're going to house you and let you practice against our team in LA. You don't even have to go back to Europe. I mean, talk about a heroic move by one of the biggest orgs in the scene now. So if it wasn't for them, who knows what practice they would even get before Worlds.
All right, well, as we wait for Glory to regroup and get back into the lobby, we're going to take a quick break, quick message from our sponsor, GameSir, and then up next, Game 5.
Traditional potentiometer sticks are no strangers to gamers. They rely on carbon film resistors. When you move the stick, the resistor slides. Over time, this physical contact leads to wear and tear and inevitably causes stick drift. Then came Hall effect sticks, eliminating friction altogether. Instead of relying on physical contact, they detect changes and record electrical signals in a magnetic field. This gives them a naturally longer lifespan and makes them far less prone to drift. But for pro gamers, zero drift isn't enough. To meet the demands of the pro gamers, craving better linearity and higher resolution, TMR sticks were born. Built on the foundation of Hall tech, TMR sticks use tunneling magnetoresistance to detect both magnetic strength and polarity, offering true two-dimensional sensing and ultra-accurate stick positioning. Take the GameSir G7 Pro, the first Xbox licensed controller with TMR sticks. In FPS games, it offers 4,096 levels of stick resolution, 4 times higher than mainstream Hall sticks, translating to near-perfect central accuracy in high-stakes competitive play. Paired with GameSir's advanced stick algorithms, it offers insane customization for stick curves, anti-dead zones, and trajectory response, letting you nail precision shots at the physical level. On top of that, TMR sticks consume less than 600 microamperes, about 70% less than mainstream Hall sticks. The algorithm also syncs stick sampling with MCU sampling perfectly, ensuring a more stable pulling rate. This means it captures every subtle hand movement, breaking down the final barrier between your input and the game. This is more than an upgrade. It's a redefinition of what elite stick performance should be.
Here we go. Another game 5. This one's not in pool play, though. This is to extend your life into the upper bracket round 2 echelon. Luminon versus Akavi. They fought hard. Games 1 and 2 were blowouts. It might have just lended itself to what ended up being a very, very close series throughout the rest of the way. What does game 5 have in store? About to find out.
Luminon, the ones that won that last game and carry some momentum into the 5th. This is a map that momentum can be stifled very quickly. What do they got off the opening break? Magico predicting someone to rotate into Red Room. No one is there. Ludo eats the grenades of Leor, though. That is clear. A huge, heavy emphasis on that B side of the map. But both teams answer 2-2 apiece.
No space to work up the driveway, so Luminon do a great job. They lose 1. The frag toss from Leora, but Snipe Drone resets from the driveway, goes to the sticky stair, the spiker stairs, and actually creates a winning condition off the start for Luminon. I thought after we saw that first strike frag, it would be 5-3 Akavi, but instead it's 6-3 Luminon. They've doubled up early.
And we saw that sticky touch Magico's foot. Somebody stole the kill from him, but doesn't matter. They're going to get the camo out of this. They're going to have a 2-kill lead, and they've got information on Drift. But look at the patience out of Glory. Doesn't want to advance all the way forward. Maybe the call was made by the team to not go yet. Akavi know that Camo's lurking and want to play this slow, but where's Luminon? They need to be here.
Oh my god, Glory's camo reactivates just as his opponent turned the corner, and he'll head back to the grave. Magico, no idea where Glory is, and Luminon have busted open a 6-kill lead, and now the starting spawns for Luminon belong to Akavi, and they're starting to stagger.
This has gone real bad off the start. Akavi need to figure out a way out of the blender. Luminon have kept the pressure up. They do find a few slays. Might get that stalker rifle with a little bit of ammo left as well. Glory I think maybe got a little bit too antsy to follow up on the damage, and now Luminon in a position where they've got to slow down. Look at this. Snipe Drone knows that Akavi want to move fast, so he just waits around the corner and might have just stabilized their position.
Gotta know when to hold them and when to fold them, and right now Luminon are playing perfect poker here in a game 5, up by 5, 9-14 as Woodham goes down to 1 HP, but he's got the chase grenades out and the help from Snipe Drone to maintain his life. SLG on the tires. Watch out for that frag. Takes him down to 1 HP. The chase could come through, but the bait and switch is set up on the heaven.
I don't think Akavi recognized just how much damage SLG had taken from that, so they're lucky and will not advance to try to follow up on it. Both teams also just really prioritizing staying alive as this camo is coming off spawn. I have to imagine Luminon have the shroud. They do. And I like this play as well. They open on this purple side as Glory grabs the camo with the shroud. Extremely well executed play here from Luminon. They're going to take advantage.
Snipe Drone back on his steez from game number 1, where he started off 7-1. Now in the crucial game number 5, he does one better. 8-1, does die in the moment. I'm hyping him up, but it's still a 7-kill lead. It's growing for Luminon. Now 8, and 2 team wipes separate these 2 teams, but Akavi, speaking of wiped, all 4 go down.
Look at that. We saw Glory with the camo. He intentionally went this way to try to block out the spawn. They forced the red room spawns and should have positioning to make life difficult. Looks like Leor was able to escape with the Stalker rifle towards the PD, but Luminon are swarming. They have Akavi exactly where they want them. I don't think Akavi have anywhere to go. Oh, unicorn.
Unicorn.
Perfect
Same
grenade.
thing I did. That's a perfect grenade. But it's been camo control. That was the difference in this large opening break lead for Luminon. Akavi were fortunate to shut down the next camo without doing too much damage, but the camo might not have been the focal point, but the scoreboard now is. It's a 9-kill lead for Luminon, hitting their stride when it matters most.
I mean, they're just frankly outplaying them right now. They're baiting them in at the right times. They're aggressing at the right times. They're predicting exactly what Akavi want to go for. And they have the answer every time. Wow. Glory was weak, knew that player would try to follow up on the damage, but has that repulsor grenade combination to just stop it short. Can they keep up this pressure through the end game, though? There's still a lot of skills left in this match.
Still time. That's key. Try to keep it within 7. You do not want this lead to get back to 8, and it's done one worse for Akavi. Now back up to 9, 10, as Luminon are absolutely rolling.
Yeah, 10-kill deficit. Great shots from Acid there. You got to imagine if Akavi are going to make the comeback, it probably starts with Acid. He's the guy that's been on fire all day long. Really led this team to victory multiple times. Glory's going to take him out of the equation, though, and Akavi with very little space to work with as this camo's coming up. Luminon once again in the right position to land some kills and go for this camo.
Way too much camo control for Luminon. You cannot give him another one. 28-37 here, still a 9-kill lead. You got to bring it back to within at least 6 as Luminon approaches the 40s. Here we go. Javier starting to do just that. Magico looked like he was about to sneak away with the camo. Acid is able to pick it up, and he's going to stay alive with it. Here we go. You got to play around Acid. You got to use Acid as the focal point here and try to make a play around him. Let his teammates set up attention elsewhere, and then that'll be his opportunity to strike.
Gotta say it. Luminon fumbled that. There's no reason they shouldn't have this camo in their suits right now. And will Akavi make them pay for it in the ultimate way? Glory finds a trade before being taken down. And just like that, camo is already out of the play. You gotta wonder if that was their chance, just dying before their eyes.
The door was open for Akavi, but it might have just been slammed shut by Luminon as they've regained that 8-kill lead. And they're looking strong with it. Snipe Drone falls, but it'll get cleaned up by Glory. 36-44. Too many team wipes needed, it feels like, for Akavi to come back in this one. We'll have a fighting chance, but it's getting dimmer and dimmer. Is it time to turn out the lights?
It is. I'm just going to say it. I was like several sequences in a row where Luminon just came out on top, just winning their ones or 2v1ing their opponents. 1 kill to go. And it's going to be Luminon going on to winners round 2 over Akavi. Impressive plays here. in game 5.
Wow. Luminon. It was the game 2 Slayer that got them back in a series that looked like it was getting a little out of control after Akavi easily took game number 1, but that seems to be a sticking point around the narrative, Eli. You gotta take these Slayers seriously. You gotta win them at the very least, or arguably most. And with 2 Slayer wins in this best of 5 series that went the distance, Luminon take it 3-2.
Great stuff out of the boys from EU, looking to bounce back after a disappointing Charlotte finish in the last HCS tournament of the year. Would like to rewrite the history books. We've known they've had the ability to get this far, but this is typically where they fall short, is in this winners round 2. They need to get past their next matchup. It's going to be Space Station. I feel like this is probably the best matchup they could hope for in winners 2.
All right, we'll take a quick break as the lobby brews between Optic and Complexity will head there next.
Can't keep my head on my shoulders. Feels like I'm losing myself. I still see your shadow on the wall, like I'm living in hell. Touchdown in a new place, trying to escape your poison, and I hate that I miss a mistake. I'm tired of your ghost, but I don't wanna run away. I can't believe I fell for all of it and it was a show. I know it's toxic, but it just don't feel right letting you go. But you play a game, I can't escape. I'm caught up in the middle. You're running through my head, and all the things we said. I wish I could forget you.
out of air, coming up from the deep, drowning right here. But you're the one who cared, showing up like you did. No matter what I said or did, you breathe me back to life. Felt like I was dead inside, but you breathe me back to life. One touch, and I am back like I never left. My heart is whole again. I got you to thank, and I'm coming back like I never left. 'Cause you breathe me back, you breathe me back to touch, and I am back like I never left. My heart is whole again. I got you to thank, and I'm coming back like I never left. 'Cause you breathe me back, you breathe me back to life.
Team took the hill.
Getting closer,
Double kill.
I'm okay, 'cause you got me to be. It ain't over, all I hear you say, said it's all that you see. No matter what I said or did, you breathe me back to life. Felt like I was dead inside, but you breathe me back to life. Touch, and I am back like I never left. My heart is whole again. I got you to thank,
Double kill.
coming back like I never left. 'Cause you breathe me back, you breathe me back to life.
Double kill.
Breathe me back to life. Bring me back to life.
Snipe. Snipe.
If all my love has got you feeling too much, it's feeling too much for you, then all my love is gonna dance with someone who shows love not to. If all my love has got you feeling too much, it's feeling too much for you, then all my love is gonna dance with someone who shows love not to.
Welcome back to the Complexity Halo World Championship warm-up here, presented by GameSir. As we've got a winners round 2 matchup now. Complexity taking it maybe a little bit further than others would have assumed, but now they've got their tallest task of the day. Optic stands in their way.
I mean, Complexity been kind of refinding their form that they had earlier in the season, I would say. In the later half here, they've had a bit of a resurgence. Wasn't enough to make huge waves at Charlotte, but feeling pretty good being in winners quarterfinals here against Optic. Optic, though, have been looking incredible ever since they lost at HCS Charlotte. I feel like that lit a fire underneath these guys, and we already know they're insane, so they get even better going into Worlds. The rest of the competition has to be watching out.
The question for Optic is, can they just lock in? One tournament left. We know that they've had focus on the other side of the gaming aisle, if you will, but this is it. You got one final week to put all of your eggs into the World Championship basket. As Formal, the world champ himself, everybody for Optic, defending world champ at that, as Renegade looks to push through. He's got Mental, aggressively pushes out, sees the chase grenade and thinks twice, but he's still got Renegade down to 1 shot, so very impressive. Renegade gonna call for help, turn that into a 2v1, but hey, Mental does a good job to trade out.
It trades out, but yeah, Complexity have the ball here on the red side. We've talked about the strategy for this game mode being more heavily focused on that side. Formal was watching that portal Gotta watch your head there as he's gonna advance forward with it and probably force this ball player to drop it, but this is a decent early start, but not when you go 4 dead. You have to imagine Optic will be able to take the lead here.
Yeah, Complexity do take the early lead, able to secure 16 seconds, but it feels like Optic are gonna secure a little bit of that and then some after taking down all 4 for Complexity. Formal has been a menace with the snipe, and he's still got 5 shots left.
5 shots left, and he knows exactly where his targets are lurking. Was probably a little worried about grenading Legend. Mental's gonna win that fight regardless. Formal doesn't feel comfortable, so he's gonna burn a little bit of ammo. Finds a trade. Will only drop, I think, 2 bullets there, maybe 1. But all the while, Complexity content to hold this ball and regain some of their momentum.
Bound. Nice cleanup there as he was cleanupable himself. Stays alive. Re-shields, repositions, trying to find that snipe. There he goes. Finally gets it. 3 go down for Complexity. And so for the last minute or so, Optic have held the numbers advantage and the oddball in their hands. Rhino, though, pushing in, takes down Bound with the aggressive play, but he'll trade out. Formal shoots him in the gluteal to take him down as well. Formal trades out. It's been a trade fest here at Red.
And both teams really just trying to get control of this oddball, and a non-stop just Congo line of players pushing in here. Did Legend stick himself?
He did! That was diabolical!
Wait.
Did he mean to do that?
There's no shot he just kamikazed on purpose.
I meant to do it. Well, what do you mean? Imagine if we asked him, that'd probably be his response, even if he didn't.
Okay, it's year 4. I have never seen anyone do that. Like, that was crazy.
Wow. That was like Ryanoob-esque against Ryanoob himself. Granted, it wasn't Ryanoob pushing in on that play there on Legend, but with Ryanoob in the lobby, takes a trick out of the old book.
We're gonna assume it was on purpose because he's a Legend. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. That was crazy. They've now taken the lead, doubled up on it. Complexity though gets 3 dead. Look very good. Keep this competitive, and especially when they kill Formal immediately off spawn. They're kind of letting Optic spawn in blue and just immediately aggressing them. This is the type of aggression that you need to beat a team like Optic.
A few shaky shots there from Cherish, but he's able to regroup and regain. Take down Bound, Legend in the ice hall. Takes down 1, but he ultimately trades out. Long range, insta-splode. I believe kept Renegade down to 1 shot, but he's able to still take down Ryanoob, but he goes down shortly after. How many trades have we seen so far in this match, Eli? And the results have filtered down into the score. 43-49. It's been a trade fest all throughout.
Really like Bound's rotation with the oddball there. Saw where his teammates were spawning. Moves it towards them, opens the spawns in red, tells the team where to look for the next engagement. Formal can't land the no-scope on the first one. Second one is no good, nor the third. Mental being so tricky with his movement makes himself a hard target.
Alice hasn't been able to switch to a player that doesn't ultimately go down.
Just
like
die instantly. He's like, am I observing FFA again? Like, this is probably feels like observing the FFA.
That's what it looks like. My God. There has been a lot of slays secured in this one, and 54 seconds to the name of each of these 2 teams, with Complexity taking a momentary advantage in the score sheet, 56-54. This one couldn't be closer. Cherished! QTs and knew exactly what its destination was. Google Maps.
Oh, that was so sick. You have to think that like Formal was probably watching the portal for a period of time. The second he looks away from it is when Cherish comes through and gets the back smack. Love to see that if you're a Complexity fan. 70 points now as they've taken the lead. Optic kind of getting to the position where they've got to go.
Yep, and go they will. Formal. That opening break slay onto King Nick opens up the ice side of the map. That's what allows Legend to push through here freely as Formal sets up the clamp. Perfect execution there. Formal earns the assist. And what should be more ball time for Optic.
Optic's one of those teams that might give up the lead at some point, but they are so good at just deciding to not make any more mistakes and just take over as they're doing exactly that. They're just like, you know what? We kind of played a little bit too aggressive. Let's stop scamming and play perfect. And they might just do that.
Is that like one of those Solitude invisible ledge jumps right there we saw from Renegade? I might be a noob asking that question, but looks like some.
There's a little TV screen you can jump off of to get up there.
Almost looked like he like thrust jumped from Halo 5 to get to that ledge. Nonetheless, Renegade will fall. but not before regaining the lead. It has been so close. Just a few seconds feels like every time there's a stop in the action, you look at the score, and it's close. Still is. And we're in the end game. Both teams at about 80 seconds, we'll call it on average. One final hold, one final push could be the difference here as Complexity. Not a good time to go 3 down. This could be it for Optic in round 1.
And Ryan really needed to get one of those kills. He had 2 players one shot, but goes down. And I think that might have just lost him the round. Had Ryan got even one of those 2 kills, this entire situation looks different. Instead, it's Optic with the comeback victory. Like I said, sometimes they just decide, let's stop scamming. Let's win this round. And they do exactly that.
Speaking of scam, how about that no reticle, no HUD snipe that we saw there from Complexity? They lose the round, but at least they can take that to their name here in round number 2. And look at this, Rhino. That got called out, though. I like the aggressiveness to go straight for the ball, but he did not have the numbers, much less the damage to do so, and Complexity are going to get bit for it.
Yeah, 3 were dead off the rip. That means Optic likely have the sniper once again. This is exactly what happened at the beginning of the last round. Well, didn't find a ton of success with the sniper before. Finds a body shot this time, and Legend might be able to pick up the remains of that sniper. Yes, he's going to inch his way forward, but both teams still battling for the sniper. Oddball was not able to get into either team's hands just yet.
45 seconds off the clock, and nobody able to secure ball time off of the starting point. Nice bounce pass grenade there from Renegade. Takes down Rhino. He now splits the map in half, takes down 2 in the form of Mental. No double kill, but it's 2 nonetheless.
Fun fact for you, while we had Renegade on our screen, Renegade has the most LAN wins in Halo Infinite history with 8. Has a chance to make history at Worlds should Optic come out the victors. He's also won LAN tournaments with 3 different teams. The only player that can say that.
Yeah, I guess, what, C9? Optic, and
Yes.
who's the third?
FaZe.
FaZe, that's right, duh. You're 2. Here we go. All right, Ryan Noob back in control with the snipe. Only 2 shots left to work with, though. Formal's going to make it tough for him to secure much value out of that. After earning 5 perfect shots, he sets his sights on the Ryan Noob. I imagine he's pushed up since then. He has. He doesn't quite know. Yes, he does. He actually assumed. I don't think there's any call-outs. Assumes that Ryan Noob's there, finally gets his mark.
It's going to be the first bit of oddball time in this round for Optic. They have secured the map. Bound trying to get some forward presence and some high ground so you can see the spawners of Complexity and the routes they look to take. Catches multiple players and does a ton of damage before anyone even turns his way. Was able to hold the attention of 3 players, but after he goes down, Complexity likely to aggress forward. Until spamming that left trigger to get a little bit of extra aim assist. Will finally win that fight, but all still in favor of Optic.
Double up lead just about for Optic here in the early goings. Keme Matumbo Mental swaps that. I say swats that grenade, but he ultimately falls after dropping into the ice tunnel. Formal now. Pushing in preemptively with the grenade toss. Doesn't earn any damage, but there's enough damage for him to clean up on Cherish. Bound has been that entry fragging damage demon that you expect from him. 17, 5, and 15. I'm actually surprised he doesn't have more assists.
I'd agree. He's had a heavy impact. He's dealt a lot of damage that wasn't followed up on those, but he's in the process kind of held Complexity back for multiple oddball holds. Definitely providing value to the squad. By the way, we see Onset in chat. We had Bravo stop by earlier. Everyone's just so hyped for Worlds that they just can't contain themselves. I can relate. It's all I'm thinking about.
Hey, you're forgetting another legend. There's Shurzy.
Shurzie's in here too.
Where's Gasket?
Okay. Let's get the whole crew in here, man.
Come on, man. Call your friend. Oh, but lack of It's King Nick trying to thwart this onslaught of momentum that Optic have earned after going up 22 to 13. It's been 30 plus consecutive seconds secured for them. Ryu with a no scope barrel stuff. Melee finishes off his opponent. Maybe this is what gets Complexity back in this one, but Optic are still scoring. Oh, there we go. Another barrel stuff. And that will assuredly get Complexity back on the board. They're down by about 50.
Was there a weird like melee interaction where it like booped him up a little bit too as he landed the no scope, just to give it a little more oomph as he finds the next set of spawners? Optic pretty fortunate to spawn bottom tower. I think that was actually the closest spawn point they could have possibly gotten, and they immediately take advantage by pushing into red before the other spawners can shoot them in the back.
3 down for Optic. Make it all 4. Staggered out. So this is an opportunity here for Complexity. Wow, Legend, how patented and famous is that spawn over on A? That is routine that we see an A spawn, and then they get right back into red.
Yeah, honestly, as time goes on, if you're going to hold the oddball here at the red side of the map, you kind of need somebody to block that corner. I think a lot of teams are calling it cargo by the A Stronghold, but because if you don't block it, they literally spawn with a clear line of sight to your oddball carrier, or they can just run straight to your setup. So I'm going to see that strategy, I think, advance as time goes on.
Yeah, one G slide and you're already on the other side of the map. But for now, it's Optic. Potential back-to-back sequences where they go 4 down, but Complexity hasn't been able to turn it into much time.
Not much time indeed. Legends rounded low shields. He gets taken down by Cherish. That's a pretty clutch kill. Gonna open the door wide open for the rest of Complexity to advance forward. And they've successfully chased Optic away, but Optic did not actually die, so they're just waiting for their shields and will re-enter the fight.
Complexity able to cut the lead in half and then some. They're growing on it, trying to get within 20. As Cherished. In a tricky fight right now with Formal, but he earns the reversal. Big win there for Cherished.
Very tricky fight, but plays it perfectly against Formal. Cherished, one of those players that is so individually talented. I would take him in a lot of these 1v1 fights, even against some of the world's best. And for that win, he's been awarded quite a bit of ball time. Have a setup for now. It's 2v2 situation on the map as both teams trade out. King Nick's going to actually elect to play the ball for now. They've only got a minute left in regulation, so going to have to pick it back up here shortly.
You might want to try to pick up that snipe, which just popped up on the map. It looks like in their push. So a little bit of a 2-for-1 for Complexity. They're able to advance on the map, pick up the snipe, and now make their way into the base. And there you can see the sniper trails ringing out. It's in the hands of someone for Complexity. Mental. Ooh. Speaking of hands, take these, Legend.
Beautiful stuff there. 20-second deficit is Complexity in right now, but they've got the ball in hand. Ryan's got the sniper top tower. His location just now realized, almost lands the headshot onto Renegade, and he gets triangulated, taken out of the equation. Legend gonna push up and grab the sniper and meets no resistance.
Oh!
And just like that, might have been how he ended the last round as well. 4-second deficit for Complexity, but Optic have secured the map.
I was just about to ask, are they going to pick up the oddball here or just try to thwart one final push? They're going to take the oddball, and I think as soon as the push becomes cautious and advantageous for Complexity, you'll see Optic drop it with about a 20-second lead with 20 seconds left on the clock. So this is perfectly played oddball right now for Optic.
Yeah, I don't mind them holding this whatsoever. They're going to also elect to just play it out into the ice, which means even if they die here, they can come off spawn and contest it. They did get 3 dead, though, did Complexity. 16 seconds in regulation. Optic have 1 push.
From the cargo to the ice sheet, Optic make their way into red. The shields are beeping red for Renegade, staying alive, earning the assist, 72 to 82. 10 seconds between these two teams and 10 seconds left.
Uh-oh. 6, 5. Optic gonna just leave the ball where it is. All they have to do is play keep away. That should be Optic's round. And it is. Complexity.
Wow.
Put up a good fight, but not good enough.
Optic played the best of both worlds there in the end game, picking up the oddball to earn themselves a little bit more cushion, and then dwindling down the clock by playing Team Slayer once they had afforded themselves a 20-second lead. They were up by just a few seconds, and those few seconds were secured by Complexity, so that turned out, hindsight, to be the perfect play call there from Optic Gaming. Phenomenal endgame execution nets them the win in Game 1.
You got to imagine, like, the thought process there is they want to have as much of a cushion in oddball lead so that if they go 4 dead, they still have time to come off spawn and kill the oddball player. So that's about 20-25 seconds, right? Assuming you spawn relatively close. So I think that was kind of the mental calculus that went into that play at the end there. And then, of course, just drop the ball after.
Wow. Yeah, if you're a struggling silver player like Tools, definitely want to watch that back. That was perfectly played. That's how you want to roll into matchmaking, huh?
Yeah, man. One day he'll get out of silver. I believe. Maybe after all the pros quit this game and they're not in matchmaking, and he'll have
That's
a chance
his window.
to rank up.
There you go. The path is clearing for Tools Ascension. That's the ascension of Optic Gaming that I think we're most curious about. Falling off a little bit in the last couple of LAN tournaments. They've given Shopify. All of the momentum heading into Worlds, but Optic are the defending champs. They were the power seeding #1 team going into this, and maybe still are.
Complexity with a great start. Able to get the camo. Almost gets turned by Bounds. Should have an easy kill onto Formal. Doesn't even need to get it himself as his teammate does. And they also know exactly where Legend is. And he's going to walk right into the elbow of King Nick. This is a great start for Complexity.
Yep, up by 2. Most importantly, they got the camo in the suit of King Nick, and he's gathering intel, knows that Optic are trapped at A. Renegade spawns a little bit spaced out, but you can see Complexity and King Nick are just eyeing this next push, just waiting for the opening break.
Nick doesn't really know what to do here. I wouldn't know what to do either. I mean, you know where all of Optic are, but you can't just go in. They're waiting for you. Ammo has now dissipated. Optic make their move. They take over the tower. Looks like 1-for-1 trades for the time being, but Optic completely content with how this played out. I mean, look at the patience paying off for Optic.
Okay, it's one thing to time the camo when it comes up, but it's another thing to time when the camo depletes. Did y'all notice how as soon as King Nick lost camo, Optic made their push? I'm going to give credit to Lunchbox on that. That was perfectly timed.
Yeah, that was well played. They could have also heard the sound cue. It is pretty loud when the camo dissipates. So it could have been that. Could have been a call from Lunchbox.
Double kill.
But all the while, Complexity still maintain their lead. It was a great play out of disadvantage from Optic, but they find themselves right back in it.
Reversal perfect. As Legend secures the slay onto Ryanoog, makes sure that this game could have bounced to 5 for Complexity instead. Optic keep it within 3.
Being sneaky, his location's definitely not known. Finds the backs of 3 different Complexity players. Finishes one off and before he gets attacked by Cherish, but it's a huge 2-for-1 trade there in a moment that Optic kind of needed, as Complexity still have this lead and are kind of keeping the pressure on Optic.
Here we go. There's that 5-kill lead that Complexity were brewing. Just waited a little while to grab the coffee off the pot. Now King Nick pushing into a Legend. I thought he was maybe across the map. He was at the bridge. Wow.
Was King Nick trying to shoot a grenade, or is there a little like hole you can shoot through down there? I don't know. That was weird looking. Not sure what King Nick did in that prior play. Now unable to get the camo. First melee doesn't connect.
Ooh.
And he gets cut out of the play by King Nick. King Nick falls shortly after, but Optic have done well to bring this close. It's now just a 2-kill game.
Yeah, just as it looks like Complexity, we're starting to go on a run. Optic pulling back in. It's Renegade. Not having his routine Slayer, just 3-1 and 5, but still plenty of time to get back on the board. A stalemate has occurred. You can see Legend setting up on the C platform, trying to draw out the push towards that side, but it looks like Complexity are eyeing the push from tower to A instead as a potential combat evolved. Yeah, there it is. Renegade. The combat evolved nonetheless. Hey, he didn't throw the sticky, but it all counts the same, I guess.
I'm wondering if that was a Complexity grenade onto the shock rifle. Oh my god. Formal sticks mental as he slides in and is still alive after the double kill. Might also be able to pick up the shock rifle off of Renegade's body. He's looking for it. Has found it. And at perfect timing, instead of off the rack, it's off the floor for Formal as he finds a double with the shock rifle off of Renegade's body.
And a quick look at the GameSir split screen tells us that Luminon have taken game 1 off of SSG. The international competitors have came to play all throughout Season 4, but especially here today as they're looking to regroup after a multiple top 8 finish for the internationals side of competition. 25 all here between 2 of NA's best in Complexity versus Optic Gaming, as King Nick works his way through towards the plasma pistol, but instead wants to avert his attention towards the tower, jumps up to the bat ledge to reach that angle and does enough damage to take down 2 to 1 shot, but I don't think that damage is going to get cleaned up on. That could be crucial. There we go. Legend does get taken down, but Renegade makes it away.
This is interesting. Complexity, I think, are playing very well here. Not only keeping it close, but even kind of bringing back when they were previously at a deficit. King Nick finds a kill there. And it is maintained as a tied game for several kills in a row now.
Optic the first to reach 30, though, despite what's been a close one, and Legend stays alive, doesn't trade out. That's Optic. 2-kill lead now. The spawn's occurring at A, just around the corner for Legend. Nice bait and switch there from King Nick. Takes him down.
We have officially started the game as the game starts in the 30s here. with Mental finding the kill onto Bound. That's going to actually put Complexity into the lead. Looks like a huge push coming in from Optic, and look at the timing of King Nick. Not only gets that double, but keeps his teammate alive. Now it's Mental. Top Gold does get taken down and does not hit that plasma pistol shot. But the two members of Optic here will advance forward aggressively. And look at this. They spawn nearby, and the collapse is in. Optic are swarming and look to take control of this map.
Optic aren't content to hold the high ground at glass. They want to push through and split these spawns and swamp the C location of Complexity. 36-35 here as Complexity clinging to a 1-kill advantage, but a crucial fight occurs. Fortunate to take down Legend in what looked like a 1v3 for King Nick.
It's a uncharacteristic game for Renegade so far. Just 4 kills. Ryan on the other side has 3, but he has 11 assists.
Another miss.
Another plasma pistol miss might make the difference. Complexity going by 3.
Ooh. King Nick is going to chase out this damage from Formal, but after taking a shot from the A side of the map, might want to rethink that. As Formal calls for help, gets it. Now it's Ryanu pushing up. Help, help, help. Bait and switch, bait and switch, bait and switch has gotten Optic back into a tie scenario. 40 all.
That's what I'm talking about, man. They go down in the game, but they always find a way to work their way back into the lead. They've done just that, a 1-kill lead. They know where these spawners are as well. Legend's going to take the front line. I think Nick might get the first shot, though. He does.
No.
But Legend with the curb slide destroys it.
Oh my God. What should have been a lead in the end game for Complexity is notched up at 44 once again. Here we go. Cherish with the opening break headshot onto Formal. Makes it a 1-kill lead in the final moments. Game number 2 here. Mental trying to stay alive, calls for help from Cherish. Once you see Cherish push up towards the C platform, the cavalry will form around him. And he's got 3 there to Optics 2, so I like this push advantage state for Cherish, but it doesn't look like they're going to take it. Now Optic make it a 3 versus 3.
This is interesting. I think they're maybe thinking about going for the Shroud because Camo's coming up. And that's the only reason they didn't push there was out of fear that they didn't want to lose that fight and then also lose the Camo. They want to maintain their positioning so that they can grab it. No one's really feeling comfortable enough to go for it just yet. Both teams trying to get a slay or 2 before they go for it. Ryan finds a double kill with a sticky.
Crowd screen affords Complexity the opportunity to take Camo and likely game number 2 as Optic get wiped. It's a 3-kill lead for Complexity. And you could try to formulate a push around King Nick. But watch out, if he falls, I do fear Complexity's chances here. Despite being up, you got to keep King Nick alive. And it looks like he's going to take the same route as his teammates. There we go. Ryanu cleans it up across the map. Complexity showing their might here today. 1-1.
We just got done talking about Optic's weakness in recent LAN tournaments has been Slayers. It's Shopify that has been winning nearly every Slayer in that matchup. But Optic are not just losing Slayers to Shopify, they're losing Slayers to other teams as well. You think back to that Mind Freak Game 5, it's becoming a trend, and Optic know it. You need to start working on it.
Wow. Renegade, that is a rare single-digit performance in a Slayer from Renegade. Legend had 18, the most in the lobby, but it was not enough. Renegade only able to secure 5 slays. That's the lowest mark in both kills and assists in the lobby. Out of 100 games, Eli, Renegade will do that maybe once. So Complexity got a little bit of a freebie there. I expect Renegade to bounce right back.
So uncharacteristic that you have to like assume that something's wrong. Like, is his controller broken? Is his internet not working? Like,
his dog
so
nipping at his heels.
Yeah, like he is so consistently proficient at finding slays or outputting damage, and the fact that it was so uncharacteristic, it feels like something was off.
Ooh. Well, they'll have a momentary break in the action to try and figure it out. It looks like both teams will take their break heading into game number 3. I don't see the queue lighting up at the bottom of the screen, so it means both teams right now discussing what's went right, what's went wrong, where they want to take the rest of this series, and the strategy that comes with it.
We can look at some of the replays here. This was at the very beginning of the game.
Double
Nick, an impressive double kill. Renegade had the shock rifle at this time, but he just was not able to do much with it. Formal sticks the first player on the way in, gets the double, and then ultimately was the one to pick up the shock. Got another couple of kills after that, but this was a great push from Complexity. King Nick with perfect timing to keep his teammate alive and get 2 kills. I think that might have been the difference maker here in this game. This was a disgusting kill from Legend, though.
Oh my
Shoots
God.
the first couple shots, hits the curb slide. By the way, King Nick, one of the straightest shooters in the league, and King Nick had the first 2 shots here, and somehow Legend utilizing movement tech to win that one.
Legend is so good at throwing in a G slide or a jab step or a late jump into his pivs. That's why he routinely comes out on top, even when it's much less a 1v1, even 1v2s, hell, even a couple of 1v3s we've seen him come out on top. As we take a look at your GameSir split screen, SSG after losing game number 1 are down big in game 2. Upset alert.
Colors making me think of Mike and Ike's candy. It's been a long cast. Yellow and green, but it is all Luminon, looking so good right now. Seems like they've leveled up ever since they got to the bracket.
Yeah, it does. The good sign for Luminon, who just placed top 12 a week ago in Charlotte, eyeing a much better performance here. I imagine they'd even want to eclipse that top 6 that they had placed all year and get back to Champ Sunday. That was always exciting last year. Oh my God.
That was almost
unbelievable. That could have been a nasty turn on, but yeah, we've seen EU on Champ Sunday, and this could be an opportunity for them to get there once again.
I don't think we've seen them on Champ Sunday since Legend left the team.
Not this year, yes.
Not this year, but we still see Legend every Sunday. But Luminon really making a resurgence here, looking quite good. Like we said, they've been practicing at the Shopify Rebellion facility, getting the best possible teamwork they could get, and I think they're going to become a real threat come tournament time.
Wow. So 2-0 lead for Luminon over SSG, a 1-1 series tie here between Complexity and Optic Gaming. It feels like Complexity have been a thorn in the side of Optic all throughout Halo Infinite. I even recall, granted it was in pool play, I want to say last year, maybe even this year. So many tournaments are starting to meld together, but Complexity was able to beat Optic Gaming in a best of 5 series. And just like how Complexity is the thorn in the side of Optic Gaming, you could maybe make the case for Ryanoob against Formal. He always seems to play his best against him, and Formal and Ryanoob have had some great back and forth moments of trash talk on the main stage.
Yeah, I think Ryan like teabagged him or something, and then Formal just calls him trash in front of the live audience. Ryan just laughs it off. They're good sports about it. Love to see that. As looks like we're gonna reset Aquarius Bomb. It's a good mode for both teams, I would say, but probably favoring Optic, as any game type should at this point.
Yeah, we asked Formal about that when we had a chance to sit down with him and talk, and he was just like, man, I wasn't even, that didn't take me out of my game. That was just Ryanoob being Ryanoob. We know what to expect. So fun to see the high-level competition, the mind games as well. That's an important X factor in these competitions. As Optic was able to rather easily take game number 1, but game number 2 was a lot of back and forth, but Complexity were able to hold on for the majority of it. As we get game number 3 now, kicking off between Space Station and Luminon. Aqua Bomb as Suppressed gets the first strike. Oh, and the
nice
sticky
stick from the grave. That was gross. Last couple of frames of life, get that out, and that's going to open the door for Stellar to grab the camo. So good looking start here for Space Station.
All right, a mirror matchup, winners round 2. So what we see for game 3 for one will be the same for the other, as we've got dueling Aqua Bombs here. Luminon up 2-0 over SSG, a 1-1 tie between Complexity and Optic. And I think as the lower seeded team, Complexity, you always talk about, you got to win the Slayers. You kind of make a case they need to win this game 3 as well, just to afford themselves a chance, a slip up in game number 4.
Absolutely a critical one for both teams. Did he grab the camo? He did. Drops it to the floor. Legend's going to be the one to find it. Going to be the early advantage for Optic. That's 4 dead. Complexity spawning up pretty close together, though. These 3 players already up at the same time, and Legend looks to make their life difficult here.
Legend was able to spot Cherish, so he knows that at least one has made it out towards the pink side. He was able to take down King Nick, so the base is clear for now. The question is, what's the call going to be? I don't know if Legend feels comfortable calling for Renegade to take that bomb and try to arm it with 2 down. So they're going to reset, play for more slays. That's going to be tough, though, as Renegade falls. Legend, another 1v2, another win. Oh, my God, yes, with the last shot. Oh, God, it was disgusting.
I wouldn't have minded him arming this bomb with camo sooner, but now he's just literally doing it all. He's showing that he took his timing perfectly, got the double kill. Renegade was there to help, of course, but impressive execution from Legend.
How often do you see Halo pros single-handedly just about score for their team? I mean, that takes a lot of teamwork to put one cap in or one plant on the board. And Legend, 7-0-0. Can we go back to his POV?
Here he is, still in the back of Complexity's base. And Complexity should know this. When you spawn in the fridge, you should know that someone's still lurking behind you. They should also have kept track and know that Legend has not been killed yet. Looks like they killed the rest of Optic, though. Will they still backtrack here, or will they just move forward? They have to be wondering where Legend is. Yep, here they come. They do come back.
Oh my God. The juke strafe with the thrust. Takes down Mental, but ultimately gets cleaned up afterwards. His spree will stop short of the frenzy just by 2. But most importantly, Legend with those 8 slays was able to put 1 on the board. Optic up early.
King Nick not on the board yet. Formal just got his first kill, but King Nick been playing so well today. Gotta feel like he needs to be playing well for Complexity to upset the likes of Optic. They do get 2 dead here. Bomb still sits in the center of the map. But for now, Complexity are just trying to fight for mid-map control.
King Nick making his way towards the camo. It's up now. Gotta be some shots coming out. There we go. That was bait. Legend and the rest of Optic were just waiting for King Nick to try and approach the camo. And now after taking him down, have first sights on it. But after Legend goes down, it's going to be a continuous fight for it. Middle of the map being fought for. It's the camo of highest priority. And it looks like King Nick was able to come back off the spawn and sneak it. No! Bounce steals it instead.
Ooh, he does get taken down, though. Clutch kill from King Nick. Really important at this moment to do that. And he finds another before he gets taken down, so pressure still being applied. Ryan gets outgunned by Formal. But a good grenade and placement of that battle rifle shot from Mental shuts him down as well.
Mental pushing up into Optic's courtyard. This feels like the first time we've really seen Complexity string together a push into their base, but numbers too strong. Renegade too strong, and what happens when Renegade comes back online? Trouble for Complexity, and in the form of that bomb push. But Renegade's actually going to drop it and work his way back to Optic's base, clear it, and then work back to the bomb. But he gets taken down. Nice double kill there.
Yeah, huge double from Cherished after Renegade was starting to heat up, like you said. Now Cherish is behind enemy lines, forcing Optic to spawn on the fridge. They should know he's here. But they just advance towards the P side, which I kind of like that play. You're not going to have much success trying to fight bridge to base, so might as well just go straight to P2. Have a better line of sight on the rest of the map. Ultimately, though, Cherish still alive. I think that bomb is going to be in Complexity's hand.
Yeah, Complexity have position in the Optic base, but the bomb isn't quite there just yet. It's screaming towards that location. Cherish doing his best Legend impersonation, winning a 1v3. He gets 2. 3 total with the assist. That's going to put Complexity on the board, tied up at 1.
Cherish playing godlike in that last entire life, to be honest. Remember, he was the one that opened up that whole play with the double kill from Car 1 in the first place. He's still alive from that play. Found 3, guarantees the bomb arm, and he's still behind Optic. Look at this. Renegade doesn't check the monitors, and Cherish is still alive. What is he doing?
Staying alive. Staying alive. Unbelievable.
Oh, sorry.
That's where I was going with it. I'm glad you picked up on it. Cherish with another assist. He's got 7 to his name. More assists on the side of Complexity, so you could argue they're playing a little bit better team ball. As Cherish continues to be a nuisance for Optic Gaming. Formal would love to take him down, but Cherished will finally fall.
Nobody kills Formal Matt 5 times in a row, just a few. He's gonna finally shut down the spree that Cherish was on. Got ourselves a tie series and a tie game. These two teams playing very close.
Very close indeed. I mean, hey, tied in the series, tied in the match. It's about as close as you can get. 3-2 fall, though, for Complexity. So this is going to put Optic back on offense. Formal. Waiting for the spawns to filter out for Complexity. They're making their way from Fridge up to P1 and P2, and they deplete Formal rather quickly. So Formal had it set up, but he did not get the slays he wanted.
Renegade now in the base of Complexity, and he's just going to start arming it. It was actually already almost finished before. Trades out. Nobody from Optic able to follow up on the play. Just like that, Complexity will clear their side.
Wow, that's as much of a goal line stand as you'll see in neutral bomb, as that one was at what, 99.9%. So Complexity, by the hair of their chinny chin chin, as Tools would like to say, not only stop Optic from scoring, but wipe them and now have a chance to counter.
Look at this, Cherish once again behind Optic. They should know it. Like I said, they're spawning Fridge. They should know there's a reason for that spawn, but they don't care. Once again, they just press forward. They don't give Cherish an opportunity to cause a problem. They said, let's just move forward, get kills. We'll deal with Cherish later. We can just arm this bomb.
And Cherish works his way out to the Fridge. Rather than maybe grabbing a battle rifle in the base and shooting across map, the body block comes through, and Legend puts another one on the board. He scored twice.
What a response from Optic. That is so smart. Like I said, they knew Cherish was behind them, but they said, screw it. Let's just go forward and grab this bomb, and they turn it into a bomb arm. I just don't see other teams doing that.
Sneaky, cheeky score there for Optic Gaming. And you're right. They said, all right, well, hey, you can take our base, but we'll take yours. As Optic now up by 1. A little over 5 minutes left in this one. Formal staring down a 1v2, but he's got help across the map from Renegade. Now in a 1v1 against Mental, but his shield's just a little bit lower at the onset of that fight. Mental able to take him down because of it.
Now the script has been flipped. It is Complexity in a position that they need to get an arm in the next 5 minutes. Nick momentarily had the camo, thought he could make a play, waited for the beatdown to be able to kill, but unfortunately there was one more shot required for that to work. But Complexity tried to push forward anyways. I don't know if I agree with that. You've got 4.5 minutes to go. You can take your time on some of these engagements and look for better options.
Yeah, they still have enough time left in the match to pick their spots strategically. After falling 2, they are able to take down 3 for Optic Gaming. So Rhino and the rest of Complexity should get back on this bomb. It is inching closer and closer to the green Optic base. Rhino, though, trying to take his sights. High angle position. 2-2 in your split screen. Oh, GameSir. And this is one that Space Station got to have, but they go 3 down, and that will do it. Luminon sweep the floor of SSG.
Impressive. Luminon in your winners semifinals. No, winners finals, right?
I think that's winners. Yeah, you're right. I think that is winners final.
Because they just beat. Yeah, we're in.
Okay, so that is to get to winner semis.
Okay.
Nonetheless, an impressive run from the boys across the pond, now stateside, as everybody boot camping and landing for the World Championship in just a couple weeks. 3.5 left in this one between Complexity and Optic, tied in the series, but Optic have the 1-point advantage. Legend content to just keep this bomb on the side of Complexity's base. Mental, though, does get the opening break on the Formal, and here we go. This is where they'll start to push out.
Legend all the way behind enemy lines, but his location is well known. Gonna get hunted down. Yeah, nowhere to go, unfortunately. Mental make sure that he can't make any more huge plays as he has been all game long. And beautiful shots out of Mental, just patient. Didn't spam the trigger, waited till he was on target against Renegade. You've got to be patient to beat a player like Renegade in a 1v1.
Oh my god. Like a bunch of C4s planted in the util. As King Nick will fall because of the explosive ordnance, so too will Mental. So great use of the frags and the stickies there from Optic Gaming to clear their side of the base.
Legend and King Nick both trade 4 shots into each other's suits. Both decide to back down, so they would rather take another fight. Optic advancing this bomb forward, find 2 dead on both sides. Renegade with a bounce grenade. Doesn't see that player that rotated through the shroom stairs, and it tells me Renegade might get a couple kills, but it's going to be hard for him to stay alive. No, with the camo, gonna actually reroute in a way that Complexity don't expect, but Complexity have advanced the bomb.
Optic win the gunfight, but Complexity are able to clear the base and get that bomb back to the 50. Optic now closer and closer once again. As Renegade is starting to come back online, we're starting to see the Demon in full form, going for the triple kill here. He gets it. Is there an overkill on the map that presents an opportunity to him? No, but King Nick, that grenade might be lethal. That might have been a good nade toss there. I'd be surprised to see if King Nick isn't 1 or 2 shots.
Legend does die. He was the guy on the front lines with the bomb, but I don't think Optic care. As long as they can keep Complexity pinned in their base the next minute and a half, they will be the victors of this game. Complexity in a spot where they have to force it. Look at this. Ryan has somehow snuck through. Optic know that he's here though, and they're going to he's going to have to get a couple kills if this is going to be possible.
Oh, Mental goes in with low shields, trades out ultimately Legend, looking to be the hero here, but he has help. Renegade and Optic clear the base once again.
Wow, Legend just going to throw this bomb as forward as possible. I think that might have been the game-winning play. It was a good effort from Complexity though. A couple more things just slightly go their way. That could have been the tie-up. At this point, they've got to not only find kills, but they've got to advance the bomb into the other side of the map. They've got to get it into the base. They got to kill spawners again. And I just don't feel like it's going to be possible in the next 40 seconds.
Oh, Renegade! Frenzy! We called him out for only getting 5 slays. He's 6x that here, approaching 30 in game number 3. And we said it's 1 in 100. You see a game like that from Renegade, and it's 99 out of 100 where you see a game like this from Renegade as he continues on his reign of terror. Complexity go 4 down. That'll do it. Optic go up in the series.
Unplug your controller. There's no way to win this one. Renegade on the verge of a running riot, perhaps, but he's just guaranteeing the dub as he so frequently does. There's a reason this guy has won more lands than anyone in Halo Infinite.
He's got to be the MVP, right?
For Halo Infinite's lifespan, I gotta say so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some players, and by players I mean maybe even all 4 for Shopify. You could probably make a case for all of them, but I don't know, man. When it comes down to it, when it's push or shove, when you gotta have a play made, Renegade is 100% efficient when it comes down to that. I do think he's your MVP, even though I had last shot picked in the preseason. I got to give it up to Renegade. My man felt a chip on his shoulder. And he said that himself when we asked him about, hey man, how do you feel like arguably being the best player in the world, but you haven't been an MVP 3-4 years into Halo Infinite? He said he took it personal, and he's looking like MJ.
Guys just built different, man. I mean, like we said before, guys won LAN tournaments with 3 different lineups. Nobody else in the world can say that for Halo Infinite. Just no matter what team he's on, he's providing insane slaying prowess. I mean, he dropped the highest KD we've ever seen at a LAN at HCS Arlington. What was it, like 1.6?
Yeah, 1.56.
It's just ridiculous, inhuman numbers, but they have been struggling as of late. Shopify looking very good, but if Renegade can do Renegade things like he has, I have to imagine they still have a chance.
Yeah, I think the more we look back on that game 2 5-kill performance from Renegade, it was just a fluke. He shot 69% in that game 2, and he's still shooting 69%. So all in all, having himself a nice performance here in this series. He's going to need one more here to close it out. Forbidden CTF up next.
It's going to be an exciting one. Both these teams understand how important snipers are. Interesting opening strat adjustment here from Renegade. Actually grabs the BR to start and then finds that. Are you kidding me? Now he's pinging the sniper to let them know this could be a very fast game, Hunter.
Got a couple of shots onto Mental with the battle rifle. Saw him work his way to the left and preemptively shot him in the chest to clean him up. Not able to earn the headshot afterwards. Mental goes back to the well to pick up that snipe. Renegade does land 1 body shot on him. But Complexity actually pushing Optic back. But Optic score first. It's a sneak attack.
Unbelievable opening here from Optic, and it's not over. You asked for Renegade to wake up. I think he is fully lucid right now. And that's a huge double kill. 3-0 start for him, and Optic still control the map.
Renegade like he's lucid dreaming right now. Just when you take control in your dreams and you know you're dreaming and you can just do whatever you want. It's kind of what Renegade looks like right now, huh?
He certainly does. Lucid also just means very awake and aware, by the way. Doesn't have to be a dream. Well, here we go. Renegade still has 3 bullets to work with. Finds nothing in the last 10 seconds or so. Legend has the other sniper. With 2 snipers in the hands of Optic, what can they do? I don't think Complexity has any idea that Legend is all the way behind them. Might just cause some problems.
Oh, Formal causing problems with the use of the thrust and the fisticuffs.
Double kill.
Dynamo grenade. Rarely see that now. Really able to take him down. And Legend had worked his way all the way to the back of Complexity's base. He's still there, and they don't know it. He's going to take a couple of pop shots, take 2 players down to 1 shot, make it 3. Earns the double. Now looking to claim the OS. Did he drop it off the map? I don't know. It's probably on the lips edge.
Oh, King Nick just barely misses that fight, but yeah, I'm not sure where that it is. Is it? Where is it?
You can see it. It's right there on the lip. Isn't it?
Where the shock grenade spoke?
Maybe that was a frag I saw that was lighting up. Either way, the OS Legend might have just made a heads-up play resetting it.
As long as you deny it to the other team, that is a big value shift, I would say. As Legend enters the basic Complexity, will pull this flag, and he's just going to immediately take it through the tunnel. His team have died around him, but look at this. He actually backtracks with good timing, and look how fast he is. Not sure if Complexity are going to know where to look for him.
Wow, talk about a candy cane route here. A couple months early on Christmas, but Legend still trying to look like Santa Claus to the green wall. And he's worked all the way from the tunnel to top mid, and he's still dealing out damage. What a route.
Yeah, that was kind of a pivot play because his team was dying. Had he had 1 surviving teammate, I think he would have stayed. By the way, crazy G-slide here. This guy is so fast on the map. But yeah, he just reacts to what's happening around him and just navigates the situation flawlessly. He's just going to steal the Complexity sniper. It's 4 dead. This could be another flag cap. It should be.
Uh-oh. Watch out. The high wire trapeze act is on full display here from Legend, and now he could add some icing on the cake. Takes down Mental. Oh, those 2 players do escape through. No, Cherish actually routes back to take some shots onto Legend, but this is a foregone conclusion. Optic 2-0.
Yeah, I think Complexity started to think about chasing that flag down, but then Ryan was like, no, they're going to cap this. Let's make sure they don't cap twice. Let's kill this sniper and keep ourselves alive in the series. And I think that's a good play here in a situation where pushing through that tunnel would have likely led to a double cap.
Swipey with the shot was a Renegade as he takes down 2. And oh, look at what I found. Knew that those 2 players presented themselves there on the stump because they wanted the snipe, but Renegades got it instead.
Do they know that Mental's all the way behind them? Mental's all the way in the back. Okay, he does turn to respond to it, but those shock grenades are deadly. Mental finds 2, and this is the best opportunity. Oh no, he has to lose some time to grab that sniper. Legend Ninja's cherished as well in the kill feed, but if he can land some shots, this could be something. But no, Mental cannot find value with that sniper. This is not going to be a flag cap for Complexity.
Ironically, Eli, you asked why don't we play to 5 on Forbidden CTF. It looks like when the players loaded in, they did set the score to 5. I don't know if we're GAing the 3-score rule, but just a note, you do see the 5 lines at the bottom of your screen indicating that this one theoretically goes to 5, but it's going to go to 3. And it might just be over right now. Legend with another flag on the run. Ryan Noob needs to stay alive, but Bound takes him down, and that should all but do it.
Yeah, they will end the game. I believe there's a custom game bug that occurs sometimes, or they just picked the wrong mode. I don't know. Either way, it's going to be Optic with the dub. Complexity got 1 game win, which is kind of impressive in that Slayer, but when it comes to objective, Optic are just too good.
Yeah, Optic ultimately take the series rather easily, rather handily, but I'd still say that their 1 mark against them really all year, and still presently facing their squad heading to the World Championships this week, are the Slayers. So really like to see Optic improve in that game mode, and they've got the 4 players. I mean, you've got a guy like Renegade alone. I mean, Legend looks like Renegade sometimes, and then you got Bound, the entry fragger. He's dealing out all the damage, taking all the attention, and then Formal, like one of the sneaky top 5, top 10 support players in Halo. And a lot of people assume that's an evolution of Formal. That was actually the role he played in Season 1 when Optic won the Halo World Championship back with that initial roster. So I think everybody's playing their game. Everybody's playing their 25%, but there's no question they need to improve on Slayers. They wanted to win another world championship.
Okay, well, I think that's going to do it for you and I, Hunter. This has been an absolute blast. A bit longer of a cast than we're used to doing, but love to do it. Of course, we've got the pools all the way through. This is a great tournament format. It's going to be a great rest of the day.
Hey, I'm not working tomorrow, so this is my last ever Halo Infinite HCS tournament, so I'm more than happy to be on the mic with you for 6 hours. But that's going to do it. We got 2 incredible casters coming out of the green room and onto the main stage. Up next, we've got more Halo alongside Tools and Spaceman. We'll see you guys in Seattle.
You got me hypnotized. Just one look, I get lost in your eyes. You got me mesmerized. You're playing tricks and messing with my mind. You got me hypnotized. You got me hypnotized. Just one look, I get lost in your
Triple kill.
You got me hypnotized. Just one look, I get lost in your eyes. You got me mesmerized. You're playing tricks and messing with my mind. You got me hypnotized. You got me hypnotized. Just one look, I get lost in your eyes. Just one look, I get lost in your eyes. You got me mesmerized. You're playing tricks and messing with my mind. You got me hypnotized. You got me hypnotized.
Reversal. Reversal. Double kill.
All we had, all we lost. light. It isn't much, but it's all we need. It's all we needed. With everything in its right place, we'll push away 'cause it's all we needed. To go crawling back to this.
Hello and welcome to the Complexity Halo World Championship warm-up. Number 3. This is the third time we've done this, and I gotta say, I'm excited. My name's Tools. I'm with Spaceman, and we have 2 fantastic matches coming with you. The first of which is going to be Luminon going up against FaZe in our winter semifinals.
And what a day for Luminon, right? I mean, they've trekked their way through SSG. They've had a couple of really close showings, been able to skate by in some close games, and with it, the reward now is playing one of the best teams in the world. And I know FaZe Clan is feeling a little bit more than peeved after their last performance at Charlotte, but this is probably the biggest test Luminon's had all day.
No, at FaZe, I mean, for them, it's been a relatively easy bracket. They've been going through the competition and just winning. Whereas Luminon, it's been a bout of game 5s that they've had to clutch up on. In the pool play, they had some close series. They were able to get through into the champ bracket, and from there, they just went through and defeated SSG in a game 4 on Aqua Bomb to get to this point. And Luminon, this is the first time we've seen this team probably all year where they're going to have a large amount of time underneath their belt to play and warm up and be ready. This tournament, a prime example of that, right? Being here early, being able to boot camp and just get that North American Halo experience underneath their belt.
Yeah, and they really have all of today. But you can also flip that coin and look at FaZe and say they've also had a majority of time today to either read what Luminon is attempting to do or play their own game style and really force Luminon against the back foot, which has been FaZe's bread and butter. And the way that Lucid has been specifically playing today, as well as Trippy, those 2 have been lights out for FaZe. And if they're going to make a run, it's going to come through that.
Made slant. Penguin just hit one of the nastiest jump steps I've seen. Hit that sprint strafe, and with it got the perfect kill. That's going to give them some spacing to work with. A as home. They're trying to collapse with each other. Work on B, but SLG's been making this a little bit tougher than they had anticipated. That QT's keeping him alive longer than they would like as well. He QT's back, but Penguin finally gets the final drop. They'll be able to get B, but at the same time, Luminon's still 1 step ahead. They have the tempo on the rotation right now.
They do, but they're also losing that quick kill on the back for FaZe. It was only 2 up at the time, but when they put pressure towards dummy side, again, these kills matter so much in rotation. Focus on the beatdown. There it is. Are a little scary, but Camo's good nonetheless. And once again, all 4 members up. Luminon will get the cap, make it 3. It's a trip on the board for FaZe. How do they respond?
Whenever you see Woodham playing on your screen, just expect to feel like Halo's at 1,000,000% speed. It's just the mouse and keyboard, quick movements. He has a high DPI, very high on that sensitivity as well. Just is always going to be in action, but very rarely does he miss his shots as well. The premier mouse and keyboard player of Halo.
Making it work now. Dancing on the point, able to pick up 1. With that, the clear in will work on the contest halfway through. Finds a couple extra shots. Goodbye, Lucid. And another trip cap again. So they get tested. They get response quickly out of Luminon. And from it, they've maintained their lead 124-15. FaZe in a burner to start.
And a rare slip up right there from Penguin. He wanted to get up high. He would have been safe if that repulse had worked. Instead, gives the sniper back over to Glory, who immediately hits his shot with the help of his teammate, gets that kill, and they continue to keep FaZe in the blender. It's been a struggle for them just to have numbers. The 4 up has not happened for the last 30, 45 seconds, and it could continue to be that way if Glory hits his next shot. Oh! It took a miracle for him to go down there, but even after all of that, it's still Luminon that has a sniper in their hands.
Oh my god, it took a chain of events for that kill to eventually fall, but the specific point of Luminon controlling really top white all the way down to green. They've won 2 rotations once we've jumped into this game against the FaZe push, and it's worked out. They've been able to maintain a 2 cap lead because of it. Glory maintains a 162-16 game. Another trip cap, 3 different team fights, 3 different results, all the same in the end. The shots are there, but Luminon is playing much better, and FaZe are just backs against the wall.
That FaZe not going to be able to get the capture. Glory wins the fight. A will stay in contest for now until FaZe does get that spawn. So a couple extra seconds that comes there, but Uda, talk about having the ability to execute at the highest level. And with mouse and keyboard, you're seeing what the advantage is over controller. He can do things that no one else can unless they are on this input. If he misses a shot, he has this ability to adapt and change into that next play. It's really fun to watch, and it shows where the advantages of mouse and keyboard are. When we get the chance, just always try to keep an eye on what Woodham's doing on an individual. What's the micro play like? Because it really does make a big difference.
He's been able to skirt out of some consequences that some players run into on mouse and keyboard, and just being able to overcorrect in small moments, that does make the difference against a team like FaZe. It also helps in situations like this where you have to break through the back. At one point, what was a 2-cap lead for FaZe goes back to another instant moment of Luminon pressure, where we've seen this before in the opening start of this game. It has been all domination all the way across the board. The boys in green are getting it done. Now the question becomes for FaZe, what do you dip into? And what does your game plan look like? Because you're getting tripped on the point. There's no way. FaZe Clan are getting put in the dirt. Luminon are here to play.
And Glory is in a numbers disadvantage going into that fight. They're down in a 3v4. He still is able to pick apart where FaZe is at. Gets those kills, keeps their momentum, and keeps their tempo. That trip cap is making it so that FaZe must desperate into their next play, where SLG has the sniper and is waiting for the players to wrap this corner.
Almost lined it up there. This is your winner semifinals in a game one that might just end at 250-19. Barring the contest on B, Penguin is in. We will re-rack numbers. Luminon will take their time, and FaZe now have to fight all the way tooth and nail through a perfect domination. We'll see if they can do it, but now all the time to bring this one around. They're going to have to fight all the way through for a perfect hold.
And right now, I mean, Luminon has luxury to just sit and wait for the plays to develop or to force them to come to him. He will get 3. SLG is ripping FaZe apart, and they go into B to finish this game. There is nothing FaZe will be able to do. Domination from start to finish from this Luminon squad.
A little bit of shots for the road. Enjoy that killing spree. CNA still controlled. Will split the home bases for FaZe for now. They will maintain an opposition in this game a chance. It might be a long shot, but it's still there. We know it often comes back on this map. It starts with 1, but this time it will be Luminon going in for the break again on the B.
And the problem is really FaZe isn't going to score during this big streak because of how aggressive Luminon can be on these rotations. So even if they are able to stay one step ahead, they're not narrowing that lead at all that Luminon has. It really has been a tough moment for FaZe to try to figure out how to stabilize, but those 2 kills might have just opened up a path. They have a numbers advantage. They're going to start collapsing on the remaining players of Luminon. This is going to be very tough for them to finish, but we'll see if they're able to do so. On the bottom of your screen, you're seeing TSM just took game 1 against Complexity on the lower side of the bracket, a close 3-2 finish on Fortress.
Yeah, it's lower rounds 2. We'll keep you updated with what that series looks like. Snakebite winning another big one. Again, looking at a double for Luminon. They need 1 point. That's all they need to close this one out. They will get C back. But again, A and B controlled for FaZe. And the first time really in this game, this series, where it looks like FaZe finally coming online. But is it a little bit too late? We're about to find out as they work on C and continue to hold this 2-cap lead.
And right now, the mantra for FaZe is always be rotating. You must flow on the map, be 1 step ahead of Luminon, and win the gunfights in rotation. 3 players of Luminon here ready for the contest, but FaZe so far has been able to win a couple of those crucial fights, and Trippy staying with the mantra, rotating early to A. This is a big gunfight that'll come to him eventually. Or look at that, Luminon actually got a lucky C spawn. He must get into B right away. No time to waste. He's in, but is there the help necessary? No. Luminon, shut the door.
They made it close. They made it interesting. FaZe really took it down to the wire, but Luminon again did most of the damage up front and are rewarded for their pressure down the stretch. Win it off scrap time alone. The rotations can't last forever. Luminon will take game 1 of your winner semifinals. FaZe took way too long to get online. And for this Luminon roster, I mean, the confidence they have coming in from beating SSG, maybe their biggest test so far of the day, it feels like they're just playing with house money right now.
Luminon showed the power of the trip cap, showed the power of setting up the blender. What was so successful for them was their ability to keep FaZe down in numbers by splitting and staggering the spawners of FaZe during that trip cap sequence. When you're able to have that tempo and to get early kills and prevent FaZe from getting 4 players up at the same time, there isn't a lot of options for them to fight back in those moments. And oftentimes, if they aren't successful on their initial push, it becomes much worse for them down the road because that trip cap continues. They scored 2 points a second, and Luminon, I mean, they played fantastic at the start of that game.
Yeah. It's easy for a team when you get off to a hot start and you're kind of you're dictating most of the pace of the game. Against a team like FaZe that relies heavily on those breakout players, then they rally those big kills, those X factors into better team structure. For Livefire to start, Luminon just really shut the door on that opportunity for them. This was a complete domination between top white control rotating to green, and there was a 2:30 to 15 game for what felt like the opening 2 minutes, and it didn't stop there. But set up for game number 2, Solitude Slayer. Again, earlier comments about Optic being on the struggle bus for Slayer. FaZe, this is one of those map modes where they're really gonna have to step it up and shut down a flying Luminon roster if they want hopes of staying alive in this series.
I expect to see a very similar pace of what we saw in game 1 in game 2. There's certain maps that lead themselves to becoming a snowball or being able to set up blenders. This is probably the premier map for that occasion to happen on Slayer. 4 very distinct spawns on the perimeters of the map that are extremely easy to block and manipulate. If you go 3-4 down, you can expect yourself to be trapped, just like how Luminon is at the bottom of Nest. FaZe having that early trap set up, it's going to be up to early kills, and Glory has got a massive one on through the camouflage top mid.
And Treppy is protecting the back, and that's huge just for FaZe's control off this opening start. It buys them a little bit of time, alleviates some of the opening pressure, and again slows the game down to individual ones where FaZe will want to play it for most of this series. They will take a couple of pinstripes to begin. Down 2 apiece for Luminon and FaZe, and make it a third. Trippy with a double to begin. Dude's flowing.
Yeah, Glory did not expect that Carbine to be in a play like that. Just could not react in time to keep his life. And with that, Luminon will have to slow themselves down pretty considerably. FaZe will be able to get themselves situated despite going 3 down. It's an even spacing on the map for both sides. It'll come down to the execution in the initial in this initial fight.
Charge that green gun, bad boy. Close for the road. Why not? Make it 2. They'll get 2 on the exchange. 3 down for Luminon. Again, just jockeying for position towards mid-map continues as Catwalk seems to be the attention caller for now. And Snakebite will try to slow it down, and Wutum and will do just that. Take advantage and take the win.
That Snakebite trying to get it stay on the aggression. With that, finds his next kill, and Luminon still just trapped and stuck inside that blue zone for the most part. It's only one player that got through, in which it's Glory, but they're going to be very dependent on these first couple slays, and Glory has come big with a couple big ones to get themselves a little bit of spacing on the map once again. And so far I've been really impressed with Luminon's ability to recover from some of these tough situations that FaZe is putting them in.
And that's a really good point, is like, look, FaZe are playing as structured as we'd expect them to, but Luminon are, 1, handling a lot of that pressure, but 2, they're responding to a lot of awkward engagements when it comes to rotations that get split, or splitting and staggering off spawns and having to force the rotation through the back. Luminon are responding. Again, FaZe is currently 3-0 in Pool A, Luminon 2-1. These are the top 2 dogs in the group, and they are throwing blows right now.
SLG did pick up a G8 weapon. I'm curious whether he's going to try to use it or not. It looks like he actually picked it up to use it for a YY. It always goes down to the philosophical question. It's like, is that allowed? Can you pick up the G8 weapon to give yourself the YY option? You know, we never know. We see SLG did pick that up. I think he never had the intent to use it, but a very interesting little sequence there. It's Trippy keeps patrolling with this camouflage. Luminon still just on their back foot, trying to deal with this pressure that FaZe continues to provide, but it's another killing spree. And you saw that right. Trippy, with that death, he's 14-3, but he starts this game averaging, what, 7 kills a death until that last one? Absurd pacing from Trippy.
Yeah, he's kind of been on that performance today. In a couple of games, even looking back to prior series against Envy, Trippy has been the member on FaZe to kind of go off early, and it's allowed everybody else to rally around, especially when it comes to calling cavalry late in the game. This time, though, it will be Luminon again trying to fight back for control of Shock, and if they're not careful, they're going to start getting split up like they were before. FaZe with a 5-kill lead. Let's see what they can do.
Oh, just multiple angles. I don't think Snakebite had a chance to get away with his life there. There was nowhere for him to run, and Luminon, desperate need to get a 3-4 down, might just be able to do so right here. It's a 2 split off those spawns. Trippy in danger off some early damage here, tries to get back towards his team. FaZe in a very, very vulnerable spot right now. If Luminon's able to find this collapse, that's their path back to a tied game.
14-4 for Trippy, but only a 2-kill lead for FaZe. Things start to get a little bit shaky. Wondering the mid-game might look like for Luminon as they keep pace. Equalizer just 2 away. Snipe drone in a terrible spot. Will at least get 1 for the trade. Always going 1 for 1 is Luminon. Beautiful curb slide. Can't close the kill. The nade will take care of the rest, though. And we have ourselves a 1-kill game for Glory as they continue to roll. Luminon are fighting back.
Lucid able to find that early kill. That'll give them the line that they want towards Loot for FaZe to eventually fight out of. And with that, they were able to find the 3 down. Luminon, despite coming back and making it a 1-kill game, you see FaZe immediately put those afterburners on when they're given the chance. Find their lead, but right now it's a bout of action that just keeps swinging both ways. 4 kill swings now that favor Luminon, and it's FaZe that's largely trapped over at Nest.
Yeah, they got eyes towards glass, but they also, I believe, have Trippy currently sitting hotel side. So this is a pretty wide swing for FaZe. And again, if they just land their shots, this is going to be complete control of the map. They will at least trade out. And now it comes back to these one-on-one dicey situations on the counter where you expect Luminon to be able to pick up a couple like they've done all series. It's only been 1 game, but they've been playing great. You'll get 1 in the process, make it 2 right in the kill feed. 2 will fall for Luminon, but FaZe maintain numbers. 40-37. It's a race to the final 10.
Udum hyper aggressive off the spawn. It's him and a teammate that's alive. He instantly sprints down the driveway and catches a player off guard. No one expecting a push to come in that scenario. They're able to get that 1 kill, but even then, it's still that FaZe. It's still FaZe that feels in control at the moment. That has a little bit more spacing on the map and is winning some of these more crucial gunfights at the moment. They're 7 kills away. Luminon in extreme danger right now. Cannot afford to, at minimum, trade out. But really, they need untraded kills.
Yeah, you can't go 1 for 1 for the rest of the game. Again, credit to FaZe Clan coming into this. This was not a question of if or when they were going to come online. And their follow-up chances, their closures on kills have been excellent. They have been always around each other, specifically Trippy and Snakebite, Penguin, and Lucid. And now just trying to hunt down the last couple of members, 44-40. Numbers scramble. FaZe will try to regroup, and so will Luminon. Everybody takes a breath, but Trippy does catch Wutum rotating out.
They caught Woodham on the bottom, and they instantly sent everyone they had to try to get an angle. They're just able to get Woodham in time, and with that opened up a path for them to break out through. But still, it's only a 2-kill lead for FaZe. This is still more than possible for Luminon at the moment. And you can see where FaZe is. Although they have lots of space on the map, they don't have a lot of great angles on the map. They're very reactionary at the moment. Lucid's going to try to change that. Look, it's Luminon, a 4-man flank coming through the back. They got the 2 kills.
This is a perfect hit. Did they pick up the extra straggler, though? Do they recognize they're going to get pushed? Snakebite does eventually trade. 48-47. Low shields, extra flies. Here we go. Luminon are on the push.
Camel's coming up at the same time, and Luminon has much better position just to grab and get this away. Woodham gonna be the player that opts. Lucid did have an angle. You're gonna see players start to get their complementary angles. 49-48. Luminon just need 1 more, but FaZe, they will not give anything for free. Snakebite stuck at the bottom. Penguin's been spotted as well. Here comes the push.
What a nade. Pre-checks, make it 2 from Snakebite. Woodham picks up Lucid off screen, and it will be another steal from Luminon, 50-48. It was a 14-kill lead, down to 2. FaZe Clan had the advantage in this one, and eventually let it slip away. Luminon fight back up 2-0 in the winter semifinals against FaZe Clan. Who expected this?
I mean, Solitude is a map that lends itself to having crazy swings in momentum, and you saw that go into the favor of Luminon in the last 10 kills. I do want to point out a very unique play that Luminon employed, in which FaZe were largely trapped, right? We saw them on the perimeter. They had a 1 player in blue, 3 that were in yard, a little bit spacing towards glass. The problem that FaZe had is, despite having that space, they didn't have any angles through the middle of the map. And what that means is that FaZe doesn't have a lot of information to play upon. They don't know where these pushes are coming from. Luminon is able to counter by sending 4 players into loot, right? And when they do this 4-man swing, if you don't know about that entry, about those players rotating through, they're gonna get a great catch on whoever is that first player to get into that entry fight, and they're able to bulldoze the 2 players that were on that back rank for FaZe. that's when the game gets tied up, and FaZe severely lost momentum in that moment.
This is just moments, again, as the race comes down to the World Championship, where for FaZe, those are the losses that stick out the most because it comes down to fundamentals for them. For Luminon, it's a good sign of things to come. Here's a quick look back over to Complexity and TSM, again, on the opposite stream, as right now, TSM up 2-0 over the home team, and didn't expect that either coming into this game 3. I mean, Complexity's had some close games today for sure. They've gone against Omit, Mindfreak, SSG, but against TSM, did not expect them to be dropping this quickly this early.
Truly, they're going through a gauntlet. Some very good teams in competition against them, but with that 4 going down and Sniper still in play with lots of ammo to work with, Soul Snipe has the chance to punish players immediately off their spawn. Looks like Cherish will be able to get away, but this is very important. This next fight for Complexity, they cannot afford to go 4 down.
And they can't afford to lose once more on Camo or Snipe if they do get a chance at it again. Oh, nice shots from Soul Snipe. Beautiful timing. Extra read. Why not? Find the peak. Flush him out. Teammate gets aggressive. I like it. Manny's already in. There is the cap on B, or at least the secure. Checking A. Avoids A. 18 seconds till QT becomes a factor, but for now, again, control here for Complexity on the map, but time here for TSM on the points.
Sometimes you have to ask yourself, like, you know, it's not that big of a risk. I'm full shields. I can jump up and check a corner, but right there, Soul Snipe immediately was able to find that punishing shot, and that prevented Complexity from getting that 2 cap. It gives TSM a few more points to work with, and even now you can see how much of a struggle it is for Complexity to get that last tick on some of these hills. They're going to be able to get C, but that's just a stabilizing effort. It's still TSM that's scoring, and they're still the ones that can potentially pressure a trip cap scenario. Complexity is in desperate need of tempo. They need to increase the pace, be the ones that are on the attack, and this entry might just be where that's earned. But no, it's TSM once again winning these crucial gunfights.
I mean, there were a couple of spawns for Complexity where, yes, they were split. Yes, they're fighting out in the open, but they had a chance to re-rack and get together and take a team fight. And they split the numbers and still get pinched, still get taken off guard. They lose 4 in the process, and TSM make quick work of that rotation. What looked like an opportunity for Complexity quickly turns into another all blue in the kill feed. Manny's going to find one in the back, try to work back on C, and the trip cap continues. TSM are putting Complexity away.
It's a swarming pressure that TSM has. Complexity expects the gunfight to come from one angle, but there's always that second player crashing in through the back ranks right now for TSM. The effectiveness of these flanks is working because of the momentum and the tempo they have on the map. Finally, Complexity's able to find a couple of hills, but they still don't have the numbers to really facilitate any sort of stable ground to stand upon. It's still TSM that's one step ahead on these push, and they'll get into B early, but without a 3 down. The first time I think we've seen that from TSM going 3 down in quite a while.
Can't lose fights like this, though. It's close. Mental trying to close out 2 will do so. 23-time champion on Gears of War. Online champion, I believe, in Call of Duty, if memory serves, before COVID, and has found a nice home here in Halo. Needs to get more kills just like that. 8 and 13 to begin. Mental continues to go on the roam, and trip cap here for Complexity does bring some life back into this team that looked a little bit shocked.
Mental trying to pull out some interesting footwork there to get that kill. Made it a tough one, but still wasn't able to get that drop on him. Still, Complexity got that temporary trip cap. They have control, and they might just get Sniper away as well. I love this from King Nick. He's pushing through, keeping that pressure on the TSM, and he's letting the player that's behind him pick up the sniper rifle, right? A very selfless play that's going to give them the spacing necessary to get into A.
182 to 117 currently the score for TSM versus Complexity. It's been control of live fire for most of it as TSM look to sweep that series 3-0. We'll see if they do, but we're going to jump back over again to our main match here. Luminon up 2-0 over FaZe Clan, and showing that doesn't matter what the roster looks like on any given day. If you play good Halo, you'll have success.
That Luminon go early into the hill, got that shock rifle, and FaZe split and staggered on the map. Lucid trying to do his best, but there's just no help to be there. Woodham staying alive, does take the challenge, but really is trying to open up a path for the rest of his team to crash in and get these kills, but they're just not coming as easily as they'd like them to. Luminon still getting time, but FaZe, they are starting to find a path forward.
Yeah, all the extra util just gets invested quickly into the hill. Why not? Get it out if you have it. Try to take control of pipes. FaZe have been able to break. Luminon's defense crumbles a bit, but we'll see whether or not they bend completely as we move back into battery. Snakebite getting a little awkward in the corner, but is able to get some nades out. Unfortunately, does get caught by the opposing side, and with that, again, it comes down to these ones. Has to switch over for Lucid. It was a dangerous one-on-one in the process, but FaZe will be here first.
Shout out Lucid. Lucid's one of those players that if he sees a weapon on the pad, he'll pick it up, right? He wants to have it into his hands for reasons like that, but it's just not enough. Luminon one step ahead, able to get into that hill and eventually find their first point on board. FaZe early on this rotation, they'll have an advantage into this early fight, but Luminon still finding some of these entry kills.
Slow and steady wins the race for FaZe. And again, when fundamentals break down, need the mechanics to step up. Veteran talent is certainly that, as FaZe Clan will hold on to a 3-team lead. 1-0 here for Luminon. Strips the shield to Snipe Drone, will regroup. Try to take another one-on-one. Trippy gets the better of him this time. But into the hill first. FaZe Clan will find some time.
With that camo coming up in about 10 seconds here. This fight, not necessarily for the hill, but might be more for that camo control on the map. Lucid trying to keep himself with this angle, but they take advantage of it. Glory cuts through. They didn't expect him to just go to C plat first. It's an all-out war, and it's Snipe Drone that gets the last lap. SLG should get away with the camouflage, and Luminon, a successful collapse onto their hill. They won't only get the break, but also the camo to go with it.
It goes from heroic plays on Trippy to perfect team wipe from Luminon. Great use of the camo with that extra 15 seconds, man. It has changed the way that Infinite's played in this last couple months. And the escape will happen. SLG will get out. Never mind. Gets absolutely destroyed in the back. Luminon will try to hold on to their half-point cap on this second hill. We'll see whether or not they can do it. Defense in the back there for the break. Lucid and Trippy combined for 2. We'll find 2 more dead as FaZe Clan try to work numbers back towards the point.
With this, Woodham has some calculus to do. Is it worth trying to force another play? And they opt to say yes. Oh my, the head at the top of white. Here they come. Everyone from Luminon is storming into the hill, and they find all the kills without much cost on their end. They only lost Glory during the gunfight, so they'll be well set up for the next push. And now it's FaZe that has to decide, is this worth it? They say yes. Trippy's going down underneath with his teammate. There's 3 players into the pit, but all of Luminon knows.
If he got him weak, make the play. Oh my, Wootum, the best KBM in the game. You need a heroic play to step up in crunch time. 2-0 lead for Luminon. They get the break into new. A lot of time on the clock, but a lot of pressure for FaZe Clan to have to deal with. They don't have the numbers, and they don't have the momentum.
We talked about calculus, right? Risk and reward is so valuable to understand in Halo. FaZe had an option. They could go for an early rotation, or they could challenge that hill and try to force it. They go for that challenge. It results in them going 4 down, and it allows Luminon to be relatively early on this rotation, forcing FaZe to have to go through another team fight in order to get into this hill.
They're still fighting through that 1v2, and they will eventually fall. SLG, they'll pick it up. Controlling here on back elevators. Quick PIP to Complexity TSM. And it looks like Complexity is just taking the lead.
Complexity, they were down by, what, 150 points in this game. They are storming back into it. They're 1 step ahead. When things start clicking for Complexity, when they start flowing, they are such a deadly team. And it looks like they're going to earn themselves another chance against TSM here, as long as they're able to find that final play, and they will. Wow, what a comeback from Complexity.
Yeah, big time comeback needed, especially with just how the first couple of games went against TSM. A bit of a shocker. The gauntlet the Complexities worked through today. I know they lost against Optic in the winners' quarters, but still, this is a team that's starting to turn things around late into the season and showing a good stance of where they're at kind of going into Worlds.
Okay.
Snipe Drown says, I will gladly take that free 2-piece. Maybe a 3rd for the road. Maybe. Strip Chill. Yeah, why not? There it is. Killing spree and camo to boot.
Yeah, that's back-to-back perfects from Snipe Drone. And I mean, he's teaching us all that the lessons that we learned early in our childhood about high ground just don't remain true. He wins that from such a disadvantageous position, and with it, Luminon go up 3-0. There's 2 minutes and 20 seconds on this clock, so there's time for FaZe to do this, but Luminon is shutting them out right now. They are playing so well, and it's largely been Snipe Drone that's leading the charge. He's 15-6 so far this game, and he's just not missing many shots.
Oh my goodness. So when you're playing like this, when you're baiting so well, it's 1, so much harder for FaZe to have to catch up, but 2, The win con is in the hands of Luminon. They have all the cards they need. They can decide how they want to close out this game, knowing they just need one more cap. Decent amount of time on the clock, but again, keep that in mind as this time whittles away. It might be a chance for FaZe to have to account for both game clock and game management, as we'll control pipes here for now, work off those spawns, and Luminon will take their time on the windup.
So I love what Luminon's doing over at Long Haul, right? So they're not getting into fights, right? But what they're doing is they're building tension. They're letting FaZe know, hey, we're at Long Haul. If you want to get into this hill, we will challenge you, right? We're going to be instant onto that challenge. And you see that happen, right? They go in and boom, they collapse in. They get those couple kills. They keep FaZe out. And because they have this 3-0 advantage, they can play time so early on and build tension and force FaZe to break that tension and be at that disadvantage where they're playing into Luminon's setup. Right now, Luminon is playing relatively mistake-free Halo, and they can be aggressive when they need to. They can slow it down when it's necessary. Right now, it's just perfect flow. And we had 2 minutes and 20 seconds when we came into this hill. Now, it's just a little over 60 seconds. FaZe has not been able to step into this at all.
1 minute remaining.
They built the tension, and they also just built the win state here. 56 seconds. They could win it off game clock alone. It's 3-0 lead for Luminon. Could be a 3-0 sweep against FaZe in the winter semifinals. Who would have predicted it? Did we get to this spot where Wootum, Snipe Drone, is going crazy? 18 and 10. He's been the MVP of this game so far, and Wootum been controlling that shock rifle and maintaining positioning around Camo. Has kept FaZe at bay. They've pushed them back. And Lucid will try to make a play here on the floor. Able to get one and escapes with his life. Doing everything he can to keep FaZe in this game.
Right now, FaZe, they really just have to try to play a perfect game from here on out. Try to be as efficient as possible. And they're a team that largely is able to do that. They thrive on efficiency plays, but well, you might just be asking a little bit too much of them here. It's been a struggle to even get this hill in that instance. Well, it's going to make it that much harder. It's only 22 seconds on the neutral clock. Luminon has so much freedom on how they want to play, how slow they can play, how they can coordinate with each other. Whilst FaZe, they're down to singular options. It's push. It's desperation time. Such a tough position to fight out of.
And every player down is a huge advantage to Luminon. That's another big pickup. Though they do lose two, it's free pushes onto the point and a chance just to challenge. Trying to strip shields. SLG gets caught reloading. FaZe will buy more time here. The third will fall. Again, back to pinstripes in the kill feed. FaZe will get one on the board, but they got 14 seconds to get this one done.
And with that, you see the hill go to bottom mid as well. One of the most exposed hills in the game. They have to focus on the spawns, but they also can't not be in the hill. And just too many options that will be their demise. Luminon, clean sweep, clean wipe, clean games from start to finish. What a performance from these four.
Who expected the 3-0 from Luminon outside of a deep run against FaZe at this length of the game, at this part of the tournament? GG's. The boys have shown up, and Luminon continue to prove that they are the dark horse moving forward. This team is disgusting, and they're playing really solid, fundamental Halo right now, catching veterans off guard and proving that they deserve to move on to the bracket.
And one of the great signs that I'm seeing from Luminon throughout this tournament is historically when they play against these very good teams, they go to game 5, and it's about clutching up that game 5. What we've seen to this point has been the opposite. 3-0 against Space Station, 3-0 against FaZe, right?
Yep.
That is such a good sign for this team, and that is I think a great sign of what a boot camp can do for a team, right? All four of these players sitting right next to each other in Los Angeles right now at the Shopify Rebellion headquarters, being able to play and practice and get those reps underneath their belt. And you can see how different this team is. They had a top 12 finish at Charlotte, now find themselves guaranteed top 3 at the final online tournament before the World Championships.
And getting hot at the right time can just change the dynamic of a team completely. Like it's one thing to go through the progressions as a roster, whether you start off brand new or you're picking up pieces as you go, to getting a clutch win and what kind of momentum and energy that can inject into the rest of the game plan. We've seen it in professional sports, we've seen it in esports for years. You never know what kind of win at what time, especially this close to a world championship, can do for the confidence of a team, for what they shouldn't know and what they get away with. And it certainly seems like Luminon are playing with house money because they have not been slowing down today. Let's get back over to Complexity and TSM. With Complexity battling back on live fire, they do eventually take it down 2-1 in the series. TSM, though, have had their number.
And TSM, I mean, all the fans of this team know they're a momentum-based team. They really do play with that last play in mind a lot of times. If they get a little bit of speed, they're able to make it go warp if they're able to get that momentum. When they lose it, though, it can be a struggle for them to gain it back, and they definitely lost a ton of momentum in that game 3. They had over 100 points of a lead, a dominant start to that Strongholds game, but Complexity were able to battle their way back in and take that game. Now they're up 1-0 in the King of the Hill. TSM, these are moments where they need to find answers, to be a little bit less of a glass cannon, and that's what these tournaments are for. It's to practice these situations, so when you're at the Halo World Championships, you can find your solutions.
Yeah, a perfect way to put that as well. Like, you can't go from just relying on being a glass cannon, especially online, to trying to rally that into just clutch situations on lane. It's really rare that that does work out. The best teams were able to outslay their problems, but most teams aren't the best of all time. And if you look at a team like Complexity, when they start to work back into it, full 4-man roster, this Complexity team can swing with the best of them. And for TSM, they need everybody to pull their part. In the last game, it just came down to a couple of crucial plays for Complexity. It did work out this time, tied up a piece at 1 per side. We'll see how things play out from here. Rotation begins, but Complexity out the spawns.
Really tough timing right there for those players on the TSM, right? Because they weren't early on rotation, and because of that, Complexity was able to set up, but Complexity's their first spawners out of those gunfights split because of that pressure that TSM was putting. So then the players that needed to push in to finish that collapse get put into a sandwich between the remaining players that are alive and the first spawners, causing their push just to be null and void. And more importantly is that sniper that comes up now lands into the hands of Complexity. They're in control of the spawns for the most part. This is such a tough position for TSM to battle out of.
Well, at one point, Cherish was going to be that back anchor. This time, though, we'll try to take out on the flex. Does get caught, but job done. And for Complexity, again, that third man stepping up to take control of point is as crucial as winning your ones up front. 2 seconds until QT jumps on the field. Talik now on the hunt. Here's a couple of players around and just has to find some shots to boot. It's an 8 out. Gets stripped. Challenges.
What?
Oh,
the world is he up to, man?
It was almost perfect. It was almost perfect.
I mean, he's in a 1v2, right? You don't expect him to get away with much there, but that was a crazy life. He doesn't get a kill, but I gotta say, that's him playing at his best right there. Just flowing on the map, trying to do his best to stay alive there, but just not enough. Complexity, too well set up. They will take the advantage once again, 2-1 into this next rotation.
Starting to look a lot better. 10-8 for Mental. King Nick, 7-8. Team starting to pull their weight. TSM, Soul Snipe on your screen. Has control of the catwalk for now. Snipe not in conversation. Mental and Right Noob coming off spawn. They have a couple of eyes over, and Druck will take the opening fight. Moves up into the 1 spot. Takes a couple of shots, rips them close elbows, but maintains shields, and they'll pull back. Manny now getting aggressive. Down lower mid. Manny taking the fight. And Manny's got to be careful. He might get pinched quickly from up top, and he just plays his life until eventually falling. But here comes the push from Complexity.
White's trying to win on the outside to work their way back through the blue spawns, but it's been that 2-pronged defensive approach of Druck and Soul Snipe there that was so effective. That's the hardest hill to capture. They do it without wasting any seconds of neutral time, and it's because of how they played on that catwalk. While Complexity's playing through the outside, Druck and Soul Snipe, I believe, were at both edges of that catwalk on the hill. It gives that double dilemma of having to deal with both of those positions at once. If one player feels the pressure, they step out, the other one remains scoring. It's the most effective and efficient way to take care of that hill. That was wonderfully played by TSM.
Well, confidence rechal in the nade chat. Okay. I like the vibes we're getting out of TSM in the second half. Tied 2 apiece. Halfway through their third tick. Working on the back hill, Rynoob working off that flank. One of the hardest kills in the game. And continues to pull attention away. Sniper is now up into the hands of Complexity. What can they do with it? That's the big question.
This is very aggressive from Rynoob. He's not going to wait back with that sniper. Instead, wants to try to get behind enemy lines, but TSM has not expected this at all. Look, they aren't even looking at that tower position, but the risk that comes with that is you're giving up a lot of spacing towards the opposite end of map, right? You're trying to collapse in on the other side. TSM, by just ignoring Rynoob, they overwhelm the players on the other side, which Ryan Noob can't help in that moment to break out that hill. So you're seeing like Ryan Noob, although he gets a couple good kills there, they gave up what was actually most important, that position towards hill, and they couldn't get it back because he wasn't close enough in that fight.
Yeah, and you got to wonder at what point in those comms are you thinking about the sunken cost fallacy for complexity. If we have given up so much of the map, we haven't been able to really convert much on this hunt. You do eventually lose snipe in the process. Luckily, Mental will get it back, but this commitment has now been a derivative of the initial push for complexity. They've had to result in these following, I guess, holds and spawns because of the fact they've overextended. Now, what do they do with it? They'll try to hold on to the hill for now. Numbers still split for TSM. They're working through the back. Great shots there for Mendel. And the follow-up for the double. Mental looking for the third. Talik might be the next victim. Talik is. Oh my goodness. Here comes complexity.
And look, the last 3 hills, we haven't seen any neutral time off the clock. That is 3 perfect hills in a row. 2 that go to TSM and 1 that just got answered by complexity. It all comes down to this final hill. Efficiency has been out of control for both these sides. They have not given up much, but I think this last hill is going to be one of the scrappiest that we'll see in this game.
Oh, for sure. Expect the nade checks out the wazoo. Here we go. First caught. Opening pick. First blood for complexity. Snipe again. Ryan Noob, congratulations. You get it back. Now can you convert? The 2-man swing. They'll take it dry. They will strip shields and get the opening pick. Talik up top. Ryan Noob's going to take it. Ryan Noob, does he know he's up here? He does. Oh, what a beatdown for Ryan Noob. The read, the double, the control, the break. It's complexity back in. And they just hold for time.
Yeah, with that, you see Ryan Noob wanting to find any stragglers on the right side. Those nades are going to give away Druck's position, and Ryan Noob's not going to let that go. Look how aggressive he is onto that push. A killing spree now for him, but with that, it still is just scrappy. It's so crazy, the difference that we're seeing in the last 3 hills, where we saw literally 0 seconds of neutral time go off the clock, to what we're seeing now, a very scrappy back and forth between these teams. This final hill will determine it all, in my opinion, for either one of these sides. I think TSM needs to close it out here in complexity. I think we're going to give him some trouble as Nick gets ready to approach on the high side of the map.
You get nothing for free at this point in the game. King Nick trying to work on the double. Does strip shields. Here come the following nades. Numbers begin to stack, and they move in. It's a one piece. It's a trade. It's pinstripes, but still, TSM hold on to the point. The break from the back. Ryan Noob able to pick up 1 in rotation. Cherished is in. Complexity found their feet inside the point.
This is dangerous for TSM. They need to be careful about not staggering out these next spawners. They want all 4 up at the same time. Complexity has sent 3 players to the ice. They are overloading on this side of the map. They must win these gunfights early, or else they'll feel the hurt on the other side. TSM starting to find their approach. Complexity taking this fight to Manny. They're close to the finish. TSM, though, a couple players getting ready to pressure. Cherish has gotten so much time during that effort. He finally gets out of the hill, but Complexity, they're 1 wipe away.
They all need just 1 extra set of kills. 1 more wave, and the win for complexity sends us to 5. There's 1. 2 in the back. TSM trying to keep their numbers up, but Cherish gets a triple. The break. Oh my God, we're going 5. Folks, it's complexity in absolute command control of this series, and they fight back tooth and nail back-to-back games. We're going the distance.
Cherish played that extremely well. Remember what the situation is before that triple kill. He's in isolation as the rest of his teammates are fighting at ice. He needs to stay in hill, keep pressure, and prevent TSM from breaking in early. He's able to get to this point, then boom. That's called a tactical retreat, baby. He's not backing down from the fight. He's living to fight another day. It's 2v4 when TSM comes into this entry. Cherish does not concern himself at all. Perfect shots onto each player into this engagement. He gets a massive triple kill. That's in a 2v4, folks. He gets that triple kill. And he didn't miss a shot during the entire engagement.
If he misses 1 shot on that first engagement, I mean, it's over. Like, I don't know if the game ends there, but he loses that. There's likely a break from TSM, and then a scrap fight on the hill. That was a big-time player making big-time plays for Cherished. 18 kills, but the most important 2 came at the very end of that game. And you can see the results here on the stats. This was a team effort between Ryan Noob controlling Snipe, getting a little over-aggressive at times on those long rotations, but when it came to overloading towards zone, it was a team effort from Complexity, and it paid off in strides in the end.
Game 5, Aquarius is where we're heading towards next. First to 50 kills is going to get the job done, but really Aquarius comes down to playing as a team, right? There's no power weapons. There is a camouflage that's going to be on the map that's to fight for, but there is not going to be these huge advantages that you can gain by getting a sniper, getting a rocket right in your hands. Instead, it's going to come down to coordination, good timing, great spacing, a combination of being able to identify, your timings, where to take space, how fast to be on rotations, and understanding the situations that you're in. Whatever team can put that combination to best work is going to come the victor after these 50 kills.
Me personally, I'm taking a 1v1 on P2 immediately. I'm saying meet me mid-map. Let's go. Let's throw hands, and then reset.
1v1's only, right? You spread yourself
1v1's only. Yeah, everybody takes a 1v1.
4 players, different lanes. It's like whoever wins the first fight, that's it.
Let's turn this into something stupid for a second. Not going to get it, though, of course. Aquarius Slayer is going to be a tough one for Complexity. Again, pace of play has been their friend back on Lattice. Can they continue that spree here against TSM? We'll find out.
You see already TSM sending a couple players deep into that car side. They are not going to slow down at all onto that push, but Complexity waited a little bit, then came back, doubled back onto that push, got those couple kills, but during all that chaos, you see Camo nowhere to be found at the top mid of the map. Instead, I think everything burned essentially at the end, and it's Complexity that I think has a little bit of a better position as TSM are a little bit stuck on their spawns.
Really like that opening from Complexity. A little bit of a heat check. Just saying, look, we're going to immediately go for these challenges off rip. We're going to take the fight to you, establish a bit of dominance on the map, and then work through their progressions once they come off spawn. And so far, it's paid off. 7-5 is the lead. It's only 2 kills, but again, positioning on Aquarius is everything. Momentum, we can carry you through some bad moments. A lot of time on the clock. A chance for TSM to come off spawn with all 4 members and try something else.
Very patient right now from both sides. It's going to be King Nick that gets caught eventually by Druk, who pushed to the bottom middle of the map, right? And that's such a unique situation. It's 4-on-4 on the map. Where it is the last place you expect the first gunfight to happen, it's bottom mid, right? But Druk being very aggressive catches King Nick off guard, and with that allows TSM to start playing forward onto the map. They're going to clean up that kill in the back base, but they need to finish this collapse. They lost a player in the middle of the map, and Complexity, strong recovery off a dangerous situation keeps them in control.
A bit of blinders out of Manny. I mean, I know you're trying to hunt for the kill. There was probably an opportunity to go for the chase, but getting up that high ground and also probably not the best comms in that situation eventually does get caught and loses some of that mid-ground control. That's okay. Bottom mid back into the hands of Complexity until Manny steps up off his next life, trying to take a triple to begin. 12-10 the lead for Complexity, but TSM were swarming on the back line, and Cherish is not long for this world.
See, I mean, TSM, it's been such a strange game so far with how these engagements have gone on, but they've been able to find a couple kills there, sequencing them together, just down 1. And you see, once again, a very low map presence from TSM. They're keeping themselves down underneath the map and are trying to find these vulnerable entry points, and it works so successfully there. Right? Manny and Talik work combining so well to find those couple kills. They'll take the lead, and more importantly, they get away with the camouflage.
Just herding them into P1 is like, this is a perfect bait trap. Nicely done all the way around from TSM. Right kind of play to pull out at this time when we start to reach about halfway through our game, where you are wondering, all right, what do you have in the tank for TSM? As these crucial kills come up next, these next couple of waves will decide what the momentum looks like and how quickly you're going to have to respond to the likes of Complexity. How do you start to change things up? They do a nice job being able to bait here, holding on to this camo again. Soul Snipe trying to work the back very carefully, able to pick up 1, keeps his life alive, wins the double and controls all of the map.
And really well played by Soul Snipe, right? What's natural to do in that situation is to play towards your teammate that's getting into an engagement, but he has his spidey senses on, right? It's saying someone is coming on through this flank, turns around and hits a crucial 5-shot. If that flank comes in, right, at that time when he turns to help his teammates, they're not going to be able to stabilize that position. Instead, they're able to eventually find Ryan in the back base, not only get him, but get the next spawners as well. And now TSM have the advantage in this game, but so far it's been a pretty quick answer from both sides. It's been tough for either team to get a prolonged sequence of advantage Halo here. It's so far, it's trade for trade, but big ways, right? It's always these like 3-4 kill swings, which has been very interesting to watch.
It has been bottom mid fights into retrace into refridge, try to hold, maybe a couple of one-on-ones planter side. Top mid not too open for most of this game. A couple of eyes that peek over, but everybody else starts to rotate, and it has been just constant flying attempts from TSM and Complexity, taking 2 at a time, 3 at a time. See if they can do it again here. We'll get boost in the pocket, just for good measure. Does get caught. Talik will take him out. 1 drops for Complexity, 2 drop for both sides. Now a 2v2.
Solstheim, if he thinks he has the timing to get through the back, he might try to make a quick push onto that B side. It's still Mental that's there in complete isolation, but with King Nick getting that first kill, that's probably going to stemmy that plan of Soul Snipes. Instead, he'll be stuck at that back base. You see the one-on-one starting, but now the help has started to arrive, and it will be perfect timing from Ryanoop. The perfect kill. The remaining players at TSM are in an engagement on the opposite side, but Ryanoop able to buy enough time for his team to come in, and they should have an advantage into this fight. Ryanoop gets another kill. A couple massive swings. Ryanoop gets another kill. This is a huge swing for Complexity. Now Camo in their advantage.
And as he moves through mid-map, not only does he help pick up that sentry position for his team, but he allows Mental to kind of overcommit, grab Camo, and now really control bottom mid. This has all been a cycle of events for Complexity, and that has worked out quite well. Free beat down for Mental, free lead for Complexity. If they can roll this Camo into a couple extra kills, 3, 4, 5, they're setting themselves up nice for a win.
TSM's in severe danger. They're strapped onto this blue side, and you see the collapses coming in from every single lane. Mental through the middle. A couple players coming through the util, and the help is over at P2. And you'll take a trade there, even with your camo, because you know that you're coming out on top in the engagements. A couple kills in the lead now for Complexity, and it's TSM that's largely on their back foot, but with that 3 down, I think we're back into this 4-on-4 engagement. A very interesting strategy from Complexity. They're sending every player they have over to this P side. They want to gain space on the other end of the map. They were not comfortable taking that engagement at the back of blue.
Yeah, and they might be thinking, look, we're either going to flip or we're going to parry for a neutral map. Either way, we don't want to get bunched up and turtle up as a team. You got to respect that. Just the way that TSM can play and the way they can break you down. These are the moments where once you realize that you have the lead, you kind of have to capitalize on that advantage and recognize that it's your game to win. Complexity trying to take the most of it. And for TSM, just trying to go off the hunt. Ryanoop has been perfect on these outer lanes, picking up another big kill, 38-34. Spots a couple top mid, gets some shots in, but escapes with his life for now. And tries to work on a 360, not going to happen, but his teammate is there for support, and Complexity find another.
Yeah, Ryanoop's been in flow. He has his timings down against TSM right now. They have not been able to really deal with some of that aggressive play that he's had. I mean, look at his stat line so far. 11 kills to his name and 8 deaths, right? That's great. Add on that, 10 assists. It's so much more than everyone else in the lobby, and it's showing how engaged he's been in all these fights, how he's cutting through the map. His fast, aggressive play has been coming to fruition for Complexity. They're just 9 kills away.
Under 20 seconds till Camo comes back into the map. TSM start to make a move. They might need to. Make it another 2-piece for King Nick. Some control back on bottom mid. Flies away from Mental. Gets caught on the rotation. 40-43. Druck checks out, picks up Camo. And for TSM, the first time in this game, it's felt like they've had an opportunity to really steamroll this advantage.
And this Camo feels like their life support at the moment. The final life vest that was on the boat for them to potentially tread water. They are down by 4, but this Camo, if it's able to find its openings and find these kills, they might just be able to get back into it. But with all those players going down, Druck is resigned to just giving information to his team instead of finding kills.
Yep, you're absolutely right. There's not much Druck can do when the rest of your team goes down. Your blockers are gone. Your extra info is out. You know where the players are going to be, but you can't give yourself away. You got to wait for your teammate to get back up. 46-42. 4 kills needed for Complexity here in Game 5. And Druck running out of camo. It gets burned, and that is a neutral camo for Complexity. If ever there was a time to nullify that power-up, this was the moment, and they get lucky with one.
Yeah, I mean, Druck's not going to be able to get any kills from it, but it did slow Complexity down quite a bit. They were being very aggressive throughout this game. Now, all 4 of them playing a very defensive maneuver. Druck's nade's going to find one, and there is no trade-out for now. Talik getting aggressive on the other end. TSM is swinging through the back. If they're able to find untraded kills, That's their solution forward. They only have 3 to give up in this game, but they are collapsing on complexity. Changing the pace, slowing the game down was successful for TSM. They're back into this fight. It's gonna come down to the 4-on-4 neutral. The bandits, the connectiveness of this team. This engagement could be who continues on in this series.
We're just gonna get wall-to-wall gunfights here. Yeah, we're gonna get that. Druck, get some info and the tag. All members stay up. TSM start to position themselves mid-map. Cherish gets caught on low shields. Tie game. Down to the floor. Druck has some help. 48-47. TSM take the lead.
And that player's trapped. Mental has nowhere to go. He's getting collapsed in on every single lane. That's the 49th kill. Complexity will need to sprint away from blue. They can't afford to take an early gunfight. And now TSM, from down 42 to 46, have now taken a 2-kill lead in this game. And it's Complexity that find themselves on the complete other side of the equation. They have no lives to give up.
I got him trapped. TSM have him trapped. There's really nowhere to go for Complexity. You have to hit every single shot for this one to work. Camo is up. You might not want to push it if you're TSM, but it is an option. And Druck will pick it up. Didn't even matter. P2 is gone and dusted. 50-47. TSM will take it in the end. They squeak by Complexity, but win it outright in 5. 3-2 will be the final. And, ooh, I didn't expect it to be that close down to the wire, but it looked like for a little bit, Complexity had been able to figure out some of the wrongs that had written them awry back in the early start of this series, though. It was TSM who clutch up big time, and Druck, with that camo, was able to buy time for his team and eventually take the win.
Such a crazy sequencing at the end of that game, right? Because when you look at it on paper, Complexity should have won that game. But what went wrong, right? In my opinion, although Druck doesn't get a kill with that camouflage, the threat of that camouflage, I think, was enough to find their path forward when he was patrolling around, right? What was going right for Complexity throughout the game? It was their very aggressive gameplay, right? With Ryan cutting through the map, trying to collapse in on those TSM players. When the game slowed down, that's when TSM was able to find those weaknesses, those openings to find their way back into that game. Extremely well played at the end by TSM, not to give up lives, to play together, to coordinate their efforts and find those stragglers of Complexity, to force the fight, right? Complexity is all in the same spot, but somehow all those gunfights, they feel like 2v1s that are favoring TSM because there's this discord, this disconnect on the Complexity camp at the end of that game. Such a fascinating game of Slayer. It's like, man, there's so much to dissect that happened at the end of that game.
And Complexity showed us their hand off the start. I mean, they threw the fastball down mid. They said, we're going to rush at you. We're going to try to get these rotations sped up a bit, hit 3 at a time, 4 at a time, and they did that. They took a lot of 2-on-2s in the early game, but it was just slowly, as we saw TSM work more on the ground game, work more on bottom mid, and slowly pull these numbers away and force Complexity to slow down. That is where TSM started to find their advantage, and it just came down to a couple extra picks, that camo to help. Pushed Complexity back, and the win nonetheless in 5. Congratulations to TSM. They will move on, and we'll jump over to Shopify and Optic again as we move on to our next series.
So far, Shopify Rebellion, as we come into the series, having some success. It's been Psycho and Royal 2 that have been paving the way forward. 26 kills between the two of them early on in this game. That hyper-aggressive play is working so far for Shopify Rebellion. The 2 caps in, and Frosty's got the sniper. This is always a deadly combination. One of the best snipers, if not the best, in Halo's history.
Upper semifinals on your screen. Shopify, Optic. Shopify, again, the most recent winners, and you could be looking at the top 3 dogs in the world of Shopify, Optic, FaZe. Gotta wonder who eventually will take the title in a week's time, but Shopify have just looked like the team to beat. And Last Shot is perfectly, nominated for Esports Controller Player of the Year for reasons like that. Those are just the plays that can break you as a team.
Oh, does he read Bound spawn here? I think he's gonna read this, and he is early. I don't think Bound's gonna expect Last Shot to be here. I wonder if he's gonna give up this. He's gonna let this go because he wants to keep that advantage onto Bound. Gets himself the early kill and now has the advantage onto the next.
Well, don't take these fights. You're not going to win them. Medium range belongs to Shopify. Close quarters, points to Shopify as well. 173 in counting, 100-point lead. And the 2 cap for the boys in blue. Optic backs against the wall. Perfect shot again. And it just looks like every time Optic try to wind up, Shopify are there to stop them in their tracks.
It's the combination of macro and micro that makes Shopify Rebellion so good. Just look at the way that they read and manipulate spawns. As a team, that's so deadly. When you combine that with the fact that you have the player that has the best accuracy in the game in last shot, the player that has the best survivability in the game in cycle, right? That is what makes them so deadly in this game. They are flowing on the map. They are picking apart Optic Gaming whenever they're able to isolate those fights. It's been so tough for Optic to battle back, but this might be the path forward for them. A great collapse. They finally get Shopify Rebellion 3 down. Now they just need to find a home base to get back into scoring position. They have camo. This is what Optic needs to start a comeback.
They got gifted a free double towards camo zone. So again, you walk away with the power up, you walk away with the kills. You can bring this game back slowly. Working on the trip, beat down, thanks for playing. Last shot, we'll see you on respawn. Have eyes towards white, know exactly where Royal 2 is going to be headed next. And the first challenge will be out for Legend. Does he take it? Yes, he does. Royal 2, nowhere to go. Royal 2 still gets the beat down. On to Formal again. Okay, Royal 2 just continues to win gunfights that shouldn't even happen.
That's a tough one, too. That has so much ramification for this match because now B is completely secured for Shopify Rebellion. That attack is just null and void. They don't have any pressure to deal with on that side. Now they can solidify their numbers onto where the next attack vector is. And you can see how effective that is against Optic Gaming. Without having any numbers advantage there, they go down quickly. And now they're on their back foot. The tempo is in the hands of Shopify Rebellion. They're one step ahead on these rotations. This is such a deadly spot.
Yeah, they're just playing with confidence, and it's so hard to stop. 240-95. First pick in. 2 down for Shopify. Legend trying to work on A. They'll have A and B control if they can pull this off. And more time bought for the boys in green. They will stay alive for now, but how long is the question? Shopify start to swarm, and they're winning the kills.
Yeah, Legend moved about as fast as you possibly could to get out of that fight, but Shopify Rebellion, they see it's Legend in the base. They say, well, Legend's going to hit perfect movement to get away from this. Let me just cut this off like the fastest possible way. They're one step ahead. They get those kills, and Shopify Rebellion with a dominant victory. 250-98, just one step ahead. Their Strongholds game remains one of the best in the HCS.
It's a matter of, like you said earlier, the movement, the macro, the micro. This team, any position, any situation you get them in, again, with snipe, without taking another team fight top white, focusing more specifically on commando catwalk and then pushing down into green, trying to get spawns controlled in white, forcing an A-B hold. It is always on the table for Shopify and always an answer to be had. This team is just too damn good. 250-98 will be the final for game 1. Cycle 20-12 with 10 assists. Basically leaves the lobby outside of Legend, but this was, again, just crucial kills from Royal 2. I don't know if the game changes much, Tools, but that double onto B, it just is indicative of the difference between this team and where everybody else is at.
It's the consistency top down that I think has been making a big difference for Shopify Rebellion. Very rarely has this team been focused on, a main slayer throughout their games. They're very much top down, getting the job done. You see that in the damage dealt at the end of the game. Every single player within just a couple hundred damage of each other. They're all getting involved in those fights. It's very much a team-oriented effort so often in their games. Whereas other times, right, for Optic Gaming, what the formula has been these last few events has been largely to depend on the slays of Legend, of Renegade. And that is a game plan that has largely been successful. But I think Shopify Rebellion, after losing back-to-back lands from that sort of style of play, I think they've started to find their solutions. They've started to understand Optic Gaming's play a little bit more. And this last tournament, right, Worlds is going to be a chess match between these two teams because Optic Gaming, they're trying to employ their own strategies as well. I wouldn't expect them not to have some sort of bounce back throughout these tournaments.
Yeah, perfection is the margin of error for both these teams going into Worlds. Like you said, like a chess match, it's going to be perfect nades, perfect shots. If you miss a single time, that might be the difference maker. And one, it's great that that's what Halo comes down to at the end of the day at the last tournament of the year, but two, that's just how good these teams have been at adapting against each other this season, let alone the past 3-4 years of Infinite. But again, coming into this Slayer, it has been Optics used to be one of their bread and butters. This latter half of the season, though, they have struggled. And if you're Shopify, you're probably feeling very confident coming into a Slayer, knowing that you could take this team out.
A big nade by Bound there. He catches the one-shot player, not able to get away with his life. With that, it's 3 down for Shopify Rebellion. It's going to allow Optic Gaming to take some space here, and I like how aggressive these two are being. They want to find this first spawner. That's Frosty that goes down, but not without him taking one in Renegade. So far, I mean, good answers by Optic Gaming. They get the 4 down once again. They have what's necessary at the moment. Look how they're trapping. See how Shopify Rebellion aren't able to move, and they're going to be very aggressive whenever they're given the chance here. This is really well played at the moment from Optic Gaming.
Optic had to lean on the Legends double to be able to split both Courtyard and back B, and they've done a great job of it. Again, just cleaning up the kills in the process is the rest of the homework here for the green wall. We'll find another on the floor, controlling against Royal 2, but better shots from the veteran as he takes down another. Optic trying to get back into the swing of things. They'll be able to pick up one in the process. Last shot does find a second. And back on rotation we go. Shopify Rebellion continue to roll.
And to be blunt about it, right? Shopify Rebellion, if they're any other team, right? If Optic Gaming has any other team in that trap, they're up by 10 kills right now. Shopify Rebellion, even when they're in the most disadvantageous spaces, are able to find small pieces of value that keep them within the game. Optic Gaming have had such dominant control of the map for the last few rotations, but Shopify Rebellion were able to find entry kills. They were able to find trades where they were unlikely, and has kept them within reach. And that's what all Rebellion's plan is going to be here. Just be within reach. As long as they're within a couple kills, they know that there's a path forward to victory.
They can skate alongside Optic for most of these game modes, and then once they do, they get 1 or 2 knockout blows. Somebody pops off. It's enough to make a difference. Great shots from Frosty. Good lord. Cam was actually bottom mid. Optic do escape. Legend's going to get caught, though. Legend's going to lose it. That's 3 down in the process of about 10 seconds as Optic quickly lose numbers, lose mid-map, and a wipe from Shopify. So as quickly as we're talking about this team kind of swinging back and staying pace with Optic, they find 4 kills in the process. In 23-23, they have found themselves a lot of positioning to work with.
Renegade never was found in that bottom lift. He's waiting for his team to get close to him, and once they do, he goes up. Tries to get some of that damage. Bound gets the entry kill into this fight, but there's the response. Royal 2 finds his trade out with Legend, and what Optic Gaming, I mean, the way they've been playing, this should be just such a dominant game from their end, but Shopify Rebellion somehow keep finding trades at these unlikely spots, and it's kept them within reach.
Scary thing for Optic, I think, moving forward in this Slayer is the fact that Shopify have been able to split the map consistently and win it. They've played back glass, they have played in Courtyard, they've been more than happy to try to keep those spawns at the lift, and when it's happened, I mean, like you talked about, in any other game, Optic would be up by 10. But Shopify are a different team. The cycle has been lights out, 6 and 6, 7 and 6 for Frosty, found 2 big double kills bottom mid to be able to work on that rotation about a minute ago, and we'll control the high ground for now. We'll see how it works out.
You see 3 players of Optic Gaming playing through that back rank. They don't want to push up too quickly here. They want to find some spacing on the map before they make their play. Or we're going to find the entry. There they go. Renegade now follows, but Frosty cuts him down before he can get into that fight, and it still remains deadlocked at 30. It has been so tough for either side to get that finishing blow, to finish their collapse, to have that clean 4 down. So far, trade a heavy Halo has been the focus.
Bound's got some, I'm not going to call it paranoia with a negative connotation, but more of just an inkling that somebody else has been able to escape across from just counting numbers off the trades. Optic go ahead and stack up towards a window. Get some extra eyes, take their time.
This fight's important. It's going to determine the camouflage. That's why Shopify Rebellion is playing very aggressive here. They want to force Formal and the rest of Optic into that back spot of the map. They don't want them to have any angles onto this camouflage. So despite Rebellion not having, an advantageous spot to fight for camo, Optic Gaming in a better spot, by forcing those fights so up forward on the map, they're preventing Optic from just getting away with camo for free. They wanted to force the fights longer, and even now, right, 30 seconds after those fight engagements, that camouflage is still up. Very heads up play by Rebellion. It's a risky one where if it doesn't go their way, they could give up, a 3 down and camo the other way, but it's a very thought out team play that we're seeing from these guys.
The only unfortunate part for them is that they did eventually give up 3 down. They've been able to lose a couple of numbers per swing in these engagements. Shock Rifle up at about 10. But again, Optic will try to maintain their 3-kill lead. Shots ring out at bottom floor. Formal able to pick up 1. Legend on your screen will find Cycle. And this is the moment where the green wall starts to clamp down and control their lead just by 2.
But with that, I mean, 3 went down. Do they know about Bound? That's the question right now. Bound jumps up 2 players ahead of him. The cutoff is there. Frosty gets the kill, but Bound's damage is answered by Renegade. Renegade not able to get that kill, but damage is answered. That's the key for Optic Gaming. They just need to go to 1 for 1, and they did so in those fights. A tough couple battles that kept swinging their way. A 3-kill lead remains.
A race to the final 10. Shock in the hands of Royal 2. He found a double kill in game 1 that broke the doors open against Optic. He's got the Shock and a beatdown for a good one here. 47-43. The green wall maintains their lead with a third Bound finding the kill. 48-43. Just 2 away for the green wall.
And just 1. Wow, Optic Gaming at the end were able to find their distance. Shopify Rebellion essentially out of options. Every fight must go their way from this point on. Cycle wins the first, but too many to tank on at once. Renegade gets his 16th of the game, and Optic Gaming answer back in game 2. I think from start to finish, Optic Gaming played the better game. Rebellion is so hard to take down, but you saw that Optic Gaming 1 step ahead, able to find the big kills at the end of the game, and now tie up the series 1 apiece.
Tools, you're absolutely right about that last fight around Camo kind of deciding both the following events of who would eventually get it, but also what would the tail of the tape look like for the last minute or so of this game. Optic being able to work through high ground, work off of the back driveway control, flood forward into mid-map, and take control once more of Shockside. That was one of the bigger swings and retakes this team has had on Solitude in this map. On this game, I should say. And it worked out quite well because Renegade was all over the place. 73%. Yeah, the dude was flying and not missing.
It's so many crucial fights where Renegade has to hit the shot to get the trade out, right? Where Shopify Rebellion put Optic into those spots where they must execute. And Optic Gaming did that every time that Shopify Rebellion put them in a tough spot. They executed. They got those kills. I thought that fight over by Camo was very interesting. It was a very prolonged fight, but through that battle of attrition, Optic Gaming able to answer a couple of those crucial fights, get that lead, and win that game 2. We're back to even as we go into Recharge King of the Hill. One of the better maps in Optic Gaming's rotations.
Chat says that Bound is the American dream. You know what else is the American dream? The GameSir controller. You can get codes in the chat available with LBT. Go check them out at GameSir, and that's what all the players are rocking. If you want to beat people down like Royal 2, just get a GameSir. Just do it like that.
I'll say GameSir, that's my daily driver. 100%. Yep. I love it. It actually is like the favorite controller I have ever used. Love everything about that G7 Pro. We'll talk a little bit about it when we get out of this series, but it guys, you have a chance to get it for 8% off using your code. Make sure you look at it in chat. Get 8% off with Complexity 01 on Amazon. Go check it out if you're looking for one of the best controllers in the game. I mean, GameSir is the controller for you.
Shopify wins the first game. Optic call him and hold the bluff on 2. This time we go to our 3rd. And next matchup is we'll see what Optic can do here. They're able to sneak out on Solitude. This time, though, Recharge a different beast. Formal currently in the hill, and they'll work on their first tick just a couple of seconds away, and it will be 1 point on the board for the green wall.
And Optic's potency in these game types is how efficient they are. They do not leave a lot left behind for other teams. They're very efficient at getting in the hill, getting that time early on, and just bulldozing teams early in the game. You see that at the start, only having 30 seconds tick off the clock to get that first hill, and more importantly, did not let Shopify Rebellion stand in it whatsoever.
They're not wasting space either. Perfect holds right now out of Legend and Renegade working together. The duo for one of the longest times. Renegade will take control of the stairs. It's a swing from the back for Shopify. Psycho might become a victim in a moment. Legend will quickly get some ammo back, and we'll slow things down for here as the floor control fights through Shopify's hands.
That nade perfectly split those 2 players, made them both weak. Now Legend and Formal not going to be able to challenge for quite a bit. That's going to let Rebellion get up on the map, but it's Still, Psycho and Frosty not able to finish off those players. Will have to back up for now. This has been a very prolonged fight over at the back of C, but you know how important it is, and here we go. Shopify Rebellion finding their entry.
This was the first hit from Optic. They had free real estate in the point, but since then, like you said, it has been a stalemate. Everybody has slowed this one down. Royal 2 will get the pop. And with it, a chance to make a play for Shopify. Legend just runs right into him. Royal 2 will do a little 360 for good measure. And we'll continue on. The rotation is in. The movement here for Shopify is they'll take control of the map and the zone.
See Royal 2 with that camo. He has plenty of options on how he wants to take these fights. And so far, he's just been a nuisance for Optic Gaming to deal with. And now Bound tries to take the reapproach. There's nothing for him to find. Shopify Rebellion winning those initial gunfights, making things so tough for Optic Gaming onto this fight. Oh, where did Formal come from? A big fight to take down Royal 2. And with that, Optic Gaming should be able to win out some spawns.
I think Formal spawned back here, and he just walked across the steps down when the camo was reloading, and fortunately just get him caught there. So Optic able to break. A little bit of signs of life, bit of a lucky swing there. Can they convert? So far, no. Another two-piece there for Shopify. They'll take control of Long Haul. Frosty will go in for the contest and the break. He'll get it. Retake for Shopify and a chance to score.
And that took everything that Shopify Rebellion had. They did not have the position on the map, but they just kept that tension up, waited for an opening to appear, and once it did, they pounced, got that 4 down, and now have a hill under their belt. Optic Gaming, they continued on to try to fight for this hill. That's going to move them out of position. Look at Cycle over at A. That's going to win the spawns for Shopify Rebellion here, unless Optic Gaming's quick enough to counter it, but right now it doesn't look that way. Optic Gaming were aggressive onto that last hill. They didn't get it, and now Shopify Rebellion have a much better setup.
Frosty went flying. I didn't know if he was going to see him talk a man. It's okay, though. This entire exchange goes down between Cycle trying to keep players at bay in the elevator and Royal 2 top glass watching Long Haul. It was just about timing, it seemed like, for both teams. Eventually, Frosty gets a little over-aggressive. I like it. Flies through, gets taken out. But with that, again, positioning here, for Shopify is they have been unpunished for their aggression. Optic, 4 dead. Still looking for a break-in.
And they're going to, be able to just move back. They give up that spacing at tower to force out those C spawns. They want to keep Optic Gaming contained, but nothing really keeps Legend contained for long. He wins a crucial fight against Royal 2. That's going to take away one of their premium perimeter players over at that glass. That's going to give an opening for Optic to break on.
Oh, my God, the timing. No.
We'll have to see if that stops this push short for Optic Gaming. They're here. They have camo. Still able to win these gunfights. Royal 2, though, he has been a rock over at that elevator. Doesn't want to give up these spawns. Every player of Optic Gaming goes their way. They know they must finish this fight. But are they able to do so? Frosty's still alive back here.
How is Optic winning these 2v2s, even on low shields? That's kind of a dumb question at this stage of the game, but still, it's worth asking sometimes. Eat that nade, throw it right back. Everybody's calming down for now. 11-8 for Formal. It's about when he was going to get online in this series. Been playing pretty solid, but this has been his best performance so far against Shopify. And last shot's on the hunt, trying to find Renegade. No shields, nowhere to move. In no man's land, and once again, Optic will hold on to time.
Look how close Shopify Rebellion is to capturing this hill. If they find an early kill into this hill and just step in, they could take this before Optic Gaming can respond, and that's what Cycle wants to do. He gets in, not able to stay alive, though. It's going to come down to Frosty. This fight is so important. Optic Gaming, from 99.9% of the way there, are able to battle back against Shopify Rebellion and take the lead in the game. A massive break and a hold from the green wall.
They needed their crosses to clear, and they did get it. Big pickups from Legend. Big positioning in the point from Formal. Finally, all shots start to come online for this green wall squad that has been fighting down to the wire against Shopify, which seems like every single game now. We'll hold on to shock here for Royal 2. 2 down. Oh, can't turn it. Can't turn it. Pushed out of the play. Optic now on the hunt. And it looks like for now, Optic will walk away with the trade.
You see Bound early into this hill with that 3 go down. It's just Frosty that's alive. You see his spawn over at the pipes. Right now, Optic Gaming has what's necessary. They have the spacing. They know where this push is coming from. This is going to be a very tough break for Shopify Rebellion, and it just got worse as Formal hits the first shot. Cycle just dodges the next, but Formal has his eyes across the map, but not able to find the rest. And surprisingly, at the end of this, it looks like Shopify Rebellion will be the team that will win the spawns at the back of C. Cycle, prioritizing his position.
Yep. I mean, once he's able to kind of rotate in, his job is just to walk everybody else down, play life, try to stay alive for as long as possible, allow Royal 2 and everybody else to make a play, but that's 4 dead, that's a wipe, and that's Optic with advantage. Ice from Legend, control in the bottom from Renegade, camo as well. They're in perfect position to close out this 3rd point.
The problem for Cycle there is he got outflanked. He was the one on the flank, but one player was flanking his flank. And at the end, it's the player that was able to get that damage that really just disintegrated the setup that Rebellion had. And now the cost is pretty steep. They not only lose their setup, they're going to lose camouflage. They're going to lose a lot of timing on the map. And you see things starting to they were swinging in the favor of Optic Gaming, but a couple big kills. How does Rebellion manage to do this so often where you think it's about to be Optic Gaming, but they find an answer?
It's always as well, like you have no margin for error. You have to take a 2-on-1, and they still find a way to squeak through. We're gonna hit the back though. Start the flank. Well, there goes one. Trying to maintain numbers. Surely, if you're Shopify, you've picked up this read, and they have. Royal 2 and Cycle working together. Throwing a couple elbows. Neutral zone for now. 10 seconds on the clock. Optic have to keep it neutral to win.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like it will come to pass as well. Shopify Rebellion not able to get their entry, and it comes down to that final hill that Optic Gaming was able to bounce the battle back. It was 99% the way there for Shopify Rebellion, but Optic Gaming ice up, clutch up, and take a lead 2-1 in our best of 5.
Chat loves it. All the Optic fans, they're all back. They'll hold the 2-1 lead. Shopify, where are you at? Had a great start originally on live fire. The Stronghold looked saucy, 250-96, but since then it has been a solid 2 domination from Optic. Domination being very loosely applied here, 50-45, and a 2-1 win again on recharge. Optic will hold the series lead. Shopify will have to fight through 5 if they want to win it, but these close games have continued to show that Optic do have answers.
All right, take a look at some of these stats. You see Renegade and Legend both combining for the most damage in the lobby. That seems to be a consistent theme for Optic Gaming. It feels like Renegade and Legend have been playing their best Halo this year. They want to finish strong, a world championship on their mind. This has been the team that's been giving them problems, that's been giving them trouble throughout these last couple LANs. They have a chance to find a solution here in Game 4. 1 game away for the Green Wall.
It would be Formal's second Halo World Championship ring. It would be a chance for Legend and Bound and Renegade to double up. Renegade would have 3 at that point. Just an insane roster all the way around, and they're running into their biggest challenge right now. That's a double off the start, but everything is so easy for Bound. When he has camo, flag is out, the first run in for Optic.
You love that from Legend, right? He's playing very forward on the map. He oftentimes will just play a little bit more forward than others would because of the chance that his teammates will outmuscle the other side and win their gunfights, and he can just pull it back home. Right, look, that is less than a minute into the game. Legend has a capture on board. Optic Gaming, this is where they're potent. That hyper efficiency, that's what they're looking for, and right now, no one is getting away from these players on Optic Gaming.
And the roam from Bound is basically nullified all of Shopify's positioning at mid-map. No extra eyes, no positioning top mid. At least pulling attention away from those back spawns where Formal and Renegade can now work together, take control of planter side. They'll do their best. Be able to pick up one is Bound. Again, working off the wing. He will eventually get caught, but numbers react through mid-map. Shopify trying to hold on to the numbers here. 2 up versus Optics 2. Make it down to a 2v1, and they'll move up.
Lashot always has wandering eyes, right? When he's moving forward on the map, he's never just one dimension with it. He's always looking towards the other side of the map and looking for his next engagement. You can see that. He has 5 kills already for Shopify Rebellion, despite their slow start. Keep an eye on him throughout this game. And Shopify Rebellion's going to find their answer back against Optic Gaming. I think it's going to come from last shot.
He was nominated for a reason. He might just pull it out. Frosty, speaking of, throws that one forward. Legend quickly punishes, says, no, you don't. Cycle, working through bottom mid. Oh, Renegade beats him on the perfect, though. And all of a sudden, Optic continue to win their ones and shut down this push from Shopify.
That's a good sign for Optic Gaming, because that's where Frosty's usually one of the best in the game, is just identifying timings to pull flags and to accelerate the clock in which a team can have a successful flag capture. He tried his best there, but the execution didn't work out that time because Optic Gaming too strong in that position. Now the punishment's coming through. They get 4 down. They're positioning themselves well. Renegade playing in isolation on the P side. Everyone else starting to get ready to come through on the car side. They have so much damage on the map. Shopify Rebellion is hanging on by a thread in their back base, but no one has fallen down onto the respawn screen yet.
Formal's job right now just to direct some traffic, strip some shields, try to hope that Bound gets in position to clean up these weak players. He does. Cycle will pick up camo top mid. Flag will get out, but how long does this one last? Can Shopify make a play? Can Cycle find a way to stall out in time? So far, Renegade picking up apart on the back end. Legend's been able to OE into the spawn. It's going to be a staggered hit for Shopify to get back on defense, but they're going to have to win their one-on-ones up close for this one to be viable.
Formal just says, I had enough of this. He comes back, pulls the flag while Legend is this distraction piece. We'll see if Formal has enough time to get that flag back to their side. I mean, it looks like they're just going to leave it in the util, but I think Formal had really good timing there. That was almost a potential flag run that could have gone home with the way that Rebellion had played it. Instead, Optic Gaming going to try to fight in that utility side. That not going to be successful for them. That return will come through for Shopify Rebellion, and looks like they're trying to answer on their own as well. Look at that early flag pull. They aren't running it now, but they are forcing Optic Gaming back, and right now those gunfights are favoring Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, Shopify just have to keep the numbers of Optic in front. It's a bit of an over-reduction of the gameplay itself, but Renegade's been able to go on a bunch of different flanks. Formal's been the tip of the spear offensively. Legend and Bound have been picking up kills both in transition and setting up the appropriate lanes for the rotation. It has been a full team effort spread across the map. If Shopify can keep them pinched or at least contained, they can absolutely bully their way into zone, pick up flag, and juggle it out for another cap. But this is just down to them finding the kills.
That's downright dirty from Royal 2 there. Now Last Shot's going to have great timing to pull that flag. Renegade gets damaged, but it's not going to be enough to keep him away. Instead, Last Shot with probably the cleanest flag run you'll see. I mean, the flag even dropped. It hit the top of the box, pushed itself back to the path that Last Shot wanted it to go. And look, they captured a flag in 15 seconds there. That's one of the best flag runs you'll see. And that's all super heads-up play by Shopify Rebellion. It really started with Royal 2. Oh, Frosty in isolation, going to pull flag, but Royal 2, really great play in isolation to come back towards his team to allow that flag grab. And Frosty, don't do this to them.
Why? There was no need. Surely this one gets neutralized. Legend going to take it. It's a dangerous proposition. Frosty, hold that nade. Can't quite clean it up, though. Optic hold on to their numbers. Bound. Trying to hit the jump. Gets caught. Cycle and Royal 2 will pick up both. 2 down for Optic. Flag still out.
Yeah, this flag is not guaranteed for Optic yet. I mean, Royal 2's still here. He's going to get info on 2 of the 3 players in the back. He knows exactly what they're doing, and he can maybe just try to force his read. That nade, trying to zone him out. Now Optic Gaming has to think about forcing the flag. They just are going to let it go. They were so concerned with what could happen if they went down early, but it's happening anyway. These players of Optic Gaming are going down. It's Royal 2 that gets the last, the one shot, but Cycle with camo will clean up the one left behind, but will not be able to continue on that flag.
Every time you think we're about to pull away for a cap, it just turns into absolute chaos in front of base every single time. Royal 2 takes down another big pick. We'll continue to move on. The Shopify try to regroup some of their numbers here, down 2 at a time. Optic taking their time on the windup. Formal careful on the shots. Formal wins it, and the flag is out.
And that Renegade has good timing right now. No one near him from Shopify Rebellion. Gonna back up, try to deal the one shots left behind, and he will. Last shot, Frosty go down. That flag's still out, and now Formal will take it on. So Royal 2 now the next target of Renegades, but if these fights keep going to Renegade, he's going to be able to try to go back to back here. He's keeping the pressure on Rebellion. He will not back down. And here we go once again. Doesn't waste a second. Hyper efficiency, the name of the game for Optic Gaming.
All that pretty work eventually leads into a stall. Again, the defensive Shopify mid-map's been excellent in this game. I mean, Renegade had to pull on a heroic performance here, but it doesn't amount to much out at mid-map. The recap will come in. Shopify do neutralize the push. They are down 3, though, so it's a give and take. Get the pullback. We lose a bunch of numbers in the process. We try again. 2-1 lead here for Optic. 4 minutes, some odd change on the clock, and a lot still to go through.
And it's one of those situations where, against any other team, I think Renegade gets the capture there. It's Rebellion, Optic Gaming, these guys are going for these big swings. They're trying to crush these balls out of the park, right? And just hit home run after home run. So far, there's been a couple incredible defensive plays where they've been able to snatch that ball before it goes over the fence. But right now, you can feel Optic Gaming getting ready for their next play. All 4 of these players of Rebellion are trapped, and Formal knows that he just needs to wait for that collapse to come in through the other side. Rebellion's in trouble.
Bound just ran in full speed. I know Bound was going for the pinch. It's awkward timing as well, but credit where credit's due as a Bulldog. Tried to make the most of the play. Renegade gets pushed into no man's land and gets punished for it. Flag trying to move forward. Cycle cutting it off. We'll try to play Overwatch now as they move back again through util. Again, Royal 2 onto zone. And a neutral flag that eventually gets juggled out as Cloud9 will take the first game, lose to TSM in the second, tied up 1 apiece in that series.
And look at this. I mean, that looked almost guaranteed for Optic Gaming, but Shopify Rebellion able to find at least an answer for now. Oh, perfect. No. That might be one of the best 5 shots I've seen, and it could lead to a flag capture here for Shopify Rebellion. That flag is continuing on. It's just Legend in the back base of Shopify Rebellion that can stop this. Renegade trying to get into that Overwatch position. Legend, though, is too much to handle. A couple crucial kills, and now it might be Optic Gaming that counters the counter of the last flag grab.
Are we just going to instant transmission against each other every single time? Beat down. Hold on, Legend. Hold on a minute. Reversal. Flag continues to stay at put. They have a chance to juggle this forward. They have a chance to keep this drive alive. All you need is 1 swing and a couple of kills to boot. Here we go. 2 down for Shopify.
Rebellion went 3 down, and Optic Gaming still sent all 3 players to go sit on that flag to get the return. That's how this game has been. There's 1 player in the back base. Cycle here, not going to be able to stop the capture, but could certainly find a counterplay. Formal's on the other side of the map. It's just Bound that he has to worry about, but he doesn't have a lot of time to deal with him. Bound has kept Cycle at bay. That's going to allow the spawners of Optic Gaming to come up and now to try to collapse back in onto Cycle. He lost his timing window, and with it, Optic Gaming will clear their base.
Yeah, and there's not much Cycle can do in that spot. I mean, that's a gunfight that you'd want to take, but positioning-wise, you're just not going to win. You lost the first shot, lost the last, and eventually gets pushed out entirely. Frosty at 919. Again, haven't talked too much about that stat line specifically, but it does call into question, has it just been the difference of 4v3 at times? 24 and 16 for Renegade. Everybody else pulling their weight. Royal 2 on the floor have been hunting for kills, but so far Optic defensively have looked excellent.
Yeah, I mean, they're winning gunfights. They are winning everything that comes their way at the moment. And, you know, it's surprising that this is only a 2-kill difference. I mean, a 2 flag difference at the moment. Yeah. I mean, Optic Gaming have been playing so well. Did that get him? No, the second doesn't either. Royal 2 just able to stay alive. But once again, the slate still favoring Optic Gaming.
Oh, my goodness. Well, you need plays like that to break open the monotonous grind that seems to be the Shopify offense. 2 down again for Optic. And they still make something out of nothing here. Shopify trying to go on the hunt.
They're running out of time.
Yeah, they are.
Play. Formal. Catches the 1 shot, and now Bound's going to be able to try to clean up his 1 shot. Last Shot and Frosty are over in Optic Gaming's base. They're going to try to force this flag back home, but Bound has been a nuisance for them to deal with, and he's going to catch Frosty as well. Gets him down to weak. That flag's away. There's only 50 seconds on this clock. They need this one to come back home, and then they need an answer to follow right away. Shopify Rebellion is hanging on by a thread.
You get 1 wind up, 1 push, and you get it right about now. 30 seconds on the clock and some change for an extra cap. 2 down for Shopify at the worst possible time. Optic completely controlling blue base. Frosty nowhere to go except into the sights of Renegade. the decap, the split spawns, the push from Renegade, the exclamation point on what has been an absolutely ridiculous series out of Optic against Shopify. After that first game, it's been all of the green wall. And with 10 seconds to go, Legend just put the icing on this one. This was just a statement game on Aquarius.
Put him on skates to end the game. Legend gets his 22nd kill. He goes +8. Oh, let's make it +9, +10, unofficial. We'll see. They got it, you know, but at the end of the day, Optic Gaming is just, they played better in that best of 5. They are so strong at the moment, and that has to be a huge confidence boost for the green wall to see their team play that way and to go to, you know, that was still a war, right? All those games are still relatively close, but Optic Gaming, I think we're playing that one step better, and we're able to execute and not force a game 5, something that's been a big struggle point against Shopify Rebellion. It's, you know, it's either been the game 5 win or the 3-0 sweep whenever Optic Gaming's come out on top. This is the first time I think I've seen a 3-1 from Optic Gaming, and I think that's a great sign from Optic this time around.
I mean, this is not only it feels like a title match between these two teams and what we eventually might see, fingers crossed, at Worlds, but for Optic, this win, you're absolutely right, and I want to hit on this point very specifically because we see a lot of times between players, casters, fans, Reddit, Twitter, whatever it is, people saying, why did this team win? Why was it so different this time? This was Shopify playing a very good game, very good Halo across 3 different modes, but Optic simply played better, and sometimes it is that simple. Sometimes Optic, when they show up, they're just cleaner, they're more efficient, they're able to pick up those kills between Legend and Bound, controlling mid-map, controlling those outskirts. It was a complete team effort from the tip of the spear with Formal, to the pinches and breaks with Renegade, to the pickup on rotation with Legend and Bound. This was a full 4-man effort, and when they played all on the same page, Optic played the better series in this one. Again, you play this 10 more times, maybe it's 6-4 Optic or something like that, but this was the moment where Optic had to step up and show that they've made improvements, and they did. And they take the Slayer, the following, and they do just what we expected, take it 3-1.
And one thing we saw throughout this game was these players playing at their top level. Their execution was superb. And we've seen through year 1 to year 4 now of Halo Infinite, the execution, the high level plays, the micro that these players are able to pull off has hit that next level. And one of the reasons as to why that's happened has been because of the equipment that these players are using. No longer are we in the dark ages of controllers. GameSir blew open what it means to have the best equipment at hand. Guys, if you aren't playing on an overclocked controller on that 1000 polling rate, 1000 hertz polling rate, you are playing a different game. I'm sorry to tell you. It is at this point in time, you need to have something like the G7 Pro in your hands to play the best possible way on controller. It is incredible where the technology has come the last couple of years, Spaceman. I think right now you must have at least an overclocked controller to be competitive at the highest levels.
We called Phil Spencer and we said, if you don't have a GameSir controller, then you're not allowed to play Halo anymore. And he said, by God, that's a good point. So if you don't have a GameSir controller, you should. You can find links available in the chat. Also get a discount code to get your game leveled up. And if we find out that you don't have one and you're still playing Halo, we will send tools to your house to yell at you in person in front of your parents. You don't want that. So
I'll be there, guys. Remember, 8% off, right? You see in the chat right there, guys. You get 8% off your controller right now at Amazon if you use the code Complexity01. Click that link in the chat if you're thinking about upgrading your controller now. I'm not kidding, guys. It gives you you will never want to go back the second you get that high refresh rate. Let's take a second and listen a little bit more about GameSir. We'll be right back after this.
Traditional potentiometer sticks are no strangers to gamers. They rely on carbon film resistors. When you move the stick, the resistor slides. Over time, this physical contact leads to wear and tear and inevitably causes stick drift. Then came Hall effect sticks, eliminating friction altogether. Instead of relying on physical contact, they detect changes and record electrical signals in a magnetic field. This gives them a naturally longer lifespan and makes them far less prone to drift. But for pro gamers, zero drift isn't enough. To meet the demands of the pro gamers, craving better linearity and higher resolution, TMR sticks were born. Built on the foundation of Hall tech, TMR sticks use tunneling magnetoresistance to detect both magnetic strength and polarity, offering true two-dimensional sensing and ultra-accurate stick positioning. Take the GameSir G7 Pro, the first Xbox licensed controller with TMR sticks. In FPS games, it offers 4,096 levels of stick resolution, 4 times higher than mainstream Hall sticks, translating to near-perfect central accuracy in high-stakes competitive play. Paired with GameSir's advanced stick algorithms, it offers insane customization for stick curves, anti-dead zones, and trajectory response, letting you nail precision shots at the physical level. On top of that, TMR sticks consume less than 600 microamperes, about 70% less than mainstream Hall sticks. The algorithm also syncs stick sampling with MCU sampling perfectly, ensuring a more stable pulling rate. This means it captures every subtle hand movement, breaking down the final barrier between your input and the game. This is more than an upgrade. It's a redefinition of what elite stick performance should be.
Enemy team took the hill. One minute remaining. Seconds remaining.
Welcome back, everyone. We have Cloud9 going up against TSM, and right now, TSM in a dominant spot. 3-0 in the lead, looking to take this swing game 3 with only about 12 seconds of neutral clock to work with. This is a really tough spot for Cloud9 to battle out.
It was Cloud9 who draw first blood in this series. TSM do battle back, but here, a very different situation on live fire. 6 seconds to go, make it 5. The win holding on for TSM by 3. Is that enough? I think it might be. Stamp it down for another win for TSM. It's 2-1 in the series.
And Spaceman, look, Druk finishes the game 29-10. Just to give you an idea of the domination that TSM put on in that game. We didn't get to see it from the start, but we certainly got to see it at the finish and see the dominance that TSM put on display.
Juicebox says, go to game 5. No, we're going to keep moving on with this series. C9, TSM up 2-1. And yeah, TSM's been playing, in terms of some of the consistent Halo we've seen today, outside of the likes of the top hitters, looking specifically like Complexity, TSM has just looked fantastic in long stretches. They definitely need that kind of result here on the lower side of the bracket. You lose this, you are out. But again, this is all a warm-up for Worlds, and that's the big takeaway, is that no matter what happens, this is the best possible practice you can get before the biggest tournament of these players' lives coming up in just a week. And so far, it's been providing some interesting results.
Look at this, guys. 6k damage from Druk. Another, let's call it 6k from Talik as well. The next closest player on Cloud9 at 4,800 damage, and that even then is high compared to the rest of his team. It's just, that was a dominant game from TSM. And so far, I mean, TSM's been going to war, right? They had to go to a game 5 against Complexity. They clutch up there with a fantastic comeback. Now going against Cloud9, they go down early in the series. They're bouncing back, though. This is the TSM that's that we know and love, right? This is the TSM that is like never quite out of it. They have to go to war, but oftentimes they end up being the team that goes the furthest in tournaments.
Yeah, and they went to war against Complexity about 30 minutes ago, and they proved that even if they have the lead, start to squander a little bit, they can go the distance and take care of the rest. They took that one 3-1. And they continue on here against Cloud9. But for C9, I mean, this is, again, a chance baseline for this team to get extra reps in, sure. But tools for Cloud9 against but the matchup specifically, you're looking ahead towards Worlds. What is your overall expectation of this team, adjustment-wise or performances? What are you expecting out of them?
Cloud9, they are probably the biggest X factor, because I think that's a team that's either, you know, they could go and get a top 6, or they could finish their tournament in a top 16, a top 12 placing. I think they're the biggest boom or bust team, but this isn't a very important matchup that we have on screen. This is Mindfreak going up against Envy in Game 5 right now. Mindfreak down 13-23. Let's dive into the comms of Mindfreak and listen in to the conclusion of this series.
Half shields, Jack. One shot Allah as well, guys. Tip as well, guys. So much time. U-turn and gonna be maybe push my posters. Where? Half shields on me, one shot my posters. On me, it's not on my blue truck, guys. Half shields, 2 blue truck. One bottom middle right now. Dip. One blue truck still on the blue truck. That's 1 yard. Half shields, dip, one shot, dead. Hit marker. Yeah, dip. Blue truck. Oh, nice. Well, maybe. Yep. That's fine. I'm looking at he dropped. I got you. Gonna be tram. Yo, LR. First guy. I'm blocking blue. They're gonna one more. Just live, Matt. Just live. There's 2 in my yard. I'm blocking blue, guys. I'm blocking blue. There's 2 in the yard still. They're nading the fuck out of flowers. I'm just seeing back blue. I've got a trap. We got him trapped in yard. Yo, one in my yard door. Yeah, we do. Mad spot him in. Hey, 2 marker. I'm behind the flowers. Are they up? One shot on me, guys. Nice. I don't want drive by. Here, Allah. We can keep spawning him. Tram. U-turn. He's out U-turn. He's out bottom middle or some shit. That's what you, Jack. Yeah, top gold as well. Camo 15. Yeah, Allah's weak. One shot glass. Jack. Wait, what? I got shots on him. He's one shot dead. Loop, half shields loop. I'm on it. They're killing me, top gold. Oh, drop marker, man. Nice. Marker. That's one. Yeah, where's he gone? This guy Allah right now, one shot. Here's Salah. This guy posters as well. Killed camera. Yeah, I'm just sitting posters. Watch over me. They're just nading me still, guys. Nice. Loop. Half shield. So guys, Jackson. Yo, market. One shot, market. There's guys still loop. Jackson and LR. Guys, loop. Back to him. He's top turn. One shot. Back to you, man. Nice. There. Hit that. He's weak. Dead. Yeah, here blue. Very dead. Hear that. Yo, watch the death cam, Jack. Watch the death cam. He's watching you. Alright. Yo, 2 yard. I'm weak. Be careful, Jack. Be careful. Get out. Back out. I got shots. Kill one. That's one dead. There's 2 more in yard. 2 more at least in yard. Yo, push me. Nice. They're scamming. What the fuck? 2 more. 2 more yard we are. Drive by. Help him, guys. One shot. Below Ethan. Behind you, Ethan. That's one blue. Gonna be sniped. On me, blue truck. On me, S2. Top blue. Dead. There's another one on snipe. I don't know where he went. We can keep him trapped this. You watch out, yard splits. I'm naming it. Yo, naming me from yours. They got shot, guys. There's 2 S. Listen, 2 S2. Yeah, hear that. On me, aping me blue, guys. Half shields precision. They're just looking at me. Do I have help? 2 on me, guys. 2 up, top blue. The fuck, top blue. Okay, there's another one in blue. Blue window. Low blue window. Top blue window. Nice one dead. To dead. Yo, dip. Nice, 3 dead. I'm blocking tram. There could be a guy. We're missing one though. Okay. Wait, watch out. Yeah, bottom left. Yeah, top blue. Top dip. Nice, there's a guy top dip. 2 in blue. Yeah, the guy flares. Nice, Jack. Last two blue. Just scoop, anchor it. Spawning in blue. One just spawned though. I'm clearing out S1. Nothing S1, guys. Yeah, they're all gonna be yard and blue, guys. Camo.
Active camo.
Yeah, they can't get through to the hotel, can they? Yeah, top blue window, weak, piggy, half shield. And there's got blue ramp, 1 in flowers. There's 3 in blue still. Camo, guys. Yeah, then I'm just gonna bait the camo. Top blue, guys. I'm weak. I'm just baiting this camo. Bait the fuck out of this camo. That's all you, Jack. You got 2 players just aimbotting it. I cannot. They're all traps. Any other guys? Just live nice. There's 1 player. Precision still. He's weak, Jack. 1 shot. 1 shot players. And there's 1 top blue. Top window. He's low blue window, Jack. Low blue window. Nice. Oscar. Nice. 3 dead. I got camera, guys. Tell me where we spawn. I got camera terminal. Yeah, hotel. No, full shield scoop. I'm dropping your S1, Ethan. Where's on me? It's dead. They're on blue truck. Half shots, blue truck. I'm on blue truck, guys. Watch out, top blue. Yeah. Nest killed me. Nice. There's guys still fucking top blue. There's guys still blue. Still blue. Nice, man. 2 dead. I swear, yeah, they're gonna be trained. Gonna be your posters, maybe. I'm going all the way through. I'm going all the way. On me. Jabia. Piggy, drop it. Dead. P-whip. The posters, guys, posters. Nice cut. That's what I was.
And Mindfreak come back from down double digits in that game. The Australians continue on, and the Game 5 woes of Envy are still there and need to be worked out. A game that should have gone to Envy, but resilient were the Australians. They were able to come back and win, and with a little bit of cushion to work. I mean, that 6-kill victory there, absurd comeback from Mindfreak, and shows just how deadly these Australians have been.
I feel like I'm back in 2017 Anaheim watching Mindfreak do what they do best in pool play. It's just either upset or find ways to take games against the best of them, and credit where credit's due. They fight through that camo. It was a little bit scary for a moment towards blue truck, but once they eventually picked up those spawns, hotel side, they closed it out. Nice job all the way around to Mindfreak. We continue on. Cloud9, TSM again. TSM up 2-1 in this series. And for them, the win condition really just comes down to, like they've been playing all day, controlling those pace of plays, specifically the tempo game at mid-range. They've been doing so good for Talik and Druck. Soul Snipe's been excellent as well, but so far they'll lose 2.
Someone from TSM needs to move this bomb. They've had so many slays here, but they just took way too long to get that bomb moving. And you know, the problem that arises for so many teams on Aquarius bomb has been the overslay problem. They had their window. TSM's not going to be able to make the most of it, and now Cloud9, I think, get out of jail a little bit free there, because they were 4 down with Talik in base. That should have been on paper a bomb arm.
Gonna try to take their time here. They will march it into the zone. Collect gets a double perfect. So this is a
insane,
really lame way to translate it. A perfect way to put it down. There we go. I mean, that's it. When Collect getting 2 perfects back to back, I mean, if you don't plant, there's something wrong.
That's an absurd way to get a capture there, right? Collect just 1v2s, 2 perfect kills in the base. And look, they haven't dealt with him yet. He's still in the base, just putting the hurt on the other side. At TSM, they are not even trying to go back to deal with Collect. Instead, Collect's like, no, you're not going to come back to deal with me. I'll come forward to deal with you. Wins another, and finally gets shut down. But the way Collect was playing, you anticipated him getting that kill.
Pressure so tight, could make a diamond. The dude's insane. Camo in the hands of Boobadooboo, avoids the nade, will thrust out quickly. Numbers split for now. Bomb will reset in just a second, but never mind. Uzi does pick it up and keep it alive. We'll reset the timer. Boobadooboo trying to make a play over the top. Numbers start to collapse in on each other. TSM in a precarious spot. They'll take a 2-on-1 in the back, and they'll lose it, because Collect is disgusting.
Got 2 players alive for TSM, and the pressure is being felt as Cloud9 has Camo pushing into this base. That bomb ready to be pushed forward, and TSM, despite getting that first kill, I don't think they're out of the woods yet, but with that next one on the Boobadooboo, TSM could be quick on a counter. Look how fast they're playing up on the map. They want to get this into the zone early. There's only 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. That might sound like a lot of time, but on Aqua Bomb, it might take every second that you have to get that bomb on.
And this is their best break they've had so far. They get 2 down, 3 down, working on the last. They will get the play in just in time. Can he stay alive, though? Soul Snipe has 2 in front. Soul Snipe with some help from a Guardian Angel in the back. Eventually, we will get the follow-up on the point. Still, though, alive for the contest. They do get the arm. They do get the triple from Manny. And a 1-1 game on the board.
Fantastic efforts there from TSM. Really heads-up play by Truck. most of the time, I think a player there will read that they need to go block util spawns, but because the first two spawners were up so early, he anticipated that pressure to be quickly there and stayed with that bomb carrier, was able to get a lot of that damage necessary to prevent that bomb from going down early, and then they followed up and were able to collapse in on the players that did spawn util. So a very unique situation, but really well read by Druck, and he's been phenomenal for TSM since we joined into this series. He went 29-10 in the last game that they had, now leading the charge for his team at 25-16. Obviously Druck is playing at his top level right now.
Yeah, and Druck's ability to capture this back refridge again pulls up so much of the map available for TSM. Pawn v Pawn has felt at times like it was just a difference of rooks, but it has been a chess match between TSM and Cloud9, and at times the boys in red walking away with the wins. Camo now up, bomb in the neutral zone. Collect will go ahead and pick it up. And the man who's been hitting perfects all day continues his rampage from top mid, trying to get some shots on the Druck, but Druck lights him up at range and takes advantage of the 1v1.
A couple players of Cloud9 in their util having to wrap back to deal with TSM in this base, but I don't think TSM has much more they can do with the kills heading towards Cloud9. These players in the base just trying to do their best to stay alive and create some chaos, but right now Cloud9 early on this attack, Boo wastes no time getting into the zone. He's going to get about half that arm in, but TSM still able to find their answers, and with that we'll be able to clear this bomb once again. I have a feeling the next bomb arm we see will probably win the game here, Spaceman.
Yeah, the way this one's going, we're getting about a plant every 45 seconds or so. If you're generous every 30 or so, it's going to be a tough one for both teams to get the race down to the finish, especially with covering so much of the map here. Consistently finding trades back and forth, constantly 2 dead aside. Playing on low numbers, but that bomb's got to move up regardless. Druck gets some help from Talik. Talik trying to find 2 more. Oh, in a terrible spot, but might be able to make some moves happen. Soul Snipe, Manny combined for both. They'll completely wipe out the left side, and Bomb can move forward.
You see Abusi, the last player alive here, but TSM trying to hammer down that fight, and they won't actually have to end up doing so. Abusi's nade bounced a little bit too far back, and he takes care of himself. Talik going to be able to move that bomb forward. They have it in attacking position, and with Druck flanking through on the P side, 1 round of slays, that might just be enough for this bomb to get armed.
Oh, great read from Talik. They posture perfectly. They keep bomb in the neutral zone and allow those extra follow-ups. 4 dead for Cloud9. The plant for TSM. Can they get it down in time? That's the question. It's a race to plant. Nades fly over the top. Cloud9 trying to get the check in, and they will with a bunch of extra nades. Manny comes in last second. Soul Snipe bottom mid, and this was a perfect response out of Cloud9 defensively. Bomb is still in an awkward spot.
I think that the arm did go through.
They got it.
TSM 2-1. There was just enough players there to keep that bomb on the zone and get that eventual arm, and now it is desperation mode. They have to fly to the base. Collect is already here, but there's 4 players alive from TSM, and they are expecting this bomb to enter the zone. Remember, to get extra time, that bomb needs to be actively arming in the zone. You can't just have it on the outside. It's up to Sab, the last player for Cloud9 that can potentially stall this game. Soul Snipe will get the celebratory kill, and TSM will take the series 3-1.
They look as good on Aquarius as they do on Livefire and everywhere else. Soul Snipe, Manny, Druck, 37 kills for Druck in this one. I mean, the dude was lights out completely. On back refridge, mid-map, whatever you want to call it. Took that 1v1 against Camo top mid and punished him for it. Cloud9 put up a hell of a fight, but TSM were just better. They lose the first game. They win 50-47 on Slayer. They win on King of the Hill, and they take it here on Assault 2-1. It is TSM's world, and we are just running through it right now.
And I mean, I feel like we didn't get to see those first 2 games, but when we came in on that live fire King of the Hill, we clearly saw that TSM had found their stride, and now we know what's to come next. The battle for top 4 and some familiar faces that have been there before. Shopify, Rebellion, and FaZe perpetually in that top 4 now have to take down either TSM and Mindfreak to get their job done. I'm very excited for this next series to come. That FaZe TSM match, I think that one's gonna be a banger. Spaceman, we have that coming up after this short break. But before we go to that break, guys, did you know right now you can get 8% off your GameSir controller, Spaceman?
That is the best 8% you're ever going to save in your life when you're hitting shots with this thing.
Yeah,
I'm telling you right now.
It's an incredible controller, guys. This G7 Pro, it is the controller to have. It has this TMR sticks. It's the anti-stick drift controller, guys. You don't get your stick drift with the GameSirs. It has the overclocked 1000 hertz pulling rates so that you don't feel like your reticle's moving through mud. GameSir, guys, I'm telling you, it's the best value on the market. You know, back in the day when we were first experimenting with these controllers, you know, in order to get a controller with paddles and all these extra features, you know, you're looking at $200 easy. Now you can get, you know, the G7 Pro for $80. You can get the SE for $40, and they're both 1000 hertz controllers. Like, these are better than all those $200 controllers that we're using, you know, just a few years ago.
Yep, there was a time where even getting a replacement controller for the Xbox, standard manufacturer retail, was like $60-70. You can now get the top of the line, perfectly fine-tuned for competitive Halo, for your competitive drive in any FPS, for 30-40, and in the high end, lower than what the market has. It is the best controller to use on the market. And if you like what you're seeing from the pros this weekend, you can follow in their footsteps by getting a G7 Pro.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. We'll be right back after this break. We have 2 more matches for the day as we try to settle into our top 4. and welcome back to our show. We have Mindfreak going up against Shopify Rebellion starting right now on Stronghold's Recharge. We will be jumping into FaZe versus TSM when that match is available, whenever that one starts. So we'll be bouncing between the two matches. I'm Tools. Joined with me is Spaceman, and we'll be bringing you guys the action.
It's going to be a big test for Mindfreak, not just off the numbers alone, but when it comes to game plan style. What are they going to bring to the table against Shopify, knowing how fundamentally sound that roster is? Can Mindfreak go toe-to-toe with a bunch of different audibles called mid-game? If they can, and this is a team that can send it the distance, like we've seen earlier against TSM. Both those squads look great today, but Shopify, again, is a different beast. We'll find out what we get here in map 1.
Looks like so far Mindfreak off to a good start. They were able to get about 60 seconds of that hill time before Shopify Rebellion were able to find their 2-cap in place. But Shopify Rebellion, they're never really a team to stand by and wait, trying to play aggressive for this trip cap. And you can see the dilemmas that they give Mindfreak there. 3 players entering from 3 different angles, and at the end of it, Shopify Rebellion win that capture at C and are going to be able to now find pressure onto this trip cap. This is a very tough spot for Mindfreak to battle out of.
This is a very stronghold for Shopify to fight from. They are everywhere on the map, all eyes covered. They understand where the pressure's going to be at A. That's up to Cycle to start opening up these kills off spawn. And if he does, you can see the rest of the pressure then coagulate around Cycle. Right now, they slow their numbers down, takes a one-on-one, does lose it to Barcode. Barcode, who looked fantastic on the Solitude we got to jump into just a couple of moments ago when they eventually closed out that series. But for Mindfreak, keys to victory going into this, Tools, what do you need to see out of them? Is it a player? Is it a play style? What is it out of Mindfreak that can get them success against Shopify?
Team play, right? You have to be able to work together as a team to take down Shopify Rebellion. It's never going to be enough to have great individual play. It's going to be coordination, collapsing in on the same thing, trying to work on these trip cap opportunities when they arise. And whenever you get a small advantage, try to stretch it as far as possible. Never be satisfied with what Rebellion's going to give you. Try to force the issue when possible.
Well, picks like that and reads like that will help Barcode find more room on the map. To collect on 2 won't be enough to eventually follow through on the kills, but at least send some shots out, a deterrent for Shopify to re-peek again. Last shot does overextend into long haul and gets caught for it. Great little hop. No eyes, no thoughts, just shots from Frosty. He gets away with his life, but runs right into 2 players of Mindfreak who are already working on C.
See Royal 2 though, and through the back rank, tries to take down Scoob, and Scoob wins that fight, and with it, look, notice how he didn't slow down at all. He just keeps trekking his way, tries to get into A, leaving C behind for his team. That's Mindfreak wanting to be fast and aggressive to gain spacing on the map, but when he goes down, you see how Mindfreak gets split onto the map, and Rebellion, they aren't going to be satisfied with 2. Whenever they can, they will always play for a trip cap.
Great patience in the 1v1 for Cycle. Again, just good movement all the way around. Routeman gets paid, and so far it's paying dividends here for Shopify. 115 to 83, holding onto a trip cap and maintaining it as well as they try to pull numbers back to C. Off the start, it's going to be Sways working alongside Scoopmeister, who will spawn at C. All 3 up for Mindfreak. They have a home base. Now can they fight through to B?
Sways, he shot absolute missiles at Cycle there, using that cover effectively. Frosty, that only player alive for Shopify Rebellion, will go down, and with it, Rice able to capture B. And Mindfreak, although they've been put into these trip cap situations multiple times, they've had relatively quick responses each time it's happened. So Shopify Rebellion, I think, have expected themselves to have a much larger lead at this point with how they've been able to find some of these great total control plays, but it hasn't necessarily come to fruition the way that they'd like it to.
It's weird. Mindfreak are kind of playing backwards. Like, they're handling the high pressure moments and the audibles mid-round, mid-rotation really well. When it comes down to the ground game, when things slow down, that's where Shopify's found most of their return here. It's just been very clean across the board for Shopify, but for Mindfreak, still a lot to look forward to. We'll see if they can fight through to a second cap. And right now, Barcode working on A, has some spawns around to help out, but B is quickly gone, and Shopify yet again flip.
Well, too, though, a little bit early on his push. Didn't wait for those shields to come back. Barcode able to take advantage of that. And, you see how Shopify Rebellion are largely trapped at B. Now, they are still scoring at the moment, but it shouldn't be too much of an issue for Mindfreak to expand over to C and split their numbers between their 2 hills. Oh, Frosty. Scoop thought he could get it back to A in time, but Frosty not only gets that, now is trying to play for the stop over at C. He will get the reset. Talk about doing the most. He is unbelievable the way he finds value sometimes.
He's 3 steps ahead on every single play, and he always picks the right option. It's just, there's a reason he's should be top 5 conversation when all is said and done in his career. It still blows your mind at the end of the day how long Infinite's been out. I'm having a stroke, but Frosty has been that good, that consistent for his entire career. And Shopify are working off of it. 194 to 100 though. Mindfreak start to work back.
Chilling
Able to find one. The Royal 2 on the flank. Forces the fight against Barcode. Wins that one, and with it immediately heads back towards C. One step ahead, and Rice did not expect that pressure to come so early. Gets that kill. 16 kills now for Royal 2 and total control. Should be back into play now. 2 points for every second they're able, every time they're able to hold this. And right now, Mindfreak, you're running out of time. You can't afford to be in this trip cap for much longer.
When the game gets crazy like this, it just becomes a matter of kills. It reduces it down to win your ones. And if Shopify continue to find these kills, this will be the game. 240 to 106. Finally, a home base for Mindfreak. But pressure from Royal 2. Royal 2 picks up 2 in the process. The split does come in. Mindfreak are able to get onto A quickly, and they'll push back Cycle in the process, though he does find a trade. They will buy themselves some extra time, but the recap in from Shopify, 245 to 106. Just a couple of more kills and seconds to close this one out, and they'll get it. 250. So honestly, who cares? 106 will be the final scoreline. It was Shopify's game all the way through.
And, you know, Mindfreak was getting kills and they're having their moments, but Shopify Rebellion never were quite able to go down in the way that Mindfreak wanted them to. And largely it was Cycle that I think created a lot of chaos for them on those plays that they thought they should have been able to get more value from, where you just back up and wait for the fight to come to him. You see at the end of that game, only 6 deaths to his name, was just playing that far away role, and it was leading Mindfreak to their demise so often throughout that game.
There's still positives here for Mindfreak. I mean, it's again the ability for them to kind of bend, not break, consistently fight back against triple caps, fight through tough situations, and get out to a position to make a play was important. But it just came down to the boring stuff, the nitty-gritty. When it came to controlling the game, they were getting outplayed by simply Rebellion. And that can be said about a lot of teams in the world right now, as Rebellion continues to go on a run, trying to go back-to-back at the World Championship. This is the best practice all teams are going to get before next week. And we enter into Slayer Aquarius for map number 2. And for Mindfreak, I mean, it still feels like this is a game they can win with how they looked on Solitude. I have no fear about it.
Yeah, right now Mindfreak sitting at top 6. I don't think they've ever had a top 4 finish with a bracket like this, you know, with all the teams here. It would be a huge moment for them if they're able to find a way to a top 4 finish. Standing in their way has been the back-to-back LAN champion. I mean, honestly, back-to-back LAN champions after you take in the Halo Pro League, the LBD Halo Pro League into account as well. Hey, these guys have been playing their best. This is truly the final boss that's in front of Mindfreak, and they're able to do so and take down Shopify Rebellion. They'll find themselves in top 4, able to compete in tomorrow's iteration of the tournament.
And to get the best of the best at this stage of Infinite, for Mindfreak and for Shopify, it feels like at times it's another day in the office, but after their last series against Optic, they won the first game, lost the following 3. Certainly want to right some of those wrongs here against Mindfreak off the start, 7-7. They'll tie it up, and I'll take the lead. Royal 2 on your screen.
Oh, Rice, that's an unfortunate death from him. Frosty gets that kill, and the reason it's so unfortunate is that Mindfreak's coming off of spawn as he goes down. So now they don't have this ability to move as freely as they'd like. They have to wait till all 4 players are up to make their move, and oftentimes is a chance for the other side to take advantage. But even then, Mindfreak, winning those first couple engagements, are able to break out of what was a very precarious situation, and so far have been able to keep up with the slays. And oh boy, Barcode from the top of base shuts Royal 2 down.
Barcode shooting like this, hold on, I might just keep him back as the anchor for most of this game. It shuts down the mid push, keeps the defensive Shopify at least at bay, buys some time. keeps everybody else honest. Frosty on the outskirts going to pick up one. World 2 will combine for a second. And a third. No. Completely shut down on the push. 15-13. Shopify still holding the lead.
You see Last Shot trying to be very quick on this movement. If Mindfreak doesn't read his position here, you can catch a couple players completely off guard. Sways had no idea that this push was coming. Rice needs to be a bit careful about how he decides to take this challenge. He's the last alive on the map, and Shopify Rebellion knows it. They have him completely isolated and eventually take care of that problem on the other side. A 6-kill lead now, and this could be a fragile moment for Mindfreak. They're going to get collapsed on this car side, and if they aren't able to find trades quick enough, that camo could be what follows going into Shopify Rebellion's favor. This is a really important moment of the game.
Obi, so close. This stretch of kills we talk about all the time of the Slayer gets started around 30 kills, but this stretch right here is the difference between distance for Shopify in this game and comfortability in their ones versus Mindfreak having to overexert 2 at a time, 3 at a time, putting players down and winning the ratio battle down to the stretch. 24-20. It's just a 4-kill lead, but Mindfreak understand that this moment right now in this game is everything.
The margins are thin between victory and defeat in a game of Slayer like this. That camo was half a second away from getting burned at minimum, and maybe a second away from going into Shopify Rebellion's favor. Instead, it stayed on the ground. It went to Barcode, and it's going to give Mindfreak a chance here to do something with it. He's able to get damage onto one, but Rebellion hyper aware that there was a camo around. 2 players instantly went into the fray, got that trade out.
I'll take the 1v1. I'll take that consistently. You keep it within 4. I think that's the big takeaway for Mindfreak is if you're within a team wipe, that's fine. Everything else, though, that starts to get scary. And all of a sudden, I say that, down 7. The breakaway from Shopify. We've seen this time and time again. Take control of P2. Extra nade, extra flood. Does get 1. 1 in the back will trade. Pinstripes for now, but still a lead for Shopify.
See Rice lurking through the back. Wants to bait those opponents into that nade, but they won't come for it. And that's one thing we've noticed from Shopify Rebellion. Just because they have a big numbers advantage doesn't mean they try to force the issue. Large amount of time, they wait until it's opportune to make their play, and then they pounce. And it's been one of the reasons, even despite Mindfreak, I think, playing a pretty well-rounded game, has not been able to really shrink this deficit at all. There hasn't been a lot of opportunities for them to get those clean 3 downs.
And it's just also, I mean, Shopify's team shot, it's a different level at this stage for Mindfreak. And granted, they've played the best of the best. This isn't anything new for them, but it is just a return to form for a team like Shopify where every single engagement they take, whether they win the team fight or not, they got players weak. And if Shopify are there, players like Frosty or Cycle are out early to find those team crosses and pick up those kills. It just puts more pressure on Mindfreak to have to be perfect. And at this stage of the game, that's tough. Barcode 8 and 10. Trying to work through the back, picks up 2, nicely done. Keeps it within striking distance, but still the lead for Shopify, closing in on 40 kills.
Yeah, but this could be where the big swing happens. Look at Rebellion. They're all trapped on the other side. Barcode will get camo. Last shot. Spot him. That nade hit him. Oh, he's still 1 shot. Barcode can't get away. Last shot from Car's side. Was able to get 2 massive kills, and that might just shut the door on Mindfreak. Now look at their position. Trapped over onto this fridge side. All these players going down to weak, and Rebellion start to circle these murky waters. The blood is here, and Last Shot is ready to swallow up the rest of Mindfreak whole. 3 go down in his name, and the 4th will follow. 45-35 now. A 10-kill lead for Shopify Rebellion.
It just feels like it's a victory lap now for the boys in green. They have looked so comfortable in this Slayer. Mindfreak brought some different looks into this opening round, but since then, it's just been team shot and full-on wins from Shopify. Cycle, 7 kills, 8 deaths, but those 7 have come at disrupting the flow of offense for Mindfreak at opportune times. Royal 2, 14 and 9, trying to find his 15th, 45-37. Still maintaining this hold, this grip on this game too, and just a couple of kills away from going up 2-0.
Frosty trying to finish this one early, not going to be able to get that kill, but at this point it's more of a formality about how this one's going to end. It'll be Cycle that cleans up the final 2.
50-39 will be the final score for Rebellion, up 2-0 against Mindfreak. You see it on Aquarius. Let's jump over to FaZe Clan and TSM as well, as this is happening simultaneously as our last series. And currently, all square up in this first game. A 30-point lead, though, for TSM. And coming into this, TSM was on the hot foot. This seemed like a team that had nothing to lose the way they were playing against C9. And they have a chance to really stun FaZe in this opening round.
And this is where TSM likes to be. They're a very proficient Strongholds team. The big thing for them is they love to go for those total controls. They like to get those trip caps in and score 2 points for every second and try to play at that breakneck pace. If FaZe allows that to happen, I would be very concerned in this game. The big thing for FaZe, do not go 3-4 down without your trades.
It's not a great start. Look at PJ that took the cap for it, though. Shock in the hands of nobody. Never mind. There goes one more. TSM lose a couple of numbers on the exchange, but do get some right back. Druck, perfect shots. Double Druck to pick up positioning as well to rotate through cleanly. Unscathed, unbothered, on to A. TSM will take advantage and now try to close out these backline fights and work on the rotation.
And Manny gets the kill there. You know, Talik is 23-10 right now, and double positive in this game has obviously been having his impact. It's crazy to see the difference that's happening throughout the stats sheet of TSM, right? Because, I mean, Manny has 5 kills to his name. And that's not meaning that Manny's playing bad by any means. I'm sure he's opening up a lot of the map for Talik, but just to show, Talik is outslaying at such a considerable rate. I think has become one of the best slayers in the game, and that's a player you should be looking out for at the World Championships later on this month, because he is going to be giving it his all. One last chance for this team to try to become a champion.
And the primary directive right now for TSM is how do we continue to feed Talik's hot hand? How do we open up more of the map and take advantage of this start? Because if it just takes some time for everybody else to get online, fair. But against FaZe, you can really roll with that momentum and try to go for some plays that otherwise maybe wouldn't work. And for TSM, it's a chance to get a little dicey here. FaZe Clan will get back on. Snake Bite. Trying to quickly clear up on B. Avoids a nade. Gets some help on the back end from Lucid. Soul Snipe will pick up the shock just to boot. Hold that, though. Opening utility does fly out. TSM take advantage of the mistake. And we'll get back onto the zone.
Trying to nade Soul Snipe out, but those nades not quite finding their mark. Trippy gets in, gets that kill, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get away with his life. Trapped into that corner. Wow, one shot, but no nades from those players of TSM. They just didn't have the utility to take care of Trippy, and he gets away with his life there. And is now going to be able to get that cross damage to keep TSM from having any sort of fast solution over at C. Incredible, the value that Trippy's gotten from this single life.
And scrap time becomes a nightmare if you're TSM. You got trip capped, you're down 2 at a minimum. Trippy, saucy. Oh, stop it. It's so easy for Trippy. I mean, he just baits him in quickly. Has some teammates there for support. Pulls attention over to A. Helps out on a man. He gets a shot in. Flies back on the 1v1. Talik will win it, though, on to B. Control at batteries, and we'll slow things down. Is this where TSM start to come online? No, the answer is, of course not. 250 to 144. FaZe so far out ahead in control that they didn't even need to worry about the break.
We saw really dueling battles between Talik and Snakebite in that game, and it was Snakebite that had the hot hand at the end. He finishes the game 25-13 for FaZe to get that win, and you saw total control was the name of the game for both sides. It was a trip cap that made all the difference for FaZe at the end. I mean, TSM just didn't have the numbers. Even if they stepped into one hill, they can't stop the score. They had to get into 2 hills at once, spreading themselves too thin on the map.
Well, at least they get an Aquarius Slayer. Like, in terms of cleaning the palette of these teams and giving them a chance to kind of reset the series, if you are TSM, gotta still feel pretty confident going into this one for sure. Lattice may be a different story, but Aquarius, again, as clean as FaZe play it, TSM do have an opening here, a chance to wedge it through. And we'll see what they can do, of course. Rebellion was up 2-0 over Mindfreak last time we checked in. FaZe take the opening map. TSM fighting off the back foot. And both these squads, again, looking to punch their ticket forward into the bracket. And for all of the warm-ups and practice they're getting before the World Championship, it feels like the teams that maybe are on the underside of these odds, TSMs, the C9s, the Shopifys, or not Shopify, excuse me, the Complexities, it feels like those are the rosters that might get the most out of this practice week and could go in and stun some players at the World Championship.
Game 2 now ready and loading on its way. TSM, they had a hot start in the game one, but weren't able to find those finishing plays. Whereas FaZe, icy throughout these games. They have experience going far in these tournaments. They're perpetually within the top 4 of the HCS. And right now they are the gatekeepers to TSM, up 1-0 in this series. Aqua Slayer will be a very important game. I think TSM needs their answer right here, right now.
Yep, it's definitely a win or feel bad about it situation. And if you want to play like the pros, GameSir 7 controller, by the way. More links available around in the Twitch description, as well as an 8% off code. If you go ahead and get involved now, we'll have those pushed around. Let's get into game 2. Aquarius Slayer on your screens, and off the start, FaZe find the first.
Should be able to drop down and just find Struck hiding into that corner. An early trade out is there, but now TSM is really lacking any height, and with that, Snakebite's going to be able just to grab Camouflage for free. No one saw him find that grab, and now there's going to be no clarity on where the camo is for TSM either. That they're going to be so paranoid about where the camo could be, and Druck completely caught off guard. Snakebite off to another hot start, 2-0 to start, but still with camo to play with. Really, I don't know if we're going to see Snakebite find his demise anytime soon.
Snakebite doesn't have to pull the trigger unless he's absolutely sure he has the fight he wants to take. I mean, let his teammates continue to block out front, read the rest of the info, make a wise decision. Talik couldn't hit the stick. Penguin does get the pick. 2 down for TSM, about to be a third. Snakebite will help out, maybe a fourth. Here come the extra nades. Trippy and Snakebite combining for a couple. Soul Sniper will respond in kind. And we get ourselves back up to top mid, 10-7 now for FaZe.
A player from TSM did get a couple great shots from across the map, and with that, I expected to see TSM potentially spawn over at blue and split out, but instead they all spawn at red, and you can see FaZe wasn't necessarily ready for that. They were ready to collapse in on the other side. TSM able to find an advantage there and get able to make up that 3-kill difference. Now tied at 11 all.
Druck going hunting. Need him to have the kind of performance he had in game 1. Great little stutter step, able to dance around Lucid. Positioning back up towards top mid for TSM. Numbers begin to spread out. Seen this before. Expect it many more times. Snakebite off spawn. It's a couple of shots that ring out. Soul Snipe will get some info and dip out of dodge.
That just trying to play his life safely. You got Camouflage coming up in about 20 seconds. This next engagement might take a while for the team fight to start, but it will likely determine who gets away with camo. Penguin stuck in the corner. The pre-fire from Soul Snipe is enough to get the kill, but trades are out.
Equalized at 14. It's TSM's ball. What do they do with it on their side of the court? All tied 15. Trippy on the hunt. Trippy getting caught. Waits patiently. Plays it appropriately. Has Druck in his sights. And wins it. Lead back to FaZe.
Yeah, with that 3 down is even more impactful now that they know where Manny's at. They should be able to get away with camo for free. And it's another situation where those players at TSM don't have sight lines onto that grab, so they won't have any good idea about where Lucid exactly is. And having that freedom to move on the map and catch players by surprise can be backbreaking in a Slayer. Lucid just waiting for players to make a mistake, but he gets spotted like it's nothing. Wow, he didn't make any movement at all, but spotted and now taken care of.
I mean, that's 2 picks on camo for FaZe, but the first time that TSM have recognized the push towards bottom mid. I don't know if he just was hovering too close to the barrier. Either way, TSM took advantage, and then eventually Snakebite comes through with a triple. So as good as they've looked, PJ looks a little bit better, 24-18. They'll build their lead out again.
TSM might be in the phase of game where they need to start calling specific players out by name. I mean, Snakebite was an absolute demon in game 1, and his pacing hasn't fallen since. He's 10-5 to start this game. Is essentially almost to how many kills you need to get as an individual to win a game at the halfway point, right? So, yeah, shut him down is, I think, a key play for TSM here. Call him out by name. Do not let Snakebite get away, and force FaZe to beat you as a team.
As good as TSM are, that triple from Snakebite shows you how good he's playing today. It's just so hard to separate these 2 teams, but it does come down to X factors at every possible moment. It's FaZe Clan who find ways to step out in front. avoiding the shot. Does get stripped, but there goes the perfect and the follow-up. Extra cleanups. Penguin, Trippy, working together. Happy to be here. About 25 seconds or so until Camo becomes a problem. And Penguin just trying to continue to bait some of these shots around.
Kind of lead now officially at double digits for FaZe, but all the FaZe fans know, you know, double digits doesn't mean anything for them. They've had some heartbreaking defeats from a similar position. So for them, you know, going back to the classic phrase in Halo's history, finish the fight, right? Be strong until the very end of this game. Do not let TSM find their way back in. If you can maintain a double-digit lead until the end of the game, that's a great sign for this team. And with that, so far, they are going trade for trade.
Yeah, these, like you said, the trade for trades now, again, it's just FaZe's bread and butter. 1 for 1, we'll take that all the way down to 50. Snakebite will grab Camo 3 times in this game. TSM have been unable to secure Camo. At one point, it did work out for him. They were able to spot, I believe it was Lucid at that point, who had pushed a little too far forward. But this time, having to work off of PJ's grab, we'll see what they can do. And if TSM can pull anything out of their back pocket, dig deep into the playbook, because right now they're down 12.
And so far, I mean, Tog has nowhere to go. 3 players collapsing in on either side of him. And with that, they are only 7 kills to the finish line. And that Camo has no signs of being spotted anytime soon from TSM. And Stack, it's just more of a play and keep away as they try to out-rotate on the other side, but they aren't finding the initial kill. And I think that's been a big struggle for TSM so far. The Slayer is that first kill keeps showing up red in the kill feed.
And you can use Camo just to flip the map, and if anything, a neutral Camo is still a great one. Penguin has somebody weak. Refridge, here we go. Maybe. Soul Snipe. Yeah, no, loses it. Penguin, okay.
That's Penguin.
All right, baby. 48-31. All right, we keep it rolling. Last couple of kills come down to FaZe. Can they put it away? Oh, they're pinching. You gotta expect it. Soul Snipe and Druck combined for 2. The Trippy is there for the exclamation point. 50-34. FaZe take a 2-0 advantage in the series.
And Penguin, I mean, fantastic individual fight at the end there to get that kill. But, you know, he might be one of the best in the game at the strafing, of the Halo Infinite strafe in particular. You know, we talk a lot about sprint strafe, jab stepping in this game, jiggle peeking. I feel like Penguin has that down to almost an art form. If you get a close quarters battle against him, you can expect some sort of movement tech to come out in that fight. He's going to try to make you miss, and more often than not, he's going to be successful. Some of the craziest outplays in Halo this year have come from Penguin and his mastery of that movement.
Sometimes that is the difference. I don't say sometimes, usually it is between top teams and those right outside the top echelon, like right around top 4, top 5, 6, all the way down to top 8. If you want to be a champion, you have to master the fundamentals and the mechanics, and clearly Penguin has done that for most of his career. You've seen it all Infinite. Just been excellent. 66% for Snakebite. 66.66, by the way, for both of them, for Penguin and Snakebite. That's a little freaky. A little scary.
On the same wavelength, right? But I mean, one of the big things in Halo Infinite, right, is you have to be able to hit buttons at the right moment, right? The sprint strafe, you have to be able to sprint and move your stick and get ready to fire and cancel out those animations all at once. The best way you can do that is by having a controller that has a couple extra buttons. So if you don't have that controller that has those back buttons or extra buttons to press, maybe now's the time to think about getting one. GameSir has some fantastic options there. G7 Pro has 4 additional buttons. You got 2 on the bottom and 2 at the top at those shoulder buttons. If you haven't, I'd make the change now. I think it makes a huge difference not having to move your finger, your thumb off your thumbstick and being able to keep that aim in place as we move back to Mindfreak versus Shotfire Rebellion. It looks like Mindfreak able to take a round into Oddball. We're in a round 3. Whoever wins this round will take this game.
Man, what a map to do it on as well. Last kind of caters to the Mindfreak playstyle of playing within the chaos and focusing on high ground. They've been able to do it back on Solitude. They can roll it here into Lattice. They have a chance to extend this series down 2-0. Shopify, though, have tied it up as well. 24-34 into round 3. This one will decide it. Last shot on your screen. Banded in hand.
You've got last shot stats in this game so far. Yeah, he is -3, but he has 19 assists, right? That just shows he's always putting down that damage. But what even jumps out to me is 109 seconds of ball time. It's 109 seconds in which he's not able to have his bandit up and fighting, and he still has 19 assists to his name.
Barcode almost did an Agent 47. That would have been one of the best shots of the day. All in the hands of Sways. Time here for Mindfreak. Try to build it. Scoobmeister, stripped of shields. Can't really go anywhere. Gets caught by the nade. Numbers collapse. Shopify will start to make their move.
Shot not wasting any time. Perfect shots there, and with it, we'll get right back towards that ball. Going to accumulate more of that time. Rapidly approaching 2 minutes of having that ball in his hands this game. And Shopify Rebellion being very aggressive on these spawners. Royal 2 found himself a quick flank here. In complete isolation, was able to find one, and now Mindfreak has some decisions to make. They're going to opt to play very aggressive, but they're forced to do that because they know that Royal 2 flank was coming through the backside.
Yeah, no time to double up or corral with your teammates. I like this aggression we're getting out of Shopify, this change of pace. Even though they've been playing this fast all of today, it's like, look, if we have an opportunity to keep Mindfreak on the back foot and force them to have to overthink out a spawn, then we're going to do it, especially with the lead as close as this one. 11 seconds and counting. Cycle tries to get behind him, thrusts into dodge, and gets taken down. But while all that's happening, still the ball in the hands of Last Shot and the lead growing, 70-50. Shopify on the run.
You see Mindfreak doubling up on this lane, trying to give Shopify some problems, but Last Shot refusing to go down easily. He was able to take one with the help of Cycle there, and even now they still need to find Cycle and take him down. He's been a complete nuisance. They'll find another. Do not let Cycle get this one. There we go. Sway is finally able to get that kill, but that's not before Cycle already has impact. Look, Mindfreak didn't get any ball time during that successful break because of what Cycle was doing on the map.
Yeah, if you're Shopify, you love that, right? Like, neutral ball is always a bit of a tense situation, but if you're walking away from 2 fights and a lot of cluster nades all of a sudden to a similar game state, you're happy about it. Play back to the neutral ball, reset off spawn, and try again. We'll see what happens. Frosty, able to play off the back line. We'll go ahead and take a challenge top mid, and the numbers start to move up for Mindfreak. They have to make a play here. They're slowly running out of time.
Cycle forced them to play through by grabbing that ball early, but right now Mindfreak is probably the best push they've had yet. No trade outs at all. All 4 players still alive until now, as Last Shot finally gets a trade out, but it's at the very end of the gunfight, right? After the damage has been done.
Shots for Scoobmeister. Hold on. Need a couple of kills just to land. All it takes is one good swing of events. 36 kills for Sways. Rice able to pick up 1. Dipping, diving, dancing, bobbing, weaving. Royal 2, the better player on the exchange. Barcode gets caught. Sways has snipe. Sways can't clean up the kill, and things are starting to collapse for Mindfreak.
I think Sways was so confident that was going to be a headshot. I think it landed just a bit low, and with that, was not able to recover in time to get that kill. Frosty stays alive, and essentially the flank comes to fruition because of it. And now they just need 10 seconds of ball time here. Mindfreak will be desperate on this push. They need to get here in time, but I don't know if they have the timing to do so.
Oh, so he got through. Sways got through. He got through. It's not going to matter regardless, though. Unfortunately, just a little bit too late. 2-1 will be the final scoreline there on Lattice Oddball. It will be Rebellion taking the series 3-0. For FaZe Clan, similar situation over to Lattice in their series against TSM. A bit closer at times, but still the FaZe boys rock out with the lead, and we'll see if they can close it out here.
It's still an improvement for that Mindfreak roster compared to Charlotte. They had a top 8 finish. Oh, that body just flew out of nowhere up to our screen, but that's a nasty shot by Talik there to take the head of his opponent, but still, Mindfreak, a top 6 finish after top 8 at Charlotte. The improvement continues.
And they're playing the best of the best as well. Like, if you're losing to Rebellion and they're close games and it's a 3-0, not all sweeps are the same, but if you're playing this kind of practice before Worlds, you will take those losses because it teaches you everything. And congrats to Mindfreak for, again, climbing up the ladder slowly. They will be a force at the World Championship. Keep your eyes on them as we swing our attention over to FaZe Clan, who has been perfect today, it seems like. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Luce.
Double kill.
Oh, Luce is going to collapse in on the final one, too. And look, Talik's going to die pretty late into this cycle, so now you see Manny's going to be that first spawner. That can't necessarily just move out right away. They need to wait for Talik to come up on spawn, and now that happens. So because of that delay, we'll see how forward FaZe is able to get on the map. I mean, look at the pressure that FaZe is putting onto these players. TSM, it's suffocating. They are getting strangled in their spawns right now.
I dropped it everything right. He played that perfectly. It was just, having to swing that corner and hit your first shot. If you're Lucid, that's the only way you win it. He does. You're like, okay, He just did everything right. There's not much more you could have done. It's just a step above for FaZe Clan. TSM trying to work off the back foot. Druck trying to lead the charge. 69-58 currently here in round 1. Still a dance. Ring around the Rosie. We'll trade it out. Nobody gets effects for that. 2 down for TSM. Penguin out of the play for FaZe, and back to full strength for both teams.
See Manny trying to hit that rotation before Snakebite can get into that play. They'll lead that ball out onto the ice, wanting to have 4 players up to take on this fight. They'll win the first couple engagements, and with it, Snakebite trying to recover this position, but not enough for him to do there. Instead, it'll be 4 players of TSM that remain up on the map and ready to get this ball time. They're just within a few seconds of taking this lead.
They got to keep numbers up. They got 2 bunching up Manny in no man's land. Soul Snipe, not long for this fight. It does escape. But again, time back to FaZe. They'll push all of TSM back to the opposite side of the map. Almost a mini stick. Almost gets trippy. He's going to get caught if he's not careful. Soul Snipe on your screen. Has Snipe in front. But FaZe are hunkered up and waiting for this round to end.
Yeah, with that, I mean, they're 20 seconds away. Now, QT and Sniper are up, and that could be key for TSM to find their break here, but they won't have a lot of time to do so. It's just 15 seconds. They have both QT and Sniper into play. This is a crucial fight.
It's got QT available. Talik trying to swing it. Only lands a couple in the exchange. Eventually gets help from Soul Snipe. Commando in play. Follow-up going to be there from Talik and the pick. Bomb in the hands of nobody. Neutral time. We'll take it if we're TSM. Down by 20. Snipe. Nope. Back to sender. Nope. Nope. Ah, so close, but no shots that land.
Still, though, FaZe not going to be able to get easy pressure, and at the end of it, Soul Snipe still gets the kills! Oh, double! Lucid came into the frame for just 1 second, and he went goodbye. 2 down for FaZe. TSM at the setup, and they're just seconds away from taking the lead once again. Important fight for FaZe. It comes down to this engagement. 85 all. It's 4 on 4. TSM wins the opening fight. Trade outs are here, but here comes the rest of FaZe. TSM, they are all fighting for this position. Soul Snipe wins it. It's 4 down. They got ball. They have spawns. I don't know if FaZe has time.
They're going to have to fly. They got no choice. These one-on-ones are just going to kill time off the clock. 38 seconds, but it's just 5 away for the win. TSM might have been able to do just enough to squeeze it out, and they have 100-85 in round number 1. They'll take it 1-0, and they'll get by here on Lattice for fighting another round.
Oh, this play, I mean, that's what makes the difference. FaZe, they had their chance to recover, but Soul Snipe hits the crucial shot.
So there's no way to game plan around that. If you just get bodied, it happens. You just got to go next into round 2. Amazing shots out of Soul Snipe there to buy his team some extra time. And sometimes you just need somebody to step up and make a play. I know it's cliche, but it's true. Like when we saw original Optic roster with Trippy and Lucid, it was Lucid at times being the one to just become an X factor. Same situation for TSM. You need somebody to become a hero at some point in the game. And in crunch time with both those snipes, it was Soul Snipe who found them a way to win.
Able to hit that first. Trippy. A couple of these players at TSM able to get past, and with it you see FaZe are gonna have to react to the play that's gonna come. TSM ready to engage. Druck comes in first. Manny to follow. Those snipe shots hit the body, but no body hits the floor. As you see TSM able to win some of these crucial gunfights.
For those of you worried or wondering, don't worry, the winners finals is tomorrow. We're not sociopaths. It will be on stream, do not fear. Right now, FaZe trying to make the run against TSM. TSM trying to make one of the deepest runs in this tournament. They have looked fantastic today and are starting to turn it online against FaZe Clan here in game number 3. Down 2-0, you know the deal. Snakebite underneath. PJ trying to work on his ones. Buying time for the rest of FaZe to move into position. Soul Snipe the only one off spawn. Could cause a problem, but it'll be a free hold here for FaZe.
Now you see opening time, and this has really been a struggle for both sides to get, you know, early ball time here, but FaZe they're in a great option here where Snakebite can either drop the fight or he can hit an early rotation towards his spawners on the other side. It looks like he's going to opt to keep the tension here, though, as he sees his teammates flanking in from the other side. They'll finish off that collapse. Really well played by Snakebite there. And the key position for Snakebite is just to give himself options, right? Standing in that doorway and threatening a rotation is oftentimes enough to make the other side be a little bit too cautious or slow themselves down to maybe anticipate that flanking maneuver, and it never came. Really well played.
Oh, Lucid. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna moan. Oh my god. Okay, the thrust around in the 1v1, every entry available for TSM is shut down by either a team shot or an outplay. FaZe Clan are on a different level to start this round too. That was disgusting, and they have a lead to boot, 34-1. That's hilarious. Here we go, keeping it rolling for Snakebite, and FaZe have control of the map.
Again, able to find that kill with it. Still a 30-second lead essentially for FaZe here at TSM. It's been a bit of a struggle for them this round just to get to that ball. They've gotten their slays a few times here, but they've never gotten it with the correct timing to get that ball away. Instead, Penguin, I mean, really heads up play by him. He's so forward on the map. He doesn't really have much left of teammates around him. He just brings that ball back to where his teammates are going to be, and with it, they get a good chunk of time here.
Putting his right stick in the spin cycle. Druck got nowhere to go. The chase down here from FaZe. They found the numbers. Snakebite in a bad spot. Low shields. Gets it full back. Again, the hold here. The boys in red. 50-1. All right. We got ourselves a game now.
See multiple players trying to push through the middle of the map here for TSM. They're going to have to force a play. And I don't think Trippy saw that. Two players went right past him. He had 8 bullets to snipe, and instead will completely rotate his way across the map. Doesn't want to give up that snipe for free, but at the same time, I think TSM, they might have just found their opening. They now have control of that ball and tempo on the map. That sniper's still down on the ground, and with it, TSM grab it and are ready to collapse in on FaZe.
Oh, this is a big play for Manny. It's a big risk, high reward. He does get one on the trade, but is it enough to buy more time for TSM around the back end? Talik does get caught hunting for the last player. It was Snakebite back there, who was the crucial one-on-one for FaZe to control spawns, and they do. And because of it, TSM will have to, again, come off shallow numbers and try again through mid-map.
Soul Snipe catches Snakebite, puts him down to one shot, get that info to his team. Eventually, Snakebite's cleaned up, and with that, FaZe going to be down numbers while having to find a solution to ball. They're going to have to give up on that solution here soon because all 4 go down, and with it, they'll go back to the drawing board, hand off the ball, get that sniper back into play. This is really well done by TSM. They have a mountain to climb to get back, but so far, I mean, they're doing it perfectly.
I know where the hit's coming from. That's going to allow Druck and Talik to move up, try to take the fight together. The numbers start to move for TSM. You can see them on your map right now. Flying forward into blue base. Lucid already pinching from the back. Ball will rotate. Trippy spotted. No body shot on the snipe. There it'll be for cleanup. Penguin, low on shields, gets cleaned up. Job done for Soul Snipe at mid-map. Picks up 2 in the process and allows the rest of his team to move out.
Manny was trying to stay one step ahead on the rotation, but there was one player of FaZe that was able to cut him off before he could get back towards blue. And even now, during this chaotic moment, FaZe could find their way back into a hold, and I think they will. It's just one player of TSM that's underneath, and Penguin's just doing a fantastic job of not giving up his life for free. I mean, look at how weak he was. He tried to do his best to stay alive and eventually got the damage to allow his teammates to get the cleanup. So even now, TSM, you see they can't really pick up the ball because they don't have the numbers to do so. They're having to focus more on the push that's to come.
They just got to clean up these kills, and it's just been a little too difficult later into this round. Watching them come off spawn earlier, it was FaZe Clan who were pushing the tempo into those spawns. This time, though, as TSM will hold the game back and really forcing these long, drawn-out shots. Lucid will take another. Bomb still up. Excuse me, ball still up. And we'll see who plays it. Lucid trying to make a move. Soul Snipe catch them. And now back to a 1v1 stalemate we get.
Great play from TSM to find that kill. That should open up the lane for Soul Snipe to go and grab that sniper. Finding a couple more of those kills. It's just Trippy that's alive on the map. Sniper does hit the ground, though. And TSM doesn't have any good access to that ball, so despite getting a lot of those important kills there, they're not able to translate that into any sort of ball time, and they're gonna quickly run out of time to get that ball time. There's only 20 seconds left in neutral clock.
If FaZe can just turn this into Slayer like they've done so many times before today, and they're gonna try to do it again. They have snipe control. Soul Snipe has snipe control. Manny has the ball. Time will stop. Keep moving. Extra points on the board. Misses one. Oh my, goodbye, Trippy. 360 around. We'll rotate out. Trying to get ball out of dodge. Great shots from Soul Snipe. Can he do it again? Back-to-back games with crazy shots. We've seen it before. But he just needs to stay alive for long. Soul Snipe is out.
I don't know if Trippy's going to expect this position from him. Trippy wins the fight. They only need 4 more seconds to take the lead here, and then they'll just drop and have to hold for 10. It's just Trippy that's alive, and TSM have taken the lead. They dropped the ball. Is FaZe going to be able to get here in time? Lucid trying desperately to get there, but he'll get cut down. Trippy's there. Trippy's there. Trippy's got the time. He stole it away. How did he manage that? Where did he come from?
Enemy has the ball.
He snuck up behind. He snuck up behind on that outskirt fight. He snuck up behind on the fight. Yeah, he went behind Manny. He got behind him and took down Druck. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's no way. I couldn't even I didn't know how to react. I'm like, there's no way that just
FaZe played for time so early on. There's always a risk, right, when you do it at that point, because TSM, they're only down 30-40 seconds, right? If they get a couple good holds, they're right back into it, and then the clock plays against FaZe in that situation, and it looked as if TSM had done what was necessary. But Trippy, not only did he got the big kill on Sniper in the middle of the map to open up that possibility. If he doesn't get that kill, then it's all for naught, right? And just really well executed from Trippy and Lucid. I mean, Lucid comes in, causes a big distraction. Trippy saves the round, and here we go into round 3. FaZe has a chance to close it out here instead of having to go to that game 4 on live fire.
50-1 at one point in round 2, and I'm seeing flashbacks, just Vietnam all over again. FaZe having a lead, unable to close it out. Never mind, always a veteran to step up and make a play. Just ridiculous efforts from Trippy. 32 and 32, by the way. 64 engagements on the board. Outside of his 8 assists, he's been damn near consistent on the map. And Druck will dip out of dodge, keep his team moving. TSM hold on to the ball for now. FaZe numbers try to regroup, and we split our numbers back to spawn.
Now TSM, they've been playing largely from their back foot in these first 2 rounds. Now have a bit of an early lead, something that we haven't seen from them in this game, and I think that's a good sign, right, for the TSM fans out there to see this team take a big lead, and then to carry momentum into the round rather than having to come back into the round would probably be a big relief.
Yeah. Pretty healthy lead this round 3, though. I mean, again, like just a couple of chunks at a time, 5 or 6 seconds or so per team fight. It really adds up. Penguin will eventually get the win for FaZe. It's caught rotating back to his team. 2 down for FaZe. Nice shots from Talik. Shuts down Trippy. And things start to stall out again. We'll see who picks up QT in this swing, but it looks like FaZe again will try to work underneath and try to pull some of that pressure off the backside, rotate through right of red, and control those spawns off the one-on-ones.
I mean, Talik should have a lot of safety space to work with here, as his team has FaZe trapped so far back. But you see FaZe starting to make their push through. Initial damage is favoring TSM, though. Lucid is a big fight. Lucid goes down, and FaZe still here, but it seems as if this push will not be successful after the initial fights favor TSM, and that's more and more time. And this has been surprising to see this round be so heavily in TSM's favor after what we saw in the first couple rounds with the back and forth, and with FaZe usually having the early advantage.
We might be able to chalk it up to just simply TSM understanding that it was a fluke loss in round 2. That's a very high copium over-exaggeration of the way things played out, but simply the fact that TSM's game plan has been working in the last 2 rounds. Soul Snipe, one of the reasons why. Was able to open up mid-map with a 2-piece, and again, even though he did eventually lose the fight to Trippy, It was what allowed TSM to maintain those back red spawns and hold ball down to the final second. This time, 32 kills, 26 deaths. Can he add a third? We'll see. This is the first and the second. Usually good for a couple, though. I can't find the centering. It's a valiant effort, but FaZe, again, will shut down the snipe.
Yeah, you see FaZe trying to get into the fray. I mean, this is their last chance to stop it. It comes down one-on-one right here. Druck versus Trippy. And Trippy, feeling that Druck's not going to take that challenge since they have such a big lead, will opt to not look at that ball. Instead, will try to reinforce his numbers on the other side, but this fight's going to be crucial. This is a must-win for FaZe, and they lose 3 at once, and it will be an overkill for Soul Snipe to win this game, potentially. Oh, they should have had the grab, but it reset on time. That might be a second life for FaZe here. If they can stop TSM from grabbing this ball, they might be able to find a way back into this.
They're going to have to climb up this mountain, though, and they are just not in a position at the moment to do it. TSM are playing with house money the way they've been moving through the map. Their pathing's been excellent in the last 2-3 team fights. FaZe do have the ball for now. Again, it's going to have to be perfect oddball. I've seen them do it before. There's no question about it. It's just about stringing those kills together. Penguin for one. Tries to turn, can't do it. Dips out a dodge. Come on.
Right now, FaZe have pretty decent position. Snakebite should be able to play this off by the time TSM gets to him. Great play by him. Just trying to buy as much time for the spawners to come up. TSM's going to be on that ball right away, but FaZe should have enough time to contest. Soul Snipe's early day gets the kill. It's going to come down to this fight. It's just Snakebite now, and there's 3 players at TSM. Game 4 is on its way.
They keep fighting. They keep on fighting. They did it against C9. They took 3 in a row. They do it here against FaZe. Backs against the wall. They get a second life. Into game 4 we go. TSM are not out of it yet. They won against Complexity earlier, and they kept on moving through against some of the best teams, and this time they take FaZe the distance, and what was about to be a steal of a sweep turns into a TSM resolve and much more action to play.
See, I mean, wow. It felt like FaZe had been able to open up a path to keep that sweep on board, right? But TSM didn't let it bother them at all that they lost that second round the way that they did. They came out, they played the strongest we've seen yet in this series, and they're going to be able to push us at least one game further. I mean, really, I think that's a great sign for the TSM fans out there to say, hey, like, this isn't, you know, our identity as a team is changing. We aren't as momentum based as we have been in the past. And I mean, look at Soul Snipe and Druck with 42 and 43 respectively.
85 kills combined. That's pretty good. It's pretty good on a Lattice. That'll probably get it done. 13k damage for Soul Snipe. Druck at 12. Again, when you're looking at double-digit damage for 3/4 of the TSM roster, again, in any matchup, it's usually going to go well for them. Specifically against FaZe, they controlled the tempo of the game and really dominated the last 2 minutes. I mean, it was, whether it was quick rotations or playing staggered spawns, it was TSM who had an idea of where FaZe numbers were at and basically dominated the conversation from there. They take it 2-1 on Lattice, and they move to live fire for a chance to extend the series again.
Guys, thank you to GameSir for help making this event possible alongside Complexity. It would mean the world if you guys go and, you know, check out what GameSir has to offer, because they're supporting Halo. We would love to support people that support Halo. So if you're looking for a new controller, let me tell you what, the GameSir, in my opinion, it's the controller to go for. I have it as my daily driver. I use it day to day. The 1000 hertz for the polling rate makes a huge difference. If you haven't played on a controller that's playing on those overclock speeds, like 1000 hertz, you're playing in the past, guys. Like, it literally is the biggest difference maker into your game day to day. And right now you can get 8% off your GameSir controller on Amazon when you use the code Complexity01. There's a link in chat that Louis just dropped in there, so go check that out. But folks, I cannot stress this enough. Like, controllers have come so far in the last, I'd say just the last 2 years. And the fact that we have a controller this good at the price point that it's at is unthinkable just a couple of years ago. You know, this is truly you know, a top tier controller. Like this is the equivalent of like these $250 controllers that we were using back.
The feeling of playing on a monitor that is the difference between 144 hertz and 240, that difference is the same kind of experience you get playing on this controller from your old setup. It's just it's an entirely elevated experience, and we can't recommend it enough, and there's a reason why all the pros trust it. And if the pros trust it, these are the guys who have bins full of broken controllers at the end of their career. There is a reason why they go through so much equipment, and they're telling you and telling us that it is the best one on the market, and we trust them because they know what they're talking about. GameSir is the best you can get, and it's very affordable, as well as a discount code you can find in the chat. Find it on Amazon as well. But FaZe Clan, TSM, still a tight series here, and if you're TSM, I think you're feeling pretty confident going into live fire. Again, it's going to be tough regardless of who you're playing, but the resolve to win off of 2 close rounds after getting one stolen from FaZe, that is a testament to the will of this team and the ability to kind of reset in bad moments.
I see TSM going to take themselves a little break here, make sure that they're all situated and with themselves as a team, because this is an important game 4, right? You want to force this game 5 and give yourself a chance to get into that top 4 finish. But with this TSM roster, I mean, we've seen success in the past. So in year 1, right, they were playing underneath a different banner, but it was the same 4 players. They were able to get a top 3 finish at Worlds, and then out of circumstances that was out of their control, that same 4, like this roster, wasn't able to compete whatsoever in year 2. And I think that's one of the biggest mysteries that we had, was like, what could have happened if this team had stuck together? I'm glad that they're able to get to reunite and play with each other once again in year 4. They're looking to at least get the same, if not better, finish this time around. They have the top 3 underneath their belt at Worlds. Taking down teams like FaZe, like Space Station, is going to be critical for them in their tournament run at Worlds.
Any given tournament, something can happen. Any given bracket, any given pool play, you never know what you're going to get. And if you've qualified for the World Championship at this level of competition, at this stage of Infinite, you're good enough to be able to steal a series or take it outright. This is a team that you should fear, go against the Worlds next week. And for everybody else, again, eyes and opportunities to keep an eye on what TSM can do down the stretch along the likes of Complexity and others. Let's get into our game number 4. FaZe holding on to a 2-1 lead. Soul Snipe with Snipe again. What else is new?
Yeah, well, I think that's about as good of a start they could want. They got the 4 down, and even now, Soul Snipe has the ability to contest at Camo with Snipe. TSM should be able to just stand in hill while this is going on as well. So, goodbye, Snakebite. Lucid's gonna, just got away with his life for a second longer, but Druck has the cleanup, and I would be wary of going anywhere near Soul Snipe. He's hitting his shots.
Missed the easy one, hits the hard ones though. That's just the way he rocks. It's insane. Lucid, good lord. Lucid, good lord.
Goodbye.
Well, there goes the final kill, but guess what? All the damage done from that snipe, and while for now FaZe Clan will be able to regroup, it is TSM with a valiant start back over again. Here's a nice little picture-in-picture of the same game, because why not? Let's keep it moving with TSM.
See the replay of that sniper shot. The flick, right? He's unbelievable how good these players are at sniping. You gotta remember, folks, the sniper, the S7 in Halo Infinite, if you're not scoped in, there's no aim assist on that. That is just pure raw aim. And right now, I mean, those sniper shots are the big difference between the beginning of this game. TSM able to get their first point on board that early on. FaZe with a great response here. They get that 4 down. You see how Snakebite was very forward on the map over on the B side. They should have TSM relatively contained here. Snakebite, his big role is just to tell the team where this next push is coming from.
It's going to be hitting bunches for TSM, 2 at a time, followed by 1 on the outskirt, usually your anchor. Talik going to wait back patiently. Snakebite gets some eyes, allows the rest of his team to move up, but Talik takes the off timing and gets a better of Snakebite in that gunfight. Soul Snipe will pick up 1 in the cross. And here we go back into zone, just contesting for time, and the better wins all the way around. The boys in blue find extra kills, and they wipe FaZe off the board and will continue to hold on to the hill.
Ooh, I like this from Talik. He's going to be very aggressive here. He wants to get right into the face of these initial spawners. Snakebite's not going to have any time to react. And now he goes down. Oh, but for TSM, right? I like the idea from TSM. The problem is they lost a couple gunfights on the back rank. If Lucid doesn't go down here, you could influence the spawns to give FaZe a relatively close spawn, but TSM do a good job of finishing out those fights, and now they're staggering the players of FaZe. It all works out for TSM. That aggressive play, the risk that they took, it's working perfectly. They're getting hill time, they have camo, and they are still finding kills. Talk is 7-2 to start this game.
They know where FaZe is spawning at. They have all of the information to shut this round down. They got it. The 2-0 lead for TSM. They're rolling through it. Quick shots, quick kills. There goes the body. Make it 2 in the process. Penguin and Lucid, the only ones up. Make it Penguin. In the scoreboard. For White, Druck already on the move with Snipe. Repositioned perfectly. TSM are in a new.
Oh, that stick was perfect. Talk at 8-2 now to start this game. They have not been able to deal with him. Druck has Sniper. Soul Snipes on an aggressive flank through the back ranks. This is so well played by TSM. They are flowing. Everyone's doing their job. They are getting the kills. They are trading out any lives that they're giving up. FaZe has had no opportunities really in this game yet.
Just as an answer, good lord, Druck. There's not an answer even on solo shots to the point. You can stack if you want. You can stagger if you need to, but at some point the kills have to land. At some point the structure of the gameplay for FaZe has to change. Because TSM are cutting through them quickly. About to put the third cap on the board. Lucid hovering around camo. Snakebite gets caught at scoreboard. 2 top white for FaZe. Numbers here as Talik tries to make the hop. Talik gonna play spoiler. Talik able to get 1. Numbers called out. Follow-up gonna be in, and Druck will clean up the last. That is the push from FaZe shut down quickly. TSM maintain a 3-0 lead.
And right there, I think Druck could have maybe stepped out of that hill and tried to burn off some of this clock. You have a 3-0 lead. The big thing for FaZe is you have 3 minutes and 22 seconds in neutral time. You still have plenty to work with to find your way back into this game. I think it would have benefited TSM pretty greatly there to try to reduce some of that clock, right? To reduce their ability to come back into this game.
The resolve of TSM cannot be overstated. The way they've been able to fight back in this series. After the Lattice game, it felt like it was just a matter of when all of it was going to come together. This time, they just get off to a roaring start here on Livefire. 3-0, camo into Penguin. Penguin goes down and burns the camo in the process. So, again, TSM escape out of an awkward situation and walk away with a win.
I mean, TSM right now, because they have a 3-0 lead, right? They have so much freedom to play in a way that you normally couldn't on this hill. Like, the fact that we see such an extended flank where you're potentially going to give up some really important spawns because you want to stop that camouflage, you're afforded the opportunity to do that at this point because of that early work that you've done. You don't have to be so concerned at playing such perfect Halo or having spawns perfectly blocked. You have more freedom to play a little bit riskier or to cause more chaotic elements in this game. And so far, TSM, I mean, they thrive within this chaos. I mean, the way that these guys are taking gunfights, it is chaotic.
The luxury to play your own speed is a boon for the best teams in the world. And TSM are taking full advantage of it now. QT pop, Snakebite on your screen, bandit in hand. What can he do? It's a big moment here for FaZe to try to stall out some of this bleeding pressure and put a tourniquet on the lead. They'll try to get 1 on the board. Nobody pushing towards mud side. That's okay. And if you're TSM, you give them this hill and you focus more on position.
Well, there was about 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock when we went into that hill. It took about 60 seconds off for FaZe to get that one. And right now, if they keep playing at that pace, they will be able to tie this game up in time. So FaZe, they did what was necessary in that first hill, but as you see, the second hill can sometimes be a little bit harder to maintain as it's in the middle of the map and there's 2 primary spawns on either side of it. So it's important to block out both those spawns in order to get time on this hill.
Well, this really is a heat check for FaZe into this next hill. I mean, you're taking close quarters gunfights right in the center of the map. For how hard those rotations have been and how often you've been broken in the back, this is just straight up, are you able to shoot your way out of the problem today? If not, it's going to be a very different story as TSM will try to extend the series. But for FaZe, I think this is a hill that might work for him. Give him a chance to kind of break out of the rust and really focus on just lining their shots.
TSM chipping away a little bit of time, and I don't mind this from TSM, right? It's only 40 seconds. You might as well try to get the win here. If you get those clean 3-4 downs, jump into the hill. I think that's fine. But at the end of the day, you know, if FaZe does find their way back into this game, and there's only about 10-15 seconds of neutral clock when when that is done, they might be thinking back to themselves like, man, did we really need to go for that win? But I don't mind it, because 40 seconds, it's a lot easier to win in 40 seconds than it is to win in 2.5, you know, minutes. So I don't mind the play, but it is a risk.
That's the easiest 2-piece Truck's going to get in his life. It's a free look from Secret. Here comes the nades. Everybody hold the util. Penguin in the back. Penguin trying to make a play. Trippy, low shields, stripped. Follow up there. Team shots good from TSM. The break in from FaZe. They will contest. They'll try to hold on to the hill. Time will stop. Camo continues to burn. TSM just a tick away from closing it out. And there we go. TSM will extend the series. And everybody buckle up. TSM are not done yet. We're going the distance.
That was really well played by Druck at the end with the camouflage there. Just a really supreme understanding of what the push is going to look like at a fundamental level. If we get a chance to look at that replay of that last life that Druck had, we could break it down a little bit more in depth. But I love the idea of how he's using the position of the opponent to understand where the next is going to come from, right? He gets an idea of, hey, there's a player to the right and there's a player to my left. They are going to coordinate this push. So when I see one player start the entry, it's okay for me to ignore that fight to fight the next player, right? To look over towards the right and zone out who is appropriate for my gunfight to be successful. I thought Druck did a fantastic job of that. And let's be honest, guys, like that game, start to finish, was pretty dominant for TSM. The ending round 3 was pretty dominant for TSM. They have clearly have the momentum on their side in this game. This is exactly what you want going into an Origin Slayer.
If we're to take into account the live fire and looking back to Lattice, the poise that we're getting out of Druck and Talik in moments, outside of the occasional 2-piece that breaks it open from Soul Snipe, outside of Manny kind of hitting these long flanks, what you're getting out of Druck specifically and Talik in tandem is that poise in tense moments when somebody needs to step up and make the play fundamentally or make a play happen and execute to open up the map for the rest of the team. It's usually Druck, it's usually Talik, and it just comes at the right time. I mean, winning this one was massive, but the follow-up just to secure and then break on the point, it's easy, it's simple, but these are the kind of freebies that you don't get often against FaZe, and when you do, you have to take advantage, and it's just great positioning and patience from Druck, good pathing to the zone, and a nice understanding of where to be and help your teammate.
And right here, I think is the play, right? So he sees that player to the right. If you back it up just a little bit here, Louis, to when that player enters into the zone, because look, he has great information. He knows about Trippy, right, to his left, and then he's gonna see Penguin coming here. He sees Penguin go for the entry, right? Once Penguin commits, now Trippy's gonna be forced to commit to that gunfight, because you can't just leave your teammate in the hill and force him to play a one-on-one. So he knows Trippy's gonna come and try to play that. So what does Druck do? He goes, he cuts off the angle of the player that's in hill, right, to then give himself a one-on-one where he has the advantage, because Trippy is going to come into that fight trying to coordinate a team shot. So Druck does a fantastic job of making that a one-on-one where he has a big advantage and then can wrap back with his team and then never overcommits for this fight. This is the benefit of having the big lead. Never have to commit early into the fight, is baiting his teammates a little bit there, but baiting them for a good reason, right, to finish off those kills. That's just really well played, fundamental from Druck to understand, like, don't take a bigger risk than you need to. Get the kills that are necessary, win the game over time, and just great understanding from TSM and from Druck.
Yeah, and look, there are moments for Druck, for FaZe, for a variety of teams where you're going to be at a disadvantage. You're going to be in a spot where you don't have the angle you need or you don't have the opportunity to make the play you'd like. How do you even the odds? Even if it's 60-40, you've done all you can. How do you make the play more viable for your team? How do you neutral out the game state? It was moments like that where Druck recognizes I can still make a play in close quarters, give my team the best chance to either trade this or break, and he did everything correctly. You just have to make the right play at the right time, even the odds. He did it, and you can do that with a GameSir G7 Pro controller, which we have a code for available in the chat. If you want to shoot like Druck or play like Snakebite, you can do so for very cheap as well.
Yeah, and these controllers are extremely affordable for what they are. I mean, folks, I'm not kidding. Like here, I got 3 of these. Sorry,
He's literally getting it right
I'm grabbing my controllers. I got 3 of these controllers just sitting next to me because I use them like day after day. It's like these are the controllers that I like the most. I love the fact that like if I need to have an extra controller, it doesn't cost an arm and a leg to go get. Right, I have 2 of the SEs, which are I think they're like $40 a piece, which have been awesome. Right, that's my carry on. Like travel wherever I go, I take my SEs. I have my Pro ready at home, or if I go to tournaments, like my Pro is the controller to go for. But it's just fantastic to be able to have the best controller on the market, in my opinion, and to be like, oh yeah, it's okay for me to have 3 of these and to have them as a backup. Like there's no concern on my end for that. So I've been extremely happy with the G7 Pro that I've been using. It's only been out for a couple months now, but all the problems I had with it wasn't even problems. All the things I wish could have been extra on the SE have been solved with the Pro. Right, I wanted a couple extra buttons to press. They added a couple over on the bumpers. I wanted the shape and the feel to remain that same. I love the clicky buttons, the trigger stops that are in this controller. And the big thing is that you don't get any stick drift on these GameSir controllers. Like it is like the controller that has solved all the problems I've ever had with a controller. And the fact that it's as affordable as it is, it's the best controller in the market. You guys can get 8% off right now by using that code in chat, Complexity01 on Amazon. But guys, go and get yourself a GameSir if you're in the market to getting a better controller, especially if you're not playing on a controller that has 1,000 hertz or better. It is actually the biggest difference in the game.
Legitimately, the worst thing as a controller player, owner, whatever you want to call it, is the stick drift. I mean, that is, you can deal with bad bumpers, you can deal with a broken D-pad, buttons you have to work around, change up your defaults, but playing with stick drift, it can drive people mad. And the fact that this controller avoids most of that is a godsend for every controller player in the world. And make sure you get yourself one of those if you can. We have some links being pushed around. If you don't buy it, we will ban you from the chat. That is a real rule that we've implemented. GameSir Complexity matchup.
Get it now. We'll be checking.
You just had to tell them.
Checking everyone's receipts at the door.
That's right.
Making sure you have one. No, but it actually is. Like, I mean, if you're playing any sort of ranked game on controller, it's you need to have 1,000 hertz, you know. And it's like the great thing is GameSir has a couple options to get you there. Even if you don't get the G7 Pro, the SE I think is a fantastic controller. The only thing I always wanted from the GameSir controllers is they have 2 paddles on the bottom. I always wanted a third because I like to have, you know, another button keyed up, and they have those extra buttons over on the bumpers, which have been incredible because I get to put my nades on those. I used to throw my nades by clicking in my right stick.
So weird, man. Oh,
look, it was forced to be that way. I didn't want it to be that way, right? And the second I was able to get that away, I did it. I was able to. So what I did is I moved my nades off my stick. I put it onto my D-pad, and then I have my button keyed so that I could use it on the D-pad, and then I just ping with my stick. It's great.
Chat wants to know how many Game 5s today. 1 million. We got one more to go. Let's keep it going. Origin, FaZe, TSM, for all the marbles, whatever they're worth. It's practice for the World Championship. It's a matchup to send us the distance. Slayer, Origin, 50 kills is the count. Can TSM complete the reverse sweep? My goodness. We're about to find out.
Origin's going to be a tricky game. It can snowball extremely quick if you allow the power weapons to go one way without contest. It's important to not let that sniper and rocket dictate the opening start here and allow a team to get that snowball early on. If you get a clean 3-4 down, the spawns are so easy to manipulate on Origin. It's important for both sides to keep that in mind. And you can see these teams, they have gone the distance time and time again. This battle is going to be something special. TSM, do they have a chance to find the upset here and secure a top 4 finish?
Over under on Soul Snipe getting snipe in this game 5.
I hope so.
Oh, if you're TSM, you want it. Wait a minute. Hey, here we go, Talik. Get off to a hot start. Excuse me. Yeah. I mean,
you see how Trippy doesn't move? That's because he knows Sniper's looking, right? And right now they're trying to fake Talik out to say like, hey, we didn't spawn here, right? Don't keep looking at us. But that's what FaZe has to do. When you go 4 down like that, you're giving up so much to the other side that you can't really afford to move, and then you're forced to try to win tough gunfights, and those gunfights aren't going their way. It's a 7-1 start as TSM has FaZe in a blender. There's still 8 bullets in this snipe.
Oh my God, the spin cycle. Put him in.
This is devastating early on for FaZe. Now, it's still recoverable, but they need to execute. They need to find some sort of way to get that sniper out of his hands and to be out of this spawn cycle. The trades aren't there. Oh no! The bad just continues to get worse.
I think this is just bad comms off the start, and far be it for me to ever talk about the plays of the players at the top of the world, but this is a moment where it's okay to have a bad start in Slayer. It happens. We've seen it for years. But when it comes to reestablishing a baseline for FaZe, the IGL needs to step up. The captain needs to start making calls, and everybody else needs to start pulling their weight, because this can get deadly very, very quickly. Down by a bunch, 16-5, and TSM are not going to stop.
Well, yeah, they stabilize now after 11 kills have gone in the favor of TSM over FaZe. Now, you know, the big thing is you have to make up that difference. You're only gonna have a couple opportunities to do so, and that's when those snipers and rockets are coming up. You'll need to do the same that TSM just did to you. Find those power weapons, use them to bully the other team and to make up that difference. There's still plenty of time for FaZe to do it, and on this map, it can happen. It's one of the biggest maps on having those snowballs, but
yeah, you gotta keep it single digits.
Yeah, you keep it close until you can get those power weapons.
Yeah, single digits is the name of the game for FaZe. They were down 11, now down 8-9. And if you could just keep this close within striking distance, again, you can chain a couple of team fights together and one good swing towards power weapons. All of a sudden, it's a brand new ball game. Lucid will get rockets, and with it, FaZe have a sign of life. He's got both.
Yeah, a little T-square combo. Now only one bullet in that sniper, so try to hit something early, then get that carbine that spawns right behind you. Looks like that's still on the pad, so no secondary weapon for now. He'll have to head back to either get that carbine or maybe find the BR that's a little bit ahead of him, but he's in need of a secondary weapon. Oh, he's not looking back for that BR.
Oh, man, he escaped, and he got through. Oh, here comes the rocket. He misses both. Doesn't hit the snipe either. They will get the beat down, but that is 2 weapons and not a whole lot for it, as TSM will escape with a snipe of their own.
And look, those 2 rockets and sniper didn't get a kill. Now the single sniper, soul sniper's already gotten 2. Able to team up to find that kill early on, but they need to bully through and get that sniper back into their possession. And so far, I think FaZe doing a good job. Look, they're going to be able to sandwich in onto the position of TSM. They need to be quick enough. And oh, just caught out. Snakebite thought he had good routing there, but TSM read it, was 1 step ahead. And that's what it's been this entire game. TSM just being 1 step ahead.
These 1-for-1 trades, again, continue to favor TSM. We're about halfway through in the kills. If it's a race down to the final stretch, it is just scrap kills in the end. We'll go 1-for-1 if we have to. TSM are feeling confident. Manny at 9-6, a very quiet 9 kills, but my goodness, have they been able to just completely ramrod and overwhelm this FaZe offense, which has been pushed back to the brink on split spawns and a couple of team fights that have not gone their way. Talik able to strip shields and working together with Druck. We'll try to find one through the back. Snakebite working on the pinch. The break. Lucid picks up 2. And finally, they stop the bleeding just for a moment.
It's still, at the end of the day, it's still a double-digit lead for TSM. The ground hasn't really been made up much by FaZe during these last few engagements, and you're gonna quickly run out of time to make up that ground here as TSM has passed that 30 kill mark. You have only probably 3 rotations left to find some ground here.
Yeah. And the positioning even still for TSM and just individual fights across the map, it's good comms, it's good team shots, it's more pressure for FaZe. Trying to push that boulder up the mountain. Lord knows it's a tall task. 34-26. Flies out for the first check. Will strip shields. Trippy, 1. We'll get it at least in the trade, but again, TSM walk away with 2 in the process.
Yeah, right now, it's just this moment feels so big for FaZe. It's like, how do you find your way back into this? The power weapons do fall into the hands of Lucid, but that's 4 rockets now that have been shot out by FaZe there, and only one kill that's resulted from them. That felt like the piece to get yourself back into this game, but the value proposition just hasn't been there.
That 11-1 lead off the start, it did feel like the wind just got completely sucked out of FaZe's sails. It was a gut punch after those first two fights. You think, all right, they're down first 4-1, 7-1. It was that final follow-up team fight, those 3 kills that the TSM were able to take in red spawn. It was a tough way for FaZe to deal with it, and they've been having to make up the ground ever since. But if any team can do it, they certainly can.
But I mean, at this point, this task that to come back into this game, it's felt Sisyphean at this point. It's just every time they get a little bit of momentum, it just keeps clawing their way back down. That boulder just is shoving them down the mountain, and they have not been able to make up that difference. But right now, this is the most important moment of the game. They've cut the lead down to 6. One more wipe, they'll be within a couple kills.
Oh yeah, they will. And Snakebite's moving. Doesn't lay in the shot, but does get some tags. Talik backs up. Druck does as well. FaZe is starting to position quite nicely as well at mid-map. Able to maintain the high ground here. And if Legend has it, he'll take that fight all day, every day. And as Lucid works underneath, Soul Snipe pulls back and Snakebite buying his time for a shot.
TSM slowing down this game considerably. We haven't seen this from them all game long, but they know how important this moment is. Soul Snipe finds the break through the back rank, gets the couple kills, and now FaZe not able to get answers off that. He gets aggressive, wants to try to find the trade out here, but will be stopped. Still a 6-kill lead for TSM.
And looking back, how big is that kill from Soul Snipe to stop the momentum of FaZe, to regroup numbers on this side of the map, to work up ramp and get some extra shots into the back of FaZe. Manny can play spoiler up top, trying to close out the kill. A couple of awkward shots, but does eventually get it. And picks up the double.
No.
49-39, 1 kill to end it, and TSM will have a reverse sweep.
Once again, the 10-kill lead, like the boulder, comes crashing back. 10 kills made the difference. TSM secure themselves top 4. FaZe is out early, and TSM will join Shopify Rebellion, Optic Gaming, and Luminon to compete in our top 4 tomorrow.
Who would have expected Luminon and TSM to be rounding out with Shopify and Optic Gaming? Talik, Druck, disgusting in this series. It was all FaZe to begin, but TSM did not falter. They fought back on Oddball, and one of the closest Oddballs we've had today. They fought back through a Slayer, and they fight back again in the end. And this is just a look at the bracket overall, how things have spelled out today. TSM, the reverse sweep, will move themselves forward. Luminon versus Optic in the winners finals. We'll see how that one goes, but this 50-40 Slayer it felt like it was over after those 11 kills to start. It was a complete domination from TSM in the opening minute, and they never looked back.
Yeah, and I will say that Origin Slayer, if you go back and you look at Origin Slayer between FaZe and Shopify Rebellion over at Charlotte in their winners final, it was the same exact thing that happened, almost to a T. In fact, Shopify Rebellion, I think, were a little bit more effective at this blender that they put on, but it seems to be a problem for FaZe, this Origin Slayer, and maybe something that now that it's happened twice to them in such a short amount of time in such important matches, that they might go and try to find a solution to it. But yeah, these sniper shots, the power weapons of the early game, were clearly a difference maker.
Well, the silver lining, and this is going to be a mix of hard copium and also just the way these things tend to work out. The silver lining for FaZe moving forward on Origin Slayer, regardless, is because the losses have been so drastic on this map mode, because it's happened twice. Usually the fix, the answer is either somewhere in the teamwork or the mechanics, somewhere in the middle, and it's usually one thing that once they adjust, they kind of get back on gear. So if you're a FaZe fan, you're concerned, but you're not too worried going to the World Championship. 1, because you have veteran talent who knows how to work through the kinks before an event pops up. 2, when the results are this one-sided, usually it is just one thing that's keeping this team from getting synergized. And when that eventually gets fixed, then you can go back to playing your game plan and working on your team shots and doing everything that we know FaZe can do. So certainly not too worried. If I'm looking at FaZe professionally, I think they'll be fine going to the World Championship. But for TSM, I think this is more about their win overall. Yeah. And the fact that, again, down 0-2, how they showed Resolve on Lattice, how they showed complete domination on rotation on Livefire, and how they showed aggression and and poise on Origin. I mean, TSM outright won this series and did so in pretty extraordinary fashion.
And I mean, TSM, they've had a very interesting tournament to get up to this point, right? So they went to game 5 after game 5. And they lost one to Mind Freak to go down in round 1 to have to get back to this point. But then look, Complexity, they go to another game 5. Complexity about to reverse sweep them. They come out on top. They get the job done against Cloud9 3-1 and then have another game 5 against FaZe. So right now they're batting 2 for 3 on those game 5s, showing that they have a little bit more ice in them. That's a great sign. But now, it's time for the big leagues. Tomorrow we have our top 4. And in honor of what HCS was doing for their format going into Worlds, we're going to do the same. Every match tomorrow will be a best of 7. We will be watching them one at a time as the matches continue on, but BO7s all day long. And to me, that's going to show us what these teams are really made out of. You don't get a cheese of victory in a best of 7.
Nope, the better team wins all the way out, and this is your warm-up officially for the World Championship. This is your best of 7 to prove what you have going in and what you lack still to find. This is a moment for all these teams to show what they got, and if they're going to keep some plays for the LAN, more power to them. But we'll find out what Luminon is made of, what Optic is made of, and what Shopify and TSM have in their back pocket moving into tomorrow. Here is again a look at the lower side of the bracket. It was FaZe TSM we just concluded with. They'll take it 3-2 and move on to play Shopify, who dropped down earlier, took a sweep over Mind Freak, and Mind Freak also a dangerous squad moving into Worlds. But this is going to be a bloodbath tomorrow in best of 7s, and I can't wait.
And thank you once again to GameSir and Complexity for helping make this tournament reality, giving us a good showcase of what these teams are capable of before we go into Worlds. And I mean, I think this is some of the best practice these teams could get before the lead up. So big shout out to Complexity, big shout out to GameSir, their partnership with Complexity that they're helping throw this tournament on with them. And guys, if you're looking for a new controller, I would highly recommend the GameSir G7 Pro. It's been my favorite controller I've ever used, period. I have not had anything that's ever come close to how the G7 Pro feels. It really is a controller that you can fine tune and have it feel like an extension of yourself. There's no more this slow, laggy sort of play. That 1000 hertz, it makes a huge difference. If you haven't had an overclocked controller or a high refresh controller with that 1000 hertz pulling rate, just ask someone their experience with it. Every single person is going to tell you how game changing it is. I think you brought up the how it is when you go to those high refresh rate monitors for the first time. It's the same exact way.
Yeah, I mean, for those in chat who maybe are unfamiliar with what it's like to get that next level up in your equipment, you all know what it's like to get your first headset and be able to hear the game more, or get a better monitor and the refresh rate's better. Same thing with the controller. Not only do you not have to worry about overclocking really anymore, but the fact that it gets so much refresh rate and avoids stick drift all in one.
Yeah,
dude. Yeah, I mean, we're old gamers here, but stick drift is the bane of our existence, and this thing is the best in the business. So if you want a controller that does what you need and keeps up with modern equipment, the pros trust it. It's right there.
Guys, that does it for us here today. I'm Tools, joined with me as Spaceman. Spaceman, anything you want to say before we wrap it up here today?
I do want to say to a person in chat who says, "What if you're on mouse? Skill difference. Yeah, skill difference. You get it? I guess as R7 controller, and just get one of those, and you'll be just okay." But it was a great day of Halo. Can't wait for tomorrow. Best of 7s. Yeah, we'll get a little saucy. We'll get a little naughty tomorrow. It's gonna be a little wild here.
And it's gonna be great. Tomorrow our matches start with TSM and Shopify Rebellion in the lower side. Immediately following that match, we'll be having Optic Gaming going up against the European team Luminon, as our top 4 looks dramatically different than what we've seen all year. It's the two teams that have been really pressuring that top 4 spot that have been able to have success here today. Maybe an indicator of what can come at the Halo World Championships in just a week's time. I'm Tools, joined with me was Spaceman, and that does it for our broadcast today. A big thank you once again to Complexity and GameSir. We'll be back tomorrow with the conclusion of the Complexity Halo World Championship warm-up number 3.